of Representatives in Washington, D.C. On this 17th day of February, 1801, the members of the House are about to try again to elect a President of the United States. Soon they will take the 36th ballot and hope this time to break the 6-day deadlock between Jefferson and Aaron Burr. Jefferson is still one state short of the required 9-state majority, and unless he's elected on this 36th ballot, the events of the past few days indicate that violence and bloodshed will descend on this infant capital. The 16 tellers appointed by the Speaker of the House will poll their states. Then they will drop the votes in the 2 ballot boxes provided by the Sergeant-at-Arms. The votes...
Washington, February 17, 1801. The House of Representatives. You are there.
CBS takes you back 147 years. It is less than a generation since the end of the revolution which established the United States of America. Now the young republic faces the threat of another revolution arising out of a deadlocked presidential election. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there...
You are there.
You Are There is produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. And Walter Hamden plays Thomas Jefferson in today's broadcast. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
1801, the gallery of the House of Representatives and John Daly.
This dramatic deadlock has come about in spite of the fact that Jefferson received the majority of the popular vote. A group of willful men in the Federalist Party, losers in the popular vote, are still trying desperately to block the people's choice. A tie in the Electoral College through this election into the House of Representatives, and here the Federalists are still hoping to elect Aaron Burr when he was meant to be Jefferson's running mate on the successful Democratic-Republican ticket. They think of Aaron Burr, a lesser evil than Thomas Jefferson. And now, on the 36th ballot, they're still pushing Burr against Jefferson for president. This confused situation. The Speaker of the House, Mr. Theodore Sedgwick, is pounding the gavel, and it looks as if the 36th ballot is about to be taken, so over to the rostrum.
The gentleman from Delaware, the Honorable James A. Bayard, has requested that we postpone the balloting for 30 minutes. Are there any objections?
Mr. Speaker, we've been confined to this hall for 6 days. We're like prisoners, eating here, sleeping here, going about in our nightcaps, never permitted to go to our hearths and homes. Why must we have further delay?
May I remind the gentleman that his colleague from Maryland is also dying here? If he can risk his life, we can risk another half hour. Are there any objections? I hear none. The request is granted. The 36th ballot will begin in 30 minutes.
And as you heard, a delay in the voting. Mr. Bayard, who asked for the postponement, is the only congressman from Delaware, and it has been rumored in this rumor-ridden capital that Alexander Hamilton, leader of the Federalists and a bitter foe of Thomas Jefferson, is nevertheless urging Bayard to switch the single vote of Delaware to Mr. Jefferson. This request from Bayard now for a postponement suggests that these rumors may be true. We shall see. Anyway, the supporters of Mr. Jefferson everywhere are grimly determined to elect the man of their choice. Around the nation, there are demonstrations and threats by armed men, Jefferson supporters, who are preparing to march on Washington. Virginia, Jefferson's home state, is probably the strongest center of pro-Jefferson feeling, so we take you now to Richmond, Virginia. Jack Walters reporting.
I'm in the executive office of Governor James Monroe. The roll of drums and the bugle you can hear are coming from the great courtyard below. The Virginia militia has been assembling down there since early this morning. I'd guess that there are about 1,000 men here, fully outfitted for a long march. Governor Monroe is here at our microphone. Governor, when will the Virginia militia march on Washington?
Upon my orders, Mr. Walter.
And can you tell me, Governor, when you will give your marching orders?
If the Federalist Party continues to plot treason, we are ready to put it down. If the political knaves of the Federalist Party succeed in their nefarious plot to elect Aaron Burr over Jefferson, we shall avenge this violation of the people's will. I've been in touch with Governor McKean of Pennsylvania. His militia, too, is fully armed and ready. We are prepared to march troops instantly upon the capital for the purpose not of promoting, but of preventing revolution and the shedding of a single drop of blood.
But, Governor, there are rumors that some 1,500 Democrats from Virginia and Maryland threaten to assassinate anyone who takes the presidency other than Thomas Jefferson.
This is a wild story, Mr. Walters, published no doubt by the same inflammatory Federalist paper that accused Mr. Jefferson of the Sabbath massacre of 2 million people, among them women, children, and 24,000 priests. A slight exaggeration. The Federalist bigwigs must learn that they cannot frighten the American citizen. They should have learned it when the people abolished the Federalist-inspired alien and sedition laws. Their plots against the people did not work then, and they will not work now.
Well, thank you, Governor Monroe. New York City is another stronghold of Jeffersonian supporters. We take you there now. Arthur Hannes reporting. Go ahead, Hannes.
I'm in the headquarters of the Sons of Tammany. The members of this so-called ancient order here in Manhattan are gathering in this somewhat ancient building to march on Washington. The men crowding this building, which they call the wigwam, wear Indian costumes and long, colorful feathers. They're men from the ordinary walks of life, the tradesmen, mechanics, and carpenters, the builders of this growing city. Here beside me is a man who calls himself an independent carpman, and he's a fiery speaker who just a few moments ago made a speech calling for a march on Washington. His name is Timothy Ryan. Mr. Ryan, will you tell us, does Mr. Burr know that you make speeches against him?
I care not a tinker's damn for the opinion of Aaron Burr. He's deceived us like a Judas.
Well, Mr. Ryan, can you tell us where Mr. Burr is now?
As long as I have been a member of the Sons of Tammany, I have never seen Aaron Burr step foot in the wigwam. He works through his leaders, who will not sully himself to congregate in our midst. Right now, I hear tell that he's hiding in Albany, 100 miles away. And well, he might be to escape our wrath. We should not only march on Washington to put down the traitors, we should also march on Albany and put away Aaron Burr.
Mr. Ryan, our reports tell us that Mr. Burr is in Albany because his daughter is being married there. But you tell me, as a loyal son of Tammany, Mr. Ryan, did you not yourself vote for Aaron Burr?
Yeah, I did, God help me. But I meant him for vice president, as all the voters did. It is Jefferson that we elected for president, and well does Burr know it. We were told to write 2 names on our ballot, and we wrote Jefferson and Burr. And we were not told to designate who for president, who for vice president. Any fool knew if he was on it.
But Burr has also done nothing to take the first place away from Mr. Jefferson.
Yeah, but he's done nothing to give it to him either.
Mr. Ryan. In any case, according to the Constitution, the House must now make the final choice.
Well,
that's the law. And you men, aren't you defying the law by your march on Washington?
Oh, defying the law, are we? Well, then I say we shall change the law. Change the Constitution. But let not the people be deprived of justice and cheated out of the man they voted for. Thanks be to the Lord that we defeated the Federalist Tories by a great majority. But if Burr is elected by the insidious plot of a band of apostates, I say, in vain have we fought for liberty. In vain have we fought the British misrule. I say, upon to oppressors, on to Washington. We have declared we'll be free, and neither bully or coach will deprive us of our natural rights.
Thank you.
On to Washington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan.
All right.
While we've been reporting from here in New York, we've had word that Ken Roberts in the Capitol has succeeded in arranging an interview with Alexander Hamilton. So back to Washington and Ken Roberts.
I'm in the library of the home of Mr. Josiah Quincy, Federalist whip. Alexander Hamilton is waiting to meet Congressman James Bayard here. And while waiting, he consented to an interview. He has, however, stepped into the drawing room at the moment. In spite of the tensions and threats of violence that are shaking the few buildings in this capital, Washington society has not abandoned its social life. Right now, there's a party going on in this splendid mansion in the wilderness. The music is coming from the drawing room. Mrs. Josiah Quincy, our hostess, is here beside me, and she has offered to tell us a little about her prominent guests. Are they all Federalists, Mrs. Quincy?
Oh, no, indeed, Mr. Roberts. Even a member of Mr. Jefferson's party can find a haven of refuge here from the torture of the miserable boarding houses in Washington.
Even Mr. Jefferson himself?
Oh, good grief, no.
Perhaps he would enjoy the excellent company here and your wonderful canvasback duck.
Indeed, he'd be welcome. But I suspect that Mr. Jefferson would prefer to be surrounded by, shall we say, more loyal admirers at Conrad's boarding house where he resides. Moreover, I doubt that he's given to the singing of psalms. To be sure, even an atheist may love to sing psalms, but certainly not in close harmony with Federalists.
Mr. Jefferson and his minister would deny he is an atheist.
Oh, if you'll forgive me a moment, I'll close the door.
Certainly. There are many notables gracing this home today. Mr. Robert Fulton, the inventor, is in the far corner of this library. Mr. Fulton is trying to raise capital for a new invention of his, a missile that can be fired underwater from a submarine vessel. Well, Mrs. Quincy has shut the library door, and Gouverneur Morris, the senator from New York, has come into the library with her. They're chatting now, and in a moment, Mrs. Quincy should be with us again. Right now, I can see Robert Fulton thumbing through a volume of Shakespeare. The English playwright is quite a favorite in this library. As a matter of fact, anything English is preferred in the home of a Federalist. Mrs. Quincy told me a blue ribbon evening was passed here last night when the senator from Kentucky read The Merry Wives of Windsor and the first act of Hamlet to the ladies. Oh, thank you.
Meanwhile, I brought you Gouverneur Morris, but you mustn't ask him any questions about politics.
Thank you, Mrs. Quincy. And thank you, Senator Morris. Do you think, Senator, that Mr. Hamilton will persuade Bayard of Delaware to break the deadlock today by voting for Jefferson?
Oh, now, please, no embarrassing questions. Senator Morris has just ended a very weary and dangerous trip from New York. Ask the senator how he likes Washington.
Senator, how do you like Washington?
Washington's fine. I almost got lost in the woods through Maryland, but Washington's fine. We only need here houses, cellars, kitchens, scholarly men, amiable women. You, of course, my dear Mrs. Quincy, are the exquisite exception.
Thank you, Senator Morris.
And a few more trifles are needed here to possess a perfect city. In a word, this is the best city in the world to live in the future.
We hope so, Senator. But as you know, there are threats of destruction of this capital by armed militia from Virginia and Pennsylvania if Jefferson is not chosen today. Do you think Hamilton will save the capital today by seeing...
You promised no questions on politics, Mr. Roberts, and I see that you're leading to a question on Hamilton again.
My dear, Washington is drunk with politics. The Federalists are like drunken men in their hatred for Jefferson. They believe that Jefferson's ideas on government are ideas of the rabble of revolutionary France. But Mr. Hamilton, alone among the Federalists, has remained sober. He believes, and I agree with him, that if the people want Jefferson, they must have him. A government must be fitted to a nation as a coat to an individual.
Thank you, Senator Gouverneur Morris. Now, the door of the library has just been opened and Mr. Hamilton has come in. He's coming toward our microphone. Mr. Hamilton, is it true that you are trying to persuade Mr. Bayard to cast his vote against Aaron Burr on the 36th ballot?
It is true that I am against the cattle line of America becoming, in fact, the man of our party. Mr. Burr is far more cunning than wise, far more dexterous than able. If Mr. Burr acts ill, we must share in the blame and disgrace.
But, Mr. Hamilton, if your pressure to defeat Burr is effective, won't you then, in fact, be electing your greatest enemy, Thomas Jefferson?
Mr. Jefferson's ideas of democracy are a danger to our country, and the prospects of our country under the evil of foreign democratic doctrines and French Jacobism are far from brilliant. The mass of the people are far from sound. Democracy is the most visionary theory. Democracy is a disease, the poison of which is most virulent.
Mr. Hamilton, to what specific ideas on the platform of Jefferson are you opposed?
Mr. Jefferson would have a government with no army, no navy. A national defense not by arms, but by embargoes, and as little government as possible from within. These are the pernicious dreams which put our country on the steep descent to ruin.
But if you are opposed to the democracy of Mr. Jefferson and opposed to the politics of Mr. Burr, how are you urging Mr. Bayard to vote?
That will be for Mr. Bayard to decide. But for heaven's sake, let not the Federalist Party be responsible for the elevation of Burr. There is a man in the world I ought to despise. It is Jefferson. But the public good must be paramount to every private consideration.
I'm afraid I'll have to take Mr. Hamilton away now, Mr. Roberts. Congressman Baird has arrived.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Not at all.
This is Ken Roberts. I return you now to John Daly in the House of Representatives.
In this committee room of the House of Representatives lies Congressman Joseph H. Nicholson of Maryland. He is the representative referred to earlier by the Speaker of the House as the man who is risking his life here. Congressman Nicholson has just come out of a coma, the result of a raging fever which has not abated for 6 days ever since he was carried through the blinding snowstorm of last Wednesday. Somehow, as if by a miracle, this dying man gathers his strength to inscribe the name Thomas Jefferson on a slip of paper placed in his hands by his wife. Mrs. Nicholson has just guided his feeble hand as he wrote the name for the 36th time on the forthcoming 36th ballot. Mrs. Nicholson is kneeling beside her husband's bed, supporting his head on her arms. Gently, she lays his head back on the pillow and turns now to our microphone. Mrs. Nicholson, there are some who say that by awakening your husband in his condition to vote, you take upon yourself a dread responsibility.
It is my husband's fervent plea. My wish, too. For we are both faced with a more dreadful responsibility than the life of a single patriot. We're faced with the lives, the fortunes, and the sacred honor of a whole people. Of some, I know I must ask pardon for quoting the Declaration of Independence. For there are men among us who seek to bury alive this child of freedom, though it is but 105 years old.
But in this room, ma'am, there are many Federalists who have come out of respect and admiration for the patriotism and the courage of you and your husband.
Oh, yes. It is the custom of conspirators to pay homage in the manner that the senators of Rome paid homage to Caesar. I have heard that a certain Federalist fears that my husband takes his life in his hands by his determination to remain here for the final vote, and that this Federalist would not thus expose himself for any president on earth. To this summer soldier, I say, do not fear for your life, for you are already dead. The Federalist Party has been pronounced dead by the popular vote of the people.
Mrs. Nicholson, I hope that your husband need risk his life no longer and that the Congress elects a president on this 36th ballot. And now, if you'll excuse me, Ned Kelmer reports a heated quarrel in the corridor downstairs. Go ahead, Ned Kelmer.
Matthew Lyons, Democratic congressman from Vermont, one of the two states whose vote is divided, has just accused John Brown, the Federalist congressman from Rhode Island, of attempting to bribe him into voting for Burr. Only the intervention of cooler heads kept them from coming to blows. They've calmed down a little now, but Congressman Lyons says he's willing to repeat for us his denunciation of the Federalist representative. Mr. Lyons, as you know, spent 4 months in prison last year for opposing the alien and sedition laws. Congressman Lyons, sir, what did Mr. Brown say that made you attack him?
I have been warning him, but the man is ignorant of my principles. He's an agent of the Federalist traitors.
But what did he say to you, sir?
He urged me to vote for Burr just now, for Burr, and of course I refused. And then he said to me, the scoundrel...
What did you say, sir?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what you are, sir, a scoundrel. What is it you want, Congressman Lyons, he said. Is it office? Is it money? Only say what you want, and you shall have it.
Mr. Brown, sir, have you any comment to make?
Yes, the gentleman from Vermont is a liar. Like all atheists are liars, and all the followers of Jefferson are atheists.
Now, just a moment.
They despise the truth as they despise God. And their hatred for God is equal to their hatred for those who own property.
Oh, what
Why, these Democrats, these paupers, these vagabonds and outlaws, I say take away their vote. Or they will pillage our towns and stain our soil with blood.
Ridiculous. Perfectly...
Sir, I merely want to avoid bloodshed. For if Jefferson is elected, there is scarcely a possibility that we shall escape civil war.
But, Congressman, there are some who say that if Jefferson is not elected, there will be civil war.
Well, then let it come. It is bad, but far less than anarchy or slavery.
And I say that it is the Federalist Party that means to have a monarchy rather than a republic.
Well, better than rabble rule.
But the people will rise up, my dear sir. They will rise up and abolish the indignities of the Federalist Party.
By rise up, sir, do you mean revolution by force?
No, sir, I do not.
That's exactly what he means,
no,
sir.
No, I most certainly do not. My father-in-law was Ethan Allen. And when his Green Mountain Boys wanted to storm the jail in which I was imprisoned in order to free me, I urged them to desist and go to the polls to vote for their freedom and mine. And as you see, they voted me out of jail and into Congress. And I shall vote, express the will of my fellow citizens, and continue to cast my ballot for Thomas Jefferson.
Well, that is your privilege, sir, but it is also mine.
Thank you, Congressman Lyons and Congressman Brown. I've just been informed that Thomas Jefferson is expected at the home of Mr. James Madison. Douglas Edwards is there, so we take you to him now. Come in, Douglas Edwards.
Our hostess, Mrs. James Madison, Dolly Madison, as she's known by all, has informed us that Thomas Jefferson is on his way from his boarding house to dine here. We hope to persuade him to make a statement. To all of official Washington, this new house on F Street is more than the home of the liberal Virginian Democrat. It's a haven for tired statesmen. Most any afternoon at 4, you'll find the distinguished and talented of Washington and Europe enjoying the sumptuous dinners prepared by Dolly Madison, dinners lasting far into the night. This cordial Quakeress brings a touch of warm Virginia hospitality to Washington to thaw the February cold in the frozen mud of the capital. Her parties and dances and card games have won over the bitterest political foes of Jefferson. Dolly Madison is here with me now. She's wearing her famed white silk turban, draped with the large ostrich feathers. Margaret Baird Smith, who writes about Washington society, has said of Dolly Madison that she moves like a goddess and looks like a queen.
Yes. That kind of flattery is reminiscent of my old friend Aaron Burr. Before Mr. Madison and I were married, Mr. Burr's extravagant flatteries and promises were meant to blind me to his true nature.
And what is your opinion of Mr. Burr now, Mrs. Madison?
His methods are the same in politics as they are in love, both deceiving. But let me tell you of some of our guests. They're all waiting for the outcome of the election. We have Joel Barlow, the poet of democracy, and there's a Bonaparte. And here is Mr. Merry, minister from Great Britain.
Your Excellency, are your hopes on Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr?
Well, His Majesty's government does not approve Mr. Jefferson's friendly views toward the Jacobins of France. My own opinion is that Mr. Jefferson has received the votes of a minority of free men and a majority of slaves.
And Mr. Burr, do you approve of him?
Mr. Burr, I do not want to seem too critical, but Mrs. Madison's food here is more like a harvest home supper than the entertainment of a statesman.
And I thought you were enjoying our hams, Ambassador.
Oh,
Forgive
but
us if our food is too democratic for you, but we have to sacrifice the delicacy of European taste for the less elegant but more liberal fashion of Virginia. This is Noah Webster, Mr. Edwards. He's a Federalist, but he enjoys the company of writers here. He's a writer himself, you know. What are you writing now, Noah?
I'm working on a compendious dictionary, my dear.
Good heavens, what sort of a dictionary is that?
A compendious, an adjective meaning briefly stated, succinct, concise, containing the substance in narrow compass, condensed, abridged, synonyms, see terse.
I see. Well, as a Federalist, Mr. Webster, will you give us your compendious opinion on Mr. Jefferson and his supporters?
They are rabble, threatening the safety of the state. From my observations, republicanism is impossible unless the poorer classes are excluded from the vote. Witness how the mass voted for Jefferson. Witness how they are now corrupting law and order, descending upon the Capitol with pikes and muskets in their hands. Savages! Primitives. Too stupid, too abject in ignorance to think rightly, and too depraved to draw honest deductions.
You might do your dictionary a service, Noah, by consulting our Vice President, Mr. Jefferson, for a more compendious definition of the people. For here he is now. Mr. Jefferson, this young man has asked if you'll make a statement to him on the election.
Well, now, I believed it my duty to be passive and silent during the present contest, lest some Federalist senators accuse me of being partial, whilst I yet preside over the Senate. But what is it, sir, that you would like to ask me?
Mr. Jefferson, do you favor or oppose the threats of imminent violence raging about this election?
Whose violence? The violence of the Federalist Party to usurp the people's will? Or the violence of revolution that keeps governments in order to remind them of the rights of the governed?
I refer, Mr. Jefferson, to the actions of the militias of Virginia and Pennsylvania. Should that violence cause civil war or revolution, would you still hold favor with it?
Yes, if the will of the majority of the voters is denied by a cabal of selfish interests bent on the destruction of democracy.
But some argue, Mr. Jefferson, that the public good will be best served by keeping the peace and avoiding violence at all costs.
I know there are men who would prefer that I sacrifice my principles for the guarantee of safety. But I say this is a threat and is itself pregnant with violence. I believe in a jealous care of the right of election by the people. I believe in a mild and safe corrective of abuses which are lopped by the sword of revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Even if force must be invoked, the vital principle of republics is the absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority.
Mr. Jefferson, earlier in this broadcast, Alexander Hamilton derided certain aspects of your platform, particularly your belief in democracy. Would you care to comment on that?
Mr. Hamilton has a perfect right to his opinions. He has no faith in democracy. I have. I believe in, and I was elected on these principles: equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political; peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none; the supremacy of the civil over the military authority; the diffusion of information, and the arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and the blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of our civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those we trust. And should we wander from them in moments of error or alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety.
Mr. Jefferson, those are things that can't be said too often, I think.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. We've had word that the 36th ballot has been taken in the House of Representatives, and the results are about to be announced, so back to the House and John Daly.
The 16 tellers are down there on the floor of the House checking the results of the 36th ballot now. And by the way, we tried to get Congressman Bayard of Delaware to tell us whether he would swing the single vote of his state from Mr. Burr to Mr. Jefferson, but he refuses to make any comment. Sitting up here in the gallery is Alexander Hamilton, watching the proceedings down on the floor, and the Federalist Party leader seems a weary and disillusioned man. Whether Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr should win this election down there on the floor, it is going to be Alexander Hamilton who is finally the loser. The congressmen in the House are silent. There's a sense of high expectancy. All eyes are on the tellers. They're comparing totals. Seem to be in agreement now as one of the tellers is writing the results on a piece of paper. But there is no indication, no sign on the face of the tellers as to whether or not the deadlock has been broken. A while ago, there were rumors that the Federalists a teller has handed the paper now to Speaker Thomas Sedgwick. He glances at it. His face is impassive. There goes the gavel now down to the rostrum.
The results of the 36th ballot. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, 10.
It's Jefferson by 10 states, one more than is necessary. Jefferson has been elected. The members of the House of Representatives and the spectators in the galleries have broken into wild, jubilant cheering and applause. Jefferson picked up 2 votes on that last ballot, one more than was required, and Mr. Burr lost 2. I'm going to try to find out which state broke the tie and which cast the blank vote. Perhaps it was Delaware, maybe Maryland and Vermont, but we'll soon know. We'll know in a moment as soon as we...
Washington, February 17, 1801.
We're going to have to detain...
The House of Representatives elects Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the United States.
You have been listening to The Election of Thomas Jefferson, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Election of Thomas Jefferson was written by Joseph Liss. Walter Hamden was Thomas Jefferson, and the cast included Thomas Chalmers, Carl Swenson, Joan Wetmore, Bernard Lenroe, Guy Sorrell, Ann Seymour, Eric Dressler, Walter Grisey, Doris Dalton, William Podmore, Charles Webster, Gavin Gordon, Bert Cowlin, and others. Next week...
April 9th, 1865, Lee and Grant at Appomattox. You are there.
Next this afternoon, great music comes your way from the New York Philharmonic Symphony. This evening, great comedy with Amos and Andy, now exclusively on CBS, and with Hollywood star comedian Eve Arden, your favorite schoolteacher, in Our Miss Brooks. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents the third of a series of unusual dramatic programs written and directed by Willis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell. This story is called We Were Here First. I'll tell you a story. You keep asking for stories, I'll tell you one that'll really give you something to think about. You'll keep thinking about the story till you die. And I have a good idea you'll pass it on to the ones who come after you, just as I'm passing it on to you. So you listen carefully. This one doesn't start with once upon a time. It's about the world today, so that once upon a time doesn't just come into it. Listen. Do you know there are giants in this world? Oh, yes, there are. Did you think we were the only ones here? You're wrong. There are giants. Millions of them. Billions. Giants so big that it's almost impossible for one of us to imagine how big they are. Why, a hair from the head of one of them is as big as your leg. And they're everywhere. In the cold lands, in the hot lands, everywhere. And they hate everybody. They hate each other. And they hate us. Oh, how they hate us. How they'd like to get rid of us. But I'll tell you something. They're not going to. We were here first. And we're going to be here a long, long time after they're gone. Well, they're going to go. Don't fool yourself about that. They can't win. But it isn't going to be easy. Don't fool yourself about that either. They've killed an awful lot of us in all the millions of years they've been on this earth. And I may say we've killed quite a few of them. We've killed more of them than they have any idea. And that, my child, is quite a trick when you consider the difference in our sizes. How big are they? Well, that's hard to explain. We're all different sizes, you know. Some of us are small, some of us big. And there are fat ones amongst us, thin ones. And they're the same way. But on the average, I should say they're, about 150 times as tall as we are. Oh, yes, 150 times our size. That nonsense. But there's an old saying, child, and this is something you want to remember. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. I don't want to give you the idea, though, that it's going to be easy to win. I've nearly lived my life out, and there's just as many of them as ever. You live your life out, and your children and your children's children will live and die in generations that you can count up in trillions, and they'll still be here. And we'll, all of us, pay an awful price in that time. But we breed fast, and our families are larger. And one day there'll be no more giants in the earth, and we'll have it all to ourselves. Brethren dwelling together in unity. That's one of their sayings, too, but they disregard it pretty much. They don't dwell together in unity any more than we do. And that's the bad part of it from our standpoint. If we just had sense enough to get together, if we just stopped fighting amongst ourselves. Now, of course, it's all right for them to fight amongst themselves. That simplifies our problem. Someday, if we're lucky, maybe they'll all kill each other. They try hard enough. Oh, I tell you, they've got weapons, child. They've got an atomic bomb. It works. And some of them are scared to death that it may one day wipe them all out. But we'll see. If it does, good riddance. Then our day comes a little sooner. If it doesn't, well, we've got time. They've got to talking lately about biological warfare. Germs, you know? You know where they got that? From us. No, they don't realize how far ahead of them we are in biological warfare. I could tell you some things, but there are secrets that even I can't tell. They'll find out, though. Remember, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. It's a mighty comforting thought. Something else to think about, too. As I said, they hate us. But most of their time is taken up in hating each other. So they don't have the time to attend to us as they should if they want to continue to exist. They're absolutely ruthless, though, when they do think about exterminating us. I know. I nearly got it once. Want to hear about it? Well, can you take it? Well, this is just one of the concentration camps they run in between the times they're planning how to exterminate each other. They call this place New Jersey. But it's not New Jersey to us. Some of us call it Thanatopolis. That's Greek. It means city of death. Greek? Oh, the Greeks lived on this earth a long, long time ago. There's some of them left today, but they're not the same as they were then. They got careless. All that's left of their glory is words like Thanatopolis. Words that have the sound of death in them, child. I was hungry. That's how I got caught. That's the way a lot of us get caught. Plenty of food, plenty of good, healthy food, plenty to drink. Nothing to do but get fat and get killed. I didn't know about giants in those days. I know now. The gate was wide open, and I tell you, it was the pleasantest place I've ever seen. I looked it over. I smelled the food. Oh, I tell you, I've been around, and I never smelled anything so delicious in all my life. I just went crazy as hungry as I was. Well, the food was just as good as it smelled, and there was plenty of it. I lost my way going in. It's a kind of a labyrinth, you see, and I was interested in the food. I was hungry. There was a lot of us in there. I recognized hundreds of friends, fat, happy, well-fed. I stayed there quite a while. I got fat, too. But there were sounds I didn't like. Sounds like thunder, whistling, and sounds that came from nowhere at all. And the feeling of someone watching us, someone laughing at us. And one morning, early, I heard a voice.
This one's about ready, I think. Just look at them. Thousands and thousands of them, and not one of them was sense enough to try to get out.
I looked up. That sounded like a human voice to me.
Get the gas ready. They've had a good time now long enough. We'll see how long it takes them to die.
It was a human voice. A giant voice. This particular concentration camp of theirs was run by one of their females. Probably, according to their standards, a very beautiful one. To me, as I looked up at her face far above me, she looked like all the figures of death I'd ever dreamed of. And, child, she was dead.
Where's the stopwatch?
Paralyzed, I watched her great fingers wind her stopwatch. So stiff with terror, I saw the nozzle of the gas generator slither into the door far across the floor. I began to crawl toward the door, toward the gaping mouth of that gas jet. I tried hard to warn a few of my friends, but they were heavy with good living, and it was useless. I found my way through the labyrinth somehow, hoping I'd be found. I had a goal now. If I could make it. And then I saw her raise her hand to the watch. I heard her...
Put on the gas.
One tiny puff of the gas. One short, infinitesimal breath of it. And I thought my heart would leap from my body. My eyes bulged, my legs refused to hold me up. I fell and staggered and fell and staggered again. And as I stumbled out into the blessed freshness of the air, I heard the sound of her catwalk and her laugh.
Look at him. Look at him crawl and wiggle. This is the best gas we've used. Look at him. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and every one of them dead. This is wonderful.
I was dazed. My mind couldn't contemplate such love. 4 seconds, and countless thousands of us dead. And then this is the horror. You know what she did? She gathered up their still warm bodies and tossed them onto a great scale and weighed them. Why? So she could know how many of us she had killed in 4 seconds. Do you wonder we hate them? Do you wonder we live for nothing but the day when the giants, male and female and all their young, shall all be gone from this earth? So you see, it must be us or them. And I swear to you, child, we'll stay. We were here first. Most of the time, we forget we're here. And that's good, of course, because they're intelligent. They can fly, too. They have marvelous instruments that help them perform amazing things. They've got radar, for instance, but fortunately for us, their radar won't pick us up as ours does then. They've got methods of communication, but theirs aren't as good as ours. And the amazing thing is that most of the remarkable inventions they've thought up and perfected are used for fighting one another. Let them keep on inventing like this. Because, you see, there's one little point they never seem to think about. They fight amongst themselves. But we fight against both sides. And you know who wins their wars? We do, child. We always have. We always will. We spy on them day and night. No matter where they go, there's always one of us near them. There's not one single word spoken in the giant world that we don't hear. No matter what they plan, we know about it. They're never free from us. They plan for their pleasures, and we prepare to spoil their pleasures. They plan for wars, and we mobilize our expeditions. They pray, and we hear them. And we answer their prayers sometimes with death. What do you mean? How? You think it's hard for a being our size to kill a being the size of a giant? It isn't. You see, in the first place, we're willing to sacrifice 1 million of us to kill one of them. No, that's true. Not all of us know about the giants. Not all of us know that we're being sacrificed in this endless war. Some of us think we're dying a natural death, I suppose. But we leaders know. You still don't understand? Well, let me give you an example. I said the giants are on the average, perhaps 150 times as tall as we. Well, that's just height. If you know anything about mathematics, you realize that means they're uncounted millions of times bigger than we are. In actual mass, it would probably take a billion of our bodies to make one the size of theirs. Take an ant, for instance. How much bigger is a land than an ant? You see? So, on a planet plantation in South America.
They're coming! Yeah!
A brown river of hand flowing toward us in a straight line, in a column 50 feet across, miles long. The beasts are clean from monkeys, deers, tapirs, jaguars, and tiny creatures only half an inch long. Soldier ants, hungry, leaving only a stripped skeleton tree to mark the path they followed. Skeletons picked clean of the animals that fell in their way, stripped clean in a matter of minutes. And tiny creatures only half an inch long.
They're coming! We've got to fight them!
Fight them with flowing streams of water.
And they come on!
Fight them with jets of oil.
Listen, the tanks! Drown them!
And some die, but they come on.
Fight them with fire! Hey, fire here! Set the oil on fire!
And some die, but they come on.
Run, run! Don't let them get you!
They poison in their jaws.
Run, run!
Then the brown river flows remorselessly on. Tiny creatures, half an inch long. Then behind them, as the end of the brown river disappears, a clean white skeleton and desolation. So you see, it isn't size. It's hatred and the will to conquer. And it's numbers. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, child. So, you haven't seen the giants? You just think you haven't, child. You're young yet, and you mistake them. Sometimes you think it's a cloud that obscures the sun. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. Don't waste time when a great shadow falls on you, child. It might be one of the giants. And they strike without warning. It's a horrible death. You see, one of the things that makes living in the same world with the giants so terrible is the way they hate us. They hate us in an impersonal kind of a way. They kill us by habit, most of them. They say, there's one, kill him. And that's all there is to it. You never think about it afterwards. That, they think, is where we hate the most. We're of no consequence to them. That is, they think we're of no consequence. If they knew what we've done to them through all the countless ages they've been on this earth. Well, perhaps it's a good thing they don't. Their scientists know, though, and they've got some pretty good scientists when they're not thinking of ways to kill each other. And they know us. Some of them study us. And, child, they're clever. They're the ones who thought of setting us against each other. They're war makers amongst themselves. Why shouldn't they apply their theories to us? And their theories work. We fight amongst ourselves. We do too much of it. And most of us don't know why we do. It costs a lot of lives, and the worst part of it is, it costs time. I don't say that they put us up to all the fighting. Some of us think of it ourselves. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe there'd be too many of us for our own good if we didn't kill each other. But if we could only get together, if we could only, all of us, see that one shining goal before us, think of a world that would belong to us all by ourselves, with no giants to worry about. Not that all of us worry about the giants. That's just the trouble. We have to spend so much time convincing others that they really exist. That they're a menace to us every second we live, and that we've got to destroy them. One day, if we don't learn to get together, they'll destroy us, maybe. They've destroyed a lot of us so far. And I hate to think of this world belonging to them exclusively. What? Oh, yes, of course. They wouldn't live without us. They need us. Some of them know that, even if we are, as a race, a constant nuisance to them. But what's the good of that? If they destroy us, they'll die, too. And then there won't be anybody left in the world. But believe me, child, we don't need them. We got along a good long time before they appeared. And we'll do it again. Now, Nonsense. Superstition? You children. I know, though. I said the same thing when I was your age, but I found out history. Yes, there are giants. You'll find out. Certainly we can kill them. Didn't I tell you about the ants? Well, that's right. There were millions of them. Not one of us can kill a giant. Just one of us. I'll tell you a story about that, and then you decide for yourself. This was in the last war out in China, a long, long way from here. No, I know it's true. I got it from a friend of mine who was there. An airplane fell down in the valley between the mountains. The pilot had a broken leg. And for a week, he lay there in the valley all alone. And there was nothing wrong with him except for his broken leg. He had something to eat, and there was water. And he needn't have died, except that a bug of some kind bit him, and he got some strange fever. In the second week, he began to be delirious. And then one morning, he heard someone coming.
Hello!
I hear someone calling.
Hello!
I can't see anybody. Everything looks funny.
Who are you? I'm coming. Who are you?
Where's my gun? I have to have my gun. I don't know who's calling me.
Where are you?
I'll be quiet. I don't know who he is. I'll wait. I see him. No. Yes, I do.
You're not going to get me. Where are you?
I see him. He's so big. It's a giant. Look at him. He's coming closer. A giant. Oh, that's a giant.
You're not going to get me, giant. Get away from me, giant. Don't you touch me. Don't you come close.
Oh, let me help you.
No. You're a giant. Think I don't know? You'll come to get me. No, get away from me. I'll kill you.
Easy, fella. Take it easy.
No, get away, I say. I've got a gun.
Put the gun away.
Don't touch me. Stop. All right. I told you I'd kill you. I killed a giant.
He killed one of them. It was very easy. It was very curious. A little later, when the evening came and his fever cooled a little, that the dead giant looked so much like his friend that had jumped out of the airplane a moment before he did. It was very curious. Well, all right, it was his friend. He thought his friend was a giant, and he killed him. Or did he kill him? He fired the pistol at his friend that was the direct cause of his friend's death. But who was it that brought him a fever and made him think his friend was a giant? Remember? I said a little bug bit him. So the little bug was indirectly the cause of the other man's death. And to the little bug, the man was a giant. They were both giants, and he killed them both. Because the man who had killed his friend had a moment of lucid thought, and his fading strength was enough to bring the pistol up to his mouth. Do I know it's true? Well, maybe that is rationalizing, but you think it over. To my way of thinking, 2 giants got killed. It's getting dark in here. Am I a little slow in my thinking now that I'm... Look out! Quick, look out! All right. So you killed him. He was a child, and he didn't have a chance against the giant he didn't even believe in. He just died. No, I'm not going to be emotional about it. There are too many more of us to worry about the death of one. You can smash us, you can poison us, you can gas us to death, but we'll always be with you. Up to the end, and afterwards, you can't win. Without it, you'll die. With it, you'll die. But listen for a second. We're everywhere. We're in the earth. We live in your houses. We eat your food. We watch your day. We've got senses in every day. We've got weapons that you have no defense for. You walk on your two legs. We've got pictures. You fly in your airplane. We've got wings. You make your weapons. We are our own weapons. And if we insects ever get together, Giant, well, maybe you won't have to. Maybe you'll blast yourselves off the earth and save us the trouble. Your atomic bombs don't mean you are. The flies lived at Hiroshima, you know. The beetles are still alive under here. And far under the surface of this earth, you think more and more millions of us are sleeping, waiting in the day. Giant, we'll always be there. Wherever you go, while you're awake, while you're asleep, chasing you, plotting against you, knowing that one day everything you build, everything you've accomplished on this earth will be ours. We were here first. And we'll be here last. There's a sign, isn't there? And there's a cloud of gnats somewhere outdoors waiting for you and all the rest of the giants we hate. Are you the one that was bragging about the, what did you call it, DDT? Fine. DDT does it. It kills the good insects and the bad ones. Better try again, Giant. You can't live without us. And you can't live with us. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. We were here first. Think of that some night when a fat moth blunders in your bedroom window. Maybe he won't be blundering, Giant. Maybe he'll be funny. And remember, we're giant killers. Not so good, Giant. See you tonight. You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The one who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell, and the others were Nancy Douglas, Walter Black, and Kenneth Murdoch. The music was composed and played by Gene Perazzo. And now for a word about next week's Quiet Please story. Here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Next week's story is called The Ticket Taker. I think you'll find it intriguing and entertaining.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program came to you from New York. Stay tuned now for a fascinating story of strange events and their common sense explanation on The House of Mystery, which follows in just a moment. For the fifth. Four radio programs for the Fifth War Loan, produced by Arch Oboler and William N. Robeson for the United States Treasury. And starring on this broadcast, Mr. Fred McMurray. machines, but of ideas. As the third of this special series of broadcasts about the ideas for which we fight and those which we must fight against, we bring you the play The Laughter, written and directed by Arch Oboler and starring Mr. Fred McMurray.
Mr. President, my name is Don Williams, Staff Sergeant Don Williams. And I want to tell you what happened to me when I was home on leave. Home because I got a little bunged up on that beachhead. I know, so many things are happening, big important things, but I think you should know about this. This happened to me in the last few days. Maybe it's important, too. Maybe it's happened to other people and they couldn't understand it. And maybe hearing about this, they'll understand what happened to them. It started just after dinner a couple of days ago. It was one of Ma's better dinners when she puts her whole heart kind of in it because it's a special occasion. Well, it was special, very. You see, Jean, she's my friend, was getting inducted into the wax in the morning, and this was Ma and me and the rest of the family giving her kind of a send-off.
Now, quiet. Everybody quiet. You listen to me, Jean.
Yeah?
When they put you on the kitchen police, you tell them for me that I said you weren't to wipe any dishes. Or inside of a week, the Army won't have a dish or a plate or a cup to its name.
Oh, Ma!
That was all right, having fun. Jean could take anything that Ma or my 4F brother Mike or my sister Laura could dish out to her, and the laughing kind of made us forget that she was going away in the morning, and that soon I'd be gone again. But what happened next wasn't so funny. It started out all right, just my brother Mike playing the horses again, in a way.
Now, wait a minute. I'm telling you, it was all over the plant yesterday. The big shot gamblers offering 1 to 5 that it's curtains for those Nazis in 60 days.
Well,
You hear that, Don? You won't even have time to knit Jean that sweater.
Yeah. Pretty good news, huh?
Sure is.
Yes, but, Mike, how in the world did they know that's true?
Ma, don't you read the papers or listen to the radio?
Look how the invasion went.
Well, they took 3 more objectives.
Oh, it was really 6.
3.
6?
Well,
I
it's in
heard
the
it on the
paper,
radio,
I'll tell you.
6.
Now, don't fight, children.
Hey, John, who's right?
Don't ask me. I'm home on leave.
Well, anyway, we got him on the run, and that's a fact.
Sure I know, Mr. President. Nothing out of the way or funny there. Just people sitting around and feeling good because we'd had some awfully good news. Nothing wrong there.
Well, I say it was 22 miles.
Oh, now stop arguing, children.
Well, I say it was 26.
Okay, 22, 23, 26. We got him on the run, Ma.
Yeah, and now that we've invaded.
What do you mean invaded? We took over. So there you are. Germans fighting on all those fronts, the Japs are on the run, and our side's marching. So it's in the bag. It's in the bag.
Mr. President, my brother said it's in the bag. It's in the bag. And all at once, something funny in my ears. I didn't know what, just a funny sound.
Don, what is it? What's the matter, dear?
Jean, do you hear anything funny?
Of course.
You do?
Yeah, your brother Mike. Listen to
So
him.
I says to the guy, I says, okay. Okay, I'll take $10 of that bet on credit.
Now, Mike, you're fooling. You didn't bet any money.
But I told you, Ma, on credit. That ain't money. On credit, you know. Try and collect.
But that funny sound I just heard, it was still in my ears. I could still hear it. I looked around the room. Ma was talking, and then, as usual, Mike talking. My sister Laura, Jean. But that sound I was hearing wasn't any of them. I thought, well, it's something from outside, something from out in the street.
Any difference?
It does make a difference. Listen, everybody. War or no war, I'm going to bed.
Oh, so early?
Well, what's the matter, Ma?
No matter at all. I'm tired. Anyway, maybe Don and Jean would like to be alone.
Oh, sure. Come on, Mike. I'll treat you to a movie.
Okay.
Go on, get your hat and coat.
Sure, Bill.
They went away, and I was alone with Jean. I didn't think about anything then but Jean. But the next morning at the train...
Hey, there. There she is in the last car.
Yeah, it's her, all right. Jean. Hello, Jean.
Jean? Hey, here's Don and me. Jean. Goodbye, baby.
Goodbye, Jean.
Goodbye, honey. Hey, right. You were golfing with you. We'll run in the wall about it. Get something to eat on the train, Jean. Goodbye, baby. Oh, gee whiz. Well, that's I gotta get to work. Don, I said I gotta get to work.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Don. She'll be back soon.
Yeah. Yeah, but I won't be here.
Don, for Pete's sake, what's the matter with you? Don't you know the war's going to be over inside of 2 months?
The second time, Mr. President. The minute she said that was when I heard that sound the second time. The station crowds with people talking and laughing and crying and the noise of trains, but over it all, that sound. Just a little sound, yet so clear. And it was the same sound I'd heard the night before in our living room.
Don, what's the matter with you? What are you listening to?
I don't know, Laura.
What do you mean you don't know? All at once your eyes pop and your mouth hangs open? What's this?
I don't know. I really don't know. I drove Laura down to work. In factory, south side of town. She'd worked there ever since she left school. I did, too, before I joined up. They made parts for automobiles and shipped them to Detroit. But now it's parts for planes. I went into the plant. I knew most of the girls and fellas. It was good to be there. I would stop thinking about what I'd heard.
Don! Well, how surprised the infantry?
Hi, Mary.
How do you feel? Wait till I turn this thing off. Your sister said you weren't feeling so good this morning.
Oh? Why, I'm fine.
Yeah? How about a date now that Jean's gone?
Well,
Oh, come on. What's wrong with me?
Nothing.
I'm only kidding. You know, you shouldn't feel so bad about Jean.
Why do you say that?
Well, my dad says now that we're, getting all those island bases, they'll bomb Japan out of the war inside of 2 months. And then Hitler will be on the run. Well, you know my brother Dan. Dad talked him into cashing in his war bonds and investing the cash in... Oh, what's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
Again. That sound again. Only louder this time. Scaring me. I couldn't take it. I left the place. My head. Was something wrong with my head?
Well, now, really, John, I don't find a thing constitutionally wrong with you. You've recovered completely from your injury. Eyes perfect, hearing perfect. As to those sounds you hear, presumably they're head noises. Since I find no physical defect, it follows that it's purely mental, due to perhaps emotional trauma from battle fatigue. Yes, some sort of emotional trauma.
The doctor's words, emotional, whatever it was, I got the idea. But he was wrong. That sound, I'd heard it. I knew I'd really heard it. By the time I got out of the doctor's office, it was lunch hour. Kate's lunchroom, a few blocks from the factory. My brother Mike and I, he was working in the paint shop at the plant. We always had lunch together at Kate's when I was home, so I went over there.
John! Hey, John, back here. Hey, where you been?
Oh, I got tied up.
Well, sit down.
All right, for a minute.
What do you mean, for a minute? Hey, Kate, what's for dessert?
Lemon cream pie, bread pudding, and ice cream.
Well, give me a hunk of pie. Make it big enough so that I can see it, will you?
One pie coming up.
Okay. What do you have, Don? I'll sing it out or you'll never get waited on.
I don't want anything, Mike.
What?
I don't feel it. I think I'm going to go home.
Sure. I know how it is. Jean going away and all that, but why go home?
What?
I'm taking the afternoon off, too. I tell you what I'll do. Seeing as you're down in the dumps, I'll treat you to a show.
Oh, no, Mike, I couldn't.
Come on. It's on me. Do you good.
I went with him. Yes, to the movie.
If you love me, Anne, go away.
Away. Why?
Because this is a house of death. Sudden, horrible death. Screwy picture, ain't it?
Yeah.
You must leave.
Are you trying to frighten me?
No. Warn you. Darling, I love you. I go for these mystery pictures, don't you? For me. Please.
What time is it, Mike?
No.
Half past.
No,
Two.
I won't be frightened.
Will you let me take you home? Now?
I want to stay.
Then come into the...
Mike.
Huh? Do that, please.
I just thought.
All right.
How come they let you off?
They didn't let me off.
What?
What do you think? You were there last night when I told you. Odds 1 to 5 the war will be over in 60 days. So why should I break my neck working? Why should I break it?
I go with my brother to a moving picture show. On the screen, the talking picture's talking. My brother's whispering to me, and all of a sudden that sound is in my ears again. That terrible sound, and I'm so scared I can't talk. I want to yell, but I can't. I get up out of the seat, and I run out of there, and Mike after me, and he wants to know what's the matter, and how could I tell him? What could I tell him?
Sure, it's clear as day. Jean going away. How do you think the poor boy would feel? He'll be all right in a couple of days.
My ma. When I got home, I heard her say that. That's the way she had it figured out. And that was last night. Ma brought my dinner to me.
Here. You just sit there and eat.
Oh, really, Ma, I don't want it.
Now, look, I don't want any trouble with you. Stop acting like a high school kid and eat. Here. Nice cup of hot tea. Look, I'm using the little teapot your Aunt Harriet gave us last Christmas.
It's very pretty, Ma.
Here. I toasted some cheese sandwiches. You eat and drink, and you'll be all right.
All right, Ma.
Sit down. Sure had a day. I wish they weren't coming over.
Over?
Yes, didn't I tell you? Mr. and Mrs. Mayon. I met her at the grocer's this morning, and so they're coming over after dinner. Gin rummy. You know how crazy he is about gin rummy. And you finish eating and rest a little bit, and when they come over, you come down and play some cards with us, Don. Do you good. You'll feel better.
Stop it. Leave me alone. Now, wait a minute. Who's playing this hand? You or me?
Oh, come now, Mr. Mayon. Your wife is only giving you some good advice.
But the more advice she gives me, the more points you win.
Oh, will you listen to that man? I told him distinctly not to try for those queens, seeing as how a child knows that 10 points is more than 3 points, and those threes are what add up.
For heaven's
Don.
sake. Hello, Don.
Hello. How are you feeling? Mother said you were resting. Oh, will you look at that man in his uniform? I wish I was younger.
Oh, do you now?
Hello, Mrs. Mayon. Mr. Mayon.
Well, how about you and me going dancing now that Jean's gone?
Anna.
Don't worry.
Any night, Mrs. Mayon, till my leave's up.
You hear that, Fred?
Well, he's just polite.
Oh, is that so?
Here, you sit by me, Don. Maybe you'll bring me a little luck.
Oh, you don't need any luck. You need a new head.
Oh, now, for heaven's sake,
Look, Don, look. 3 games I've won from this expert.
Oh, I'm just warming up.
Oh, yes.
Now that Don's sitting next to me, watch my steam. Come on, deal the card.
I sat there. Mr. and Mrs. Mayon. Known them ever since I was just a little kid. It was good to be among people that you knew, safe and sure. The strange sounds I'd been hearing, now it was good to be with them. The way I said, safe and sure. And then my brother Mike came home.
How do you feel tonight, Don?
Okay.
How do you like this guy? I treat him to a movie and he runs out of me.
Now, leave him alone, Mike.
Oh, I'm only kidding. Hey, how about dealing me in?
Oh, no. Oh, no. I've got to have revenge on your mother yet before this evening's over. And this time, I'm dealing first.
Go ahead.
Well, at least I'll give it.
No. Look, Mike. Now, why don't you get another deck of cards and play with my wife like a good boy?
Oh, no. We'd rather sit here and watch the expert, wouldn't we, Michael?
Sure.
That's enough shuffling. Deal them up.
Sure, don't rub the spots off of them.
Hey, feel okay, Don?
Yeah.
Oh, look. What a hand. Well, you can take the first one, Mrs. Clark. I don't want it.
I do.
Well, Michael, what do you think of the war news?
I like it fine. Won't be long now.
Michael says it'll be over in 60 days.
Oh, not that soon.
No?
I should say in 90.
90? How do you figure that?
Well, the Japs will take a little longer, but the European thing will be over by then.
Oh, no, not Johnny.
They began talking about the war again. And suddenly I was afraid. Because suddenly I remembered that it was only when I'd been listening to people talk about the war like that I heard that sound. And now they were talking about those things, and I waited for it. But it didn't happen.
I know, but I don't care what
No,
you say.
no,
You
you
can
make it-
disagree with me if you want to. But my money's still 1-5 at the Nazis will fold up in 60 days. From the inside, mind you. From the inside.
And about time, too. If it kept up any longer, we'd all be standing in a bread line.
Oh, it's not quite as bad as all that, is it?
Well, I'm a man who likes to keep his money.
Oh, now, don't go off on that, Fred.
And why shouldn't I? We'll win this war a heck of a lot faster than those politicians say we will.
What's your card?
I think you're right, Mr. Man.
Well, I'm dead right. And there's a way to stop all these high taxes and rationing and sacrifices we've had to endure.
Oh, how's that?
By giving up the idea that we've got to march right across the whole of Germany. Yes, sir. There's one certain way to end the war mighty quick. And that is to talk to the businessmen of Germany. Not to Hitler, but to the businessmen.
Hey, that's an idea.
Oh, don't encourage him. He'll talk all night.
Oh. Don, what is it? Not feeling well again?
I'm all right.
You know, Mike, what you said before is right. Now that we've really started in on the Germans, I've got a notion that they're all ready to fold up like a tire without air in it.
Sure, that's common sense. They know they're licked by our production.
Yes, sir. So why not make a deal now? Say to the businessmen, let's make a deal, let's call it off before your whole investment's shot to pieces.
But isn't that just what the German General Staff wants?
So what? 50-50. Take and give. Get the boys home before Christmas.
I don't know much about these things, but like they say, wouldn't that mean another war in 20 years?
Rumors. Propaganda. I say throw Hitler out. Give the good Germans a chance.
But who's got the right to judge the good Germans? You? I?
Well,
How about the millions who suffered twice in a couple of generations at the hands of the Germans? How about the Czechs, the Russians, the Poles, and the French? And our own dead soldiers who fought to win a final victory, not a patched-up compromise.
Hey, will you listen to that guy talk?
Well, Don, you're in uniform, and I'm not. Too old, of course. But that very fact means that I've lived longer than you have. I've studied these things out. Common sense. I say make a deal. Why keep on spending millions and billions when the Germans know they're licked right now?
Yeah, the way them flying fortresses are bombing the German factories, I hear we're outproducing them already 4-1.
Yeah. They can't get the Czechs or the Belgians or anyone else to work for them. And if they do work, they ruin more than they make.
But it did happen. Then, just then, that sound in my head, and it was louder and louder, and I couldn't tell what. Then suddenly I did. I knew what it was. Laughter. Terrible laughter. I covered my ears, but it wasn't in my head. It was in the room, filling the room. Louder and louder, and And they, my brother and my mother and those people, they weren't hearing it. They just kept on talking. Louder and louder. Terrible laughter. I couldn't stand it. I cried out. No!
Don.
What is it?
Well, what's the matter?
Cried out. Don, why?
Why? Why did you cry out? What was it, Don? Tell us.
Then I was up in my room. The door locked, and they, with all their questions, were gone. I lay there on the bed. Moments, hours, I don't know. All I knew then was that what I'd been hearing since the day before had been crazy laughing. And no one else was hearing it. Only I. And I didn't know why. I didn't know why. After a while, lying there, I couldn't take it anymore. My head going round and round. I didn't want to be alone, and I didn't want to go down there to them because their questions would... I reached over the radio, turned on the radio and listened to something. Anything to drown out what I was thinking.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for weeks I have spoken to you as one of that peculiar, omnipotent breed of people known as a radio commentator. What I have said to you, I have said with whatever wisdom or foolishness a man accumulates through years of study and experience. Tonight, on this radio hour, I have been asked to give you happy words. Say something to you that would uplift your spirits, strengthen your morale. I cannot do so. I speak to you only in anger. This may be the last time I will be able to speak to you, but it must be in anger. Long before this conflict, I came to this country as a visitor. I chose to become a citizen. For I looked about me and I thought to myself that a people who could have such a great unity of purpose and build such a wonder out of a wilderness, this was a people without the terrible cancer of old world futility within them. This was a people with the strength within them to face the facts at any time of a changing world and find their fulfillment no matter what the cost. But tonight I am an angry, disillusioned man. For today, walking among some of you and listening to you, I have heard strange laughter.
Laughter. Up to that moment, the voice on the radio had just been talking. I hadn't been listening. But now, he had said strange laughter. Had he, too?
And why had I heard this laughter? Because there are some among you who have lived in fatness and ease so long that you have lost the hard realism that is America. In your fatness, you have become fools. Someone else has won a few victories for you, yes, not you, but someone else. And instead of a quiet pride in you and the strengthening of the will to continue to do what must be done to help those who fight for you, you stop working and you blow up your chest, and your breath, when it comes out, is a bugle call of a victory already won. But who says it is won? The men who are fighting and dying for you even at this moment? No. They know this is not a war to be won on one battlefront at one time. It is a world war to be won back to freedom, bloody peace by bloody peace, all over the world. Who is there among you who dare say, I know when this war will be won? Yes, it will be won, but to which one of you has God given the guarantee of victory? A few moments ago, I said I heard laughter. Yes, all day strange laughter. For the enemy knows that you who stop working for victory to talk about a victory yet to be won, you who stop giving and who talk a conditioned peace when there can be no lasting peace on such terms, are the same breed of fools who gave other nations to them. And so the enemy listens to you and laughs. For while you puff and blow and scheme for yourselves, they and their slaves work. Work for this war. Work for the next one they hope to make. To boast of a final victory before you have won it may be your way, but it is not your army or your navy's way. And I do not believe it is truly the American way.
he stopped talking, Mr. President. And I turned off the radio, and I lay there in the dark. And I wasn't mixed up anymore. I knew why I'd heard laughing while they had talked. My brother and my sister and my friends. But knowing, understanding, didn't make it any less frightening. For it's a terrible thing, isn't it? To sit in your own home, at your own table, among your own family and friends, and hear Hitler laughing.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Mr. Fred McMurray in the play, The Laughter. This program was written and directed by Arch Oboler. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Included in the cast with Mr. McMurray were Bea Benaderet, Gloria Blondell, Ken Christie, Verna Felton, Norma Field, Frank Graham, Joseph Granby, Catherine Lewis, Mercedes McCambridge, Lou Merrill, and Frank Martin. This has been the third of 4 special radio programs for the 5th War Loan, produced by Arch Oboler and William N. Robeson for the United States Treasury. Consult your local newspaper for the time of the next broadcast in this series, which will present the facts behind tonight's play in a stirring radio document by William N. Robeson entitled E-Day. Back the attack by more than before.
If freedom fails. we'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a man who held a high government office in a country of freedom-loving people. John McIntyre plays the part of Governor John Goodwin in Suicide by Order.
Yes?
Dr. Shea is here.
Oh, good. Send him right in. Well, come in, Wayne. What brings you here so early today?
John, what in the world are you trying to do?
Well, that's a fine greeting. What do you mean?
You know very well what I mean. A speech on the radio last night. I'd be perfectly willing to wager that the remarks you made were not in the approved copy of your speech.
You'd win your bet. You don't know the things they wanted me to say. They're outrageous. I wouldn't even consider following that line.
It can cause a lot of trouble, John, even though you're still governor.
Still governor. That's a big help. And as for my powers, I haven't originated one piece of approved legislation since they took over. All they do is push bills at me to sign.
Now, that's another thing, your refusal to sign their edicts. John, the governors of almost every other state have been removed from office. You know that. And each state has become a separate province with its own commissar. Now, that can happen here, too.
Wayne, do I hear right? Are you implying that I cooperate with these people, carry out their edicts without any reference to the people or our legislature?
Well, call it what you want. You can't fight this thing by being bullheaded. As far as the legislature is concerned, it may as well adjourn. Everything pertaining to law is coming from the Action Committee, anyhow. If we can bide our time, maybe someday...
Bide our time someday? I'm doing my fighting now. Do you think they can walk in and trample all over us? Am I supposed to sign my name while I'm blindfolded?
The bills will go into effect anyhow.
That's exactly what I mean. They write a law, put it into effect, and then come to me for a signature. Why do they bother? Anyone with half a brain would know that I would never condone the issuance of such orders if I didn't have to.
That's just the point. You do have to.
Yes, I do. They started with the threats.
Threats?
Yes. If I don't sign this or that law, they say they'll make it more stringent and put it into effect anyhow. Oh, good morning, Mr. Collin. Or rather, Comrade Collin. Do come in.
Goodwin, you've done a very serious thing. Your speech last night, I warned you.
Governor Goodwin, if you please.
Governor Goodwin, if I please? Well, I don't please. You've caused a great deal of trouble for me and yourself. Your original speech had been approved by the Ministry of Information. Why did you deviate from it?
Did I deviate?
I warn you to watch your step, Goodwin. Those remarks you made, proud to be an American citizen, react in a democratic manner. You have been told, as have your people, communism is the only democracy. History has proved it.
Perhaps you have some testimonials to that claim from Siberia?
Dr. Shea, you're a man of fair intelligence. I suggest that you try to impress upon your friend the importance of cooperating with us. The consequences of resistance can be very unpleasant.
He was pretty upset.
Yes, he was. How far do you think you can go with him?
I'm going to fight him every step of the way. I will not be a party. Yes?
The Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Wilson is here, sir.
Show him in.
That's strange. Wonder what Wilson wants.
Good morning, Wayne. Doctor?
Morning. What can I do for you, Tom?
I'll come right to the point. It's about those bills you've been signing. You know, of course, that they've been a direct cause of trouble for the citizens.
Go on.
One freedom after another is being trampled underfoot. Now I understand you have a new law. Something about the newspapers.
Yes, I have. It's here on my desk now.
If you will both excuse me, I'd like to say something. Now, Tom, you're going to cause trouble for yourself and for John by coming here. It was because of your idiotic behavior that you were removed from the office of Lieutenant Governor.
That's exactly what I mean. One morning I walk into my office and I've learned that I've resigned. What kind of methods are those? That is why I'm opposed to cooperating with these people in any manner whatsoever. What is this new bill?
The Ministry of Information has taken over all newspapers. Or rather, it allocates the newsprint supply.
You're not going to sign it.
Of course he's going to sign it. Why do you persist in knocking your head against the wall? What else can he do?
He mustn't sign it. It's treason. Freedom of the press is periled.
Tom, Tom, do you think for 1 minute it would make any difference whether or not I signed this order or any of the orders? It would mean trouble for me, my staff, even you and Wayne.
You're a traitor. A traitor to the American people. Tom, you're out of your mind. You're a disgrace to your office. I'm ashamed of my association with you.
Good evening.
Hello, Clara.
Good evening.
Thanks a lot for inviting us over, Clara. Nice to see you again.
Well, I thought you two old bachelors might like a home-cooked dinner. You're late.
Well, we just came from Tom Wilson. He's in pretty bad shape. After he got the news that John had signed the new labor bill, he almost went out of his mind. I had to give him a couple of shots to quiet him.
Oh, that poor man.
Oh, it's his own fault. But he'll pull out of it.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, he's here. Just a moment. John, it's for you.
Hello? What? Why, no. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him all day. Yes, I think I know why. I'll try to find out what I can. Yes, I'll call you as soon as I get any information. Bye. Well, getting close to home now.
What is it?
Jeffrey, Speaker of the House. He was at the meeting yesterday when we were presented to that labor bill. He's the only one who refused to sign it.
What happened to him?
I don't know. That was his wife. He hasn't been seen since he left the meeting yesterday afternoon.
And I refuse to discuss the subject anymore. Good day. I beg your pardon.
Oh, hello, Wayne. Sit down.
Colin was certainly leaving in a hurry. What'd you find out?
Not a thing.
You think Jeffries is dead?
What else? Missing for over a week. No letter, no phone call, didn't take any clothes. Was on the way home from his office and just disappeared. Yes? Wilson? Send him in.
That fool. I specifically told him to remain in bed. Why, the man's on the verge of a nervous collapse. Wait till I...
Come in, Tom.
Well, you fixed things up beautifully, haven't you?
Sit down, Tom.
Where's Jeffries? Where is he? Tommy, you shouldn't be out of bed.
He's dead. That's where he is. He's dead. And it's all your fault if you stood by him. But no, you signed everything. Bowed down to them.
Tom, you're a sick man. Now, come on.
Don't touch me. Traitors, all of you. Why don't you fight them? Why don't you...
Well, I warned him. Better call an ambulance.
What a terrible, terrible thing.
Yes, it's pretty bad. Wayne had him moved to the hospital. The way he was raving...
I hope you know that ordinarily he wouldn't say those things.
Yes, of course. Ever since they moved him out of office, he's been getting worse. He hasn't had to cope with them day after day as I have. All he's had time to do is to think of the injustice of it all. He wants to fight. What is there to fight, and what good?
I know. Wayne should be here soon. I'll go fix him.
Wait a minute, Clara. There's something else.
Yes, John?
Clara, we've postponed, or rather, I've postponed our wedding 3-4 times now.
Yes, I know.
The reason for that has nothing to do with how I feel about you. In fact, it's because I love you that I haven't married you.
I'm afraid I don't understand, John.
Well, there have been cases you haven't heard about them. People who resisted Colin and the government. Why do you suppose some of them finally gave in?
I think I begin to see.
Sometimes only a threat against a wife or children has been necessary. In other cases, there have been disappearances.
You think they'd take it out on me for something you did or didn't do?
I know they would. I don't even want them to know we're engaged.
Oh, John, why can't we get out of here? Go to some country that's still free. You could fly from there and I could... I'm sorry, John.
I'm going to stay here as long as it's humanly possible to put up with these demons. I think I can do more here than I could anyplace else. At least that's the way I feel for the present. Maybe something will...
That must be the doctor.
Oh, hello, Clara.
Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, John. You look pretty low.
How's Wilson?
He'll pull through nerves. Pretty much unstrung, but physically he's all right.
Well, you better stick pretty close to him. He may have a turn for the worse by tomorrow.
You anticipating trouble?
Yes, I don't know what's up, but I meet with Colin in the morning, and I'll wager it isn't going to be good.
Order, I say. Quiet, please, gentlemen. We'll never get anywhere this way. We have only a few minutes before Colleen gets here. Let's take these things one at a time. I don't even know what this meeting has been called for.
I'll tell you why. I reported to my office this morning and found a stranger sitting at my desk in my office. He had the effrontery to ask me if I had an appointment.
I think I know what this means. Go on.
He said he was the new Minister of Agriculture, that the people had demanded my removal because of my activity against the interests of the state. When I protested, I was thrown out bodily picked up by two policemen and physically ejected from the Capitol building.
Same thing happened to me. Gentlemen, please, order. I'm afraid there's not much we can do about this. I've protested every single bill and every appointment that's come through here, but it's always the same thing. Action against your families or against your friends, and if that fails, well, we all know what happened to Jeffries, or rather, we don't know. I suggest you... won't you come in, Mr. Collins?
What are you people doing here? You're without official standing in this state. Get out before I have you arrested for trespassing. Traitors, saboteurs.
You'd better leave, gentlemen.
Apparently, you already know what's happened.
Yes, I know, but I'm not sure I believe it.
I suggest you learn to believe. Here, sign this.
What is it this time?
It's a certification of the new cabinet for the state. It announces the successors to office.
Mr. Collins, while I know I'm wasting my time talking
Watch
to you...
yourself, Mr. Goodman.
I would nevertheless like to point out that almost all of these offices are elective. Do you understand what that means? Elective? Elected by the people. Not appointed by you or me or anyone else. My signature on this paper would mean absolutely nothing to the people.
You'll sign it anyhow. Besides, the men whose names are there as replacements are already in office.
I was about to mention that myself.
You know, of course, that we will have admissions of guilt from the former office holders very soon. Even now, we're preparing a formal list of charges for release of the citizens.
I thought it was the citizens who had demanded the removal of these men.
When the confessions of malfeasance of office have been signed, and rest assured they will be signed, we'll post them with this official announcement. And if you don't sign...
If I don't sign, there will be bloodshed. My friends will suffer because they will come into conflict with the police. If I do sign, there will be those who will say I succumbed to threats, that I betrayed my people.
You're thinking too much of your former aide, Wilson. He's insane. He's the only person in the whole state structure who has had any real objection to the new government. And don't be affected by the opinion of a crazy man.
Why do you even bother to bring these things to me for signature at all?
Sign.
No.
What?
I said no. I won't sign it.
Perhaps I can change your mind. Give me police headquarters?
There's going to be bloodshed anyhow. I can no longer be a party to...
Yes? Collins speak. Have you picked them up yet? You have both Dr. Shea and Miss Lyons in custody. Good. Hold them until you hear from me.
Ella and Wayne in jail?
Yes.
Why? What have they done?
We haven't decided yet. We'll think of something. We've heard they've been guilty of action inimical to the interests of the state. Right now, our evidence is shaky. It is possible we could even be wrong. You could convince me.
How?
Sign.
You are listening to Suicide by Order, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
And confessions are expected momentarily from the remaining criminals. Meanwhile, the new officers have taken office by order of Governor John Goodwin. The governor, who early today signed the affidavit accusing the former office holders of malfeasance of office, indicated that he is very confident that the affairs of state under the new members will herald a new day of freedom and the...
I think they've distorted the facts a bit.
We all know that, John.
But nevertheless, the bill bears my signature.
You shouldn't have let them threaten you. I mean, with Wayne and me. we'd have been all right.
How did they find out about us, you and me? I've tried to conceal our relationship in every possible manner. Only you and I and Wayne knew.
And Earl Parnas.
Earl Parnas? You mean the one who was in our motor vehicle department?
Yes. You remember he was removed because of his activity report by the Un-American Committee.
Well, yes, but...
He's working for them now. He was down at the police station, one of their agents. He was gloating about his new position in the state police setup, the MVD.
If this weren't so outrageous, it would be funny.
What do you mean?
Police, MVD, motor vehicle department.
Have you heard from Wayne yet?
Oh, he called this morning. I don't know where he is. Have you got your instructions straight for tonight?
Yes, I'm all packed. One small suitcase, as you told me.
Well, tell me what you're to do.
You will go home early tonight. I will put out all the lights as though going to bed. At 1:30 in the morning, a car will pull into the driveway. I will go to wherever the driver takes me. Oh, John, can't you tell me where it is?
No. Go on.
Oh, John, they found out.
Answer it.
Clara, John here.
Yes, come in. You frightened Doctor pounding on the door.
John, Wilson just tried to commit suicide.
What?
Yeah, he heard the report over the radio about the bill you signed. He jumped out of a window in his apartment building. He's badly hurt.
That fool, that stupid, idiotic fool, jumping out of a window is an act of a neurotic. Only a demented person would try such a thing.
It appeared he was recovering, too.
Suicide doesn't absolve one of his responsibilities. It's a very poor escape. Besides, he chose a stupid way to go about it. There's no guarantee of success. If a person feels he must do away with himself, he should use a gun or poison.
John, what a peculiar way to talk.
Don't mind what John says. I've been his doctor for more than 20 years. He's always been afraid of pain. John would naturally think of a painless way to die. If he was thinking of dying, which I don't think he is.
It's getting late.
Yes, of course. Would you drive me home, Wayne?
Sure, glad to. See you tomorrow, Clara.
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow.
This is the first time in the history of the state police that a person has disappeared without their knowledge. Now, how is it possible? Have you been asleep?
Oh, they've been watched every minute. We know she was home the night before last. Both Dr. Shea and the governor were there. They left together when the girl retired.
How do you know?
Why, she put out all the lights. As always, my man watched the house for an hour afterwards.
Then what did he do?
Why, he went home, I guess.
Parnas, you have committed a terrible blunder. There is no room here for guessing. You'll find out what happened to the girl and bring me a report on Goodwin and Shea within the next 24 hours.
I'll try, sir.
You'll succeed. And if you should by some chance fail...
I understand. I will find out.
Where are they now?
The governor and the doctor started out in the car this morning. They're being followed.
Where are they going?
The governor's secretary, one of my employees, said they were just going for a short ride to relax.
I suppose you noticed we're being followed.
Of course.
What was so urgent? Why couldn't we meet in your office? And where in the world is Clara?
No. She's safe, thank God.
Safe where?
The other night when you were with us the night Wilson tried to kill himself, I arranged for her to fly out of the country. I just got word this morning she made it safely.
I'm surprised she'd go without you.
I told her I'd join her as soon as I could. That's what I want to talk to you about.
But why here?
Well, I can't risk using the office. I think they're after me now. I've served my purpose. I can do no more good, either for them or for our own people. I'm leaving the country tomorrow. I want you to go with me.
But how? You're watched every minute.
I have a plan. But we must work fast. No packing, no change in routine. This afternoon, I'm going downstate to welcome some new official. I probably won't be back tonight. Now, tomorrow morning, I'll phone you at your office at 7 o'clock and ask you to come over to examine me for some illness.
Yeah.
But don't come to my house. That will be your signal to get into your car and drive to a field outside of the city. Here. I've drawn out the route. Now, memorize it and then burn it.
Then what?
When you get there, I'll be waiting with a plane. Don't contact me anymore from now on, even by telephone. Should the plan fail and I don't bring you tomorrow, come and see me as usual later in the morning.
What is it you have to do this afternoon?
Oh, it's some new commissar or something. I'm driving to Midland with Carlin. It's only about 70 miles from here. It's almost time to get started. You better head back toward the capital. Remember, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning at your office.
startled me. You're here early.
Yes, good morning, nurse. I had some case histories to check. Do you have the time? I think our office clock is fast.
No, it's the same time I have. 5 minutes 8.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Something wrong, Doctor?
No,
We have an early patient. Come in.
The nurse. What do you want?
Oh, nothing. Just wondered if you'd heard the news.
Well, don't be cryptic. What do you want?
Oh, you haven't heard then. Your friend, Governor Goodwin. He committed suicide last night, jumped from a window.
You're insane.
Now you'll find that I'm perfectly normal. You ought to come with me to party headquarters. Now.
I still don't believe it. It's impossible.
Are you inferring that something else caused the death? That can be very dangerous, you know.
Dangerous? What else can they do? What can you do that hasn't already been done?
If you want to find out, try once more to escape from this country.
Escape? When? How did you know?
Oh, we know. We have ways. So you better watch your step, Dr. Shea.
And in the face of that, you still expect me to believe Governor Goodwin committed suicide?
Frankly, I don't care what you think. As long as my duties are satisfactory, Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Collins. Yes, he's here. For you, Dr. Shea.
Yes? Oh, hello. Yeah, Mr. Knapp's informed me. Terrible thing. And I may as well tell you, too, that I don't believe he committed suicide. And I have several reasons for thinking what I think. As his doctor, I'd like to attend the post-mortem. And I understand I need your permission. Thank you. When will it be? 15 minutes. But you're 70 miles away from here. I could never... Oh, yes. That's up to me. I understand. Perfectly.
Come in. Good evening, Dr. Shea.
Good evening.
Dr. Shea, we noticed you were missing from Governor Goodwin's funeral yesterday. How do you explain this?
I have no explanation. I just didn't go.
Many of your countrymen are talking. It seems that you're misinformed about the cause of his death. Whether or not there is doubt in your mind, you must not contradict the findings of the State Commission. After all, you weren't even at the post-mortem.
And you know why I wasn't there.
Now, although we are certain of our findings, there is one thing we would like to ask you, Dr. Shea. Do you think he committed suicide because his cabinet resigned, because of their lack of faith in him?
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm stupid enough to be trapped by a question like that?
What do you mean?
I mean that Governor Goodwin did not commit suicide.
Then, of course, you think his death was accidental.
No.
Then?
Murder. Cold, calculated murder.
By whom?
That is something I don't think I will ever know.
Dr. Shea, I've given you credit for being a sensible man. Your actions up to now have been harmless to the state. However, you have been spreading many of these lies to the people. Your stupid assumption that Goodwin was murdered is without foundation.
It's odd you don't ask me my reasons. Are you afraid?
What are these reasons, Dr. Shea?
Well, first of all, there's one thing we've already touched upon, the post-mortem. The police, the servants, everybody knew I was Goodwin's physician. Yet not only was I not called to the scene of his death, but I was prevented from attending the post-mortem examination. I was not even asked to sign his death certificate. Your Dr. Hayjack did that.
The first lie. You were called for the post-mortem.
Yes, 15 minutes before it took place, 75 miles from here.
Is that all?
3 days before his death, John had Caroline sent out of the country. He told her that he would follow as soon as he could. They were to be married immediately. I ask you, would a man as deeply in love as he was, a man who was going to get married, want to kill himself?
These reasons are without any found...
Also know that Goodwin planned to leave the country with me. The night he was killed, he was still making plans to go. He told me to be ready at 7 o'clock the next morning. It is not logical he should kill himself the same night.
Perhaps something happened to make him...
Something did happen, but he didn't change his mind. You see, another reason I know that he would not commit suicide by jumping from a window is that he was deathly afraid of pain.
Afraid of pain?
Last week, when Wilson tried to commit suicide by jumping out of a window, John was horrified. I recall he said it would be preferable to use poison or a gun. He carried a gun with him. Why didn't he use it?
Stupid reasoning.
I was Goodwin's doctor for more than 20 years. The simple pain of a hypodermic needle terrified him. Many years ago, he was scalded by hot water and has since had an abnormal fear of it. He had an automobile accident once and was hurt. He refused ever again to ride in the same car. And at his request, I've been furnishing him with sleeping tablets for over a year. He always carried a supply with him, 50 or 60. Surely he would use these if he'd wanted to.
Dr. Shea, if you're finished...
I'm not finished. Normally, people who commit suicide leave letters behind. He had 2 sisters living outside this country. A woman whom he loved and was to marry, many close friends, including myself. And yet not a single letter or note has been found.
You have witnesses to all this, of course.
As a matter of fact, there are witnesses. But you'll never know who they are. Isn't it true that his body was clad only in pajamas? He wore no slippers or robe? Wouldn't he have been more fully dressed? Unless he had been dragged from his bed.
Who told you this?
Isn't it true that shots were heard during the night? And isn't it true that four, Comrade Collins, 4 coffins were removed from the house before the Communist Medical Commission arrived? Is it possible that Goodwin managed to do some eliminating of his own before he committed suicide? And isn't it also true...
Stop, that's enough. Paras!
Yes, comrade.
This man is under arrest. Take him away.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a man of state under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American statesman if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Czechoslovakia. It did happen to Prime Minister Jan Masaryk. On March 10th, 1948, Jan Masaryk died. The communist of Czechoslovakia declared his death suicide. Dr. Oskar Klinger, personal physician to Jan Masaryk, escaped to tell the true story. Dr. Klinger says Masaryk was murdered. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring John McIntyre as Governor Goodwin in Suicide by Order. Charlie Lung was Dr. Shea and Jack Crucian Mr. Callan. Completing the cast were Donald Morrison, Virginia Agnello, Bob Bruce, Eddie Marr, Lamont Johnson, and Donna Hayner. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Suicide by Order was written for If Freedom Failed by Henry Covell, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
the American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
York, come out of there. You'll have those Indians swarming all over the boat looking for you.
Captain Lewis, sir? Tell him I'm out hunting buffalo with Mr. George Drouillard. Tell him my master, Captain Clark, took me to the village to meet the big chief Black Cat.
Captain Clark is coming this way right now, and you met Black Cat yesterday.
But, sir, I don't want to go out there.
We're spending the winter with the Mandans, and you may as well get used to them. You ought to be glad they like you.
The winter, sir? I won't be able to stand it that long. All that flexing of muscle and lifting heavy men over my head to show how strong I am.
I want you, York.
Sir, I'm plumb tired out. Besides, I'm your servant, not theirs.
Go on. You know you love all that attention. Get out there and make them happy.
That's an order, sir?
It is.
All right, sir. But this time I'm only lifting little squaws.
He hasn't had this much fun in his whole life. At least not since we left the Arikara village. Speaking of Arikaras, where's Chief Kakawita? Talking with Newman, I guess. He feels sorry for Newman. He told me Arikaras would never whip a man and take away his warrior's status for the minor offense of talking back to a superior. I tried to explain that Newman had also denounced the expedition, the army, the entire nation. But Kakawita couldn't see how that increased the offense. He simply doesn't have the same conception of nationality that we do. How'd it go with Black Cat?
He'll hold a council for Kakawita. We may arrange peace between the Mandans and the Arikaras yet.
I hope so.
The only thing really bothers me, that agent of the British Northwest Trading Company, McCracken. He knows we know he's in the village, but he keeps on avoiding a meeting.
The land is ours. Sooner or later, he'll have to come to us.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now, with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 3, Dakota Winter. October 1804. The news that Lewis and Clark had outfaced and overawed the Teton Sioux preceded the expedition up the Missouri River, turning the belligerent Arikaras into genial hosts, and now the Mandans, who lived in the Dakota country, into stout advocates. Only the presence of the Britisher, Hugh McCracken, caused the two captains worry. Here was a man who might upset their plans, depending upon the extent of his dislike.
In the cleared area before the rows of rounded earthen huts, a fire was crackling, and the chiefs and warriors of the Mandans had assembled. Kakawita, our Arikara friend, was in the center along with Billy Clark. As I took my seat beside Black Cat, chief of the Mandans, I saw Hugh McCracken standing beside one of the lodges.
My people, listen. Men of courage and goodwill are among us. The white chieftains, Lewis and Clark, and their warriors of the United States. They will winter here. They will teach us their ways of peace through strength. They will bring us their traders to buy our furs and supply our needs. Now, hear the words of Captain Lewis.
We come among you with greetings from Thomas Jefferson, Big Chief of the 17 states of America. We bring you protection and prosperity, only as long as they are fair and honorable will the traders of France, of England, of Spain, of Canada be permitted to deal with you. For this, we ask only friendship and that you live in peace with the other tribes. We have talked to the Arikaras, and they want peace. With us is their chief, Kakawita, who wishes to speak to his Mandan brothers.
Let him be heard.
My brothers, I have made much talk with my people and great white chiefs. Wise men have made us see reasons why there has been trouble between Mandan and Arikara. Each time we have made war, it has been because of evil counsel of Teton Sioux, who grow strong while we bleed each other. Let us resist Sioux deceit. Let us have peace. Let us smoke together.
Those are fair words, Arikara. But what if this alliance is made and the Teton Sioux frown upon it? Will you do as you have done before and kill us because you fear the Sioux?
No! No! At last, our eyes are open. We will not fear the Sioux when we can come to you in friendship.
Hear me, people of the Mandans. Accept the word of your brother. We, captains of the United States, will guarantee this peace. If the Sioux attack, we will punish them.
My people, the great white captains have spoken. Pass the pipe. We will smoke.
During the next few days, we surveyed the area near the river, above and below the Mandan villages, for a suitable site for our winter quarters. And Billy Clark and I decided on a location which was heavily forested with cottonwoods.
Looks good to me, Meriwether. Plenty of trees for building. No cartage problem.
Remember how we built when we were serving under General Anthony Wayne?
Every building was a fort and could be defended.
And that's what we want here. Strong houses, a tall wall of pickets, sentry ramps, gun ports, visibility on all sides. We'll need 5 or 6 good-sized dug... Hey, what's the matter with York?
Captain Clark. Captain Clark.
What is it, York? What is it?
Chief Blackcat says to tell you right away. The Englishman McCracken is leaving. He goes someplace on the Assiniboine River.
Back to Northwest Trading Company headquarters.
York, has McCracken actually left?
Not yet, sir. He's still packing.
I'm writing a letter to his superiors. I want you to put it into McCracken's hands before he leaves.
Yes, sir.
A letter, Meriwether?
A brief statement of intent. We bought this land from the French. We will defend it. November temperatures in this north country were quite cold, down around the 0 mark, oftener than we liked. According to the Mandans, this was mild weather. It would get much, much colder. As cold as 40 to 50 degrees below 0. Despite this, morale among the men was high. They worked long, hard hours in a race against the weather, building a stout Fort Mandan, while Sergeant Gass and 10 others worked equally hard on the dugout canoes.
It is fine morning, Captain Lewis.
Kakawita, how are you?
I have been watching Sergeant Gass and his men. Making a big log into a boat is hard task. It asks much of the worker. He must be skilled, patient. He must always see a canoe before him, not a log.
Sergeant Gass has all those qualities.
So does your prisoner Newman, the disgraced warrior who will be sent downriver next spring when the ice has melted. He, too, has the fine qualities of the sergeant.
Newman was given a fair trial and found guilty by a court made up of his fellows. You want me to nullify that?
No, Captain. Merely observe him from time to time.
Cold November gave way to colder December. But this did not stop the Mandan young men, dressed only in breech clouds, from racing about on the ice, playing a brutal game called lacrosse.
Meriwether went out on the ice with the lacrosse players, not for love of sport, but to learn enough to write about it in his carefully detailed cultural study of the Indians. He gathered much linguistic information about their speech, made up dictionaries to go with his summaries of various Aboriginal religions, customs, laws, and social behavior. We had accepted Robert Frazier of the temporary escort as a permanent member of the Corps to fill the vacancy created by the death of Charles Floyd. And we enlisted a young trader who stopped en route to St. Louis, Baptiste Lepage, to replace the disgraced John Newman. We still lacked a man to replace Moses Reed, the convicted deserter, when a heavy-set Frenchman of about 40 came to the stockade with his 2 wives and asked to speak to the commander.
What a thing I've seen, sir. Do you know one of your men is risking his life playing lacrosse with those savages?
Well, that's Captain Lewis, my co-commander. I'm Captain Clark. What can I do for you?
I am Charbonneau, Captain Clark. Toussaint Charbonneau. I have many, many years of experience in the wilderness, and I understand the geography of the Mississippi and the Missouri, and on the west to the divide.
Touched
I am an
with a
excellent
French
hunter.
inflection, the words poured out a statement of his qualifications for a job. I watched him and looked at the 2 shy Indian women who had entered a few steps behind him. They were obviously his wives. One tired, middle-aged, the other young and pretty. The young one was in the early months of pregnancy.
Louisiana, the Americans, where my great experience and many skills can be properly used.
Hello, Billy. Captain Lewis. This is Toussaint Charbonneau, trader, hunter, guide, interpreter. The ladies are his wives.
Delighted, Captain.
Mr. Charbonneau wants a job.
You told him we have all the people we need, didn't you?
Well, I was about to.
I'm sorry, but I heard you had no one who could speak Shoshone.
Who said we needed anyone for that?
Oh, there are the persistent rumors which we hear from St. Louis.
Mr. Charbonneau, you imply that you speak the Shoshone tongue.
Oh, no, sir. No white man has ever visited the Shoshone, let alone try to learn their language. However, I can offer the next best thing in the person of my youngest wife, Sacagawea. She will accompany me. She speaks Shoshone because she is a Shoshone. I won her in a game of chance from the Gros Ventre some months ago. She also speaks English.
Won her in a game?
5 years ago, a Gros Ventre raiding party took her from her own people.
She's pregnant. She can't go on a long trek.
Oh, by the time the river ice melts next spring, she will have borne me a son.
A baby can't stand a long trip either.
Oh, this baby can, Captain, huh? He will be French and Indian, and the son of Toussaint Charbonneau.
You'll work your heart out if you go with us.
I'm not afraid of hard work. And, did I mention, huh? I'm an excellent cook.
All right, Charbonneau, we'll try it. $25 per month, and keep.
Also keep for Sacagawea, huh?
Yes. Keep for Sacagawea.
Both Charbonneau and Sacagawea helped us put the expedition equipment inside the new stockade. Our friends the Mandans brought us gifts of food, choice meats, vegetables, and pemmican, and Indian dried meat food that was delicious. We stored all perishables outside the buildings where the below-freezing temperatures kept meats fresh and a wooden lattice kept away marauding creatures. Hunting parties went out to augment the supply, and one was attacked by a Sioux raiding party. Kakawita, the Arikara chief, was one of the hunters.
Captain Lewis, there were only 3 of us. Bratton, Newman, me. Newman came only to load the pack animals and do squaw work. But his courage saved us.
His courage saved you? What do you mean by that?
The Sioux, nearly 100 of them, had taken our meat and 2 of our horses and had forced Bratton to give them his knife. Newman threatened them and made them return the knife. Then they left.
Thank you for telling me, Kakawita.
Tomorrow, I go back to my village with 3 chieftains from the Mandans to smoke the pipe of peace with my people. Sometimes men learn from their errors.
Kakawita and the Mandan ambassadors left for the Arikara settlements to the south of us, and Charbonneau and his wife Sacagawea moved into the fort. The second wife, Otter Woman, did not come along. Plainly, Charbonneau had sent her back to her people. After a few days of shy silence, Sacagawea began to answer questions from me and from Billy Clark, as long as her husband was present.
Sacagawea, is it many moons from here to your people? Can you go there on the river in boats?
It is many moons. Then comes the big falling of water over the steep bluffs, making much noise and a mist like rain.
Yes, go on, Sacagawea. The big fall of water, there must be a portage for boats around it.
Come in.
Black Cat.
Come in, Black Cat.
Health be with you, my friend.
Health be with you. What has brought you to Fort Mandan?
I am deeply troubled. English traders of the Northwest Company are in my village. There is bad talk from one of them called La France.
They threaten you?
La France says the Americans lie to us. All American trade will be controlled by the Sioux.
Do you believe that, Black Cat?
No, but others may. Our neighbors, the Minatari, are already disturbed.
Where'll we find this La France? How many men does he bring?
They are 7. La France is aide to the leader, Antoine Larocque. In their trade goods, they bring British flags and medals. Even now, this Larocque is on his way here to speak to you.
Larocque coming here?
It is true.
You will excuse me, gentlemen.
No, we won't, Charbonneau. Stay where you are.
Now tell us why you're afraid of this Larocque.
Oh, it is not fear exactly, huh? It is only that in past seasons I've worked for him. And he will be angry when he finds I have taken employment from you.
You have a right to work where you please.
My friends, I must not seem to take sides in this. Not at present.
You wish to go?
Yes.
Then go. You are a good friend.
Thank you. Good day, my friend.
We permitted Sacagawea to leave the room. Indeed, Charbonneau suggested it. And then the three of us sat back to wait for Larocque.
Charbonneau, what sort of man is this Larocque?
Young, adventurous, greedy for quick profits. In many ways, he is the typical French-Canadian who has joined with the English in the hope that he has chosen the winning side. Huh? He fancies himself clever and urban, which he really is not.
Captain Clark, or is it Captain Lewis?
Both of us are here. Come in, Larocque.
You expected me. You know my name.
Now I understand. It was you, Charbonneau, who heard I was here and informed our American friends.
Oh, no, Larocque, no. But I wish you to meet my employers, huh? Captain Meriwether Lewis, Captain William Clark.
I am honored.
Sit down, Mr. Larocque, and tell us what's on your mind.
Does one have to have something on his mind to seek out a company of other white men in a land of benighted savages?
You have come with 7 men from your base on the Assiniboine. You've allowed your man La France to spread falsehoods against us among the people you call benighted savages.
Captain, that is a most unfriendly statement.
We'll expect you to put a muzzle on this, La France, and since Louisiana is now a part of the United States, there will be no distribution of George III medallions and Union Jacks to the Indians.
As you wish. I will give out beads and vermilion, which are more popular anyway. I am here not as a newcomer, but as a man who has for years conducted trade with the Mandans and the Minataris. For several years I have used the same interpreter, but now I learn that you have hired him.
Well, we might loan him to you from time to time.
That would be most kind.
If Mr. Charbonneau is willing, of course.
Oh, I'm willing, if I receive additional pay from Monsieur Larocque.
Oh, very well, Charbonneau. I plan a brief trip to the Minatari villages on the Knife River. You will meet me day after tomorrow in the Upper Mandan village, provided, of course, you can be spared for a month.
That is agreeable, Captain Clark.
We'll be right here when you get back.
Thank you. Day after tomorrow, Larocque, huh? Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me.
Of course.
Charbonneau is good with the Minataris because he understands them.
As long as his personal life doesn't interfere with his efficiency.
Exactly.
May I offer you a dram of whiskey?
Oh, yes, thank you. I couldn't help but notice your fine equipment. And you have admirably disciplined troops. Stalwart, strong, capable of anything.
There you are, Leroy. Very well, then. Thank you.
To your long journey.
Our long journey?
You are exploring to the west.
Seems we can't hide it any longer.
I am an experienced man in the wilderness. Why don't you take me along?
Are you serious?
I am.
If you want to go west, you'll have to organize your own expedition.
Perhaps I will. By the way, I have been reliably informed that Britain has a right of access to the Mississippi and Missouri river systems.
You've been grossly misinformed. Both river systems are entirely within the territorial limits of the United States.
Isn't that a matter for the surveyors and the cartographers to determine?
Captain Clark is a surveyor and a cartographer. For your information, Laroque, Louisiana extends to the northern tributary of the Assiniboine, the Qu'Appelle River.
That's as far north as Lake Winnipeg. I find that impossible to accept.
But it's a fact, Laroque. You'll be glad to know that our president, Thomas Jefferson, has decided on a policy of free trade in Louisiana for the present. That means the English may continue to trade with the Indians as long as they treat them fairly.
I refuse to accept you as either a political or economic judge. However, I also refuse to quarrel. I thank you for the use of Charbonneau. I will see that our friend keeps a rein on his tongue. Good day, gentlemen.
Charbonneau went with Laroque and his traders, and during the month that he was gone, weather took hold of the fort. Even my big active dog Scannon preferred to stay indoors. On Christmas Day, celebrated with extra rations and a salute from the swivel guns, it was so cold that the river ice groaned, cottonwood boughs boomed like musketry, and the guard had to be changed every hour to keep the men on duty from freezing to death. And then one windless, icy day in early January, Charbonneau returned. Unsmiling, nervous, he approached Billy and me in our workroom.
Gentlemen, may I speak to you both, Gordon?
You look worried.
My friend, Laroque, says he asked to join the expedition, and you refused. He's a good man. It would be of great value.
To the British or us?
To us, of course.
We can't take the chance of hiring a man so dedicated to British objectives.
I see. There is another subject, huh? When I agreed to go, there were things we did not discuss.
And now you want to speak up.
You are getting two people instead of one.
We hired you, not your wife. We agreed to take her along when you asked.
Yes, but she will render valuable service. Remember, she speaks Shoshone.
You want more money?
Yes. And I will not do heavy lifting or pull or pull both. Huh? I am not a common laborer.
We all pull and carry heavy weights when necessary.
I am a specialist, and I must have $50 for the two of us.
Billy, you haven't said anything.
I've been too amazed.
Do you agree we can struggle along without him?
I think so.
Charbonneau, you're fired. You have until noon to get your gear out of the fort.
But what will you do when you reach Shoshone country?
Use sign language. Now get out of here. You actually believe he's so important he can dictate to us?
Either that or Laroque paid him to do it.
That could be an act of harassment, something to make our progress just a little bit more difficult.
Who is it?
Charbonneau.
Come in.
I am back.
So we see.
I wish to say that, I spoke hastily, heedlessly. Oh, I cannot take my wife out into this cold. I wish to remain.
Very well. But if pulling or towing or heavy lifting is called for, you will do your share.
Yes, more than my share.
We're taking you back because of your wife.
Because of Sacagawea?
We don't want her out in the cold.
January gave way to February, and the fort became almost a factory of preparations for spring. In contrast to Moses Reed, the sullen-acting convicted deserter, John Newman discharged for insubordination, worked as eagerly and as hard as any of the men assured of a place in the upriver contingent.
Meriwether, I think Newman's trying to make up for his mistake.
I know, he has for months.
Or should we give him a second chance?
I don't know, Billy.
Neither do I.
Billy Clark took over direct supervision of the extra boatmen and soldiers, 14 of them, who would take the keel boat and its valuable cargo downriver to St. Louis. Aboard would be all the information we'd collected to date from Mr. Jefferson, as well as specimens of flora and fauna, and the 2 specimens of disobedience, Reed and Newman.
In February, a troubled Charbonneau brought Sacagawea to us. She was undergoing labor pains. Although Meriwether and I had had considerable practical experience in medicine, this would be our first attempt at obstetrics. Sacagawea was long hours in labor, and we began to worry about losing her, until George Drouillard recalled an old Indian method of bringing on the birth. In the village, we secured rattles from the tail of a diamondback, pulverized them into a powder. With some skepticism, I mixed the powder in water and gave it to Sacagawea to drink. And within 10 minutes, she delivered the child.
Here, look at him, Sacagawea.
Him, Sacagawea. Boy!
Sacagawea named the boy Baptiste. Billy, immediately fond of the bright-eyed little fellow, nicknamed him Pompey because he was such a soldier about getting born. And then winter began to soften into spring. The ice broke up. Noisy formations of birds began to fly north. On a gray day in March, we gathered on the bank of the river for the departure of the keel boat. A number of the Mandans came to watch. Also LaRoque, who took in everything with the greatest of interest. Then John Newman leaped out of the boat and came to us.
Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, I'm sorry. I tried to show you how I felt.
We know, Newman.
I want to go on with you. Please, sir?
We're going into the unknown. We can't be sure of what we'll have to face. A man who cracked under strain once could do so again. I'm sorry, we can't take it.
But, Captain...
You heard the order. Now back in the boat.
Yes, sir.
That was a hard decision to make, Meriwether.
There's so much at stake I had to turn him down.
Well, you were right.
In another week, we had loaded our boats and were poised on the riverbank for our start. Black Cat and several Mandans came to bid us goodbye.
You will return?
Yes, Black Cat. A year, perhaps less.
My people are sad.
That means we are friends.
Good fortune go with you.
Thank you.
All set, Meriwether.
Men, we are about to penetrate unexplored country of at least 2,000 miles in width. Let's get on with it.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 3, Dakota Winter, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Bill Keane, Cliff Holland, Howard Culver, and John Cedar. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents the first of a series of new and unusual dramatic programs written and directed by Willis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Like 6,800 feet above sea level. A little house, maybe 20 feet long, 15 feet wide. It's made of corrugated iron sheets with a high peaked roof. It sort of hangs over the edge of the mountaintop, with nothing but the spikes of pine trees stretching all the way down to Pasadena, better than a mile below you. Did you ever get out to California? Well, if you do, go up there sometime and take a look at that little house. But look at it through the fence that surrounds it. That's far enough, through the fence. You go out Foothill Boulevard toward Pasadena, but you turn off on Angeles Crest Highway at La Canada. Just keep on driving uphill, and you'll get there. Just keep right on going. The top of Mount Wilson is the end of the highway. You ever look through a big telescope? At the sky at night? At the things up there? Things so far away you sprain your brain just trying to imagine how far away they are. With nothing between you and them. Billions and billions of miles of nothing. I don't know what it does to you, but, brother, I freeze. Listen, do you know there are holes in the sky? No, I mean it. I've seen them. There's a thing in the constellation Andromeda. No, wait a minute. I'm not going to get technical with you. Just listen. There's this thing, astronomers call it the Horsehead Nebula. You know what it is? It's a hole. It's a great big patch of nothing. Just nothing. There aren't any stars there. There's just a hole. No, nobody knows anything about it. Astronomers look at it, they take pictures of it, and there it stays. There it is now and tomorrow and the next day and 1,000,000 years from now, and it's been there always. Yes, it has. It's so far away that what you see now is the way it looked 1,000,000,000 years ago, before there was anybody to see it, friends. And there's lots more of those places. So what's all this got to do with a little house up on top Mount Wilson? I'll tell you. This was quite some time ago. I'd been living in California, see, for several years. I had a couple of bucks, had a nice little place near Venice. That was before the valley got to be so popular with movie people, radio comics, people like that. And it wasn't bad living alone, waking up in the middle of the night hearing the Southern Pacific lark whistle for a crossing out around Chatsworth, listening to a dog howling way out across the valley, going back to sleep. I don't get back to sleep so easy these days. Well, these people from Cleveland were out there, Aldo Minucci and Hugh Grant. We used to be great friends, Aldo and Hugh and I, so nothing would do but they'd come to stay with me. That was all right. I had a Dodge convertible. The boys got quite a kick out of California. That's how we came to go up to Mount Wilson that day. Aldo and Hugh had been, looking around for odd places. They had some ideas. So one day we were having breakfast, and they were looking at an automobile club bulletin. Aldo said, let's go to Mount Wilson. So we did. I've been up there once before. You know how it is in California. I knew everything. Well, I thought I knew everything. I found out different. We were inside the big dome where the 100-inch telescope is. It's like being inside a giant's watch. The telescope is in the middle, a big spidery framework with ladders climbing all over it up under this dome. The tourists stand on the kind of a catwalk around the edge while the astronomer explains as much as he thinks the apple knockers will understand. There was just a few of us that day standing close to a little kind of pulpit, listening with our mouths open. Yeah, it is like a pulpit. I got to thinking that day how the astronomer looked like a priest up there. A nice old white-haired fellow like a priest. And I was thinking he was talking about the heavens, too. I'd seen it all before, but my mouth was as wide open as Hughes and Aldo's.
And the Earth is moving through space, too. It moves around the sun at the rate of about 18.5 miles per second. So therefore, you see, we must, in order to keep this telescope focused accurately on the celestial objects we are observing, neutralize those motors mechanically. The telescope itself, as you will observe, is controllable in any direction by this motor. Watch it if you please. Notice the motion of the telescope. And the final movement, the rotation of the entire dome exactly synchronized with the speed of the Earth through space. Watch through the shutters above you, please.
Look at Ross. Yeah, I see. Look outside. We ain't moving. The sky's gone by. Look at you.
I see it.
It's an optical illusion, Aldo.
No, it's not an optical illusion. In relation to space, this spot we are on is standing still. Through these motions here in the dome, the mirror of the telescope is kept aimed exactly at one spot far out in space.
What's space, mister?
It's nothing.
What about the air?
There are a few miles of air, my friend, and then nothing.
Huh. Oh, stars.
Yes, the stars. Sure. And the places where there are no stars.
My skin twitched a little when he said that. The places where there are no stars. Did yours? Well, the show was over. We went outside into the sunlight. We walked across the long wooden bridge. There's a deep gully in front of the dome. And down a little path past the thing they call a coelostat. A small dome on legs about 100 feet high. Thing they study the sun and sunspots and things like that with. It was quiet up there along toward the middle of the afternoon. There was a chill in the air. We were just talking. It's an odd place, and you get kind of impressed. The people impress you. The astronomers. They live up there all by themselves. They look at the sky. They see things. You always get the feeling they know a lot more than they're telling. Like doctors. Like priests, I guess. Oh, I said that, didn't I? Well, that's what they're like. The path leads through the woods. Biggest live oaks you ever saw. Leads through the woods over to the old hotel. So I said, hey, how about a beer before we start down, huh?
A beer? That's for me.
Can I get hard liquor up here, Ross?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, I wouldn't want to drink, not with all that mountain road ahead of me.
No, sir. Don't you take no drink, Ross. I don't want to ride that road with nobody's had a drink of liquor. Maybe you shouldn't have a beer, even.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Beer won't hurt me.
Hey, what's this fence for?
Huh? Oh, I never noticed that before.
That's quite a fence. I have a hard time getting over that.
What would you want to get over it for?
I don't know. What do you suppose is on the other side where they got this heavy fence?
I don't see anything. Except that little house out there on stilts.
Yeah, funny-looking place.
Fence goes right around it.
Ain't there a gate?
No, come on. Let's get a beer.
No, I want to look at this, Ross.
Probably they got something valuable in there.
Sure, scientific instruments or something. This place is all full of that stuff.
Hey, look. A sign.
Huh?
Where?
Here.
Oh, come on.
Oh, wait. What's it say?
The public is forbidden to pass beyond this fence under severe penalty.
At all?
Yeah.
What do you suppose they got in that place?
I don't know. I don't care.
Hey, there's a door up at the end of that trestle. Maybe we could get back and get in through that other shed where the trestle starts, huh?
What do you want to go in there for? Oh, come on. We got to get going.
Oh, I'm just curious. You know what I mean. The place might come in handy.
Oh, yeah.
See? It's
especially if they keep everybody out like this.
But the thing must be full of stuff, you like Ross said, scientific stuff.
Yeah, might be, might not be. Hey, here comes that fellow that made the spiel up there.
Well, ask him. He'd know.
He won't tell you.
Well, we'll find out. Hey, fella.
How are you?
Hey.
Were you talking to me?
Yeah. What's in that funny-looking building?
Over there? Nothing.
Yeah?
What's the idea of the fence, then?
We don't want people to go in there. I'd sure like to see what's in it.
I said there's nothing in there.
You sure, mister?
Yes, I'm absolutely
sure. Could we get a pass to go in there, maybe?
No. You saw the sign, didn't you?
Yeah, it said something about the penalty of the law.
You didn't read it very carefully. He didn't read it. I did. Read it again. Wait. The public forbidden to pass beyond this fence under severe penalty.
See? I see what he means. He didn't say anything about the law.
Ah, that's right.
Well, then.
There are other penalties.
Oh. Tough guy, huh?
No, not at all. Well, what does it mean, then? I'll give you a little friendly advice. I wouldn't try to find out if I were you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Do you really know what's in there, mister?
Yes.
What?
Nothing.
Okay, lads. Let's go get that beer.
Well, of course, you know what was up. You're way ahead of me. My Cleveland pals weren't in California just for a vacation. There was a bank I'd had my eye on for a while out in Pacific Palisade. It wasn't the first bank that Minucci and Hugh Grant and I had worked a deal on. I didn't go much for this place up on Mount Wilson with nothing in it and a fence around it. Aldo and Hugh, well, after all, could you find a better place to stash away some dough? Nobody could get in, they said. And if we could... Well, so I bought the idea finally. And to make a long story short, we took, I think it was $53,000 out of the bank. 53, 54. What's the difference? It's all gone now. It's a long drive from Pacific Palisades over Sunset Boulevard, then up Beverly Glen to the valley, through Venice to Sunland, down past the sanitarium on Foothill Boulevard to where you turn off on the Angeles Crest Highway. It's a long drive, especially at 1 o'clock in the morning. That was when we pulled out of Pacific Palisades. It was summer. After you turn on the mountain road, you're not allowed to smoke. You see, a fire warden might come along, and those guys can tell somebody smoking in a car a half mile off. They throw you in the can for it, forest fires. Now, we didn't want anybody stopping us. It was risky enough anyway, because practically nobody ever drives up there late at night. Or early in the morning, I mean. Well, we didn't meet anybody. All three of us were jittery with no cigarettes. That road. Tough enough in daylight. Oh, in the dark. It was 4:30 when we got to the top. The hotel was dark. Cabins were dark. But the sky. It was just like socks with stars. Why, you could put in your reach up and touch it. I remember the old guy in the 100-inch dome. Nothing between us and the stars. And down below, and if you've ever been up there at night, you know what I mean. Just like looking down at stars. The lights are 17, 18, 19 towns. Pasadena, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Venice, San Fernando, Culver City, Santa Monica. It makes my hair stand on end when I think of it. And I haven't seen it for, well, never mind how many years. Well, we stumbled through the pitch dark. We got off the path 3 times, nearly fell downhill. And, brother, that'd be a fall. We still couldn't risk a cigarette. It was dark. Hugh Grant was in front, then me, then Aldo. We each had briefcases. Hugh had a pair of those big spring wire cutters that'll go through a steel cable. All of a sudden, he bumped into the fence.
Ouch.
What's the matter?
The fence.
Hey, where are you?
Stand still, will you?
It's dark.
Shut up.
listen for a minute. Hear anything?
No.
No?
See anything?
No?
Look.
What?
The dome over there.
You see somebody?
No. Them two big windows up there. With that big round dome looks like somebody watching us.
Sure does.
Oh, cut it out. I'm going to try the fence with the cutters.
Want the flashlight?
Chump, no.
I wish we...
What?
No, forget it. I just don't like that place.
Now get out of the way.
Want to help you?
Just keep out of the way. Wait. Hear anything?
Well, that wire made enough noise to...
All right. I'll try another strand. Now see if you can slide under there, one of you.
Me. No, can't make it yet.
I'll try another. Now look out for your arm there. Now try.
Wait till I take off my coat. All right, now, let's see.
How about it?
He's through.
All right, go ahead.
Me?
You.
All right. Cut another strand here.
Now make it now.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Where are you, Aldo?
Right here. Come on, Joe. Hey, slide the briefcases through first.
Coming up. Got him.
Got it.
Here I come. All set?
All set.
I'm all set. I'm as all set as I ever will be, I figure. I don't like any part of this place. I don't like the dark. I don't like the stars up above us. I don't like the lights down below. I don't like the silence. I don't like climbing around the top of a mountain with nothing under me but thin air for a mile or more. All I can hear is Hugh and Aldo in front of me, cracking through the weeds, cursing when one of them whacks a shin against a sharp rock. And all I can see is two black shapes in front of me. The blacker shape, that's the building, the little house with nothing in it. Aldo and Hugh are panting. 6,800 feet, you know. Your breath is pretty short. It's tough going, especially when you're dragging a briefcase full of money, too. You're scared and sweating and tired. And then all of a sudden, we're under the building, alongside one of the struts that hold up the little trestle.
Boost me up, Aldo.
Aldo boosts him up. He was a little guy. He's spry. A lot sprier than I am up there a mile in the air, and I guess he's not as scared as I am. So I look up, and he's sprawling on the trestle with 9 million stars behind him, reaching down to me.
Grab my hand, Ross.
I scrambled up. Never know how I made it either. There we are, and in a second, Aldo's up there with us.
Now, keep quiet a minute and rest. I'm knocked out.
Yeah. You hear anything, Hugh?
Just the wind. Ross.
No, I thought I heard something. Guess it's just the wind.
Listen. It's the wind. Well?
So we stood up. So Hugh walked the rest of the way down the little trestle. We followed him, stumbling over the planks, and there was the door. We rattled the bar on it. It was padlocked. So Hugh took the big cutters and he wrenched away at the bar. We shivered there in the cold, waiting to see if anybody heard us. There wasn't a sound. So Hugh tried again. And the bar fell off. We kept still for another minute. And then...
Open the door. Hey, where's the flashlight?
Wait.
Nobody can see us. Put your fingers over it and turn it in there.
Okay. I don't see anything.
Well, the guy said there was nothing in there.
I can't see a thing. Open up the light a little more.
I got it open. So black in there.
There's something the matter with the light.
Oh, there ain't. Look.
Turn that light off me.
Well, look now when I shine it inside.
Nothing.
Well, there's got to be something in there.
Nothing, the man said.
Can't even see the floor.
Well, I'll find out if there's anything in there.
No, don't go in. You can't tell what's liable to be.
Well, look out. I'll toss a briefcase in.
No. Throw the wire cutters in.
Oh, where are they?
Here.
For the love of Mike, look out, will you?
Keep still. You'll wake up the dead. Well, nobody heard us, I guess. I shot with luck tonight, no kidding. I'll give you them cutters.
Here.
Shine the light in there. Sure can't see anything, can you?
Throw him in.
Get out of the doorway. Keep the light in there.
Go ahead. Throw him against the far wall.
All right. Look out.
Where'd they go?
Tossed them hard enough to bounce. Move the light around. I can't see a thing.
I can't either. They ought to be. The light just kind of seems to...
Oh, cut it out. There's probably some kind of stuff on the floor. Powdered. Maybe they fell into it. Here, stand to one side, Ross.
What are you going to do?
I'm going in to look around. You got a gun, Aldo?
Just this little 32.
All right, come on. Ross, you stay here and watch and listen.
I wouldn't go in there, Hugh.
Nobody asked you to. I'm going. Come on, Aldo.
Now listen, you.
You got the screaming memes, too. Now, come on with that gun. There's nothing in there.
Look, Hugh. Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, shut up. Here. Might as well take the dough, too. We can stick it in there. Now, go ahead, Aldo, with the light.
You go first.
All right. Now stand there and keep your ears.
Hey, Hugh. Where are you? Can't see him.
Listen, Aldo, don't go in there.
I got to. Hey, Hugh. Hugh. Where are you?
Listen, Aldo.
Keep your eyes and ears open now. We'll be right back. Hey, Hugh. You all right? You coming in, Hugh? Hugh.
Aldo.
What's in there? Hey, Hugh. Okay, Ross. Something's the matter with him. Here I come. Hugh. I'm gonna...
Hugh. Hey, Hugh. Aldo. Hey, what's in there, you two? Hugh.
I can see you. You can stand up now. They won't come out, I assure you. Come on, son, stand up.
I've got a gun.
No, you haven't. Stand up.
When my friends come out...
They're not coming out, my friend. Stand up. You wouldn't believe me when I told you.
What's in there? What's in there, I said?
I told you there's nothing behind that door.
My friends went in there.
They're not there now. There's nothing in there. You understand me? There's nothing in there.
Listen.
No, you listen. No, I suppose it'll do no good to tell you.
Tell me what?
I'd better show you.
Show me what?
Come with me.
No.
Come with me.
I won't. You've got to... Wait. Wait for me. Across the little trestle, away from the door, he closed on my friends. Through another door. Into a long shed in the dark. And I was glad I couldn't see the stars. Out another door at the end of the shed. Down the path past the coelostat, reaching up into the skies, shining in the starlight, looking like one of those visitors from Mars you heard about on the radio. Across the little wooden bridge with the two eyes of the 100-inch dome staring down at me in a cold wind coming up the other side of the mountain. And up the ramp into the dome itself. And up the iron stairs.
Follow me.
A little yellow light at the head of the stairs, and then out on the catwalk in the dark with the floor 40 feet below us. Up another ladder. My legs are getting tired. Up.
Follow me.
Up another dizzy ladder. And another. And across another spidery walk.
Here. Sit in this seat.
I can't speak. My throat is dry. My legs are trembling. I'm icy cold in that great dome out far above the floor. I can't tell you.
Sit still. You won't fall. Sit still, I said. You'll have to be sure. Wait. Magnetic declination. You can look now.
Look. At what?
Look through the telescope.
No.
Look, son. What do you see?
Stars. Millions of stars.
Wait. Look again. What do you see?
Nothing. Nothing.
What? Now?
Stars again. Millions. No, a black cloud.
Now?
Nothing.
That nothing you see is 1,000,000 light years away.
What is it?
There's nothing there to see. My friend, there are scores of places in this universe where there's nothing. Far places, near places. Do you understand what I mean?
Is that what you meant when you said...
When I said there's nothing behind that door? Yes.
Well, where?
Your friends? Your misguided friends? I don't know. Perhaps... Take your eye from the telescope. Wait. Look now, if you dare.
Well, what?
Look.
Yes. You guess what I saw. You guess what I saw clawing through black clouds of nothing. You guess what eyes I saw. I saw nothing. Yes, the little house is still there on Mount Wilson. You can go look at it if you want to. But don't go too close. Maybe somebody will tell you it's just a place where they store equipment. Maybe. Why do they keep the door locked then? Well, just one other thing. Don't you go around opening doors you don't know anything about. There might be nothing behind one of them.
You have just heard Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who talked to you is Ernest Chappell.
And the man who played Aldo Minucci is Martin Lawrence. Pat O'Malley was Hugh Grant and James Van Dyke, the astronomer. The music was composed and played by Gene Perazzo. And now for a word about Quiet Please for next week, here is our writer-producer, Willis Cooper. Bill?
I've written what I think is an exciting and unusual love story for next week, Chappie. We'll welcome as our guest the charming star of stage and radio, Claudia Morgan.
Quiet Please for next week is entitled, I've Been Looking for You. Until next week, then, quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
And now meet the press. Our guest today is the Attorney General of the United States, Robert Kennedy. Our panel consists of James Reston, New York Times, Richard Wilson, Cowles Publications, Herbert Kaplow, NBC News, and Lawrence E. Spivak. Here is our moderator, Ned Brooks.
Our guest today is the Attorney General of the United States, Mr. Robert F. Kennedy.
He is the country's top law enforcement officer and one of President Kennedy's chief troubleshooters. He recently was appointed by the President as a member of a four-man group to develop a program for waging psychological warfare. And now here's the first question from Lawrence E. Spivak, our permanent member of the Meet the Press panel.
Mr. Kennedy, Senator Margaret Chase Smith said in the Senate the other day that the Kennedy administration apparently lacked the will to use nuclear weapons. Now, you know your brother probably better than almost anybody else. Do you think he has the will to use nuclear weapons if necessary?
Well, I would say first that that's probably a matter that takes more of his time and more of his thoughts than anything else, because when we're talking about using nuclear weapons, we're talking about almost the destruction of the human race, at least a very large proportion of it. But on this question of Berlin, and on the question of principle, a question of whether, when in a particular set of circumstances, if we retreat, that we'll never be able to stand up again, that in that particular area, as we are in Berlin at the present time, there's no question that he's prepared to use nuclear weapons. If it comes to that, he will use nuclear weapons.
Now, he evidently hasn't convinced Senator Smith. Is there any evidence today that he has convinced Mr. Khrushchev?
Well, of course, I think that's the great gamble that Mr. Khrushchev is taking. He's going to push it. He's going to continue to push it to the wall. A dictator has a position that the leader of a free society does not have. And he can continue to push. If he miscalculates, and that's the great danger in all of these matters, in dealing with a dictator, if he miscalculates, the world could be destroyed. I would hope that within the last few weeks he's come to the realization that the President and the free world are willing to use nuclear weapons to preserve our position in Berlin, to ensure that the people of Berlin remain free and that we have access to that city. I think, as the President said continuously, that, again, if we do not stand up on Berlin, when can we ever be expected to stand up? And he's going to stand up.
Mr. Kennedy, the United States has been building up its conventional forces in Europe, and this has confused a great many people. Isn't there danger, as some military men believe, that this serves to confirm in Mr. Khrushchev's mind that the United States would not use nuclear weapons?
Well, I think we've built up our nuclear weapon force also. As Secretary of Defense, Mr. McNamara, has said, we spent more than $2 billion extra on nuclear weapons. What we're talking about, Mr. Spivak, really is this tremendous destruction and quick destruction. If we use nuclear weapons. The President doesn't want the decision to be one of surrender or the use of nuclear weapons. He wants to be able to have even a possibility of a third alternative, to at least explore a possibility. And maybe it's going to come to that. But at least if we have conventional forces, as well as our nuclear forces, maybe at in the last moment, in the last analysis, we're going to be able to preserve peace. I think we're going to have to take every calculation, make every effort to try to keep it out of nuclear warfare. If it comes to that, he's prepared to do it, but we would hope that it wouldn't come to that.
Well, can conventional forces be of any use, considering what the Russians have there, if the warship broke out?
There's no question that they can be.
You say they can be?
Yes.
We'll continue the questions with Mr. Reston.
Mr. Attorney General, I want to get into your own field of the Department of Justice, but I'd like to clear up one point that Mr. Spivak raised. You said that we and the Allies would be prepared to use nuclear weapons. Now, is there an understanding of the point at which we would do this with the Allies?
No, I think there's been a great deal of conversation and discussion, Mr. Reston, in connection with that. And
is there agreement on this point?
You mean at the exact moment? I think that there are certain agreements as to when nuclear weapons might be used. There are other discussions regarding other contingencies or other possibilities.
Now, in this other field, during the last session of Congress, you introduced what was widely regarded as a very tough wiretapping bill. What was the theory in your mind at that time, and why do you think this was rejected by the Congress?
Well, it hasn't been rejected by the Congress.
Never got out of committee, did it?
No, but it hasn't been rejected yet. It hasn't been voted on. We feel that in the field of espionage, in the field of some areas of organized crime, that there is a growing problem. We're having a more and more difficult time fighting it. We have suggested and recommended that with the approval of a court, approval of a judge, that in cases of espionage, which is much more active now, Mr. Reston, than it's ever been in the history of the United States. The communist espionage here in this country, run and operated by representatives of bloc countries, is much more active now than it has ever been. Much more active now, for instance, than it was 5 or 10 years ago. We need the weapons in order to deal with that, to be able to present this evidence in court. So we have asked that with the permission of the court, that we should have the right to put wiretaps on. Also in the field of kidnapping, where kidnapping takes place. So it's not a very wide or broad bill that we have suggested or recommended. It's restricted in these areas where we think it's particularly needed.
Would you spell out what you've just said about, would you give us some evidence of how much more active this espionage is at the present time?
I couldn't do that.
All right.
Mr. Kaplow.
Mr. Kennedy, some months ago the President asked you and a couple of other people to look into the Central Intelligence Agency. What have you found out?
Well, we made a report to the President of the United States.
Are we going to hear anything more about that
You'll
report?
have to ask him.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're also given the chore recently of serving with a few other people in government on a board. It's sort of hard to define actually what they're calling it. A group to look into psychological and political aspects of the international struggle. What have you done there so far?
Well, I think it's been given more attention than it perhaps deserved. We were a preliminary group. I think everybody in government and anybody who's been in Washington or paid any attention to this subject at all realizes that we haven't used all the assets that we have in this area. That we have the USIA, that we have certain labor groups that cooperate, make efforts, but that we have a lot of individuals here in the United States who would be willing to help and assist in other countries, who have contacts and connections in other countries, to help and assist getting across the message of the United States by pointing out in various foreign countries, neutral countries, and countries that are allied with the United States, what this country's position, what we are trying to accomplish, and what the Soviet Union's attempting to accomplish. That it shouldn't be handled just through the United States government, that we have other areas that where we can get some assistance.
Have you actually started to set this up?
What we have done is first to see what the problem is, and then we have made a recommendation to the President in the last week as to certain steps that might be taken in order to deal with this.
Would you expect that we'll hear about that pretty soon?
Well, I would expect, once again, you'd have to ask the President.
Mr. Attorney General, was there no such organization in existence until this was set up? Have we not been doing these things?
We have been doing it on really an uncoordinated basis, and in addition, using just a small proportion of our assets in this field. There's a great deal more that can be done than has been done. I think the fact that there was such little attention around the world, for instance, when the Soviet Union put up their wall in Berlin, if the United States had ever taken any action such as that, you would have heard about it everywhere. There would have been bombs thrown. There would have been flags hauled down in front of our USIA headquarters. Windows would have been broken. The Soviet Union started their testing. There was really very little attention given to it. There was some around the world, but very little. If we had done the same thing, there would have been a great attention. we made our study to find out why that was so and what we could do to improve the situation.
Mr. Wilson. Mr. Attorney General, I believe you have studied the Cuban problem, at least what happened during the invasion. In retrospect, do you think it was a wise course to have denied the Cuban nationals air cover for their invasion of Cuba?
Well, again, we made a study of that. You're making a statement of fact which I'm not sure that I could agree with. We made a study of that situation, and a report on that went to the President. He has already stated that he takes full responsibility for the failure of that operation, and feels that it's within the national interest not to try to find any other scapegoats. The responsibility is where it should be, which is in the President of the United States.
I wouldn't suggest that this was a case of finding scapegoats. I would suggest that it's a case where the public may feel it's entitled to know what happened in connection with the Cuban invasion.
Well, we made a report to the President. I would agree very strongly with the decision that it would not be within the national interest to make that study or report public. I don't think that it would be helpful at all at this time.
Is this because it puts the United States in a bad light?
Well, I think I just let it rest at that. The President has taken responsibility for it and will continue to take responsibility. If there were errors that were made, it's his responsibility. To get beyond that and get into specific actions that were taken, why they were taken, and who took them, would not be helpful to the United States at the present time.
You deny that air cover was canceled?
As I say, I'm not going to go into the matter.
What, Mr. Attorney General, do you attend meetings of the National Security Council?
I do.
As a regular thing?
I do.
Were you present when the decisions were made with respect to Cuba?
I was not.
No. What is your role, general role in the government, outside of being Attorney General?
I'm Attorney General. And occasionally the President has asked me to take on some other tasks.
But you don't go into a broad field of presidential advice. You're not are you the second man in the government or not? I don't mean to suggest that in any invidious way, but you do have your brother's confidence, unquestionably, and I wondered to what extent this gets you into many other fields.
Well, occasionally, as we mentioned one or two here, the President has asked me to perform particular functions. They are limited, and I know that he asks many others within government to undertake a particular task in this very difficult time. I happen to be one of them, but there are Arthur Goldberg, he asks, Douglas Dillon, he asks, and he also asked the Attorney General.
Mr. Spivak.
Mr. Kennedy, during the presidential campaign, I believe the President pledged himself to work for civil rights legislation early in the session. What decided him not to?
Well, there was a study that he set up a committee made up of Congressman Seller and Senator Clark to study this whole field, and they have submitted some legislation based on their study. We have taken, Mr. Reston, a great deal of action in many fields in the area of civil rights, which, in my estimation, accomplished much more than could ever have been accomplished by any possible legislation, or any legislation that might have been possible to get passed in Congress.
Am I to understand by that even in the next session you're not going to have any comprehensive civil rights bills?
I think that we'll make a study of it at the end of this year and determine whether legislation would be helpful or necessary.
It's been estimated that about 6,000 Negro children have been integrated in the public schools this year, making the total of about 220,000 out of some 3 million in the southern and border states. Would you say that at the present rate of school desegregation, We're meeting the Supreme Court's injunction of with all deliberate speed.
Now, of course, this is in the hands of the local courts at the present time, the district courts, not in the hands of the executive branch of the government. Where we have responsibility and where we can take action, great action has been taken. For instance, in the field of voting and registration, a great deal more has been done over the period of the last 8 months than has ever been done in the history of the United States. For instance, at the time, as of January 20th, there were some 9 actions that were taken in court in connection with registration and voting cases. Since the January 20th, we've taken over a dozen. There were some 6 investigations that were going on at that time. Since we've taken over, there are more than 50 investigations. A great deal more has been done in this field. We've done a great deal as far as employment is concerned. A great deal has been done where no action had been taken to try to desegregate the airports. The orders that were issued by the ICC at the request of the executive branch of the government, just issued last week, are the most far-reaching orders that in this field that have ever been issued by an executive order in the field of civil rights. But there should also be a recognition of what they have been able to do under very difficult circumstances. They maybe it's not as quick and as fast as some of us would like, but there has been a great deal of progress that has been made over a period of the last year or so. I think that they will continue to make progress, but this situation is not just going to go away. It's not going to disappear. I think that there will continue to be affirmative gains. Maybe, as I say, it's not as quick as we might hope, but I think we'll continue to make them.
Mr. Reston. Mr. Attorney General, in 2 fields you seem to have introduced in the last 8 months a new principle or a new emphasis. First, in the field of executive privilege, where you seem more willing than previous presidents and administrations to give information sought by the Congress. And secondly, in the antitrust field, you seem more willing to go to criminal prosecution. Would you give us your philosophy on these 2 fields?
Well, first, as far as executive privilege is concerned, I was associated with a congressional committee for 5 or 6 years. And had battles with the executive branch of the government regarding obtaining information. I think it's terribly important to ensure that the executive branch of the government is not corrupt and that they are efficient, that the legislative branch of the government has this ability to check on what we're doing in the executive branch of the government. So in every instance that has been brought to our attention in the Department of Justice so far by various departments of the executive branch where this question has been raised, we have suggested and recommended that they make the information available to Congress. We will continue to do that. I don't say that there might not be an instance where executive privilege might have to be used, but I think that it's terribly important with the executive branch of the government as powerful and strong as it is, that there be some check and balance on it. And in the last analysis, the group that can best check and ensure that it's handling its affairs properly is the Congress of the United States. So we will lean over backwards to make sure that they get the information that they request. As far as the criminal cases, this has been chiefly in the field of antitrust. It's been chiefly in the field of price fixing. We have found, going through past cases, that there have been antitrust violations by companies continuously, that there is a fine paid and the practice continues. For instance, in General Electric, there must have been dozens of violations of the antitrust laws by General Electric over a period of years. It didn't have any effect on them. When an individual conspires with another group, or a group get together and conspire to fix prices, to put other competitors out of business or defraud the consumer or defraud the United States government, as many of these people do, I think that they should be held responsible themselves, that it's not sufficient that the company come in and pay a fine. I think that the individual who is responsible for the act should pay for it. This is a criminal offense, and I think that the penalty, as provided by law, should be levied.
Mr. Kaplow.
Mr. Kennedy, school desegregation may be moving next time around into some pretty tough areas of the South in the sense of pronounced segregationist sentiment. Is your department doing something now to prepare for this?
Well, we went into all of these areas that had problems this September. We met with the school board. We met with the chiefs of police.
This was before
yeah, over the period of the last 4 months. In all of these areas where there was anticipated that there might be some difficulty or trouble. We have spent this time conferring with them, giving them the benefit of any ideas or advice that we might have, and getting whatever suggestions they might have. We will continue with that practice. We have found, I might say quite frankly, great cooperation from many of these officials in these southern states. They are facing a major problem which has to be recognized. But we have found in these registration cases, in these voting cases, great cooperation. We have gone in and without any publicity to attempt to try to work these things out smoothly. In many instances, in many instances, that's been successful. I think they appreciate the fact that you're just not putting out a press release and trying to get publicity about what is being done in a particular community.
Well, I'm referring here primarily to school desegregation. You were talking about, you conferred with state officials about...
Also in the field of school. That's what I've been talking about.
And you're going to continue to do that?
That's correct.
From now, say, through next September.
We're having conferences at the present time in connection with that.
With which people? With which
I'd rather
states?
not get into that.
Would you be... what do you tell these people, the school people involved with school desegregation? I know you've often talked about, you get together and you talk about this informally and you try and establish a rapport. What do you say to them?
Well, we go into how it's been handled badly and how it's been handled successfully in other communities. Now, what the difference was, how it was accomplished successfully in a particular community without any stir, what you need, what steps should be taken in order to prepare a community. We've had some experience in that field, and that's what we give them that advice and ideas, and some of them they accept.
Gentlemen, we have about 2 minutes remaining. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Attorney General, I believe you have stated that your monopoly policy on enforcement of the Sherman Antitrust Acts and other acts of that kind are not illustrative of any anti-business attitude on the part of this administration. Yet, how do you jibe the fact that pressure is continually on the steel companies and other companies not to raise prices, and yet the government does not enter the General Motors wage settlement at all? And this settlement is described by some people as the most inflationary wage settlement in many years. How do you make those two positions come together so that you don't seem to be taking your entire action against business, but you also include labor in this?
Yeah. Well, I think that the President has explained that this applies to both labor and to business. I think that he, together with many others, including former ex-Senator Taft, have made the point that a great deal turns on steel prices in the United States. If steel raises its prices, you might very well have inflation here in this country. This is terribly important. This is the most important area. So he's asked them, he said on January 20th, people are going to have to do something for their country. He has gone to the steel companies and said, this is a chance to make a contribution for your country. He hopes they will. He said that also that labor organizations are going to have to make some contribution. We've been able to get this country out of its recession period, back on its feet, without any inflation at the present time. And if the steel prices go up, that might very well be badly hurt.
Well, hasn't the pressure been greater on the companies, though, than it has on labor? You don't really intervene. In the case of the steel companies, you actually intervened.
Well, the President of the United States has requested the steel companies. That doesn't seem terribly drastic to me.
Well, you had Mr. Blau at the White House.
I'm sorry. I wish we could go on, but I see that our time is up.
Thank you, Ned Brooks.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail?
Ladies and gentlemen, today CBS is proud to contribute its facilities to a new and important development in radio history, the Free Company. The Free Company is a voluntary group of distinguished American playwrights, writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined their talents to bring you this series with no compensation other than the knowledge that it may serve America. With James Boyd as national chairman, Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Writers' Committee, and Burgess Meredith, chairman of the Actors Division, the Free Company will present original radio plays written by its members, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Mark Conley, Noel Green, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Robert E. Sherwood, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. The plays will feature America's most distinguished screen and stage stars in the leading roles. And now, Burgess Meredith for the Free Company.
This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. The purpose of the Free Company is to present in terms as eloquent as its members can command the meaning of freedom, and to serve as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make it possible. Some of these plays utilize for their dramatic themes particular sections of the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will be more general in scope. For our first play in this series, Pulitzer Prize playwright William Saroyan has written The People with Light Coming Out of Them. In the cast will be John Garfield, Nancy Kelly, Eduardo Cianelli, Edmund Gwenn, William Tracy, Tim Holt, and Clinton Rosamond. The brilliant work of these artists in motion pictures is known to all of you. When we asked William Saroyan to join the Free Company, Bill said,
Well, sure. I'm fond of freedom, crazy about company. What do I do?
Write us a play.
Okay, when?
Now?
Right now?
Right now.
Good. What do you want this play to be about?
About the United States of America.
My favorite subject.
About why you like America.
Why? You might as well ask me why I like to breathe. What do you really want?
Well, Bill, tell us something about why you think this country is worth living and fighting for. Give us your reasons in a little play. You have reasons.
Oh, millions of them. As many reasons as there are places and people. Take California, for instance, or Texas, or New York. Take San Francisco, or Peoria. Or take any place. Rockville Center, Freeport, Merrick, Belmore, Wantagh, Seaford, Massapequa, Amityville, Lindenhurst, and Babel.
Wait a minute. Can't you sort of break that down a little?
Sure. We'll make it local. Now, look, we'll take one city block, any place, one American row of houses. Okay, now, there it is. Now, we'll take one American. Anybody. Let's take something like myself so I'll know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, anybody. Instead of being a writer, let's say this fellow's a painter. He looks at things carefully and then paints what he sees in them. Okay, now, there's one street and there's this young painter. He's standing on the corner.
What corner?
This American corner. Mm-hmm. Now, give me a typewriter and I'll go to work.
Sure, here you are. Now, you sit right down.
Thanks. Come on, old Walt Whitman. Tell us about America. tell us about where we live, about home and the family. And Mark Twain, you tell us about it. And old Dan Boone. And 130 million people, you tell us about it.
This is a good block. I'll tell you who lives in this block. Well, in the flat below me is the old husband and the wife and their granddaughter. The old man's retired. He used to be a railroad worker. They gave him a pension about 2 years ago. Yesterday, I saw him at the corner, just kind of standing in the sun there, burned up about having no job. And he said,
"Oh, how does anybody know when a man's through? I'm not through and I never have been. As long as a man wants to work, he's not through. So I'm keeping busy. Aye, they're not going to kill me with kindness. Do you know what I'm doing now, eh? Well, it's the truth. I've got a whole setup in the basement. Aye, last week I made a little table, and this week I'm working on a chair. I've got to keep going. I've got to do things. You can hear me hammering down there now, can't you?
Is that you hammering?
Yeah. How's it sound to you, eh? Young and vigorous?
It doesn't sound old.
I'll say it doesn't. There's plenty of people around here that can use a table or a chair or one thing or another. And I'm going to go ahead and make these things. And if they can't afford to pay for the lumber, I'll make them a present of it. I like to be making something. I don't like to sit around being an old man. Ever hear me sing while I'm working?
Yes, I believe I have.
Well, now, how does it sound? Come on, now, tell me the truth.
Not bad at all. What is that song you keep singing all the time?
Oh, it's Dolly Day.
Is that what it is?
Ah, you mean, oh, Dolly Day, she looks so gay. I run all around and around to hear her fairy footsteps play as she comes over the ground.
Yes.
Aye, it's my favourite, Dolly Day. It's my wee wifey's name, Dolly. Yeah. Well, so long, lad.
So long, Pop. I'll be seeing you. Well, the old man and his wife, they're folks. And the girl, their granddaughter, she's a stenographer somewhere. And she goes to work every morning looking like a princess. The old man, he's Scotch. And his wife's English, with a little French. And the granddaughter's mother, she has some Spanish. That's a lot of folks. Well, I was sitting on the steps last Sunday when the girl came home from church. I never saw anything prettier. She's something like her grandfather when it comes to starting a conversation anywhere at all. She came up the street and started talking from about 10 yards away.
Hello. You're the man who's taken the flat upstairs, aren't you? You know, it seems funny not hearing a lot of noise up there anymore. There were 5 growing kids in the family that moved out just before you moved in, and, gee, they sure used to have a lot of fun. Gosh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It sure is. One of the most beautiful I've ever seen. Too good to waste indoors.
That's one thing I like about church on a good day. When it's all over, you go out humming the last song they sang, and you step into beautiful sunshine and walk home feeling glad and hungry and happy about everything.
I've got to do that. I've got to go to a church next Sunday myself. What kind of sermon was it?
Oh, it was a little sad and made me feel angry about the war and the way people are behaving, but, well, we got to know about wars and what they mean to people and what they do. So the last song we sang was Rock of Ages.
Rock of Ages. I haven't heard that song in years.
Oh, it's a beautiful song. Rock of Ages, cleft for me. It's good for people to feel that something is solid for them to hang on to. People sing songs like that all over the world, I guess. What do you do?
Yes, That's exactly how she said it. She's an American. She wanted to know, so she asked. She was sincere, and she was interested. I told her, I'm a painter.
Oh, a house painter?
Well, I paint houses, too, among other things, but I don't mean that kind of painting. I paint on canvas.
You mean you're an artist?
Well, yes, although that sounds a little high-toned for me. I'm a worker whose work it is to paint. I've got no boss, and I don't keep regular hours or anything like that. But I work like everybody else.
Gosh, I never knew people could live so near artists.
Wait a minute, don't get me wrong. I'm not famous. In fact, I'm not very well known to more than 10 or 11 people in the whole world. I'm not rich either. I'm sort of poor, but it seems like everything I really want and need, I usually...
Well, how do people get to be painters?
Well, I suppose it creeps up on them gradually until they're so sure they're painters they're willing to work for years trying to prove it. I'm in my 7th year now.
Have you got a lot of paintings?
Lots of them. Dozens.
Could I see them sometime?
Well, I wish you would. But I've got to warn you, they're not nearly as pretty as some people in the world. Well, why don't you get your grandfather and grandmother and someday when I'm in town go upstairs and loaf around? Door's always open.
Oh, we wouldn't go into your house if you weren't there.
Well, why not? It would be easier for you to look at the paintings, and I wouldn't be there to bother you and trying to explain them to you. It's not easy for a painter to explain his pictures. You see, you start to paint things, and after a while, as you learn more and more about painting, you start to paint what's inside of things and always coming out. Light comes out of most things, especially people. And it sometimes comes out of houses and streets and rooms and windows and all sorts of things that everybody sees every day. Well, I sort of concentrate on that light. I'm interested in it, even when there's no sun shining. If you look carefully, you can see light coming out of all sorts of things. But it's not easy to explain.
Gosh, you sound like a preacher. Only it sounds real. Not like a sermon.
Everybody's a preacher, yes, but simply a question what a man preaches.
Well, what do you preach?
Tell you the truth, I believe something that's so ordinary it's almost embarrassing to mention it. In fact, somebody sophisticated might laugh at me. I believe there's more good in things than anybody ever bothers to see. So I keep looking for it all the time. And when I find it, I try to keep it in a painting so other people can see it too. After they see it in a painting, well, they see it everywhere else too. That's what painting's for.
Say, can we really go up and look at the paintings?
Well, I'm going to take a walk to town in about an hour. Why don't you all go up after you've had dinner? I won't be back until evening.
Are you sure you won't mind?
Mind? I want you to see my pictures. That's why I paint them.
All right, then. We'll go up. And thanks.
Okay. Well, she walked off, and I went up to my room. You hear that? That's Michael Ogawa. He lives across the street. He's 16. His father runs that cleaning and pressing place. Mike delivers for his father. I've been here only 2 weeks, and I know practically everybody in this block. Take Mike, for instance. He came upstairs one afternoon with one of my suits his father had cleaned and pressed. I was working at the time, and it looked as if it was going to be a good picture, so I didn't want to stop working. I hollered, "Come in." The door opened, and somebody said,
"I brought your suit."
"Okay, bring it up and put it on a chair somewhere." I went right on working. I guess I must have worked at least 40 minutes more before I stopped. The picture wasn't finished, and I didn't feel like doing any more work for a while. Wait till morning and go back to it fresh. Well, I lit a cigarette, inhaled, and yawned, and stretched. Hello, who are you?
Mike.
Hiya, my name is Jim Smith.
Pleased to meet you.
How long have you been here?
ever since I brought your suit.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much is it?
Oh, it's all paid for. You paid my father the day you brought it in. Don't you remember?
Then why...
I wanted to see you make the picture. I never saw a man paint a picture before. Can I look at it?
Sure. It's not finished, but you can take a look at what I've got so far.
Thanks. That sure is pretty.
Do you really mean that?
That second house, that's our house, isn't it?
But do you live in that house with the green roof?
Sure, right over the shop. Wait till I tell Pa. It sure is pretty.
What's your last name, Mike?
Akagawa. Bet you know what nationality that is.
Well, since it's yours, I'd say it's American.
Oh, sure. But when it's my father's, it's Japanese, I guess. He was born in Japan. I was born in that house in the picture. Gee, I never thought I'd see that little house in the picture.
Listen, though, will you? Listen to Mike Akagawa across the street blowing the trumpet. Isn't that beautiful? That's what I like about this block. All the wonderful Americans living here, doing their work and raising their families, going to school, trying to learn how to play the trumpet and looking around everywhere for the good things. 3 doors from here is the Areola family. Father, mother, and 7 kids, all under 17. Well, they're a great gang of people. The father works in the wholesale produce market, so he gets up at 3 in the morning to go to work. You know, I sometimes walk around town late at night to see how things are then. And one night, as I was coming home, I ran into Pete Areola on his way to work. Well, it's very quiet at 3 in the morning, and you don't expect a stranger to come up to you and start to talk. But Pete did.
Hello.
Hello.
You are the new fellow in this neighborhood, ain't you?
Yes, I am. I've got that flat 3 doors up from your place.
Sure, I see you before. What's your name?
Jim Smith.
My name is Pete Areola.
That's a good name, Pete. You're up early, aren't you?
I go to work every day at 3 o'clock in the morning. Where have you been? You work nighttime?
Oh, in a way.
What do you mean?
Well, I haven't got any working hours, so I guess they're all working hours.
Where do you work?
Pete, I'm a painter. I paint pictures. I look around and paint what I see.
You, Peter? Artiste?
Yeah.
I work wholesale produce market. Where's your family?
Well, my wife's visiting her folks. She'll be here in a week or so.
Lonesome, huh?
Oh, little.
You got kids? I got 7 kids.
7, that's swell. I got only 2.
I got 7. All go to school except 2, the babies. Sometime you lonesome, come over to the house. Have a drink of wine, eat some food, and meet the kids.
Thanks, Pete, I will.
Jim, your name?
Yeah, Jim Smith.
All right, Jim, come on over. We have a good time.
Okay. So I went over to Pete's the next night and met the family.
Hello, Jim Smith. Come in. You have supper with us. Hey, Angela, come and get some wine for our new neighbor. This is Jim Smith. Angela, my wife.
How you doing, Mrs. Areola?
Hello, young fella.
These are my kids. Hey, kids, wait 1 minute. Meet the new neighbor, Jim Smith. And now let's see. We start with the babies. This is Nicky.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, Angela, look. The neighbor pick up Nicky. Nicky, you like this fella? Sure you like him, but that's fine. This little girl is Nora, my little flower. This fella's Pat. Hey, Pat, how do you feel?
Okay, Pa. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Pat.
This lady, oh, she's a lady. Look, those high-heel shoes. She's Rosa. Gonna be opera singer.
I'm gonna be a school teacher.
All right, Rosa, is school teacher and opera singer, too.
Papa wants everybody to be an opera singer.
Next, the big fellas. Joe, 14.
Hi.
Tom, 15 and a half.
Hello.
And the oldest boy is Dominic, 16 and a half.
Hi.
There's another one on the way. All right, everybody, this fella, our new neighbor, Jim Smith. All right, Jim, drink this wine. Now, come on, kids, let's give a song. Oh, solo me, everybody together. Dominic, give me 1 chord enough and make it a good one.
I sang as loud as anybody else. We drank and had supper together and talked, and before I left that house, I knew how important a part of America it is. What a fine American Pete is, and his wife, and all the kids. They've all been up to my place for a visit. Now and then the oldest boy, Dominic, comes up alone and talks. Everybody I've met on this block so far has had something to talk about. Dominic, for instance, wants to know if he ought to go to college like his father wants him to, or if he ought to get out and go to work down at the wholesale produce market and help out with the family expenses. Well, I don't say anything. I just listen. And after 2 or 3 visits, Dominic answers all his own questions. He gets up and he says,
"Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Smith. Thanks for telling me. That's what I'll do. I'll go to college and work both. I guess there's time for everything. If a fellow makes up his mind to find the time. I can work during summer vacation. And I can work Saturdays. I'd work Sundays, too, but we're Catholics, and Ma'd get sore if I didn't go to church Sunday. Well, I'll be seeing you. Gee, that sure is a swell picture."
There's a fellow who's got a furnished room in the house at the corner. He's a doctor at the hospital up the hill. There's a clinic up there, and I drop in once in a while to see the people when they're sick. And that's where I met this fella. Well, the kids love him. They're afraid of the other doctors, but they love Dr. John. John Bailey is his name, but they call him Dr. John. We got to talking, and he came up one afternoon for a drink. I wanted to know why the kids weren't afraid of him. Most people are a little afraid of anybody whose color is a little different from their own, and Bailey's color is the blackest black you ever saw. I asked him about the kids not being afraid of him.
Well, maybe it's because kids are people at their best. A kid with a pain, all he wants is to have the pain taken out of him. I don't go to work on a kid until I get him to know him. We talk a little while, and the first thing I know, they forget I'm a doctor. They even forget I'm colored. And then I know I can go to work. The greater part of pain is feeling hopeless about it. And I never feel hopeless about anything. Kids find out about that, and they stop being afraid of pain too. Well, by that time, more than half of it's gone, and what's left of it is on its way out. I laugh a good deal too, because laughter's just about as strong as sunlight as a healing force. Where there's laughter, there's never fear. It helps the kids.
Well, how does it happen that you do laugh, though?
Well, I didn't used to. I used to let my own troubles grow until finally I found out that that was foolishness. The living are healthy. Life is healthy. I know that from my work. I've got to help them with medicine and heat and treatment and all that. But what really heals them is their own faith. Mind if I have another drink?
Go ahead. Pour me one, too. All the people in this block are like that, like Bailey and Pete and Mike Okagawa, and the old man and his granddaughter. But this block's no different from any other block in any other town in America. People are like that all over the place. And when you've got people with light coming out of them, like it comes out of these people, and you've got light coming out of their houses and the streets they live in and the towns where these streets are, and the whole land where these towns are, you hear them coming to life in the morning. The alarm clock's ringing, the faucet's running, and everybody getting up to start another day. You know, they're a happy people. because they belong to a happy nation. They're a free people, and they're glad to be alive. I've done a lot of looking around all over this country because that's my work, and everywhere I've gone, from the biggest city to the smallest town, I've seen people with light in them, human people, people who are young and friendly and kind. Oh, I know, I've seen bad people too, all kinds of them. But I looked a long time, and it's gotten so I can see them right through people who look as if they're bad. But they're not bad. They're having trouble. They're up against something. Things have gone wrong. They've lost faith. They need more things than they've got. They're out fighting because they don't know what else to do about the trouble. But even these people are good people. Something's pressing against their spirits, hurting them. Everything isn't perfect in any block in any town or city in this country. But in this country, it's always trying to improve. It's always working at the job. The same as a painter's got to work at a picture he's painting. Look out this window down at the street. It's not a fancy street. The houses aren't much. People in them aren't people you read about in newspapers and magazines. But down there is America. That street and those houses and the people living in them, there is the strength of this nation and the hope of the world. Look at the light shining out of those humble houses. That light is the light of a happy nation, a free and growing people, a human people, a people without fear, a people who love instead of hate, whose casual everyday humanity is stronger than any other power in the world. This is a good block. I like it here because the best in people from all over the world is growing here into the first real nation of the world, the American nation, the nation of human people.
Burgess Meredith speaking. Thank you, William Saroyan. In many countries, the light of humanity flickers and dies, snuffed out by faceless men, by men who have no light in themselves and who therefore deny the existence of light anywhere. Our nation was formulated by men who cherish the light that comes from people. The meaning of our freedom is this: not here in our land. Darkness can never win. Let us resolve again, in the face of threatening shadows, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. John Garfield, whom you will see soon in Warner Brothers as Seawolf, Nancy Kelly will be remembered for her work in Jesse James, Eduardo Cianelli, who played the unforgettable Trock in RKO's Winterset, Edmund Gwend, whose performance as the murderer and foreign correspondent received high acclaim, William Tracy, who played the delightful fresh kid in MGM's A Little Shop Around the Corner, and was now appearing in Darryl Zanuck's Tobacco Road, Tim Holt, who is starring in RKO's The Fargo Kid, and Clinton Rosamond, who is appearing in MGM's forthcoming Blossoms in the Dust, have joined the Free Company in presenting the first in a series of broadcasts, William Saroyan's original radio play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original music score, Charles Vanda produced. To all these people, to the Screen Actors Guild, and to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
all those who enjoyed Mr. Soroyan's play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them, will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast in printed form has been made available for distribution to all our listeners. For 10 cents, the actual cost of printing and mailing, you will receive your own copy by writing to the Free Company in care of the station to which you are now listening. Copies of subsequent broadcasts during this entire series of productions by the Free Company will also be made available each week. Next week at this same time, the Free Company will present a play by the Pulitzer Prize winner Mark Connolly titled The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek. The Free Company series is directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what happens to freedom of thought under a communist regime. Mercedes McCambridge stars as Ann Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop.
Ann, where are you at?
Out in the garden, Father.
An old friend of ours is here to see us.
Oh, Dean Maxwell.
Hello, Ann.
How nice to see you again.
And you. Sit down, Tom. Will you have a drink?
No, nothing, thanks.
And how is my favorite educator?
Oh, a little grayer, a little older. That's about all.
Ann, Dean Maxwell has some interesting news for you.
Yes, Ann, and I won't keep you in suspense about it. I put in the request for you to join our teaching staff at Midwestern, and it's been approved.
Oh, wonderful.
Here's your certificate and the note of approval from the communist leaders in charge of education.
Oh, when do I begin?
3 weeks. The start of the fall term.
May God have mercy on your soul.
Oh, Dad doesn't have much confidence in my ability as a teacher. But I have to be doing something.
Oh, no, it's not that. You know it isn't. But
what?
Ann, honey, I've tried to protect you from what's going on. I've been pretty well able to do that up until now. But now, for almost the first time in your life, you're going to be on your own. You'll see things and you'll find out about things that...
Henry, I'll give our girl all the help I can. You know that.
Yes, I know. If it weren't for you being there, I'd be a lot more frightened.
Well, I, for one, don't understand what all the fuss is about. I speak 5 languages and speak them well, thanks to you, Father. I can certainly teach them to others. So stop pulling those long faces, you two.
All right.
And now I have 1,001 things to do to get ready. So if you'll excuse me, Dean Maxwell.
Certainly.
I'll be upstairs if you want me for anything, Dad.
All right, dear. Tom, please take care of her. Promise me you will.
Yes, Henry. I promise.
Yes? What is it? Good morning. I'm Ann Bishop. I believe that I...
Oh, yes, Miss Bishop. Dean Maxwell is expecting you. My name is Anderson.
How do you do?
Now, there are a few questions I want to ask, Miss Bishop.
Oh, but my appointment
These questions come first. Your full name, please.
Anne Marie Bishop.
Other names by which you are known?
I beg your pardon?
Other names, aliases, names used in party work, etc.
No. None.
Now, your party number.
I'm not a member of the Communist Party.
Really? Well, this is most surprising. You have your certificate, do you?
Oh, yes, everything's in order.
But I don't understand. We've never permitted a non-party member to teach here. Does Dean Maxwell know about this?
Yes.
Did he have anything to do with securing your appointment here?
I believe he put in the initial request.
I see.
My language experience has been entirely practical. My father and I traveled a great deal before the communists. But that is, before travel was restricted.
Your father? Miss Bishop, are you related to Commissar of Culture for this district? Henry Bishop?
He's my father.
Oh, well. Well, of course, that explains a great deal. Please go right in, Miss Bishop. I'm very sorry that this took so long, but you know how it is. Rules and regulations and everything.
Yes, I know how it is. Thank you, Miss Anderson.
Miss Bishop, to see you, Dr. Maxwell.
Come in, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
Please take a chair there. There are several things that are required of me in meeting a new teacher at Midwestern People's University. First, in the name of the people and of the Communist Party, may I welcome you to this school of learning. Second, I have a statement to read. Here it is. Every teacher in this institution must study thoroughly the broad, many-sided, and extremely significant science of society, which is communism, in order to work with maximum consciousness and clear purposefulness for the cause of communism. This is the society of the laws of the development of society, of the laws of the development of the proletarian revolution, of the victory of communism. Above all, remember, political orientation and loyalty to the work of communism are the principal traits of the good teacher. Now, Miss Bishop, do you understand everything I have said so far?
Well, not quite, Doctor. You see, I thought that I was...
Miss Bishop, I will repeat the question. Do you understand everything I have said? And answer yes.
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand.
Very well. And now, Miss Bishop, this concludes our initial interview. If you will come with me, please, I shall show you your office and classroom.
All right.
Miss Anderson?
Oh, yes, Doctor.
I'm taking our new teacher on a personally conducted tour. I'll be back within an hour.
Oh, but have you forgotten
I'm
about...
sure that rules and regulations would require this action for the daughter of Henry Bishop. Don't you agree?
Of course.
I thought you would. Come along, Anne. Let's get some fresh air.
I'm all confused with what's going on. I don't make head or tails of it.
Confusion is the order of the day, Anne. That's why I wanted to talk to you out here. It's the only way I can straighten you out before you make a mistake.
Mistake?
Any little error, any departure from the prescribed methods could mean your ruin here. I've known for quite some time that my secretary is a member of the secret police. Every word spoken in my office goes down in the records. Oh, yes. Miss Anderson is very efficient.
Oh, that's terrible.
You'll learn to live with such things, to make the best of them. Like I have, and like your father.
Could we sit down here for a minute?
Certainly. Right over here.
So, what did you mean by like my father?
I went to school with Henry Bishop, roomed with him for 4 years. I guess I know him about as well as anyone could. We're a great deal alike in many ways. We're both old men now with not much to look forward to except death.
That's not true.
Oh, I know what I'm talking about. Your father had the same reasons for joining the Communist Party that I did. It was the easiest way to keep living. He follows directions just as I do, for the same motive. Certainly he can do some good as Commissar of Culture. I can do some good as the Dean of the Language Department. But we're still afraid. Afraid to show any independence of thought because that's dangerous. We obey blindly in constant fear of being called down for deviations. And you must learn to do the same, my dear.
I'll try, Doctor. I'll try very hard.
I'm sure you will. Now, let me tell you about a few institutions we have here at the school. There's what we refer to as the triangle. It consists of 3 people who spy on teachers and students alike in every department. They're the ones to watch out for. First, there's Frederick Lodge. He's the organizer for the Communist Party. Second, Stanley Tortel, organizer of the Communist Youth. And third is our own Miss Anderson, my secretary.
I'm beginning to understand what you're up against.
Yes, it makes it all very cozy. Various triangles in the campus are joined together in the PTA.
You mean the parents are involved?
Oh, no, I forgot to tell you. The PTA exists, but not as the Parent Teachers Association. Now it is the People's Triangle Alliance. Clever, don't you think?
Yes, very clever. It's frightening, too.
Yes. And just one more thing to say. I know how much you think of your father.
Oh, yes, we're very close. We have been ever since my mother died.
I know that. But remember this. Your father is a big man as far as the communists are concerned. A man with an important position. They need him because the people respect him. His name alone will help you a lot. But anything that you do will reflect on him also, for good or bad. If you make a mistake, he'll have to answer for it along with you. Do you understand?
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand a lot more now than I ever did before. And thank you.
Well, then, let's show you to your classrooms now.
You have the report on Miss Ann Bishop to tell.
Yes, I do.
Read it, please.
Subject teacher does not display proper political orientation. On 4 September, she made the statement in front of the class that the French textbook was outmoded, backward, and ridiculous. On 27 September, she claimed to find an error in the German grammar, and with complete lack of discipline, substituted what she claimed was the correct facts. That's the end of it.
You've been very thorough, Miss Anderson.
I have one more thing to report. One day in Dean Maxwell's office, the subject made this statement. I have the recording, too, if you want it.
No, just read it, please.
She said, I know these textbooks are prescribed, but does that mean that they have to be adhered to as rigidly as if they are government edicts?
Yeah. Very inflammatory. What did Cromwell answer?
I didn't get the answer. They left right after that.
Together?
Yes.
Obviously working together. I think we'd better be careful about this one. Her father, you know.
Yes, by all means.
I'm going to have Miss Bishop meet with this triangle and see if we can straighten her out. You have a chair, please, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Tuttle. I'm Frederick Lodge, and I believe you know Miss Anderson.
Yes, I do.
Out of consideration for your father, we've decided to admit you to appear in person to answer certain grievances which are held against you.
So may I ask exactly what these grievances are?
We're informed that in some of your classes, you no longer use the textbooks that are recommended. That instead, you're using your own methods of teaching.
That's true.
Can you explain this?
When I find a mistake in a grammar, it's a mistake, no matter who wrote the book.
Miss Bishop, whatever the leaders say is correct. That goes for even a rule of grammar.
And if tomorrow some other rule is prescribed?
Then that will become correct.
I think that we'd have to...
When will you finally grasp this simple proposition?
But isn't there such a thing as truth?
No. Truth is a metaphysical abstraction.
Miss Anderson,
But isn't communism a truth, then?
Only as long as it is ordered. If tomorrow the leaders disown communism and adopt something else, then that will become the only truth.
Now, wait just a minute. This is getting entirely out of hand. Miss Bishop, we want to give you every consideration, as long as you contain yourself within the borders of considered judgment. We're bending over backwards to be reasonable. Perhaps you've forgotten both your responsibility to your leaders and to your father?
I'm sorry. I apologize if I have been reactionary. I shall try to conform in the future.
No, that's more like it. Your remark just now shows an entirely different spirit. We'll be examining your future work with interest, Miss Bishop.
You are listening to Tears for Miss Bishop, starring Mercedes McCambridge. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Traduisez l'exercice, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur Martin.
Oui, mademoiselle. L'histoire américaine.
La traduction, je vous prie.
Pardonnez-moi.
The American history. The colonies were settled as an outthrust of capital, of British capitalism. During the colonial period, two exporting classes.
C'est correct?
Two exporting classes appeared in the new land. The capitalists of the North and the slaveholders of the South. Thus, at the time of the War for the Independence, the War of Independence, the people were subjected to a triple exploitation by the English bourgeoisie, by the northern capitalists, and by the southern slaveholders.
Très bien. La phrase suivante, mademoiselle Turner, s'il vous plaît.
En anglais ou en français?
En anglais, comme Monsieur Martin.
The slave system was deteriorated.
Class? C'est bien, encore, mademoiselle.
The slave system was destroyed, but the people did not win freedom. Following the death of Mr. Lincoln, or following the death of Lincoln, who was killed by an assassin, bribed by capitalists and slaveholders, the northern bourgeoisie established a dictatorship, which was continued until it was overthrown by the Communist People's Government.
C'est bien. Enfin, mes élèves.
Pardon, mademoiselle.
Oui, monsieur.
Puis-je parler en anglais?
Yes, go ahead. You have a question.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, not about the translation, but about what it says. I have some books at home that cover the same material, and there's nothing in there about a dictatorship of the northern bourgeoisie. It talks about the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and several other things.
Please, sir, s'il vous plaît. Mr. Martin, I believe that you should check with the authorities to see if your books are on the approved list. As you know, times change, circumstances change, things, viewpoints change from time to time. And what we think is right today may prove wrong tomorrow. I know that you have asked these questions because of an honest desire to find the truth. All I have to say is that this quotation on American history is taken directly from an approved book. And I wouldn't think too much about it. After all, it's only an exercise in grammar. And now back to the French. Enfin, à 75, nous trouverons une promenade dans les rues. Si vous avez souvent visité une ville...
Well, it's about time you came to see your father.
Hello, Dad.
Give me a kiss, huh?
Mm-hmm. How's that?
Then come kiss me again, sweet and 20. 10 kisses short as one long as 20. Shakespeare.
Oh, from what?
12th night, Act 2, Scene 3.
Ah, you old faker. You'd have said anything just to show off.
Oh, no. Can't fool me on my Shakespeare. In fact, you can't fool me at all. What's wrong, Anne?
Nothing?
Yes, there is. Come on, tell me about it.
I feel so helpless. Month after month, watching those students say the words of communist propaganda. Not even knowing that their minds aren't being taught, they're just being trained.
I know.
It isn't a system of education, it's a mass training along the party line. Here, look at these. These are orders for the teachers. Listen to this one. Mathematics teachers will choose or devise problems which involve the application of mathematical knowledge to military affairs. That is an order. Here's another one. Physical education in our school is most intimately related to the cultivation of communist morality and the traits of Bolshevik character in the students. And they have that same sort of thing for every class in the college.
And you can't fight it. There's nothing that can be done. That's the way things are. That's all there is to it.
But there's not even any pretense at real education or freedom of thought or any development of those good young minds. It's a case of teach these things because we say they are true.
And I'm glad you feel this way. I'm very proud of you for realizing what we have lost, what we may never be able to regain. I've been so wrong trying to live with him. Trying to compromise with myself just to keep on living.
No, it's not your fault.
Yes, it is. The fault of every one of us who lets this sort of thing go on. They came here last week. There were 16 of them. With a truck. They went into my library and took nearly every book. All except a few that were on the approved list. All my beautiful books. All my life went out of that door with them. You see, Anne, they were afraid of the truth those books contained.
Oh, Father, I'm so sorry. I am. I'm so very sorry.
I've made my decision, Anne. Tomorrow I'm resigning my position, resigning from the party. I have only one thing left to do. That's to die as an honest man.
Come in, Miss Bishop. Close the door, please.
I have a note here, Miss Anderson. Does Dean Maxwell
Dean Maxwell will see you in a few minutes. First, I want to see you.
Very well, but I have only a few minutes.
Everything going well in your classes?
I think so.
No complaints about our methods of instruction or what you have to teach?
No.
It will be interesting to see if your replacement likes them, too.
My replacement? I don't understand.
I never liked you, Miss Bishop. Right from the start, I knew you were a troublemaker.
But I've been doing everything...
Every time I tried to get rid of you, the others would talk me out of it because of your dear father, the great Henry Bishop, Commissar of Culture, world traveler and lecturer, and a member of the party.
Miss Anderson, I'm only trying to...
Shut up and sit down. I've sent in 100 reports on you. Every little slip you made was grist for my mill. Every time you tried to put in your own ideas, I reported it. I didn't like you when you first walked in the door. Oh, the others kowtowed to you because you were Bishop's daughter, but that didn't mean anything to me. And now it's paying off. Now I'm getting rid of you, and I'll see to it that you never work again at teaching or anything else. I'll have you followed by the police every hour for the rest of your life. The great Henry Bishop's daughter, all the advantages, money, beautiful homes, traveled all over the world. And now, Miss High and Mighty, little Judy Anderson is going to give you your comeuppance. You're through. Finished. Washed.
I think I've heard enough.
You haven't heard half enough.
I demand that you let me see Dean
You
Maxwell
demand. Oh, that's a good one. That's right.
Yes, I demand it. And I'm sure that when my father hears about this...
Oh, your father. Did I forget to tell you? Your father's dead.
No. No, he can't be.
No. No, he can't be. But he is. He's dead since this morning.
Oh, no.
And with him goes all your protection, little Miss Bishop. You're a nonconformist, a troublemaker, and no good for the party. For you're not even a party member. And what's more, Dr. X. Dr. X.
Miss Anderson, did you tell her?
Yes, I did.
Get out of here.
This is my job, and I intend
Get out
to do
of
it.
here now. I am an old man. But if you don't leave, I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Well, I'll certainly see that the leaders hear about this.
There. Try it out, Anne. Go ahead. Try it out.
It's true. My father...
Yes, Anne, it's true. Henry died this morning. They sent word to me, and I wanted to tell you myself. I didn't know that...
But I saw him just last night, and he was...
How anyone could be so low.
No, that's right, Dean Maxwell. Don't... How did it happen?
There weren't any details. The state is taking care of his funeral.
They should. They ran his life for him. They killed him. He was going to resign, and so they killed him.
I don't know what to say, Anne. I can't think straight anymore. If there were only
Dean Maxwell, for the first time in months, I am able to think straight. Maybe you'll understand this, maybe you won't, but I feel as if a heavy weight had been taken off my brain. My father is gone. But he's where no one will ever be able to hurt him again. or make him do things that he knows are wrong. I almost envy him.
Yes, Anne. I do understand. But what will you do now?
Something I should have done a long time ago. Tell my class the truth. Class, please. Please, I beg you to listen carefully to what I have to say. And to remember it well, because I have only a few minutes to talk to you, and then you'll never hear my voice again. This is my last lesson with you. During the months that I have sat in this chair and watched you progress in your studies, some of you have become my friends. And others of you are my enemies. You are spies in a police state that is ruled by fear and treachery.
Miss Bishop, that's treason that you're talking.
Anyone who wishes...
Are you out of your mind?
Anyone who wishes to leave may do so now.
You'll get us all in trouble. I'm going after the authorities. And the rest of you had better leave, too.
Please. If you want to leave, if you're afraid of hearing what I have to say, I'll understand that. Good. And listen to me carefully. The hope of the future is in the same place it always has been. In the minds of young people like you. In the students of today. But today you are not students. You are only workers in a school. Your books are filled with lies. You know that. Or you've suspected it. And you've seen how simple truths have been twisted into immense lies through communist propaganda. Your parents may have told you some of the truth. And you yourselves have noticed other examples of contradiction. You have seen how every class is filled with what they call Marxist morals. But this is all I have to say to you. It's a simple thing. If you are students, then study what is going on. Study life as you are living it. See how communism has brought fear and mistrust and deceit and corruption to every part of this life. Study what they have done to our proud American history. Talk about it among yourselves and with others. Our most priceless possession was freedom of thought. Without that, we're nothing but animals obeying orders of our masters and cringing beneath their whips. But they are afraid, too. Afraid of the truth. Truth is a powerful weapon. They know that. They know that their lies can no longer exist if the truth is told. And you, as students, must search out that truth and let it be known. Only then will the world regain its freedom.
There she is.
Miss Bishop, come with us, please.
Yes, Mr. Lott.
Everybody keep quiet and remain in your seats. Well, Miss Bishop?
Yes. I'm coming.
You have just heard a story of what happens to freedom of thought, to the democratic system of education under a communist regime. This is what would happen to our American system if communism ever gained control. You think this could not happen? It is happening right now today in every country dominated by communism. It did happen to Dr. H.C. Burckhardt in Soviet Russia. After living the events you have just heard, Dr. Burckhardt disappeared from Russia as an enemy of the state. You have been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Mercedes McCambridge as Anne Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop. Raymond Burr was Dean Maxwell, Lou Krugman was Henry Bishop, and Isabel Jewell was Miss Anderson. Completing the cast were Dan O'Herlihy, Byron Kane, Sam Edwards, Lamont Johnson, and Donna Hayner. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Tears for Miss Bishop was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Vinson. Produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Declaration of Independence, a public domain recording for LibriVox.org, read by Jim Cadwell. The Declaration of Independence of the 13 Colonies, in Congress, July 4th, 1776. The unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their duty to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them, and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly, for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time, after such dissolutions, to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices, and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures, and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is, at this time, transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably disrupt our connections and correspondence. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must therefore acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation, and hold them as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
We hope our listeners aren't tired of hearing Happy New Year, because all of the people connected with this program wish to extend their hearty and sincere greetings, with every wish that 1936 will be full of gladness for you. Few companies have been so long identified with the history and growth of America as DuPont. And so it's fitting that DuPont should present the Cavalcade of America, a series of programs which tell you stories of traditional American spirit. It is the belief of the sponsor that a very real expression of the nature and tempo of American life is found in the ideal of DuPont's research chemist. Better things for better living through chemistry. Your comments on this series of programs will be appreciated very much by the sponsor. Just mail them to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. This evening's story concerns the Declaration of Independence. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Victor Herbert's American Fantasy, which makes use of historic American airs.
I'll put the question. All in favor of Mr. Dickinson's resolution? Aye.
Both sides were eager to postpone the actual vote on the resolution, but many members felt that it had a good chance of passing, and so a committee was named to draft a declaration stating the reasons for such a resolution. The committee consisted of Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, considered by many to be the best writer in the colonies, was chosen to make the original draft. Let us visit the Gratz house on Market Street, Philadelphia, late in June. Gratz is talking with his wife.
But Mr. Jefferson hasn't come down to his supper. I think I should call him.
No, don't disturb him. Mr. Adams and Dr. Franklin are with him. There are serious matters being discussed upstairs.
Well, maybe Dr. Franklin and Mr. Adams would like some supper, too.
Must you always be thinking of food? Important plans are being made for the welfare of our country. Tom Jefferson says that some delegates have been instructed to introduce another resolution for independence secession.
Oh, you're always talking politics and worrying about the country instead of attending to your business. More members of the Continental Congress to track up my floors, I suppose.
You don't appreciate the honor they do us boarding here in our home. Someday this house will be known as a place where history
You
was
wouldn't
made.
call it an honor if you had to sweep up after them. Oh, good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Mrs. Gratz.
It's young Mr. Temple, Father.
How are you, Mr. Gratz?
Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips. Well, how can I serve you?
I was wondering if you could tell me where I could find more books or pamphlets like this Common Sense. Has Mr. Payne written any more?
I don't know, Mr. Phillips, but I'll ask Mr. Jefferson. He will know.
I'd be very grateful if you would.
Mr. Jefferson's busy now. He mustn't be disturbed. How does your father feel about your sudden interest in this kind of literature?
Father doesn't know. But I'm convinced his ideas are wrong, Mr. Gratz.
Yeah.
Our country must come first, before England or any other place. Don't you think so?
Yes, Mr. Phillips, I do think so. My parents came from Germany and settled here. They are like your father. They are always talking about the old country, but I am an American.
So am I. And our duty lies, I think, with the new country rather than the old. A place where we intend to live and bring up families. We owe it to future generations so that they may have a happy and a better place to live in.
Meanwhile, in Jefferson's room, he and his colleagues, John Adams and Benjamin Franklin, are formulating the document that was to help make the country a happy and a better place.
Well, Dr. Franklin, now that you've read the draft, what do you think?
As a whole, Mr. Jefferson, I am delighted with it. But I hope you won't be offended if a much older man makes a few slight suggestions.
Certainly not, Dr. Franklin.
For instance, you say, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people. Now, wouldn't one people be more significant?
Yes. Yes, one people. That's right.
And you say, we hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable. Now, I would prefer, we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Self-evident is stronger.
Above all, we must be careful not to alienate any of our colonies at this time. Unless this declaration of our reasons for freedom is passed unanimously by the Continental Congress, it will utterly fail in its purpose.
You're right about that, Dr. Franklin. It must be the unanimous will of the United Colonies.
Now, I've called the colonies the United States of America. Do you like that term, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, Mr. Jefferson, I do. The United States of America. May they ever stand so.
Discussion after discussion caused further postponement of any definite action. On July 1st, 1776, the Committee of the Whole met and advised the passage of the Lee Resolution. The vote was 9 colonies for and 4 against. We find Franklin, Jefferson, and Adams the night of July 1st discussing the situation.
9 votes out of 13. No, it's not enough. If the resolution isn't passed unanimously tomorrow, the rest of the world will never believe our colonies are united. Never believe we are the United States of America.
4 colonies against. Delaware, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and New York.
The Delaware delegation is evenly divided. The New York delegation has no instructions, and none could possibly arrive by tomorrow. The South Carolina delegates feel that their instructions aren't broad enough to allow them to vote affirmatively.
Rutledge has called them together tonight. Perhaps his eloquence may persuade them.
I'm worried about Delaware. The vote will always remain 1-1. McKean for and Reed against. We can't count on Delaware.
McKean told me that he'd sent a postwriter for Caesar Rodney. As the third member of the delegation, he's sure to favor the resolution.
Rodney's 80 miles away, and they say he's a sick man. We can't expect him to arrive in time to vote.
It's your own Pennsylvania delegation that worries me most, Dr. Franklin. That's a negative majority that no amount of eloquence or persuasion can change.
I know. Dickinson and Morris are sincere. So are Willing and Humphreys. 4-3 against. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Dickinson. I trust I'm not interrupting.
Why, not at all. Come in, Dickinson. We were just discussing you.
Not too harshly, I trust. Gentlemen, I was much impressed with the vote today.
So much so that you wish to change yours, I hope.
No, Doctor. I still believe in reconciliation. But I love my country too well to hold out against wishes of majority. I know that independence must pass, and I realize the necessity for an undivided front. My conscience won't permit my voting for the resolution, but I can stay away from the Congress.
That would make a tie in the Pennsylvania delegation, Mr. Dickinson.
I'm on my way to talk to Morris. If he also remained away tomorrow, you would have a majority in the Pennsylvania delegation.
Mr. Dickinson, you and I have long been opponents. Now I want to express my appreciation and gratitude, sir.
Of course, I can't promise for Morris.
Tomorrow will tell the tale. We must wait for tomorrow.
On the morning of July 2nd, the delegates of the Continental Congress assembled to vote on the Lee resolution. Franklin and Adams are seated together not far from the chairman, John Hancock, as the voting proceeds.
There's 8. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina.
4 more to come, with New York not voting.
The chair calls on Mr. Gwinnett of the Georgia delegation. Georgia votes in favor of the revolution. The South Carolina delegation, Mr. Rutledge.
Mr. Chairman, last night we held a meeting of the South Carolina delegates. Lasted well into the morning. We have come to the conclusion that our instructions are broad enough to allow us to vote on the question. South Carolina votes in the affirmative.
Rutledge must have been very eloquent. Well, I'm beginning to breathe easier.
There are still 2 more, and...
At the request of Colonel McKean of Delaware, I have postponed calling on that colony until an attempt has been made to secure a full representation. Yesterday, the vote was even.
Mr. Chairman.
Here's Colonel McKean now. I was just calling on you.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to report. Our third delegate, Mr. Caesar Rodney, has just arrived. He has ridden all night and wishes to apologize for rushing in so unceremoniously. But thanks to his arrival, the Delaware delegation supports the resolution 2-1.
Only your own colony left, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, only Pennsylvania.
Dr. Franklin, have the other members of your delegation arrived as yet?
No, Mr. Chairman, and I am certain now that Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Morris are not coming. I therefore announce that the Pennsylvania delegation stands 3-2 in favor of independence.
Well, boys, with the New York delegation in sympathy but not voting, I think we may call it unanimous.
It is unanimous.
Mark my words, Dr. Franklin. July 2nd will be a day of rejoicing and celebration in these United States until the end of time.
But July 2nd, the day the resolution was passed, is not the day we celebrate. On July 4th, after much discussion as to its wording, a formal Declaration of Independence, little changed from Jefferson's original draft, was adopted unanimously by the assembled representatives of the United Colonies. On July 8th, the people of Philadelphia are gathered outside the State House to hear the Declaration read by John Nixon. On the outskirts of the crowd stands young Philip Temple with his father.
I can't see why you dragged me here, Philip. You've read that document yourself at Mr. Jefferson. You almost know it by heart. We can't hear anything here anyway.
I want to see how the people take it, Father.
People, eh? I notice not many of our friends are here.
Many of our friends have fled the town, Father.
Yeah, that is true, sir.
I'm glad you're staying.
I'm waiting to see the outcome of all this. Anyone can put words on paper. But will they live up to their words? Will they sign this declaration?
Indeed they will, Mr. Temple. I'm sure of that.
We'll see, Gratz.
This is a great occasion, isn't it, Mr. Gratz?
A day to remember that.
I'm glad to see you taking an interest, Mr. Temple. I feared perhaps you'd left town with your friends.
Father's staying in Philadelphia, but I'm leaving town, Mr. Gratz.
You, Philip?
Tomorrow I start for Boston to join General Washington.
Oh, good lad. Does your father approve?
The boy's of age. If I tried to stop him, your Liberty boys would try to run me out of town, I suppose.
Don't mind what Father says. I really think he's rather proud of me.
Mr. Nixon has finished reading the Declaration.
Those men in Congress have pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their honor. Could I do less? Every church bell in Philadelphia seems to be ringing.
Yeah, ringing in a new era.
They've given us the ideal. It's our duty to make it real.
On August 2nd, the delegates assembled. 56 signatures were affixed to the document, each man pledging his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor to uphold the principles of freedom and equality so that we and future generations should have life, liberty, and the chance for happiness. There are no braver names than these in the cavalcade of America.
The American spirit of independence is well exercised by the American housewife as she does her daily shopping. A good example of Mrs. Housewife's firm intention to get the things she buys in first-class condition, fresh, clean, and sanitary, and to see exactly what she's buying, is shown by the revolutionary improvements in packaging during recent years, particularly transparent wrapping. The story of transparent wrapping, or cellulose film, which is another name for it, is a mighty interesting story of chemistry. First manufactured in 1898 in England to wrap the famous Pears soap, and improved in 1908 by a French chemist, this material is now made in the United States. DuPont makes and sells it under the trademark cellophane. Maybe you have seen, or you will see, the recent spectacular moving picture, A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which 700,000 yards of cellophane were used to create the beautiful illusion of fairyland. Or you may have seen pianos and automobiles wrapped in cellophane. But these are the novel and unusual uses. The importance of cellophane to you is the way it protects your health by guarding things from dirt and germs, and also the way it keeps foods fresh and delicious. How can man produce a substance as shimmery as a moonbeam and as elusive as thin air out of the towering spruce tree? Because that's exactly where cellophane cellulose film comes from. Chips of spruce wood go through various chemical processes to end up as a thick liquid. Then an amazing transformation takes place in one step. As the liquid cellulose is forced through a long, narrow slot, it flows evenly into an acid bath. And the instant it touches the acid, it coagulates and becomes solid. Then it's purified and bleached until it's as clear as crystal and made flexible for easy and secure wrapping. DuPont chemists made many improvements in the original discovery. They found how to make this transparent wrapping moisture-proof to protect the freshness of foods and tobacco. In short, the thing to remember is that cellophane cellulose film is something chemistry has created to protect you by protecting the things you buy. It well illustrates the creed of DuPont research chemists: better things for better living through chemistry.
This program has come to you through the courtesy of DuPont, one of America's oldest enterprises, makers of chemical products since 1802. It's one of a series of programs in the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont each Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time over the Columbia Broadcasting System. When presented on the air, each program also contains a short, interesting story of chemical achievement, illustrating the DuPont chemist's creed: better things for better living through chemistry.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
The ideas of progress and of the indefinite perfectibility of the human race belong to democratic ages. The America of 1831 is devoted to equality, and equality suggests several ideas that would not have originated from any other source, and it modifies almost all those previously entertained. I take as an example the idea of human perfectibility and progress because it is a great philosophical theory, everywhere to be traced by its consequence in the conduct of human affairs.
The Cold Water Army. A study in American progress. Item 7 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American progress. The Cold Water Army.
Although man has many points of resemblance with the brutes, one trait is peculiar to himself. He improves. They are incapable of improvement. The idea of perfectibility is as old as the world. Equality did not give birth to it, but equality has imparted to it a new character. An aristocratic society can conceive improvement, but not change. An aristocratic society can imagine the future condition of the world may be better, but not essentially different. But in a democracy, the image of an ideal, the always fugitive perfection, presents itself to the human mind. Thus it was that when my friend Beaumont and I set foot in the United States in 1831, we were stunned by the tumult.
On every side, 1,000 simultaneous voices demand the satisfaction of their social wants.
Not a reading man, but has a draft of a new community in his vest pocket.
We're all a little wild here with numberless projects of social reform.
We students of Yale, therefore, solemnly form ourselves into a band and vow never to cease in our efforts, but totally to devote ourselves to the salvation of Illinois.
Progress is the great topic of inquiry.
Come, join the Coldwater Army. Join us now, join us now. Come join the Coldwater Army. Join us, join us, join us now.
Now, brothers, all come at our call and join us in our roundelay. The pledge divine make haste and sign, for 'tis our temperance holiday.
Yes, sisters, all we've heard your call and join you in your melody. We whine, resign, the pledge we'll sign and sing with you in harmony. Come join the Coldwater Army. Join us now, join us now. Come join the Coldwater Army. Join us, join us, join us now.
Be ashamed to die until you have won some victory for humanity. Ancient injustices are no longer tolerable. This association calls for the end of sweatshops and the establishment of the 10-hour working day.
The new College of Oberlin will ban tea, coffee, meat, fish, pepper and other condiments, gravy, butter, and practically anything with taste enough to be a temptation of the flesh.
As the editor of a newspaper, I must ask for the heavenly compassion of my female readers for my persistence in the sin of celibacy. But I am so much engaged in building up the newspaper and reforming the age that actually I have scarcely time to say, how'd you do?
In a democracy, no one sits quietly in despair of improving his condition.
Bread, rent, fuel, their prices must come down. The people will meet in the park, rain or sunshine, at 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon to inquire into the cause of the present unexampled distress and devise a suitable remedy.
Meetings are called to denounce the government and to deplore the laxity of the day.
Would you believe it? They no longer arrest people who travel on Sundays. And even the mail coach, carrying government dispatches, now goes its rounds on the day of the Lord. If this disastrous trend is not stopped, all is over. Not only with our private morality, but with public morality, too.
Societies are formed which regard drunkenness as the principal cause of the evils of the state.
Young man, shun that cup. Touch not a drop therein. In youth it ruined me.
when filled with rum and gin.
Societies are formed for everything.
Matters have come to such a pass that a peaceable man can hardly venture to eat or drink or to go to bed or to get up, to correct his children or to kiss his wife without obtaining the permission and direction of some society.
It is impossible to spend more effort in the pursuit of happiness. To take a hand in the regulation of society and to discuss it is his biggest concern, and, so to speak, the only pleasure an American knows. Debating clubs are, to a certain extent, a substitute for theatrical entertainments. An American cannot converse, but he can discuss, and his talk falls into a dissertation. He speaks to you as if he were addressing a meeting, and if he should chance to become warm in the discussion, he will address the man he's talking to as gentlemen.
After all, gentlemen, reformers are metallic. They are sharpest steel. They pierce whatsoever of evil or abuse they touch. They are armed in the might of principles. And, gentlemen, God backs their purpose. They uproot institutions, erase traditions, revise usages, and renovate all things. Reformers are the noblest of creatures. Living in time, they work for eternity. Dwelling with men, they are with God.
Forever seeking, forever falling to rise again, often disappointed, but not discouraged, the American tends unceasingly toward that unmeasured greatness so indistinctly visible at the end of the long track which humanity has yet to tread.
We live in a period of the world and a stage of society favorable to every charitable institution and useful improvement. Never were the poor and miserable more generously taken care of. In these western countries of the earth, we have equal strength and beauty of body. With them we have as improvable and elegant minds, and unless untoward and sad events alter our situation, may exhibit human nature in as favorable a point of view as it has ever yet appeared.
It can hardly be believed how many facts naturally flow from the philosophical theory of the indefinite perfectibility of man, or how strong an influence it exercises, even on those who, living entirely for the purposes of action and not of thought, seem to conform their actions to it, without knowing anything about it.
Remember, Tocqueville, our conversation with Mr. Poinsett?
Mr. Poinsett, of course, was also a man of considerable thought.
He was indeed. He was a distinguished world traveler. He had been ambassador to Mexico. He was a personal agent of President Andrew Jackson. And finally, Mr. Poinsett had a beautiful red flower named after him. We met him at a tavern in South Carolina, and together we traveled back to Washington and talked and talked and talked. And in part, we talked about American progress.
We are told, Mr. Poinsett, that Americans are very economical when it comes to managing ships. Why?
Well, Mr. Tocqueville, the American sailor possesses an activity and an economical bent. He has an understanding of his own interests. The price of labor is high. Ships cost more to build here than in Europe, but we look for other ways to make improvements. There's not an English or a French vessel crosses the ocean in as little time as ours. None that stays as short a time in port. I'll tell you something. The American has a quality, land or sea, which makes him singularly apt to succeed and make money.
We have observed that.
Of course you have, sir.
Let me return to these American ships.
Yes, Mr. Bowman?
I have heard it said that these beautiful, fast ships of yours generally don't last very long.
Well, Mr. Beaumont, I think you might begin by... Well, you have to distinguish between ships built for sale and those built for your own use.
I see.
There is in the North a shipbuilding industry. And in fact, the vessels it produces do have a short life. But when we want to make a ship that we can use as long as possible, we find in the building woods of the South, particularly in the live oak of the Floridas, the best materials in the world. What makes our ships last such a short time is the fact that our merchants often don't have much disposable capital to begin with. It's a calculation on their part. Provided that the vessel lasts long enough to bring them in a certain sum, a certain profit, well, that's all they expect. Besides, there's a general feeling among us Americans that prevents our aiming at the durable in anything. There reigns in America a popular and universal faith in the progress of the human mind. Americans are always expecting that improvements will be discovered in everything. And in fact, they are often right.
Does everyone act on this sort of system?
Certainly, Mr. Tocqueville. Any American sailor will tell you that ships aren't built to last because of progress.
In the words which fall accidentally on a particular subject from an uninstructed sailor, I recognize the general and systematic idea upon which a great people direct all their concerns. The idea of perfection, of a continuous and endless bettering of social conditions. This idea is presented unceasingly in all its aspects.
Our original purpose in visiting America was to study its prisons. And here, as everywhere, the American spirit of perfectibility pervaded everything. Tocqueville, do you remember our first sight of the great prison of Sing Sing? We were traveling up the Hudson River on a warm May morning.
The first warm May morning. It had been quite cold up to then.
And an American chatted to us, eager, as always, to explain his country to the strangers from France.
And here's another thing you'll want to know. And now you make a note of this, too.
Yes, sir.
If you're aiming to spend a little time with us, this may be useful to you. We think a man can do anything. Anyone told you that before?
Not in so many words, but we have noticed a great flexibility.
Well, that's what we believe. We believe a man can do anything. We believe if something needs to be done, then someone can do it. We believe that people can do what they want to. If they want something, they can get it. That's what we believe, and that's the way we act. If we think anything needs to be changed, and gentlemen, I mean anything, from the face of the planet itself to the most complicated of human institutions, if we think it ought to be changed, and we know it can be changed, and we know that we can change it, and we go right ahead and do it. Now, you remember that.
We have noticed change and alteration on all sides.
Good. And there's evidence coming into sight right around that bend.
Where do you mean?
That great stone building there is a machine for changing human nature. It's the new penitentiary of Sing Sing.
But that is our destination. That is what we've come to your country to study.
Fine, gentlemen. You will find here that we don't give up even the most hardened criminal as hopeless. If man is capable of improvement, he will be improved in America.
In America, there is not only belief in progress, but there are innumerable societies to promote progress.
Oh, Beaumont, those societies. Americans of all ages, all conditions, and all dispositions constantly form associations of 1,000 kinds: religious, moral, serious, futile, general or restricted, enormous or diminutive. The Americans make associations to give entertainments, to found seminaries, to build inns, to construct churches, to diffuse books, to send missionaries to the antipodes. In this manner, they found hospitals, prisons, and schools. If it is proposed to inculcate some truth or to foster some feeling by the encouragement of a great example, they form a society. Wherever at the head of some new undertaking you see the government in France or a man of rank in England, in the United States, you will be sure to find an association.
The American Tract Society.
The American Peace Society.
The American Home Missionary Society.
The General Union for promoting the Christian observance of the Sabbath.
The American Association for redeeming females who have deviated from the paths of virtue.
That is to say, societies are formed to resist evils that are exclusively of a moral nature. There is no end which the human will despairs of attaining through the combined power of individuals united into a society. Consider, for example, the Societies for the Abolition of Slavery, and the fiery words of William Lloyd Garrison, who on January the 1st, 1831, 4 months before we landed in America, published the first issue of the Liberator and proclaimed the war cry of the abolitionists.
I determined by every hazard to lift up the standard of emancipation in the eyes of the nation, assenting to the self-evident truth maintained in the American Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I shall strenuously contend for the immediate enfranchisement of our slave population. In Park Street Church on the 4th of July, 1829, in an address on slavery, I unreflectingly assented to the popular but pernicious doctrine of gradual abolition. I seized this opportunity to make a full and unequivocal recantation, and thus publicly to ask pardon of my God, of my country, and of my brethren the poor slaves for having uttered a sentiment so full of timidity, injustice, and absurdity. I am aware that many may object to the severity of my language, but is there not cause for severity? I will be as harsh as truth and as uncompromising as justice. On this subject, I do not wish to think or speak or write with moderation. No, no! Tell a man whose house is on fire to give a moderate alarm. Tell him to moderately rescue his wife from the hands of the ravisher. Tell the mother to gradually extricate her babe from the fire into which it has fallen. But urge me not to use moderation in a cause like the present. I am in earnest. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch. And I will be heard.
Here is the intensity, the fury, the fanaticism of the man who burns to bring progress, who burns to free the 2 million Negro slaves. But all this zeal was met with counter-zeal. In the southern states, it became a crime for Negroes to read, and southern judges were severe in judgment. In Norfolk, Virginia, for example.
Of all the Negro race, there cannot be found another so large a body as the millions of slaves in the United States, at once so intelligent, so inclined to the gospel, and so blessed by the elevating influence of civilization and Christianity. But many now living will remember how and when and why the anti-slavery fury began, and by what means its manifestations were made public. Our mails were clogged with abolition pamphlets and inflammatory documents to be distributed among our southern Negroes to induce them to cut our throats. These, however, were not the only means resorted to by the northern fanatics to stir up insubordination among our slaves. They scattered far and near pocket handkerchiefs and other similar articles with frightful engravings and printed over with anti-slavery nonsense, with the view to work upon the feelings of ignorance of our Negroes, who otherwise would have remained comfortable and happy. The prisoner is therefore sentenced to 1 month in jail for the crime of teaching a Negro child to read.
But the abolitionists are not the only ones who are zealous in their wish for progress. As soon as several of the inhabitants of the United States have taken up an opinion or a feeling which they wish to promote in the world, they look out for mutual assistance. And as soon as they have found one another out, they combine. From that moment, they are no longer isolated men, but a power seen from afar, whose actions serve for an example, and whose language is listened to.
Lo, the temperance banner floating free o'er a gallant band. Hark the temperance legion shouting victory through the land. On to the battle on. strike the fell monster down. Fight, 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 day and night, against the tyrant alcohol. Fight, 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 day and night, against the tyrant alcohol.
That is a song, as the people themselves say, composed, selected, arranged, and adapted to the cause of total abstinence.
Do you remember, Tocqueville, that man we met in Albany on the 4th of July? The one who wanted us to join the Cold Water Army?
Gentlemen, I happen to have here a few little pamphlets which I should be pleased if you'd carry back with you for the interest and edification of the French people. I've inscribed them all on the title page, E.C. Delavan's respects, and I hope you'll forgive the liberty.
Oh, we are delighted. Let me see. Second annual report of the New York Temperance Society.
Founded by myself in company with Dr. Eliphalet Nutt.
Most interesting, evidently. What is a temperance society?
Has to do with the evils of strong drink. I crusade against it.
Oh, of course. We agree with you. Moderation in all things.
Temperance, sir, does not mean moderation. As far as strong drink is concerned, temperance means abstinence. Let me draw your attention to some of those fine colored plates. Section of the liver of a drunkard who died miserably some little while since in Poughkeepsie.
Oh.
Interior of the stomach of a drunkard who perished in agony near Syracuse.
Ah.
Series of cross-sections of the spleen.
Oh, thank you. We have seen sufficient.
Well, they're fine pictures. I'm working now on something which I'll take the liberty of transmitting to you gentlemen, seeing that you're from France. It's to be entitled Temperance in Wine Countries. And I'm sure you'll agree that your unhappy nation certainly qualifies in that category.
Certainly, sir. The wines of France are the pride and delight of the civilized world.
Not in this quarter, they're not. The cases I've collected, you'd be surprised if the New York Temperance Society has its way. And sooner or later, it will have its way. Any kind of alcohol will be totally prohibited in this state, and anywhere else we can prohibit it.
But is not this an intrusion on the rights of the individual? If you do not like alcohol, well and good. But are all men to be forced to your mold? On what grounds do you propose these extraordinary things?
On the grounds of morality. You gentlemen are strangers to America. You're from Europe. You're not acquainted with morality. You are not aware of the moral force and power of aroused public opinion as it's found and cultivated in this free land of ours.
Are there a great many reformers in America who seek to influence others to their views on moral grounds?
A very great many. Some of them, of course, are nothing more than infernal busybodies. There's a gang out to try and prevent Americans from indulging in their inalienable right to chew tobacco. Oh. That kind of thing is just nosy Parkerism, far removed from the wholehearted public decency of a movement such as our own. I'll leave all these pamphlets with you. Shall you be staying in town some days? Shall you be here over the 4th?
That is our expectation.
I trust the elevated tone of the proceedings will not be marred by strong drink and debauchery. However, we shall hope for the best and expect the worst.
The first time I heard in the United States that 100,000 men had bound themselves publicly to abstain from spirituous liquors, it appeared to me more like a joke than a serious engagement. And I did not at once perceive why these temperate citizens could not content themselves with drinking water by their own firesides. I at last understood that these 100,000 Americans, alarmed by the progress of drunkenness around them, had made up their minds to be patrons of temperance. They acted in just the same way as a man of high rank who should dress very plainly in order to inspire the humbler orders with a contempt of luxury. It is probable that if these 100,000 men had lived in France, each of them would individually, by himself, have memorialized the government to keep an eye on the saloons and public houses.
And they were certainly effective. By 1835, there were 1,200,000 members of the American Temperance Society. There were 8,000 local affiliates and organizations in every state but one.
It is a universal American idea that the promotion of public progress is the proper concern of the private citizen. And this idea can be found clearly and explicitly stated in the American press.
I see no reason why the wildest dreams of the fanatical believer in human progress and perfectibility may not ultimately be realized. And each child so trained as to shun every vice, aspire to every virtue, attain the highest practicable skill in art and efficiency in industry, loving and pursuing honest, untasked labor for the health, vigor, and peace of mind thence resulting, as well as for its more palpable rewards, and joyfully recognizing in universal good the only assurance of individual good.
Aristocratic nations are naturally too liable to narrow the scope of human perfectibility. Democratic nations to expand it beyond reason. Democratic nations care but little for what has been, but they are haunted by visions of what will be. In this direction, their unbounded imagination grows and dilates beyond all measure. Nothing deters the American in his undertakings. Nothing discourages his efforts. He has a fund of energy in his soul to improve man and society. This same daring enterprise has given birth to American industry, whose marvels astonish me. Those canals, those railroads which penetrate the continent, the businesses which enrich the commerce of all nations, the fertile fields, the magnificent cities and smiling villages, everywhere, wealth and plenty. To democratic ages belong unquestionably the ideas of progress and of the indefinite perfectibility of the human race.
You have just heard The Cold Water Army, a study in American progress. Item 7 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair. Music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials, which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Heavenly Prison, Item 8 on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Your best buys are the quality name brands featured on NBC Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In Europe, Christianity has been intimately united to the powers of the earth. Those powers are now in decay, and religion is, as it were, buried under their ruins. The living body of religion has been bound down to the dead corpse of superannuated policy. But the Americans combine the notions of Christianity and of liberty so intimately in their minds that it is impossible to make them conceive the one without the other. Despotism may govern without faith, but liberty cannot. For what can be done with the people who are their own masters if they are not submissive to the deity.
The Cement of Democracy, a study in American religion. Item 6 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American religion. The Cement of Democracy.
It must never be forgotten that religion gave birth to Anglo-American society. In the United States in 1831, religion has, as it were, laid down its own limits. Religious institutions have remained wholly distinct from political institutions, so that former laws have been easily changed, while former belief has remained unshaken. In the United States, Christianity is an established fact, but Christian sects are infinitely diversified and infinitely tolerant. This struck us very forcibly on the Sunday Beaumont and I spent in the great prison of Sing Sing, where the warden showed us the chapel.
I guess we're a little late for the sermon. Looks as if the preacher's just delivered it.
What sect is the preacher?
No, I don't rightly know just who was up this Sunday. There was some talk of a Presbyterian, but maybe it was one of the Methodists. Tell you this, though. We have trouble getting good chaplains out here at the prison.
Why is that?
Don't pay enough, I guess. Even the preacher's got to live, you know.
Do all the Methodists go to church one Sunday, and all the Presbyterians the next, and so on?
No. All the men go every Sunday. We just let each of the preachers talk to them in turn. It all works out very well, just so long as they stick to general morality and don't go pushing dogmas too far.
But this is astounding. Beaumont, do you hear what this gentleman is telling us?
What is he telling us?
That it makes no difference what sect the minister represents.
So long as he gives them general Christian morality.
To criminals, then, there is no one church that is the true faith.
And you'll find the same outside the walls. As far as religion goes, you'll find a lot of toleration over here. A lot of toleration.
Well, Tocqueville, I should very much like to know how a lively and sincere faith can get on with such a perfect toleration. How can one have equal respect for religions whose dogmas differ? What real influence on the moral conduct of these Americans can be exercised by this religious spirit whose outward manifestations are so noticeable?
Well, the extreme religious tolerance is due to the very multiplicity of sects. If there were only two, they might cut each other's throats. But no sect having the majority, all have need of tolerance.
But might it not be that this outward show of religion has more breadth in it than depth? Might not all these sects compete with one another in the minute observance of their cults and of the moral principles which religion commands? Might they not compete, Tocqueville?
I should think they sometimes do.
Oh, then, perhaps some of the religious zeal is due to conceit and emulation rather than to conviction of the truth.
No, that I do not believe. Frankly, I consider the United States one of the most religious countries that I have ever encountered. Consider how zealously they observe their Sunday. In the United States, on the 7th day of every week, the trading and working life of the nation seems suspended. All noises cease. A deep tranquility succeeds the turmoil of the week. On this day, the centers of trade are deserted. Every member of the community, accompanied by his children, goes to church, where he listens to a strange language which would seem unsuited to his ear. He is told of the countless evils caused by pride and covetousness. He is reminded of the necessity of checking his desires, of the finer pleasures that belong to virtue alone, and of the true happiness that attends it. how silent New York is.
How empty.
The streets are deserted.
You can see that Sunday is very different from weekdays.
Listen, here comes a carriage. You can hear it.
There it goes across the square. No, it's being stopped. How very odd. That man in the checkered greatcoat is stopping it and turning it back. What can be going on?
Let us by all means hurry over and find out.
Well, I don't know. The service should be out in about 15 minutes. Then you can go through here.
Well, lead the horse round for me, will you?
Happy to oblige. Up there. Come on, up. Morning to you, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. Might I inquire why you are turning back carriages?
You, gentlemen from foreign parts?
We are from France.
Ah, well, that accounts for it. What I'm doing here, gentlemen, is protecting the worshippers in that church over there from being disturbed by passing carriages. It's my turn to do this for the church this Sunday.
How unusual.
You're wrong there. In some neighborhoods, it's quite the regular thing to ask people not to drive past during divine service. Why, the religious severity of Philadelphia is so great that they put up chains across the streets on a Sunday to prevent horses and carriages from passing. And in Massachusetts, they used to put you in jail for traveling on a Sunday. New York, too.
We have only been here a few weeks, but we have noticed that your people invariably make a point of attending some church service.
No, you don't have that straight. Go down and take a look at the Hoboken ferries. Every single Sunday, you'll find 10,000 people going over to the country for a breath of fresh air and a sight of green fields. Every Sunday, out they go to Harlem, too. And in the evening, you'll see the folks coming back from the woods and fields of Harlem, all laden down with green boughs and bunches of flowers. Lovely sight. You see, Sunday's probably the only day the working man has a chance to take his family and wife out for an airing.
Well, you will never make a man who labors all week spend all day Sunday thinking.
In other words, Americans are not as conscientious in Sunday observance as we had thought.
Oh, no, now. It'd be a great mistake to think that. Heard of what they call the night blooming cereus?
I have heard of it.
It's a flower. You wait years for it to open. Well, there's one near here. Last year it opened. But it chanced to be on a Sunday evening, and a lot of people wouldn't go to see it. Conscientious scruples.
The sentiments do them credit.
How do you make that out? If there's anything wrong in coming out on a Sunday, I should have thought the flower might have known about it. May I inquire what church you gentlemen belong to?
We are Roman Catholics.
Well, we have plenty over here. We have plenty of everything. Any kind of religion you want. Just the other day, I was in what they call a revival meeting right here in the state of New York. 40 days and 40 nights, relays of ministers kept it going. Over here, gentlemen, you'll find any kind of religion you want. Oh, I see they're coming out of church now. Good day, gentlemen. Hope I've been of some assistance to you.
To be well received in society, it is indispensably necessary to declare that you belong to some one of the regular sects. Now, the Methodists are considered as the most pious, the Presbyterians as the most powerful, the Episcopalians and the Catholics as the most genteel, the Universalists the most liberal, the Swedenborgians the most musical, the Unitarians the most enlightened, the Quakers the most amiable, the Dancing Shakers the most amusing, and the Jews the most interesting. I know a respectable family where one is a Methodist, one a Presbyterian, and a third a Universalist.
The religious state of this people is perhaps the most curious thing to examine in America. It's incredible to see the infinite number of subdivisions into which the sects in America have split. It may fairly be believed that a certain number of Americans pursue a particular form of worship from habit more than from conviction. In the United States, in spite of the separation of church and state, the sovereign authority is religious, and consequently, hypocrisy must be common. But there is no country in the world where the Christian religion, particularly the Old Testament, retains a greater influence over the souls of men than in America.
I never saw or read of any other country where religion has as strong a hold upon the ladies. In Washington, the Presbyterian ladies go to church 3 times every Sunday. Episcopalian and Catholic churches are filled with elegantly dressed females. And each, of course, acts upon the universally recognized national principle that each and every one has a right to choose a creed and mode of worship for herself.
The religious and anti-religious instincts which can exist in man are developing here in perfect liberty. Now, we often remarked that the American clergy, in general, not even accepting those who do not admit religious liberty, are all in favor of civil freedom. During our visit, we spoke to many men of the church. Father Richard, for example, in the frontier territory of Michigan, was perhaps not used to interested inquiry.
It is very good of you, Father Richard, to tell us about your work.
I am only glad that you are interested. I am so used to indifference.
Indifference, Father? But the people of Detroit sent you to Congress to represent the Michigan territory.
But not the Catholics, the Protestants. How could they have elected a Catholic priest if they were not indifferent to religion?
Beaumont and I have noticed an extreme tolerance in American religion.
An extreme indifference, you mean? Nobody asks what religion you belong to. They only ask what you can do. And after all, we know where all this leads.
For the life of me, Father, I don't see where.
To deism, to natural religion, religious rationalism, skeptical of revelation and contemptuous of dogma. That is one alternative. The other, of course, is Catholicism. But don't take my word for it. See what the other priests have to say. See if they don't agree with me.
It is very good of you, Father Power, to receive us with such cordiality.
I'm very happy to be of service to you gentlemen. Another glass of wine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know, it's a very odd thing, Father Power. While we were at the service, we almost imagined ourselves back in France. Tocqueville here, in fact, spoke to one of his neighbors in French, and I think very much surprised him. But when you came to preach your admirable sermon, we knew at once that we were in America and not in France. And not only because you were speaking in English.
What did I say that seemed to you so remarkably American?
It was not what you said, perhaps so much as what you did not say. You seem to have no prejudice whatsoever against Republican institutions.
Certainly not.
Do you think the support of the civil power is useful to religion?
On the contrary. I am profoundly convinced that it is harmful. I know that the majority of the Catholic priests in Europe have a contrary belief. I understand their point of view. They distrust the spirit of liberty, whose first efforts have been directed against them. Having besides always lived under the sway of monarchical institutions which protected them, they are naturally led to regret the loss of that protection. They are therefore victims of an inevitable error. If they could live in this country, they would not be long in changing their opinions. All religious beliefs are on the same footing here. The government neither sustains nor persecutes anyone. And doubtless there's not a country in the world where the Catholic religion counts adherents more fervent and proselytes more numerous. I repeat, the less religion and its ministers are mixed with civil government, the less part they will take in political dissensions, and the more power religious ideas will gain.
In France, the church has, of course, been in opposition to republicanism.
Over here, there's such a thing as the separation of church and state. Several of the states have it written into their constitutions. New York State's one of them. Let's see, how does it go? And whereas the ministers of the gospel are, by their profession, dedicated to the service of God and the care of souls, and ought not to be diverted from the great duties of their functions. Therefore, no minister of the gospel or priest of any denomination whatsoever shall at any time hereafter, under any pretense or description whatsoever, be eligible to or capable of holding any civil or military office or place within the state. And in case, gentlemen, you're thinking that the church is weakened by this kind of provision, let me tell you unhesitatingly, and the Protestant ministers will say the same, that the reason why religion is as dominant as it is in the life of this country is precisely because of this separation of church and state.
You really feel that, Father Power?
I am absolutely convinced of it. Absolutely.
There is, of course, no established religion in America.
Not in the sense that you mean, that is correct. But I should say myself that very often men seem to act as if the worship of opinion was the established religion of the country.
Not the worship of wealth?
Oh, wealth, yes. The old country estimation of wealth has stayed with us, though I hope and trust it's somewhat diminished. I'll admit that every man works for it in America, and not quite every man does so in the old countries. All the same, it doesn't seem to me that wealth is quite as important as an idol, a snare, a deception as this other thing. The worship of public opinion is the leading heresy around here, in my humble opinion.
You seem very tolerant in your views, Father Power. Is this true of all American Catholics?
It's true of most of them, I should say. We're now the largest single communion in New York, but we're still in a minority. So I shouldn't wonder if some of us are more tolerant when we belong to the minority than when we have the numbers on our side.
But even so, American Catholics seem to love democracy as much as members of other religions.
Oh, certainly. And they take it away with them when they go abroad. I was hearing only the other day of a lady from Charleston, South Carolina. Oh, very distinguished Catholic family, but the name wouldn't mean anything to you. This lady was on a visit to Europe, and she paid a visit to Rome. Now, naturally, she was anxious to have an audience with the Holy Father. And she had an introduction to one of the cardinals. And sure enough, of course, he was very pleased to arrange for her to attend a general audience. You know, when there's a lot of people there and they all receive the Holy Father's blessing. Ah, but this wasn't good enough for her. No, indeed. She wanted to talk to His Holiness. No, says the cardinal, it's not allowed. That's an honor confined to the princesses of the blood, the daughters of sovereigns. Then this lady gave him the answer straight. But, sir, she says, I am a princess of the blood and the daughter of a sovereign. For in America, the people are all sovereign, and I am the daughter of one of the people.
Oh, remarkable reply.
Oh, very much so. And it had its effect. His Holiness heard about it, and he was so pleased with it that he granted an interview. And that American lady was admitted to an honor to which no lady of private station had ever before aspired. Now, there's an American Catholic for you. And if you want to know what an American Protestant is like, I'll give you an introduction to one of the Episcopalian ministers here, a friend of mine, the Reverend Dr. Wainwright.
So you find no point of conflict between religious ideas and political doctrines?
None, sir. None whatsoever. They are two entirely separate worlds, in each of which an honest and conscientious man may live in peace.
I should like to hear why you think this is so, Dr. Wainwright.
Is there any doubt in the matter? I believe not, sir. It is because the ministers of the various sects have never entered politics, and have never been or pretended to be a political power. We should think that we were injuring our standing if we were to concern ourselves with a political matter. A great number among us even abstain from voting at the elections. That's what I myself am always careful to do.
Oh. Is there no encouragement of religion in public life?
In our political and public life, we frown upon clericalism, but we warmly encourage religion. We attach great importance to it in everyday life. Have you seen yesterday's paper, the New York Spectator?
I believe not.
I have it by me. I'll find you a paragraph which will impress you. Yeah, read it for yourself. There.
The Court of Common Pleas of Chester County, State of New York, a few days since rejected a witness who declared his disbelief in the existence of God. The presiding judge remarked that he had not before been aware that there was a man living who did not believe in the existence of God, and that disbelief constituted the basis of all testimony in a court of justice, and that he knew of no case in a Christian country where a witness had been permitted to testify without such belief. The judge refused to admit any of his evidence on the grounds that they destroyed the confidence of the court in the truth of whatever he was about to say.
Extraordinary. Thus, you may see, gentlemen, the doctrine that we hold so dear of the separation of church and state does not mean that we must separate godly conduct from practical life. On the contrary, it means, if anything, that we Americans judge all our actions, public and private, from the point of view of religious morality. That we have always done so, and that I trust we shall always continue to do so. And others would tell you the same.
What do you say to that, Dr. Stewart?
That we judge all actions from the point of view of religious morality? Well, I'd say it's true. I'm a medical doctor here in Maryland, as you know, gentlemen, and I observe that people follow the advice of the clergy. They hire only those that seem religious. The church has a prodigious influence in the affairs of the world.
Well, this state of affairs must create a good many hypocrites.
Yes, but above all, it prevents people's criticizing religion. Public opinion accomplishes with us what the Inquisition was never able to do. I have known a multitude of young men who, after receiving a scientific education, thought they had discovered that the Christian religion was not true. Carried away by the fire of youth, they began to maintain this opinion openly, and they became indignant at the intolerance of the zealous Christians and placed themselves in a position of open hostility. Well, some were obliged to leave the country or to vegetate there miserably. The others, feeling that the struggle was unequal, were constrained to return outwardly into the ways of religion, or at least keep their mouths shut. The number of those thus beaten by public opinion is very considerable.
Astonishing. Then there is a great depth of doubt or indifference hidden here.
Oh, yes. Of course, anti-religious books are not published with us, or at least the thing is very rare. Yet several of our great men have not been members of any religious sect, have shared anti-religious feeling. Washington, for one. Washington's opinion in the matter of Christianity is unknown. He never explained himself. But Jefferson, Franklin, John Adams were decidedly deists, rationalists. On the other hand, it must be acknowledged that with us, a great many men of talent have been and are still firm believers. The great majority of the people firmly sustains the opinion that a man who is not a Christian offers no social guarantee. This is the source of an intolerance of which you can have no idea.
I must admit, before I left France, I thought that America was peopled with philosophic infidels and that deism was the most we could hope for. Actually, this extreme tolerance on the one hand towards religions in general, on the other, this considerable zeal of each individual for his own religion, is a phenomenon I can't even explain to myself. I must say also that I am surprised to find religion on the side of democracy.
Frankly, Beaumont, I think we are discovering the cement of this democracy. Religion is much more necessary in this republic, which the Americans set forth in glowing colors, than in the monarchies which they attack. It is more needed in democratic institutions than in others. How can society possibly escape destruction if the moral tie is not strengthened in proportion as the political tie is relaxed? And what can ever be done with a people who are their own masters if they are not generally submissive to the power of God? Religion in America takes no direct part in the government of society, but it must be regarded as the first of their political institutions. For if it does not impart a taste for freedom, it facilitates the use of it. I do not know whether all Americans have a sincere faith in their religion, for who can search the human heart? But I am certain that they hold it to be indispensable to the maintenance of republican institutions.
You have just heard The Cement of Democracy, a study in American religion, Item 6, in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials, which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Cold Water Army, Item 7, on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
This is The Story. Stories of people, of nations, of the world, of yesterday and today, and the meaning they hold for tomorrow.
Now, I'm an ordinary guy, any American you want to name. The fact that I'm a radio announcer doesn't matter for the moment. I've got a story I want you to hear, a story that I think is important to both of us, to you overseas and to me on the home front. Here's why I think it's important. Here are my reasons. Now, you know that in the United States, you can walk to the corner newspaper stand and take your own choice of various newspapers. You know, too, they're likely to disagree with each other in their views, and some of them are likely to disagree with the administration in power. We take that for granted. Still, you don't get arrested for buying the paper you want, and no publisher gets arrested for printing it. Even in the midst of a tough war, we allow so much freedom of criticism that sometimes it worries people from other countries. But we know it's our strength. Better allow this freedom, better even have it abused at times, than to let one group of people decide what's to be printed and what we should think. We've seen where that can land, in Germany and Japan. Now, this particular freedom wasn't won in America. without some pretty hard fights. And that's what our story is about today. This is the story of one of the most crucial and important of those struggles.
The Freedom of the Press, with Raymond Edward Johnson as Andrew Hamilton. (1733). On the village green in East Chester, near New York City, an election is held. A printer, John Peter Zenger, publishes the truth about the election. He keeps on publishing the truth. The authorities don't like it. They clamp him in jail. There is the beginning of a battle, a long battle that won for America freedom of the press. For in the words of Governor Morris,
Andrew Hamilton's defense of Zenger in 1735 was the germ of American freedom, the morning star of that liberty which later revolutionized America.
It was good of you to accept this case, Mr. Hamilton.
In view of the fact that I'd retired from practice to nurse this infernal gout.
Others were closed. It was good of you to accept this case, Mr. Hamilton.
In view of the fact that I'd retired from practice to nurse this infernal gout. It was more than... However, there's a saying that when a neighbor's house is on fire, we must look to our own. Certainly the fact that you and Smith were disbarred for taking the case of this man Zenger is enough to whip every advocate in the colonies into action.
I found differently, Mr. Hamilton. Yours was the only door that opened to us. The others were closed by the influence of Governor Cosby.
I understand that Zenger is being represented by Councilor Chambers.
Cosby's man.
And the justices, Delancey and Phillips?
Cosby's.
And I dare say the jury has been well intimidated to make it a pretty thorough travesty on justice.
The jury has been instructed to find a verdict agreeable with the opinions of the court.
What a farce. As pretty a mess of legal mud as ever smeared a court. Oh, we're almost there. Give me the details quickly.
Well, when Governor Cosby took office in 1732, he immediately dismissed the People's Court and established his own. With the law in his own pocket, he was able to cheat, swindle, and rob at leisure. We lawyers banded together against him and financed Peter Zenger's newspaper.
Aye.
We wrote articles. Now, here's one quoted in the indictment which had the whole city of New York laughing at Cosby. Listen. We see men's deeds destroyed, judges arbitrarily displaced, new courts erected without consent of the legislature, by which it
seems to me that trials by jury are taken away when the governor pleases. Men of known estate denied their votes and altogether put upon and tyrannized.
I agree with that in every particular.
Aye, friends, that's a tidy bit. But there's more yet. Listen. Removing to New Jersey as a means of escaping these complaints would be leaping from the frying pan into the fire. For both provinces
The people of the city of New York think, as matters now stand, that their liberties and properties are precarious, and that slavery is like to be forced upon them and their posterity if past injustices are not corrected and future injustices avoided. Hear, hear! Let Governor Cosby swallow that as easily as he swallowed up our freedom. Here's more stuff to choke our esteemed governor. A supreme governmental authority injures the whole of his people if he evades or suffers the law to be evaded. In such a suppression and evasion, that supreme authority does attack the government and bring in an arbitrary power and is an enemy and a traitor to his country. Right, that's right.
By His Excellency William Cosby, Captain General and Governor-in-Chief of the province of New York, a proclamation. Hear ye, hear ye. Whereas, by the contrivance of some evil persons in the printed newspaper entitled the New York Weekly Journal, containing the freshest advices, foreign and domestic, have been caused to print and publish divers scandalous, virulent, false, and seditious reflection upon His Majesty's government by John Peter Zenger as printer, this proclamation is issued, promising a reward of £50 to such persons as shall discover the author or
Reward.
authors
Proclamation.
of the said
By
scandalous,
my
virulent,
blood,
and
Delancey, what
seditious
good are these
reflections
rewards and proclamations?
under my hand
No one claims the first or listens to the latter.
I beg you, sir, be patient. Soon we will act against Zenger.
God save the king!
God save me from stupid blunderers like you, Delancey. I told you a month ago to arrest Zenger.
The man is innocent. He has merely printed these things. It was not his hand that penned them.
No, but by heaven, if Zenger is jailed, there'll be no one to publish these outrageous stories. I want Zenger thrown into the deepest, darkest dungeon in the city.
You're under arrest for treason by order of the governor.
I want his presses broken up and thrown into the Hudson. Tear his place apart.
His lawyers, James Alexander and William Smith.
Disbar them. Keep them away from Zenger at any
James
price.
Alexander and William Smith, for having signed exceptions in the name of John Peter Zenger, are excluded from any further practice in this court, and their names are struck out off the rolls of attorneys of this court. Signed, the Honorable James Delancey, Chief Justice.
Well, that's the complete story, Mr. Hamilton. Zenger was kept in jail for 6 months without being allowed to consult the law. However, I've prepared this brief for you.
Here, we're stopping. Aye. And there's a goodly crowd about. I can see that the people realize the importance of this trial.
Oh, they do. Zenger wrote articles on the subject during his imprisonment and smuggled them out to his wife, who printed them.
That's a grand thing. Open the door to me, Mr. Alexander, and mind my foot.
Here you are.
Hey, look. Hamilton.
Aye, it's Hamilton, and I've come to defend Peter Zenger.
Process of the law against him, the said John Peter Zenger.
Well, the trial has already begun.
To be done to answer
Which
to
of the
our
wigs is the
said
so-called
law
defense attorney
all
Chambers?
signed in the premises, etc.
That's he over there.
To this information, the defendant has pleaded not guilty, and we are ready to prove it.
Will the counsel for the defense answer?
He's going to answer the information.
May it please your honors, a great allowance should be made for what men speak or write. In all libels, there must be some person so clearly pointed out that no doubt remains as to who is meant.
There speaks Cosby himself.
I am in the hopes that the prosecuting attorney will fail in his proof as to this point.
Bah!
Who is that? Come before the court.
I? With the greatest of pleasure.
Did you wish to address the court, Mr. Hamilton?
May it please your honors, I'm concerned in this cause on the part of Mr. Zenger, the defendant, and I do
You
wish...
cannot interest yourself in the cause here being reviewed without the consent of the defendant. Mr. Zenger has already engaged Mr. Chambers as advocate.
Sirs, I'm of the opinion that Mr. Zenger will offer no objection to my interest when I say that I came here from Philadelphia at the request of James Alexander. No objection, I presume? Then I can proceed. I do, for my client, confess and admit that he both printed and published the 2 newspapers set forth in the charges.
Did the court clerk enter that admission?
Yes, Your Honors.
Then, if your honor pleases, since Mr. Hamilton has admitted the guilt of his client in printing and publishing these libels, I think the jury must be directed to find a verdict for the king.
Not so, Mr. Attorney. There are 2 sides to that bargain. I have pleaded guilty to the publishing and printing. I plead not guilty to the charge of libel. The mere publishing and printing of a paper does not make libel. You have to do more in order to prove your case. You must prove that the statements printed were libelous. That is, false, seditious, and scandalous as charged.
If these statements in these papers are not libels, I don't know what a libel is. Listen. Trials by jury are taken. Men of known estate denied their votes and altogether put upon and tyrannized. And here is more. That supreme authority does attack the government and bring in an arbitrary power and is an enemy and traitor to his country. The government of His Excellency is too sacred to be subjected to these gross libels.
May it please your honors, I'm ready to affirm that the government is a sacred thing. But I differ from the attorney when he insinuates that the just complaints of a number of men suffering from misrule are a libel against the offending government. Had I believed that to be the law, I should not have given the court the trouble of hearing anything I might say in this cause.
The case before the court is whether Mr. Zenger is guilty of libeling His Excellency, the Governor of New York, and indeed the whole administration of the government. Mr. Hamilton has confessed the printing and the publishing, and I think the words used are plainly scandalous and seditious. Tyranny, arbitrary power, enemy, traitor. And if such papers are not libel, I think it may be said that there is no such thing as libel.
I cannot agree with Mr. Attorney, for although I freely admit the existence of such a thing as libel, I insist that my client has committed none. I noticed just now that Mr. Attorney, in defining libel, made use of the words scandalous and seditious. But whether by design or oversight, he omitted the word false.
I don't think I omitted the word false, but regardless of that, a libel is a libel, whether true or not.
Again, I must differ with Mr. Attorney. The information to which we have pleaded not guilty is the printing of a certain false, malicious, seditious, and scandalous libel. The word false must have some meaning, or else how came it there? I hope Mr. Attorney will not say he put it there by chance, because I intend to prove that without the word false, this cause is not valid.
May it... Continue.
It is a falsehood that makes a scandal, and both together make the libel. To show the court that I am in good earnest and to save the court's time and Mr. Attorney's trouble, I will agree that if he can prove the words to be false, I'll admit them to be scandalous, seditious, and a libel. So the work seems to be somewhat shortened, and Mr. Attorney has only to prove the words false in order to make us guilty.
We have nothing. We have nothing to prove. You have confessed the printing and publishing. But if it were necessary to prove, and I insist it is not, how can we prove a negative?
I did not expect to hear in an experienced court of law that a negative cannot be proved. If a man is charged with murder and proves the victim to be alive and happy, he has proved a negative. However, we will save the attorney this trouble also. And we'll prove that those very papers that are called libels are true in every word.
You cannot be admitted, Mr. Hamilton, to give the truth of a libel in evidence. A libel cannot be justified, for it is a libel whether true or not.
I am sorry that the court has so soon decided the point. I had expected to be heard on the subject. I have not in all my life met with an authority which says we cannot give the truth in evidence during a libel cause.
The law is clear that you cannot justify a libel.
I know that. May it please your honor to be so. But we have a plain authority in the judgment on the case of John de Northampton, in which it was said, et quia praedictus Johannes cognovit dictam litteram per se scriptam Roberto de Ferrer, cui este consilio regis, qua littera continet in se nullum veritate, etc. Now, sir, by this judgment it appears the libelous words were utterly false, which made it a crime. The falsehood made the crime. And is that not what we contend in this case? Do not we insist that the falsehood makes the scandal and both make the libel? How can it be known whether Zenger's printing was libelous, that is, false or true, unless we are allowed to prove them true, since the attorney will not undertake to prove them false? In the case of Fuller against the Crown, that great man, Lord Chief Justice Holt, laid down the rule that he who will take upon himself to write things, it lies upon him to prove them at his peril.
Now, sir, we have acknowledged the printing and publishing of those papers set forth in the charges, and we are ready to prove them true at our peril.
There will be a short adjournment. Mr. Attorney, will you come to my chambers, please? Mr. Attorney, before adjournment of the court, you heard what Mr. Hamilton said concerning the validity of false or true statements as pertaining to libel. What do you say to it?
The law, in my opinion, is very clear. The defendant cannot be permitted to justify a libel. The matter seems very plain, and I submit it to judgment.
Mr. Hamilton, the court is of the opinion you ought not to be permitted to prove the truth of the statements called libelous.
May it please Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton, the court have delivered their opinion, and we expect you will use us with good manners. You are not to be permitted an argument against the opinion of the court.
With submission, sir, I have seen the practice in very great courts and never heard it on manner.
After the court have declared their opinion, it is not good manners to insist upon a point in which you've been overruled.
I will say no more at this time. It is easily seen that the court is against us in this point.
Use the court with good manners, and you shall be allowed all the liberty you can reasonably desire.
I thank Your Honor. Then, gentlemen of the jury, it is to you we must now appeal. We are to prove. You are honest and lawful men. The fact you have
Hamilton
liberty of giving evidence is the strongest evidence of guilt.
Mr. Hamilton!
So it follows that you 12 men must understand the words used in these newspapers to be false, or else we are not guilty of libel.
No, Mr. Hamilton, no. The jury must find that Zenger printed and published those papers and leave it to the court to decide whether they are libelous.
But, and it please Your Honor...
You know this procedure is common. It is in the nature of a special verdict where the jury may leave the matter of the law to the court.
I see. I know that the jury may do so, but I likewise know that they may do otherwise. 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 The judgment of the court renders juries useless. It is true that in times past it was a crime to speak truth, and many brave and worthy men suffered for so doing. Yet even in those bad times, a great and good man durst say what I hope will not be taken amiss of me to say in this place. To wit, the practice of information for libels is a sword in the hands of a wicked king and an errant coward to cut down and destroy the innocent.
Pray, Mr. Hamilton, have a care what you say. Don't go too far. I don't like the liberties you take.
All men agree that we are governed by the best of kings, and I cannot see the meaning of Mr. Attorney's caution. We know His Majesty's gracious intention towards his subjects. He desires no more than that his people in the colonies be kept to their duty and allegiance to the crown of Great Britain. But will anyone say that this aim is effected by a governor setting his people by the ears, plaguing and plundering the rich and poor alike? The commission which governors bear deserves reverence and submission. But when a governor departs from duty and acts as though his were the powers and honors of a royal hand, the people must inquire into that power.
Another outburst of this unseemly disturbance, and I shall clear the court.
Sirs, power alone will not make a man beloved. And I have heard it said that the man who was neither good nor wise before his being made a governor never mended upon reaching that exalted rank, but generally has been observed to become worse. And the more such men consider themselves out of reach of that law, the more wicked and cruel they are. I wish I could say there are no illustrations of that this day. It must be agreed to by all men that while they keep within the bounds of truth, they should with safety speak and write their sentiments of the men in power, whose conduct affects the liberty or property of the people. Were this denied, the next step is slavery. Mr. Attorney has insisted that the government is a sacred thing. Still a more sacred thing. Every day I see men delving into the Bible. So we may, but must take care what he says of the governor. Gentlemen of the jury, the danger is great if we put too much credulity into this court. A proper confidence is commendable, but the verdict must be yours and not referred to the discretion of others. Much depends upon this. A loss of liberty to a generous mind is far more deadly than death. The man who loves his country prefers its liberty to all other considerations, knowing that without liberty, life is misery. The question before the court and before you, gentlemen of the jury, is not of small or private concern. It is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone. A printer, nor of New York alone. A printer, nor of New York alone. A printer, nor of New York. It is the cause of liberty. Your upright conduct and just verdict this day will entitle you to the love and esteem of your fellow citizens. And every man who prefers freedom to a life of slavery will bless and honor you as men who have baffled an attempt of tyranny and secured for us and our posterity that to which nature and the laws of our country have given us a right. The liberty both of exposing and opposing arbitrary power by speaking and writing truth.
Order! Quiet! Bailiff, get order in this court. Gentlemen of the jury, the great pains Mr. Hamilton has taken to show how little regard juries are to pay to the opinions of the judges is done, no doubt, with the design that you should take but little notice of what I say on this occasion. I shall therefore only observe to you that, as the deed is confessed, the only thing that can come before you is whether the act makes a libel. And that is a matter of law, which you may leave to the court. You may withdraw to consider your verdict. Is the jury agreed upon a verdict?
We are.
Have you found John Peter Zenger guilty of printing and publishing the libels in the information mentioned?
We find the defendant, John Peter Zenger, not guilty.
Raymond Edward Johnson, whom you've just heard is Andrew Hamilton, recently finished a long run on Broadway as Thomas Jefferson, so he's well up on his civil liberties. Ray, I certainly did enjoy your performance in this story we've just heard.
Thank you very much. I liked the role.
I understand that the play was based on actual court records, Ray.
Yes, that's right. All the words have been preserved, and they're mighty important for us right now. Not just in a domestic way, but also in an international way.
Just what do you mean by that, Ray?
Well, we all know now that one of the first steps of a would-be dictator is to seize control of the press and radio. We saw it with Mussolini and Hitler, and we saw it in Japan. We saw it in Japan. We saw it in Japan. We saw it in Japan, an old country, that he can whip the minds of his people into fanaticism and brutal aggression. There was a time when the press and radio seemed like domestic problems that every country had a right to settle in its own way. Many felt that if Hitler wanted to shackle the German press, it was Germany's worry and not ours. Well, we know now that it can't ever again be thought of as a purely internal matter. It's everybody's problem because it affects the peace of the world. I know that in the United States, people are beginning to talk a good deal now about worldwide freedom of news. And I'm sure many of you in the armed forces are talking about it, too. It's one of those things that we're pretty sure we ought to have, only we're not sure just how to get it. It's one thing to say we want freedom of news, that we want people everywhere to have access to the facts. But putting it into effect is quite a different matter. Well, certainly I don't know the answer, but I know many are trying to find it. And that's the first step. Here's another of those crucial problems in international relations that is going to call for an awful lot of hard thought and patient work. It's another of those problems we'll have to think through if we're to meet the challenge we face of making a world where peace is secure.
Thank you, Raymond Edward Johnson. You've been listening to The Freedom of the Press, another program in the important radio series, This is the Story, broadcast for men and women in the American Armed Forces in every class for men and women in the American Armed Forces in every class for men and women in the American Armed Forces. Tune in next week to This is the Story to This is the Story to This is the Story to This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Radio Service.
A happy time. A week after Germany had surrendered and a wonderful actress named Ingrid Bergman stood wide-eyed in front of a microphone and spoke of that strangest of wonderful mornings, that strange morning when mankind had hope once more.
From Hollywood, California, the Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with the United States Treasury and the Hollywood Victory Committee, brings you a special broadcast starring Miss Ingrid Bergman and written and directed by Arch Obler. The special musical score is by Gordon Jenkins.
This program is dedicated to you who know that any future sacrifice you make for the rest of your life, be it every worldly possession you own, can never equal the price paid by the man who died to bring you victory in Europe, who will die to bring you victory in Japan.
This is a story of victory. It was born in the air battle of Britain. It grew through Stalingrad, Tunisia, Cassino, the beachheads of Normandy, up the Rhone Valley across France, through the Siegfried Line. This is the story of victory.
Japan. Here we go. Well, if I could get into a B-29, I wonder how soon my division will head for home.
I like a crack at the Jack.
So what are you going to do, put a 75 on your wheelchair?
40 men, I'm going to be out of here in a week.
Who told you? Hey, listen, you guys, they say that Stalin flew to Berlin.
Ah, it's Kettlebud, Fred, it's Kettlebud, as they say in the good old Navy.
Hey, here comes Miss George. Hey, good fellow, Virginia, jolly good fellow, Virginia, jolly good fellow. No, you can't deny.
Not so noisy the rest of the hospital. How about a B-Day date, Scotty?
Well, the heck with the date. Let's get married.
All right. Hey, here comes the doctor.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow.
At ease, man. At ease. After all, this is a hospital and all this excitement, you know.
Well, Doc, how soon can I get out of here? My squadron will be moving to the Pacific.
How about me,
Oh,
Doc?
no, I gotta
Man.
talk.
Man. Now, supposing you have one more song, and then all of you back to your own wards.
Oh, but Doc, Germany got out of the war. And you
Okay,
expect us
fellas,
to...
he's a doctor. One more song, he says. How about Happy Days
Are here again.
Oh, it's very exciting, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, Miss Stewart.
I'd hate to take their temperatures now. They waited a long time for this. Oh, Doctor, did I say something wrong?
No. I was just thinking that no one has told them.
Them?
I don't know how. Go into their rooms and announce that it's over. I don't know how.
Should I?
These men, they know that soon they'll be with their own outfits or going home. Those others.
Doctor, I said, may I tell them?
You?
Yes, please.
All right. All right. Thank you, Miss Stewart.
Who is it?
It's Miss Stewart, Freddie. How are you?
I'm all right.
May I sit and talk to you?
I'd like that.
Thank you. Sleep well last night?
Yes. I was hoping you'd come in.
I'm sorry I couldn't come in sooner. There's been all sorts of excitement.
Excitement?
Mm-hmm. You see, Freddie, it's finally happened. Germany's out of the war. Freddie, did you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I thought you'd like to know.
Yes, thank you. Did it rain last night?
Yes. Yes, it did.
I thought I heard rain. I guess they're underwater.
What?
40 acres down by the creek. My father tried to drain that land ever since I was a pup. It's full of cattails and frogs. One bullfrog, he must have been a foot across. I called him Sitting Bull. We could hear him all the way up to the house. Mother said he was better than the church organ. You know something? We drained a swamp at Saipan. In 3 days, the forts were landing there. 3 days. And my dad's been trying for 20 years. So I was good on Saipan. You planted a seed, and overnight it was up. We had almost 5 acres. Even tomatoes and corn. I was in charge. It's so funny.
What, Freddie?
Lying here. All I think about are things like that. Green things and black dirt. That's very funny. Back home, I never paid much attention to it. I did my chores. That's all. But now I only seem to want to remember what was growing. I don't know why I think about it. I just do. Maybe it's because now that it's so dark all the time, I've got to think about things growing in the sun. Maybe it's because that was the most wonderful thing I ever saw. That the earth was good even on an island in the middle of the ocean. Did you say it was victory?
Yes.
If I get home, I can help my father. I can show him how to drain the land. I know how to do it now. 40 acres. There'll be so many more to feed now.
Yes, ma'am.
I've something to tell you.
I know.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but how?
Through the window, I can hear him singing. It can only mean one thing, or am I wrong again?
No, the word just came.
That's great.
Yes.
The doctor told me not to turn my head. Are you sitting down?
You want me to?
If you have time.
Of course.
Because it's today, will you tell me something?
Whatever you want to know.
How long will I be here?
I don't know.
Honestly?
Yes, Sam, honestly.
I didn't ask for the reason the others do. I asked because I want to know how much longer I can stay here.
Stay? Here?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to go home.
No, ma'am.
Oh, but why? By the time you're released, you'll be all right. New healthy tissue, heart, hardly a scar.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, Sam.
What good would that be?
Do me some good, perhaps. Of all the boys on this floor, I've known you the least. Is it your family?
No. I'd like to be with them.
Oh, Sam. Because it's today. Please tell me.
When I was born, I had all the world. Yeah. Little black baby only in the world. I lost it fast. Get out of the way, nigga. No black boys wanted. You know the story. Soon I wasn't even in the world. Then the army. Well, maybe a crazy eye. I thought it was part of things again, but do I have to tell you? And then that Nazi floating around up there saw me in my oil truck riding the Red Ball Express. He went into a dive and got me in his sights and pressed the trigger, and then there was nothing. All at once there was. I was in a bed, others all around me. And nobody said, "Get out, black boy, one-side nigger." Somebody said, "Nice going, fella." And the guy next to me stuck a cigarette in my lips, and somebody else lit it. And I was back in the world again. I've been there ever since, on the hospital ship, and the train, and here. They talked to me. "Sam, what's your opinion of this? Sam, how about that? Sam, talk to us. Sam, tell us. Me, Sam. So hooray for the day, but I want to stay here. I want to stay here."
Tom? Do you mind if I sit here and talk to you?
Huh? Who?
Miss Stewart.
Dorothy?
No, it's Miss Stewart, Tom.
Where have you been?
Tom, I have some wonderful news for you.
I'll tell you something. I was going to be angry with you. I'm not at all.
Angry?
Dorothy, don't ever keep me waiting again. Please.
Oh.
Did you get all the stuff?
Why, yes.
It's going to be a wonderful day. I've looked forward to it.
Have you?
I'll stop worrying about Mary Ann. She'll be all right.
Yes, of course.
After all, my mother knows how to take care of babies. Look at me. Well, let's look at the timetable. There it is, 11:10, about 3 or 4 minutes, and we're off. Dad, why don't you say something?
I'm glad we're going.
No. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You said something else. Dad, say what you said then. Say it.
I don't remember.
I see you. I know you're here. Your voice is so far away.
I'm here.
Is the train coming?
Not yet.
Oh, Dot, I love you so much. All right, let him put a bronze tablet here on this spot on June 6, 1940. A man made love to his wife, end quote. Why'd I have to make a joke about it? Is there something wrong with my loving you more than 2 years ago? Stand close to me, Dot. No, there's no one around. Oh, darling, every day is better for us, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, Tom.
Lift your face.
Yes.
If you weren't here, I couldn't stand it. It's been terrible, Dot. My face. I keep thinking... Aren't we a handsome couple? Aren't we a handsome couple? Why do I keep thinking that? What's wrong with my face?
Now try to sleep, Tom.
I can hardly hear you, but you're here. Your face so close, I can feel you warm.
Sleep, Tom.
Such a handsome couple, such a handsome couple, such a... Dot, don't come too close to my face. Not too close, Dot.
It's all right.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
The handsomest couple?
Yes.
Your lips. Kiss?
Yes, Tom.
Scotty, come on in.
Good morning, Larry.
Larry Darling, Scotty. Always Larry Darling.
Oh, you need an ice pack.
No, I need to talk to you. Please, will you?
That's why I came here.
I knew it was my lucky day the minute I opened my eyes. Why, I bet even the custard will taste good today.
Yes, Larry, yes. Something has happened today.
Happened? What?
Germany's out of the war.
Absolutely?
Absolutely.
Well, what do you know?
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Hey, are the fellas tearing up the place?
Yes, just about.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. I can just see them back home. What a time they must be having. Running around. Tonight they'll be dancing.
Larry, don't.
Oh, no, you don't understand. I'm okay. Fact of the matter is, I'm better than that. I got it all laid out like a blueprint. A right arm. That's all I got, and that's all I'll need. Sure. A right arm to hold a girl, to write a check. Oh, no, Scotty. No, don't look like that. I tell you, I'm fine. With the money that's coming to me when I get out of here, all those GI checks I never got a chance to spend, I'm going in business. For myself.
Oh, no, you didn't tell me. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm wonderful. Have a card. Larry Edmonds. General Sherman's and Jeeps repaired while you wait. Amphibious tanks especially.
Oh, auto repairs?
And filling stations.
Oh.
Notice I said stations. Mm-hmm. Look, the way I got it doped out, the minute they take gasoline off ration, and the whole United States is going to get into the automobile and start going. And they're going to keep going until they wear out all the ants in their pants. I mean...
Well, I understand.
well, what I mean is, everybody's built up a want to go places. Well, like me, every day lying here. I've been walking every street I ever walked and visiting every place I've ever gone to. You know.
Yes, I know.
So I've located just the corner where I'm going to put that first super service station. And I know just the guys that used to be in my outfit to turn the pumps and pull the wrenches. One station, and if it goes okay, as it will, I'll start another one. Then another one. Then, well, gosh, the fact of the matter is, I'm going to be one of them tycoons.
Well, of course you will. And I'd like to get in on the ground floor.
No kidding.
No kidding.
I have got a chance, haven't I? To get places? Oh, sure I have. I'll sit behind a desk and use the brains I got instead of worrying about the legs I haven't got. And I'll figure out new ways and shortcuts to keep automobiles going the way I used to do with the tanks. And I'll build up a big business and keep spreading out. And I can't, miss. I can't. Can I, Miss Stewart?
Hello, Captain?
Go away.
Oh, but I want...
I told him no one was to come in here but the doctor.
Yes.
I told him.
Please, Captain.
For God's sake, can't I be left alone? Haven't I earned that at least? Haven't I?
Well, I just...
Haven't I? Why don't you leave me alone?
No, please. sorry.
Tell me. I want to know.
It's been a strange morning.
Why?
The reason I came here. I have news for you.
News?
From Germany. It's over.
When?
We got word just a little while ago.
You've been going around on this floor? Telling us?
Yes.
I'm sorry for what I...
Oh, it's all right.
Are they tearing up telephone books and parading up and down the streets?
I haven't been out.
So it's really here?
Yes.
Doug. This would have been a day for Doug. He'd have buzzed onto Den Linden itself. Doug's day. Not mine.
Oh, of course it
No,
is.
to Doug it was a game that ended at the goalposts of Berlin. Maybe if I got my throat cut outside Aachen the way he did, it would have been my day, too.
Oh.
But I lasted a little longer than that. Long enough to see a mountain of shoes, hundreds of thousands. Every pair meant a human being that had been shoved into an incinerator for the crime of daring to live. I lived long enough to see row and row of quiet children where the flamethrowers had left them. I lived long enough to see Doug with his hands tied behind his back and his throat cut. I hate this day. Because now we'll stop killing them. The sentimentalists will begin. They'll stand on righteousness and wave the words of charity, pity, and compassion. And the grass will grow over the murdered, and the cities will be rebuilt. And the torn throats, and the whipped backs, and the screams, and the bloody marks on the walls will be forgotten. Yes, forgotten, because only a few of us saw those things with our own eyes. Forgotten because our people never had hatred poured into their veins with the death of their wives and their children. I hate this day. For now the forgetting begins.
Stewart, I've been looking for you. I wanted to...
Yes.
You've seen them.
Yes.
I should have gone myself.
Oh, I wanted to go. I wanted to go. When the news came, it was hard to believe what we had waited for. But it was true. And suddenly everything became wonderful in a way it hadn't been for a very long time. We'd beaten the Huns. We'd finally beaten the Huns. The rest was up for the peace commissions and the governmental experts and the statesmen. Freddie, Sam Jones, Tom, Larry Edmonds, the captain. I wanted to bring them the news because they'd paid with their bodies for this day in terrible ways. And so the happiness belonged to them. I thought that. But, Doctor, they don't need today. We need it. This day's for us. Those of us in America who lived through a war and knew no pain. I was crying before, yes. Yes. For that soldier lying up there in the dark and telling me that he hated today. Hated it. Because now we would listen again to the self-seekers and the sentimentalists and begin to forget. Doctor, that can't be true. We've got to start remembering. First, the enemy to the east. The enemy that dreams that in this day of happiness we here will forget them and their tortures and murders. Yes, we've got to remember them. The enemy in the east yet to be beaten. The one in the west that twice in our lifetime tried to destroy our civilization. We've got to remember them, every face, every name, so that there'll be no place on earth left for them to hide, to cry out for a mercy that would make the dead rise up in protest. We've got to remember our responsibilities in a world that has grown as small as the house we live in. And the people in that house. We've got to remember we can only live together with them in fairness and mutual decency. I think we've got enough remembering to do for the rest of our lives and the lives of our children. Yes, this day is for us.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Open your mind. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill Astrologer's study of a deadly obsession. Fourth of Forever. Starring John Daner. And Susan Oliver. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Ford Motor Company, Wrigley Gum, and Sign Off. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This week, a story of numbers. One man, one woman, and the desperation of their individual single desires. James Marius, freewheeler, habitual gambler, chronic loser. Lou Jackson, mysterious, feline, alluring. Two people among millions who meet in the sprawling metropolitan basin that is Los Angeles, California. A chance meeting, with the odds locked in to murder. First, a proposition to follow a man and his money for the purpose of separating the two. Second, a guarantee of favorable circumstance and lucrative just rewards. Third, a choice to share the profit or split the loss. Fourth of Forever will begin following this word.
Provide for their college, the safe and easy way. Sure, with payroll savings, yeah, join that plan today. So always remember, it's a proud thing to say. Take stock in America, a U.S. savings bond.
Picture this. A little used airstrip in a mountainous part of Mexico. Nothing more than a few hundred feet of cleared land. Enough for a skilled pilot to set down a small plane on. A handful of men flanked the runway, their eyes to the sky. A small 2-engine plane. And one man alone in the cockpit.
With one of the 2 engines missing, my old plane was wavering in the still air. I felt her tremble through the stick in my hands as I circled over the landing strip of that miserable, desolate little field. What really worried me was the cargo. The heavy drilling machines lashed in the plane just behind my neck. I cursed myself for taking the contract to deliver the stuff in the first place. Money can force a man to do a lot of things against his will. The lack of money can make him do even more. The machinery was still lashed tight, and I had to get down fast. It was now or never. I went in. The plane was overloaded. The old undercarriage couldn't take it. It went. And then a wing dug, furrowed into the ground. And over she somersaulted with the cargo tearing free, and all hell broke loose. Incendio was right. The whole plane was a ball of fire. And inside, I was hanging head down, suspended by my safety belt. Those Mexicans were brave men. They got through the shattered window of the cockpit, clawing through the tangle of wire, choking with the smoke, burning themselves. But they got me out, pulled me through the window, and I got cut bad on the broken glass. But at least I was able to walk away from the plane under my own power, far enough away before the old crate blew. And that was that. The last of my plane, the last of my money, the last of my plans for my own air cargo line, the last of my hopes, or so I thought. I was despairing. A condition refueled constantly through my hours of fitful sleep. I replayed that horrible event over and over in my dreams for years after. It followed me back to Hollywood, into the cheap apartments where I lived, and right into the bars where I tried to drown the memory, but didn't succeed. Drinking didn't help, regardless of how much I drank or how drunk I got. Like the night I came staggering out of Pernod Place, a joint on Sunset Strip. The car jock gunned my old sports car up to the curb.
Evening, Mr. Marius. You feel okay to drive?
I feel great. Yeah, something new has been added.
Since there was a friend of yours who wanted to wait in your car.
I've been waiting a long time. Good evening, James.
She smiled at me from where she lounged down and back in the passenger seat. A slow, easy smile, showing small white teeth, a casual curving of her lips, like a cat's. Her hair was silver gilt and edged with indigo from the neon side outside Pernod Place. I put the car in gear and moved out into the stream of traffic.
You're going in the wrong direction.
Wrong direction from where?
It's not important.
The point, exactly. Once I get to wherever I'm going, I haven't been any place. I don't know you.
I know you.
This is a gag. Who put you up to it?
My own idea.
I'll drive you to the Roosevelt. You can get a cab there.
I'm not ready to take a cab. I picked you up. Not for the reason you're probably thinking.
Not thinking much of anything right now. Except it's after 2. I had a date at 10. It's a little late.
You don't want to keep it. If you do, you're going to disappoint me. Look what I brought. A bottle of champagne and one of brandy. I hope you'll help me drink it.
Hey, look, I live here. Have for quite a while. I'm no sucker for a setup.
You don't have enough money to make setting you up, as you put it, worthwhile. I've been to a lot of trouble finding you, Marius. Come on. Let's be pleasant and celebrate my success. Please?
Why'd you try to find me?
Because I think you're the kind of a man I'd like to know.
That's not a reason. That's a lie.
That's the truth. Hey, don't look so suspicious.
I am suspicious. A girl who looks like you doesn't usually just appear in a parking lot.
It could almost be a compliment.
What's your name?
Lucille Jackson. My friends call me Lou. Well, now that we've been introduced, where shall we go to have our drinks? My place or yours?
Mine.
Still suspicious?
Yes.
All right. We'll go to yours.
I swung the car off Sunset Boulevard, La Brea, and cut up Franklin, turned on Highland, and headed north toward the Hollywood Bowl. Just before the bowl, I pulled into the drive of the old Mediterranean Spanish-style apartment building where I lived. I parked in the back. She brought the paper bag of bottles. And we entered the patio from a rear archway and walked along the side of a pool to my door at the far end. Inside, I turned on the light. And for the first time, I really saw her. Very tall, slender, with a centuries-old, eternally mysterious smile of feminine knowledge, wisdom, amusement on her lips. She wore black pants and a black silk blouse. A black cat.
I'll open the brandy while you uncork the champagne.
Here are the glasses. Lou Jackson? Sounds like every name I've ever heard. Should I know it?
No reason you should. Let's drink a toast.
It's your liquor. What'll it be?
To your luck, James Marius. It's going to change.
I'll drink to that. What do you know about my luck?
It hasn't been good. But at least you've been willing to try.
Have I?
Mm-hmm. That's one reason I like you.
To what do I owe this honor? Why should you pick on me?
Well, one night I saw you at a party.
What party?
It isn't important. You didn't see me. You were even more drunk than you are now. I asked who you were and found out.
And so you couldn't resist me. You're putting me on. I don't believe it.
Here I am.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I'm going to bed now.
If that's an invitation, I accept.
Looking for a car that's easy on gas, easy to buy, and yet has the luxury you want in a car?
Look what we've done to our Mustang. Look what we've done to that car. Now we changed the size, we changed the style, and you're gonna like it fine. So look what we've done to that car.
Mustang 2. It's the all-new economical car from Ford. The right car at the right time. Built even smaller than the original Mustang. It has an easy-on-the-gas 4-cylinder engine, rack and pinion steering, tachometer, 4-speed transmission, plus a beautifully appointed interior. All standard. Luxury plus economy. That's Mustang 2.
When you take a ride, you're gonna know that
Mustang 2, $28.95 excluding dealer prep, destination charges, title, and taxes. See your local Ford dealer.
When I woke up, the room was bright. It had to be noon or later. I had an awful hangover. It took me a few minutes to remember the night before and Lou Jackson. I saw the empty bottles. They were there, but she was gone. And what else? I groped my way over to my clothes, heaped in a pile on a chair, and went through my trousers. My billfold was missing. I'd been taken, like a naive, chump-at a convention. It made me sick. Sicker than I was to realize I'd lost my money, driver's license, everything. Everything but credit cards. I didn't own any. Hello?
Hello, James. This is Lou. Surprised?
Yeah, I didn't expect to hear from you again.
You missed your billfold?
Some time ago.
I have it.
I guess then.
I called to tell you you could have it back. When I took it, I had no intention of keeping it.
Well, why'd you take it?
Because I wanted to see you again. I thought you'd drive over to my place and pick it up. Last night you were so caught, so suspicious. I wanted to prove that I could have taken your money if that had been my plan. Now, you see it wasn't, don't you?
I can't drive without my license.
You think it's too dangerous?
I'll be over. Where do you live? Lou gave me her address in a section of Hollywood near Hollywood Boulevard and the Sunset, just east of what used to be the old Columbia Studios. Her apartment was 2C.
Come on, Marius.
To my sober eyes in the flat light of the afternoon, Lou was not so young as I remembered. She was in her 30s, 35 maybe, but still beautiful. More beautiful, probably, than when she'd been younger. Her hair seemed to change from silver to gold, and back to silver again, to match the transparent gray of her eyes with their great black pupils. I looked around. The apartment was a typical Hollywood furnished deal, matching drapes and carpet, run-of-the-mill semi-modern furniture. Its only escape from mediocrity was a large oil painting, 4 feet wide and nearly 6 feet high, the draped figure of a young woman nude to her waist. Anyone I know?
No, I don't know her either.
Did it come in the apartment?
It belongs to me. Do you like it?
Who's it by? A sign D-E-S-T-O. Destel?
I think it's Gazzetti. He doesn't write so well as he paints. Anyway, he isn't well known. Like a drink? Margarita? I love them.
Yeah, I need something.
Be right back.
When I sat down in one of the cushioned chairs, I felt something under my hip. It was an envelope, size and shape of business correspondence, addressed to L. Jackson. The return address was Rothman Associates on Western Avenue in Hollywood. I placed the envelope on the coffee table as Lou came back with the margaritas.
Here, first for today.
The first? Well, it's still pretty early, but I'll go along. That's my trouble. I always go along. But good.
Are you warning me that you're a drunk?
Some citizens might say I am. I didn't used to be. You're lovely. And the drinks are good. The apartment is cool and quiet. I should be happy, but I'm not.
Why?
Because last night you picked me up for a reason. And I can't figure it out. We don't know each other.
I know quite a bit about you. Once, you were a good flyer. You crashed, went broke, you tried land speculation, and that folded. What was left, you shot in Vegas. More?
Is there?
Quite a bit. You owned a piece of the Ketch Playgirl, which sank the Transpac race to Hawaii, and finally, strictly for money, you tried a few stunt jobs and pictures. You were nearly killed, but this time you collected some insurance, and that's what you've been living on.
Huh. Doesn't sound like much of a success story. Now, if you don't mind, I'll have another drink.
Sit.
Please.
I also know you're 35, married and divorced once.
No, only partly right. I've been married, but not divorced. My wife committed suicide right in the middle of the proceedings.
Oh? Did you love her? Oh, here.
Thanks. Yes, I loved her.
Did she love you?
Well, there must have been something she loved more. You've researched me, but you haven't answered my question. Why this interest in me?
I'll tell you. Because you're a gambler, willing to take a chance. I need a man like that in my life.
No, wait. I'm...
You think you're unlucky, had all the bad breaks. But the truth is, you are lucky. What's happened to you would have killed the average man a couple of times. And next time, you'll strike it really big. I know. Believe me, I know.
Chewing gum can be fun when the taste is the one that tastes so double good. Double mint will do it, 'cause it's double good all through it. Everybody, double mint, chewing gum that tastes double good. Double mint will do it. Get some double mint and chew it. Double mint chewing gum, it's the one made for fun.
sinus flares up. Sometimes your whole face aches. When you need occasional help, get Sign-Off tablets, the sinus medicine. Sign-Off works with a full dose of pure aspirin for sinus headache, plus a sinus drainer for congestion. That's how Sign-Off helps sinus pain while you drain. Help sinus pain while you drain. Take Sign-Off only as directed. SINEOFF. The sinus medicine in the bright red box.
Oh, the times we had. The ordinary little apartment with drawn drapes holding the soft half-light of a marine grotto. Outside the window, the fronds of a palm rustling in the darkness. Was it that night, or the next, or the one following that? Time meant nothing. It telescoped so that all the wonderful tomorrows were suddenly now. I had told Lou she was lovely, but I was wrong. She was beautiful. It was all so beautiful. Maybe my luck was changing like she said it would. I was falling for her hard. I wanted her. I wanted to know all about her. Tell me, Lou, what are you doing here? I mean, what do you do?
Nothing, just living. My father left me a little money. I get by. You're looking very solemn again.
Just thinking. Wish I knew more about you.
Is that necessary? All women, any woman. I could tell you that when I was a little girl, there were so many things I wanted and never had.
You never married?
No. I maybe did once, then I backed out.
Who was he?
Can't we just drink and be in love and happy to know each other? Does everything have to be put into words, and explained and talked away? Let's you and I just be lovers.
The days edged into each other, weeks overlapped, but it was always tomorrow. I went back to my own apartment, but Lou and I had built up a lovely routine. She filled my nights as full as, well, sex and liquor can make an addict of any man, and I didn't escape. And yet, I was always assailed by doubt. Doubt that tonight she would fail to arrive. I was frightened that she might drop out of my life as suddenly as she had appeared. She was under no obligation to me, owed me nothing. Always, however, she did come. I'd take her in my arms, and our night would begin. Tomorrow was another day. But the day finally came when the last of my money ran out. My checking account was empty. The liquor, my apartment, even my car would have to go. Tomorrow had finally arrived. I couldn't endure the prospect of life without Lou. I couldn't give her up. She had never discussed marriage, never demanded it, but keep her I must, on any terms.
Waiting?
I'm always waiting.
You look so glum.
Do I? Well, come on in. Maybe a drink will pick me up. Lou, there's something that I have to tell you.
Oh?
I'm broke. Except for a few bucks in my pocket, I have nothing in the bank or anyplace else.
What are your plans?
I don't know. Nothing for me around here. I used to have a good friend in Chicago. Perhaps he can line me up a job back there.
Have you written to him?
No, not yet. I wanted to tell you first. Now, if I go back, will you come with me? We'll get married.
No. Darling, I love you. You must understand that.
I don't understand.
Then listen to me for a moment. I do love you, and I would marry you, but I won't do it like this, beaten down, creeping off to Chicago on our knees to live off a handout from a friend.
Well, that's better than living on county charity.
Is it?
Well, what do you suggest?
Well, it's not clear to me either, at least not right now, but it must involve a lot of money, and it should take brains, or someone else would have done it. There has to be the element of risk. Let me think about it. Somewhere in the back of my mind there is an idea. Only a passing thought, really.
Sit down. We'll talk about it. Please, look, it's still early. You don't have to go now.
Good night, darling. I'll call you tomorrow when I know more.
Know more about what?
Money, love. Lots of it. At least, all we'd need to be happy together.
Please, stay. I want you to stay.
You're afraid I'll leave you because you're broke?
No, that's not it.
Oh, risk it, Marius. It's a good gamble. You can't lose.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Fourth of Forever. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Ford Motor Company, Wrigley Gum, and Sign-Off. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Open your mind. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill has found your study of a desert obsession. Fourth of Forever. Starring John David. And Susan Oliver. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Wrigley Gum, Sign-Off, and Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
James Marius, one man alone, with a passion for gambling, a dependence upon alcohol, and a desire for one woman. Lou Jackson, one woman. A woman who knows what she wants and what's necessary to do to get it. They met in a parking lot on the Sunset Strip. The right place, the right time. For James Marius, the desire has become an obsession. But the obsession has left him penniless and vulnerable. For Lou Jackson, this is a man primed for action, not afraid to take a risk. A risk she is now prepared to ask him to take. The stakes must be high and the odds long. The reward James Marius will seek is nothing short of forever. Fourth of Forever continues in a moment.
Hello, I'm Anita Kerr. The Veterans Administration says that if you are a veteran just getting home, you should talk over your future with VA as soon as possible. Find out about GI training and education opportunities. The GI Bill gives you a chance to continue your schooling and get paid while you go. And when you are finished, you will qualify for better employment and make more money than you can now. So, Don't take the first job that comes along just because it's the easy thing to do. Think of a career rather than a job, and prepare for it with the GI training time you earned while in uniform. You'll wind up with better pay and a happier future. Visit, write or call your nearest VA office today and get started.
I slept very little that night. My nightmare replayed in living color. All the next morning I was tense, anxious, filled with an almost evil foreboding. And yet, I couldn't help thinking about the fortune Lou had half promised. She phoned me in the afternoon. Her voice was warm and easy as always. She suggested we meet for a drink at Pernod Place. In a way, it was sort of ironic. We had first met there when I was in the depths, and now it seemed our second meeting might rocket me to new heights. Waiting long?
Just got here. Sit down, darling.
I missed you. All night.
You wondered why I left?
Understatement. Waiter, 2 scotches on the rocks.
Remember what we were discussing? Well, I used to know a girl named Clara. No glamour puss, no sharp cookie. Actually, she's pretty dull.
Yeah.
I first met her when I came out here. Clara's a secretary, private secretary to a rich real estate man, Theodore Warren, Ted Warren. Ever heard of him?
Maybe the name's familiar.
Well, Clara has no life of her own, no men, not much of anything, so she's built her whole life around her boss, all she can talk about. She takes care, but really, of all the details for him. Whenever we met for lunch, she'd tell me every little thing. Frankly, it was a bore. I couldn't have cared less.
Why did you keep on seeing her then?
Oh, I felt sorry for her, I suppose. Anyhow, her boss, Ted Warren, has lots of irons in the fire. He goes to New York every month or two and takes huge amounts of cash with him. Well, part in cash, part in negotiable stocks and bonds. Don't you think that's rather odd?
Well, it takes a week to 10 days for a check to clear between Los Angeles and New York. Maybe he uses the money for down payments. Guarantees, possibly performance bonds.
That might be it. Anyway, Mr. Warren, I gather, is a bit of an old toad. Always stays at the same hotel, same suite. He likes a particular view of the park.
You're building up to something. What?
Why don't you get that money the next time Warren goes to New York?
There it was. All laid out on the table. I couldn't believe it as I stared across the table at Lou, her soft face, her aura of gentleness.
I can get all the details from Clara. She won't even know I'm asking. She'd never suspect me.
What about Warren?
Now, what about him? He doesn't know you from Adam.
Well, but couldn't he make a connection between Clara and you?
Maybe, but by that time, we'll be so far away from here, they'll never find us.
If I go to New York, it'll take money just to get there.
I thought of that. Here is a cashier's check. $1,000. It's nearly the last of what I have. We're in this together, darling. Let's drink to it.
That next week, Lou renewed her friendship with Clara. They met for lunch nearly every day at exactly 12 noon. Lou had come to my apartment in the evening with a bottle and the latest information. On Thursday, when I heard her footsteps coming through the patio, I knew that Lou had news to relay that would finally be useful.
Oh, love, good news. Warren's going to New York on the 23rd.
Oh, that doesn't leave us much time.
There's more. Let's go inside. He's got a reservation on Transcontinental Airlines Flight 171 for the 23rd.
That's Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. He arrives at 9:36 New York time.
Kennedy Airport?
No, Newark. And he'll take a taxi from there to the Park Hamilton in Manhattan.
Well, what about the money?
Stays right in his room, in a briefcase. And that's where you'll relieve him of it.
What about a gun?
Doesn't own one. Clara says he hates loud noises. Warren must be a real ringer.
No gun. Still, I'll need one.
Do you have a gun?
I can get one.
How?
I'll tell you later. The following morning, I went out to a studio where a director friend of mine was shooting a picture. On the sound stage, I managed to lift a revolver from the props. Smith & Wesson 38. It was easy. Next, I needed bullets. I bought them in the black market on Sunset. Then I got Warren's business address from the Yellow Pages. Dressed in a pair of coveralls like maintenance servicemen wear, and with an assortment of plastic alphabet letters, I took up a position in the corridor outside the doors of Warren's office. I pretended to make adjustments on the buildings board while I waited for Warren to leave for lunch, promptly at 12. Lou had told me that he usually carried an expensive alligator briefcase. I glanced at my watch. 1 minute of.
Down.
He was a man with a briefcase, but I wasn't positive the man was Warren. The time was right, and he carried a briefcase, but he was younger than I thought he'd be. I went through the heavy walnut panel doors, which were lettered in gold. Theodore K. Warren, Realty. A young, pretty receptionist was seated behind a desk.
Yes?
Say, is Mr. Warren in?
Who shall I say is calling?
From the garage.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Warren just left for lunch.
Oh. Well, was that him getting on the elevator when I got off wearing a dark suit, carrying a briefcase?
Must have been. He hasn't been gone 2 minutes.
Sinus flares up. Sometimes your whole face aches. When you need occasional help, get Sign-Off tablets, the sinus medicine. Sign-Off works with a full dose of pure aspirin for sinus headache, plus a sinus drainer for congestion. That's how Sign-Off helps sinus pain while you drain. Help sinus pain while you drain. Take Sign-Off only as directed. SINEOFF. The sinus medicine in the bright red box.
Here you are, darling. You're worried about something.
I got to look at Ted Warren. Have you ever seen him?
No, all I know about him is what Clara's told me.
What Clara's told you isn't quite true. Warren's not the little toad he is supposed to be. But that's not what worries me.
What is it, then?
If Clara gives you a wrong description about how Warren looks, why can't she be wrong about a lot of other things we're depending on?
Oh, I wouldn't worry. Clara may have described Warren as a doddering, puttering little old man that depends on her just to make herself feel more important. But business facts, she couldn't make a mistake about them.
I hope not.
Stop worrying, darling. Just think about us. I guarantee it'll work.
The afternoon of Tuesday, the 22nd, Lou came to my apartment. I left my car parked there. She drove me to the airport. On the way, we went over the plan. Warren will check into the Park Hamilton Suite 1220 around 10:45. At 11, he should be getting ready for bed. And that's when I hit him. I'll get the money and be out of the hotel by 10 after 11. I'll have a cab waiting to take me to LaGuardia Airport in time to catch the 12:30 flight to L.A.
Right? Now, if something goes wrong and you don't catch it...
I'll wait for the next flight.
Where will you stay tonight?
I'll find a hotel near the Park Hamilton. And tomorrow during the day, I'll get a look at Warren's suite. Locate the doors, windows, exits, elevators, and so on. Tomorrow night, when he arrives, I'll be ready. On the flight to New York, I still had doubts. I realized I was taking a calculated risk and was banking on my strength and nerves to mesh correctly with time, place, and circumstances to gain a fortune. But I wasn't sure I still had the guts to pull it off. I wasn't a coward, I never had been. And now I was trying to be honest. The cold fact was, I didn't want to rob Warren. It was Lou who had put me on the plane, winging closer each minute to New York. It was this very weakness in submitting to Lou that made me doubt myself. My memory of those desolate years of loneliness and despair before I met Lou was my greatest enemy. I couldn't fight the future she'd brought me, a green oasis of hope.
We will be landing in New York City in approximately 20 minutes. We hope you've enjoyed your flight.
I registered in a small hotel, the Shropshire, under the name of Howard Morgan. It was only a couple of blocks from the Park Hamilton. The next morning, I slept late, had breakfast, then strolled over to familiarize myself with the layout of Warren's hotel. It had 3 entrances, one on 59th Street and 2 around the corner on 5th Avenue. The streets were narrow and congested and could easily be traffic traps, so I decided against the taxi for my escape. Instead, I'd walk over to 59th and Madison to catch a cab to the airport. The lobby of the Park Hamilton was big, ornate, with acres of green carpeting and vast walls of antique mirrored glass. It was possible to enter the hotel and go to the elevators without passing the registration desk, so I took one to the 10th floor. Most hotel rooms are numbered identically as the floors ascend. In other words, Suite 1020 would probably be the same layout as 1220, where Warren would stay. 1020 had a main door opening on the broad corridor running parallel to 5th Avenue. There was a secondary entrance and a small corridor around the corner. I decided this second door led to either a service pantry or a back bedroom. Next to it was a stairway encased in a fire well. I climbed it, 2 floors, and found myself standing outside the service door of Suite 1220. The layout of the 2 suites was identical. So I returned by the stairs again to the 10th floor, where I caught the elevator to the lobby. Then I left the hotel. I went to a drugstore and bought copper wire, adhesive tape, and a pair of women's nylons. I'd use one of them for a face mask. I passed the rest of that interminable day waiting for the inevitable night, thinking about Lou, about our future together, with enough money to live in style. I worked out in my mind how it would be when I confronted Warren. He would answer the door. I'd hold him at the point of my revolver, bind his hands with wire, and tape his mouth shut. Then lock him in a closet. It'd take him at least 10 minutes to get free. If he put up a fight, I'd smack him with a gun, knock him unconscious. At 11 o'clock, I left the bar in the Shropshire. I wasn't drunk. I returned to my room, got my gun, and the rest of what I'd need. Then I started for the Park Hamilton and Ted Warren.
Mustang II, undoubtedly the right car at the right time. Built smaller than the original Mustang, with a thrifty 4-cylinder engine that's easy on gas. Mustang II is light in weight, richly appointed, has rack and pinion steering, bucket seats, 4-speed transmission, and tachometer, all standard. Mustang II sticker price is $28.95, excluding dealer prep destination charges, title, and taxes. Mustang II, it's luxury plus economy at your local Ford dealer.
I stopped behind the metal door of the fire well on the 12th floor. There I took off my topcoat, folded it, and placed it on the floor just inside the door. The wire and tape were in my pockets. Pulling a nylon over my face, I checked my gun, and stepped out into the hall. For a moment, I stared at the door. 12:20. This was the point of no return.
Who's there?
Mr. Warren? Sir, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm from maintenance.
What the hell's that?
There's a short on this floor. I gotta check the lights.
Oh, hurry it up. I'm getting ready for bed.
As soon as I saw the door crack open, I slammed it back on him with all my might and knocked him halfway across the room. He was wearing an open dressing gown and pajama pants. Behind him, a hall led to a darkened bedroom. A mirror in the hall reflected the open door. Though I had the revolver pointed at his chest, he appeared more angry than frightened.
What do you want?
The money, Mr. Warren.
My wallet? You're welcome to it.
You know what I mean? Where's the briefcase?
You won't shoot. You'd never make it out of the hotel.
Shut up. And give me the damn briefcase.
It's over in the bureau.
Get it?
All right.
And keep your hands where I can see them. Warren went to the bureau, took out the briefcase, and came back, holding it in front of him. Then he shot me from behind his briefcase. I fell back, and my right arm jerked up in pain. I saw the reflection of the flame from my revolver in the mirror before the bedroom. Warren pitched forward to the floor. I didn't stop with the briefcase or anything. I just turned and ran. In the fire well by the stairs, I realized I had dropped my revolver in the suite, but I couldn't go back. Warren was wounded, but he still had his gun. He was probably on the phone calling for help at that very moment. Blood was dripping from my arm, running down my wrist and spattering the concrete stairs. I grabbed my top coat and started down, leaving a red trail behind me. At the mezzanine floor, just above the lobby, I stopped again. I yanked off the nylon mask and struggled out of my jacket. Rolling up the sleeve of my shirt, I looked at the wound. The bullet was lodged in the muscle of my right arm, a few inches above the elbow. I knew it had to come out, and soon. I wrapped a piece of the soft copper wire around my arm above the wound, twisting it into a tourniquet to stem the flow of blood. Then I bit into the tape, tore off a strip, and plastered it over the nylon to make a bandage. By now, my arm was stiff and throbbing. I had a tough time getting back into my jacket. I swung the top coat over my shoulders, leaving it to hang free, and covered my wounded arm, which I stuffed in my jacket pocket for support. Then I descended the fire well to the lobby. I opened the metal door to the fire well and peered out. I could see across the lobby. Everything seemed normal. But just then, two men, unmistakably detectives, accompanied by a cop in uniform, came in the Fifth Avenue entrance and walked briskly to the registration desk. Whatever they said caused the desk clerk to start in surprise, and he hurriedly called the night manager. Then it went into a huddle. Then the manager and the two plainclothesmen headed for the elevators. The uniformed cop stayed at the desk and looked over the lobby. I didn't wait. Forcing myself to stroll casually, I made it to the 59th Street entrance. Ignoring the doorman's offer to give me a cab, I headed down 59th Street toward Madison Avenue. At the corner of Madison, I flagged down a taxi and got in.
Where to, Mac?
What time is it?
11:30.
It's too late to catch my flight.
So? All right, what next?
Penn Station.
On our way.
I didn't go to the station. I knew there'd be an APB out for a wounded man at all railroad stations, airports, bus depots, even ship terminals. I got out at 37th Street. Down the block, I saw a cut-rate drugstore and headed for it, self-service. I picked up a cheap canvas suitcase, a bottle of iodine, roll of cotton, a box of cleaning tissue, a razor, and cheesy orange sports shirt, the only one in the store that would fit me. A cashier with hair handed about the color of my new shirt checked me out with a comment about my hand. The whole right side of my body was stiffening up. And I told her I had arthritis in my shoulder. And she told me her husband had arthritis, and that was that. I walked aimlessly down the street, my mind fuzzy with shock and fatigue. But I had to find a place to stay the night. I had to get off the streets before I was picked up. A liquor store was closing for the night, but I had caught it in time to buy a bottle of whiskey, 100 proof. By now, my arm was pulsating in a deadly, heavy rhythm. My sense of balance dipped and whirled. I fought to remain conscious. In desperation, I hailed another cab.
You drunk?
No. Sick.
Won't drive it drunk, but if you're just sick, buddy, I'll take you. Hospital?
Not the hospital. Stranger in town. Just got in. Take me to his hotel. I just want to go to bed.
Which hotel?
Anyone. Just so it isn't midtown.
Some down near the village.
Okay. The Archway Hotel is located on East 9th Street. It's small and secluded, with miserable little potted trees on each side of the entrance. The desk clerk watched me full of doubts and suspicion. I registered awkwardly with my left hand, signing under the name of Seaton. I explained to him that I'd smashed my right hand on the train. He looked relieved and showed me my room. As soon as he was gone, I threw myself on the bed and opened the suitcase. The world was spinning like a gyroscope. I pulled out the bottle, worked the cap free with my teeth, and I took a pull. The whiskey ran down my chin and dripped to my chest. My worst fears had been realized. Clara's information, like her description, had been wrong. I fell asleep holding the bottle on my belly, thinking about Lou and the future we'd lost.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Fourth of Forever. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Wrigley Gum Sign-Off and Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Open your mind. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's study of a deadly obsession. Fourth of Forever. Starring John Daner. And Susan Oliver. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Ford Motor Company, Wrigley Gum and Sign-Off. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
It has been said that luck is a lady, either good or bad, but never in between. James Marius has spent a lifetime leaning on lady luck. He's been a gambler of magnitude, never one to bother with a penny ante game. Then he met Lou Jackson. his biggest venture to date. It was all or nothing. And a man on a losing streak is liable to shoot the works on a long shot. Such was the case with James Marius. A 3,000-mile coast-to-coast flight, a time and place, and the word of a woman he'd never seen. Lady Luck followed him that night to a New York hotel. He had lots of luck, all of it bad. And for his trouble, James Marius incurred a debt the law requires he pay for with the rest of his life. Fourth of Forever resumes after this word.
Leukemia is a disease of the blood-forming organs. It takes the lives of more children than any other disease known to man. It afflicts even more adults than children. At present, there is no cure. However, a great deal of progress has been made in the treatment of leukemia, and many doctors believe that if we can find a cure through research, it could well open the door to the cure for cancer. I'm Shirley Jones, National Chairman of a program to raise funds for leukemia research through radio broadcasting. If we can find a cure to this dread disease, we can stop the deaths of 15,000 victims each year and help in the search for the cure to cancer. Today, radio stations across the country are fighting leukemia. Please help. Make your check payable to LSA for Leukemia Society of America and send it to LSA Hollywood 28, California. That's LSA Hollywood 28, California.
I awoke with a start from the old familiar nightmare. But this time, Lou was with me in the battered DC-3. We were trying to find a place to land, but couldn't. Gas was running out. And so was time. That's what woke me up. I looked at my watch. It was 4 in the morning. I would make it 1 in Los Angeles. Dangerous as it was, I had to phone Lou from the hotel. Warned her that Warren was shot. I placed the call. Why didn't she answer? She should have been there, but she wasn't. What had happened? Had the police already taken her? My fear was more terrible than any I'd ever known. Not for me, but for Lou. How could the cops have connected her with me so quickly? They hadn't taken me yet. What was happening? I couldn't go back to sleep. The blazing in my arm kept me up. I knew I had to have it taken care of, the bullet removed. I needed a drink, but instead I emptied the bottle down the drain. I could no longer afford the luxury of getting drunk. I was facing a 20-year jolt for attempted robbery and the accidental shooting of Warren. I destroyed my return plane ticket. All out-of-town flights would be screened thoroughly. Of Lou's $1,000, I had about 500 left, enough to get me back some way. I waited until about 8 before leaving the hotel. I draped my topcoat over my right arm to conceal the bloodstains on the sleeve. Walking to University Place, I bought a paper and went into a small cafe. It was practically empty. I sat in a booth near the back and ordered coffee and opened the paper. The story was on page 3. It wasn't a big one, but the headline caught my eye and shook me through to my feet. Multi-millionaire murdered in hotel room. The article said Warren's body was discovered after an anonymous phone call to the police. Bloodstained prints had been found on his door. The lab was checking these for identification. My belly dropped. Warren was dead. I hadn't meant to shoot him. I hadn't aimed. I didn't remember pulling the trigger. All I remembered was his shot and my arm jerked. And then the second shot and the reflection in the hall mirror. In the back of the restaurant was a public phone booth. I tried to call Lou again. Lou, you know who this is. Is it all right to talk? I couldn't understand it. Why would she take so long to answer and then not say a word? Was it possible the cops were in her apartment and trying to trace the call already? I left the cafe in a hurry. I took a cab to the Bowery. My jacket was badly bloodstained, so I bought another one in a used clothes store for $5, and then I walked up the street. I knew I had to get out of New York, but I had to do something about my arm first, get that bullet out before the infection took over. I stopped in front of a fly-specked window and tried to light a cigarette.
Give you a beauty, mister.
Huh? Oh. Bojo Jack's Tattoo Parlor.
Take your pick. Anything you want. Butterflies, mermaids, hearts and doves, battleships, the works, man. $25.
Bojo Jack had an old leathery face split into a wide smile. One front tooth was missing. The other was rotten with a gold star right in the center. His features were squashed together as if he supported a heavy weight on his head. But his hands were what caught my attention. They were sensitive and delicate.
I'll make you a deal. Cut it to 15.
Let's talk inside. The tattoo shop was long and narrow and partitioned by a heavy green curtain. I assumed Jack lived behind it. In front was a white kitchen table, a couple of metal stools, and on a shelf by the table were his instruments and inks. Hanging above the table from a cord was a large light bulb inside a metal reflector.
I've been messing around this business 40 years, mister. You ain't gonna get hurt none. Don't hurt at all.
How would you like to make $50?
Tattooing?
No.
I thought not. I'll do a lot of things for $50, but not everything. What you got in mind?
If you turn down my proposition, will you keep quiet about it?
Well, I don't ever do much talking unless someone's whipping me real good. That happens, maybe I'll talk.
Won't happen. I got a slug in my arm. Can you take it out?
The man after you?
No, not yet. You've plenty of time.
Ain't got much of anything to work with. It figures to hurt real bad.
It hurts now.
Wait, let me take a look. Don't want nobody watching me. Now we need a little light. That's better. That arm, well, it ain't so awful bad. Don't look like the bone's broken. I guess if you can stand it, I can.
I'll have to.
Get out of that shirt and wrap this sheet around you while I get some hot water and things. Got to use a lot of hot water. Real clean, like a doctor.
Jack came back with the water, a straight-edged razor, a pair of tweezers, and a metal ice pick, and a bottle of gin. He started to wrap a cord tightly around my arm.
You hold this ice on that proud flesh, sort of deaden it down a little bit. Now, I can do it two ways. Sort of slow-like, which will hurt a long time, or right quick.
Get it over with.
That's where I like it myself. Got into a bit of shooting a couple of times, too. Hate to waste this good gin washing my hands. Just like old Dr. Kildare. Nothing better than gin to keep the bugs out, though. Well, here she goes.
Looking for a car that's easy on gas, easy to buy, and yet has the luxury you want in a car?
Look what we've done to our Mustang. Look what we've done to that car. Now we changed the size, we changed the style, and you're gonna like it fine. So look what we've done to that car.
Mustang 2. It's the all-new economical car from Ford. The right car at the right time. Built even smaller than the original Mustang. It has an easy-on-the-gas 4-cylinder engine, rack and pinion steering, tachometer, 4-speed transmission, plus a beautifully appointed interior. All standard. Luxury plus economy. That's Mustang 2.
When you take a ride, you're gonna know that Mustang's one of a kind. So look what we've done to that car.
Mustang 2, $28.95 excluding dealer prep, destination charges, title, and taxes. See your local Ford dealer.
I clung to the metal stool and bent a rung on it. Then it was over. Jack poured gin in the wound and bandaged it up, neat, professional, and handed me the slug for a souvenir. Now I can concentrate on getting home. I had to see Lou, regardless of the danger. Somehow I had to get back to L.A. I'd find her, and we'd leave together. Beyond that, I had no plans. I took a bus from New York to Boston. I tried to call her from the depot.
I'm sorry, you have reached a disconnected number. Please check your number and dial again or ask your operator for assistance. This is a recording.
From Boston, I took a train to Chicago and took a taxi to the airport. It was risky, but I flew from Chicago to San Francisco. I made it without a hitch. And from San Francisco to Los Angeles by bus. In the L.A. bus station, I bought a newspaper. It said that the police in both New York and Los Angeles were searching for James Marius in connection with Warren's murder. Obviously, I'd been identified through my prints. But to my great relief, there was no mention of Lou Jackson. She hadn't been connected. Lou was safe. I decided to try Lou's apartment. No one there had seen me before, so I wouldn't be recognized. Unless the cops were waiting for me there. I found her name had been removed from the mailbox. So I tried to manage her.
Yes?
Say, I'm looking for a friend of mine who used to live here, Miss Lucille Jackson.
She moved last Thursday.
Thursday? The 24th?
Well, I don't know what day. Yeah, the 24th. Hey, look, I got a show I'm watching here. I got no time.
Has Miss Jackson's apartment been rented yet?
You ask a lot of questions.
Well, I'm looking for a place to rent. Is it vacant?
Oh, why don't you say so? Come on, I'll show it to you. It's in perfect condition. You'll love it. Your friend was real clean. I didn't even have to paint. Go ahead. Take a look around.
Yeah. Lou, Miss Jackson used to have a painting of mine. A big one, a nude woman.
I don't know nothing about no nude painting. I leave my tenants be.
How long did she live here?
4, 5 months, maybe.
And did she leave a forwarding address?
No. Hey, do you want the place or don't you?
Well, I'll get back to you. Thanks. Common sense warned me not to go to my old apartment. The cops would have my place staked out. It was an awful risk. But I knew I'd try because of the faint possibility she might have left me some clue. So at 3:30 in the morning, the darkest hour of the night, I crept into the parking lot behind the apartment building. As I expected, my car was gone, impounded by the police. I didn't see anyone around the patio or pool. My apartment was dark. I listened outside a window. Nothing. Finally... I went inside. Suddenly, I froze. Against the faint light of the window, I saw the silhouette of head and shoulders rising from the couch. A cop.
Who's there?
Halt! I'll shoot! It's no use, Marius! We know who you are!
I ran up a hill behind the Hollywood Bowl. A short, winding street. I saw a parked car in an open garage. It was concealed in the shadows. I climbed in. I stretched out in the back seat, cursing myself. Now the cops knew I was back in Los Angeles. I just had one lead left. Clara in Warren's office.
Theodore Warren, Realty.
I'd like to speak to Clara. Mr. Warren's secretary.
Well, Mr. Warren passed away, you know.
So I heard. But may I speak to Clara, please?
Clara who?
could that be? Clara must have lied about everything, even about being Warren's secretary. Then I remembered the painting. Lou had taken it with her when she moved so quickly. If she needed money as badly as I, she might try to sell it. Now, who was the painter? Well, what was his name? Gazzetti. I looked up an art dealer, went to his gallery, and he said...
Gazzetti? No, we don't have anything he's done.
Well, I saw a seated, draped figure of a nude he did. I'd like to buy it. If it were for sale, what would it cost?
Some Gazzettis brought 5,000 a few years back. Might be higher now.
That much? Why?
You're paying for snob appeal.
Apparently, Lou hadn't tried to sell the painting. But it puzzled me. How had she gotten hold of a $5,000 painting? I was of the belief that she had only a limited income. Getting around on foot had become too hazardous. I had to have a car. I walked to a big supermarket. Hundreds of parked cars, big, small, cheap, expensive, take your pick. I wasn't choosy. I found a small, inconspicuous sedan with its keys tucked in the sun visor above the wheel. I got in and drove off. I returned to my boarding house and switched plates with another car parked on the street. I had transportation now, but not much else. I went up to my room and had a drink. And once again in my memory, I saw Lou, her silver gilt hair aglow in the sparkle of my imagination. The music of her voice, the touch of her fingers, the scent of her body were opiates that deadened the pain of my failure, the loneliness. I sat down in the soft chair and thought back to how it was. I could see in my mind the Gazzetti on the wall, and there had been an envelope. When I sat down, there was a name on that envelope. Oh, hell, what was it? Rothman. Rothman Associates had an office in a shabby building on Western Avenue, just the name on the door, nothing else. Rothman himself was a wiry man with blunt features and thinning hair parted in the center. He stared at me through deep-set eyes, didn't offer to shake hands.
Sit down.
Say, I'd like to get in touch with Miss Lou Jackson. I think you know her.
I think you're wrong.
Yeah, well, I've been away, Mr. Rothman. In the meantime, she's moved. No forwarding address.
Could be she didn't want you to find her.
Now, that isn't the reason. We're good friends.
What's your name?
Horton. Clarence Horton.
You're lying.
No, you're lying, Mr. Rothman. She gave me your name.
We don't give out information regarding clients.
You're a private investigator.
Now, that's good thinking.
Well, I'm not asking for information, Mr. Rothman, just an address.
Don't have it. Haven't heard from him in maybe, about 6 months.
Well, did you have her address before then?
Mister, my business is selling information, not giving it away. $50 a day. You want us to find him?
All right, here's 50 for one day's work. Just give me your old address.
See what I can do. Wait a minute. Here's her folder. I see the Jackson woman paid us in cash. She didn't give an address.
Well, she must have had some way for you to get in touch with her.
Yeah. Oh, here's a telephone number we were checking out. Who did you say you were?
Rothman shoved back his chair. I don't know what alarmed him, but he came at me. I picked up a metal ashtray off the desk and slipped it. He fell across the desktop. I grabbed at the white card he had in his hand. The card tore in two. I still had part of it as I ran from the office. I reached the street and slowed to a fast walk so as not to attract attention. Around the corner where I'd parked the stolen car, I paused and looked at the piece of card. There was a name. Lucille Jackson. A telephone number in the San Fernando Valley, and the notation, paid $500. I tore up the card, chewed the pieces to pulp, and spit them out. And I got in the car.
Call it.
Yes, officer?
Outside.
Up against the car. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, what's this all about?
Where'd you get this car?
Picked up and identified because of that lousy stolen car. One of the new plates had fallen off while I was driving. All they had to do was find the mate. And they did. They threw me in a cell with a little guy, about 40, with a wise, secretive, perpetual smile. He told me his name was Leroy Grimes. I figured he might be a plant, stoolie, so I didn't say much.
First time? My third. What's the rap? Did they question you yet? You don't talk much, do you?
No, not much. I wasn't interrogated right away. Instead, I was taken from my cell and led to another room. It was small, completely bare, no furnishings of any kind, no fixtures, but a light sunk into the ceiling. I sat on the floor, my back propped against a wall, and waited. And waited. I don't know how long, but it seemed forever.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Fourth of Forever. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Ford Motor Company, Wrigley Gum, and Sign Off. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Open your mind. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's study of a deadly obsession. Fourth of Forever. Starring John Dehner. And Susan Oliver. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Wrigley Gum, Sign Off, and Ford Motor Company. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
James Marius, a man on the run, running both to and from the law that says he must answer for a dead man, to find Lou Jackson, a mystery woman, to be sure, one whose trail leads to only dead ends, an empty apartment, a telltale painting, a telephone number, and a dying hope for tomorrow. James Marius, a man whose tomorrows are in danger of becoming condensed into one long stretch of time. He's a man driven by a relentless obsession to protect and recover a lost dream. A dream capable of lifting him up and away from all that is real. A murdered man, prisoned for life, and eternal solitude. For James Marius, the running has only just begun. First to win, second to place, third to show.
I don't know how long I was out. I had no way of measuring time. I just remember waking suddenly and feeling the cold concrete under my back. I opened my eyes and saw only a bright naked light blazing down on me from the ceiling. And I sensed a presence in the room. Suddenly a face dipped into my line of sight. I couldn't make out the features, only teeth.
Sleep well, Marius? What does a killer dream about?
Easy, Harry. We could be here a while.
Gotta be smart and talk fast. Then we can all go home except Marius here. He's not going anywhere. Not for a long, long
Lay off him, Harry. Come on, sit down. You too, Marius. Grab a seat. Now, maybe we can get down to business. We'd just like a few answers.
You don't have to answer my questions. You got a right to an attorney. You understand?
Yes.
The New York cops have a few questions for you, Jimmy boy. You can give us a few answers and rack up a few points for yourself or take what's coming to you.
Why not let the New York cops ask me?
Because I'm asking.
Cool off, Harry.
We got a wise guy here, Ed. Very funny fellow. Well, let's just see who laughs last.
Okay, that's enough. Marius, you're being extradited to New York. Now, they'll ask you these questions there, too. You're in pretty deep trouble as it is. You might think about cooperating. We're waiving the stolen car charge, you know.
But you know why you're here. Where'd you dump the gun?
What gun?
What gun? That 32 you shot Warren on the back of the head with your punk. That gun.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Huh? Well, maybe I can help you remember.
Okay, Harry, that's enough. Now, let's not blow it.
Just give me 5 minutes with him, Ed. Wait outside if you can't watch.
Forget it, Harry. I only have 2 questions for him. Will you tell us what happened to the gun? Do you want to confess to the murder of Theodore Warren? Okay. Take him back to his cell.
I had to confide in someone. I took a chance on Leroy Grimes and told him I was up on a murder charge, but I thought I might be innocent. I didn't say why. Warren had been killed with a 32. It was a 38 I'd dropped in his room. There was no mention of a 38. And they said Warren was shot in the back of the head. It didn't make sense. The next day I had a visitor. The jailer took me to a conference room. A sheet of heavy plate glass partitioned the table where I sat. And across from me, through the glass, sat a tall, middle-aged man. His curling dark hair was laced with gray. He was well-dressed. I'd never seen him before. The jailer stepped outside and stationed himself just out of earshot. I just sat and waited until...
Mr. Marius, I'm Ethan Lloyd. I've been retained as your attorney. If you agree.
I don't have any money.
Well, my fee has already been paid.
Who paid you?
I don't know. Perhaps you do. This morning, a messenger delivered this letter to my office. It's typed and unsigned. Dear Mr. Lloyd, herewith is a cashier's check for $3,500 to retain your services in behalf of James Marius, who is now held in Los Angeles County Jail. He's charged with the murder of Theodore Warren in New York City. I'm a friend of Mr. Marius and have always admired a gambling man. Please show him this letter, as it may help him feel more at ease in accepting your services. Does this mean anything to you?
I think so. I accept your offer to defend me.
Well, I'll do what I can. You must understand, however, that I won't actually represent you at your trial in New York.
Why not?
Well, I'm not a member of the New York State Bar. Your defense can be handled more ably by a qualified attorney familiar with the New York State Code. I know of several excellent men there, and I'll arrange for one of them to represent you. But we might as well start thinking about your defense now. Tell me what happened.
I told Lloyd what happened, or just about all of it. I didn't mention Lou by name or even indirectly. I said nothing of the plans and the rest of it. When I'd finished, Lloyd said,
There's some big holes in your story, Mr. Marius. You're not telling me everything.
I'm telling you the truth.
So far as it goes. But you're not telling me all the facts. From your story, how could Warren have been shot in the back of the head? He was facing you.
I don't know. And how come the cops are looking for a .32? Didn't they find a .38? It was still in the room when I ran out.
How much have you told the police?
Nothing.
Now, that's good. Anything you have to say only to me. Oh, I'm going to leave a copy of today's paper with the jailer. He'll give it to you. I'll be in touch with you every day.
Back in my cell, I read the story about my arrest. There was also a short interview with Warren's widow. She'd never heard of me, or couldn't identify me from a photograph. And that was about all, except it was speculated that Warren left an estate of an estimated $10 million. Grimes, my cellmate, was impressed that I had Ethan Lloyd for an attorney. He told me Lloyd was the best and the most expensive. He said I was sure to get off with 20 years and be eligible for parole in 7. My one consolation was that Lou hadn't abandoned me. She must have sold the painting to raise legal funds. 2,555 nights. 7 years of not seeing Lou. The prospect was intolerable. The pain unbearable. If that was the best, it wasn't good enough. There had to be another way. There just had to be.
Wrigley Spearmint gum, gum, gum. Wrigley Spearmint carry a big fresh flavor. Wherever you go, whatever you do, it's the finest pack of flavor. Wherever you go, whatever you do.
Flavor this big shouldn't be left behind. So wherever you go, carry a pack of Wrigley Spearmint gum.
Wrigley Spearmint. Get the finest spearmint flavor. The great Wrigley taste, delicious to chew. Wrigley Spearmint gum. Carry it with you. Wrigley Spearmint gum.
Sinus flares up. Sometimes your whole face aches. When you need occasional help, get Sign-Off tablets, the sinus medicine. Sign-Off works with a full dose of pure aspirin for sinus headache, plus a sinus drainer for congestion. That's how Sign-Off helps sinus pain while you drain. Help sinus pain while you drain. Take Sign-Off only as directed. SINEOFF. The sinus medicine in the bright red box.
Men, when closely confined with each other, either become good friends or dire enemies. In the weeks I spent awaiting extradition to New York, I shared cigarettes, papers, magazines, extra food luxuries supplied by funds from Lloyd with Leroy Grimes. Grimes had spent most of his adulthood in crime, so he instructed me in the ways of jails, prisons, jailers, and wardens. I lost my suspicions of him, and we became good friends. And one morning I was brought a new suit of clothes and informed that 2 New York detectives were waiting to take me back. While I changed, Grimes watched me glumly.
Look, just remember, don't let them grind you down.
If I'm not around, they won't be able to.
You going to try to bust out?
Yeah, I thought about it. Haven't you?
Every con does. Look, don't get sore if I say so, but I didn't think of you that way.
Why not?
Well, you just ain't the type.
I ain't the type to be here either. I don't mean that you are, Leroy.
Oh, but I am, Jim. I am.
Well, I'd have to have the chance and a little luck. Leroy, is my tie straight?
Yeah.
Well, what's that? Where did you get that?
Been keeping it in my mattress for the right occasion. Right sharp, ain't it?
Well, what is it, a knitting needle?
Well, you won't get in any sewing where you're headed, but it works pretty good on locks, though.
I don't know how to pick locks.
You know how to kill a man, don't you?
Yes, I guess I do.
Come here closer.
See? Work it in the sleeve of your jacket, just above the cuff. Nobody'll find it. Oh, hey, forgot something. This overcoat button, made out of bone about the size of a quarter. Here, take it.
Well, what's this little hole drilled in it?
Put the big end of the needle in it. Fits good. With the button on the end, you can jab the needle way in real hard. In a temple or back of an eye. It's better than a knife. Well, like you say, if you get the chance and a little luck.
Thanks, Leroy. Here, keep the rest of this carton of smokes.
No, sir, Jim. You keep them. You're going to need them.
Well, I guess this is it.
Yeah, well, been right fine knowing you, Marius. I'll read about you in the papers up in Quentin.
Yeah, hope it's not in the obits. Goodbye, Leroy. And thanks.
Good luck.
I was turned over to the custody of the two New York detectives. One was a young guy, blond, blue-eyed, tall, name of Hodges. The other was Blackie Schwartz, stocky, tough, middle-aged, with 20 years on the force. Schwartz wore a revolver in plain view and walked behind Hodges and me. My right wrist was cuffed to Hodges' left. They drove me to LAX, Los Angeles International Airport, to await a flight back to New York. I knew if I were to escape, it would have to be before I got on the plane. Blackie had arranged with the airline for us to board before the other passengers. We had nearly an hour before flight time. Hey, Hodges, would you mind if we stopped at the washroom?
You can wait till we get on the plane.
Yeah, but they keep the washrooms locked while they're on the ground.
What do you think, Blackie?
It's okay. We got plenty of time.
I was thinking fast. I'd worked the needle from my sleeve during the ride in from jail to the airport. I had it in my left pocket with the button. The end of the needle was set in a small hole. I kept my left hand in my pocket, grasping it. And when we reached the washroom, it was a big room, all white tile. Luckily, we were alone. Blackie watched our every step. I was hoping Hodges embarrassed easily.
Hey, I'm not going in there with you.
Well, take the cuffs off.
I don't like this.
No, I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm not that stupid.
Just leave the door open.
As soon as Hodges unlocked the cuffs, I grabbed him and pulled inside. The door swung shut in Blackie's face. I had Hodges in a headlock with my right arm. My left hand held a long needle at the corner of his eye. One little jab, Hodges. One little jab, and this needle goes right into your brains. You want to be a hero?
Don't shoot, Blackie.
Drop the gun, Schwartz. I jabbed this needle a little way, and your partner's blind for life. All the way. It's all over.
If you wait here as long as you can, Marius, you can't hold him forever.
Maybe not, but I've got nothing to lose. Drop the gun on the floor and kick it in here.
Can you move, Hodges? Enough to...
I don't know.
You better do as I say, Blackie.
Oh, what?
Ah!
Hodges, you all right?
Give him the gun, Blackie, please.
That's playing it smart, Blackie. Now open the door. Real slow. That's it. Now, you and Hodges, just put your arms around this post while you try on these irons for size. I took the keys and left Schwartz and Hodges handcuffed to the post, gagged with shreds of Hodges' shirt. They wouldn't be following me for a while. I relieved Blackie of his expense money, and I left. Outside the washroom in the busy terminal, I easily lost myself in the crowd. I got in a cab and told the driver to take me to the San Fernando Valley, North Hollywood. I got out and started walking.
Ford Mustang 2, undoubtedly the right car at the right time. Built smaller than the original Mustang with a thrifty four-cylinder engine that's easy on gas. Mustang 2 is light in weight, richly appointed, has rack and pinion steering, bucket seats, 4-speed transmission, and tachometer, all standard. Mustang 2 sticker price is $28.95, excluding dealer prep, destination charges, title, and taxes. Mustang 2, it's luxury plus economy at your local Ford dealer.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get more? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll take care of the futures of our sons? Well, let me ask you now, who's gonna tell them about the butcher man? Who's gonna show them clean the land? Who's gonna tell why they shouldn't drop out? Who's gonna show what it's all about? You know you can if you want to. You can if you want to right now. Well, let me lay it on you.
Well, let me tell them, you know, if you're 18 or older, you can help a lot of guys be prepared by being a leader in scouting. I mean it, fella, scouting today's a lot more than you think.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get more? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll help teach your sons to be prepared?
By this time, I was sure that Schwartz and Hodges had the alarm out for me. Not only the LAPD, but the county sheriffs and the highway patrol would be alerted. I needed somewhere to hide out and quickly ducked down a side street. I had no destination, just kept walking. And then in my aimless path, I spotted a for sale sign planted in the brown, overgrown yard of a small frame house with a shake roof and plastered salt and pepper stucco. It was exactly like 1,000 others in the valley, only unmistakably vacant. I kept on walking, but the idea grew. Not far away, I came upon a supermarket. I bought a big bag of supplies with practically the last of the money I'd taken from Blackie. Canned foods, 6-pack of beer, can opener, and 2 heavy, full-sized beach towels. I had a phone call to make, the number I'd gotten off the cart at Rothman's just before I'd been picked up. There was a payphone at the gas station on the corner.
Hello?
Miss Lucille Jackson.
Hello?
Does Lucille Jackson live there?
No, not Jackson.
Who's this?
Camila, the maid.
Well, is anyone else at home?
Nobody see but me.
Well, maybe I have the wrong number. Whose home is this?
If you don't know how you call, I'll not tell you.
Another dead end. Still no way to reach Lou. I had one more call I could make and had another dime ready when 2 highway patrol units rolled into the parking lot. As casually as I could, I took my bag of groceries and backtracked the exact route I'd taken before to the vacant house I'd seen. Dusk was falling, and I could see no one who might see me, so I checked the doors and windows. It was locked up tight. What was a little breaking and entering after what I'd been through. I waited a few minutes to be sure no one had heard me and climbed in through the broken kitchen window. I sat on the cold floor well below window level and opened a can of beans. I ate them cold from the can with my fingers and washed them down with a warm beer. Exhausted, I wrapped myself in the 2 beach towels and started to drift off. I waited until noon the next day before leaving the house. At that hour, the neighborhood was empty and the supermarket crowded. I used the same payphone as before.
This is Miss Hendon, business office. May I help you?
Yes. I think there's an error in my bill. There's a charge of $7.70. It's for a long distance call to Denver. I don't know anyone there.
What is your number?
It's 761-4699.
Just a moment, please. I
don't see it listed on your account.
For the 3rd of last month?
No.
Ah, that's odd. It's right here. Well, could you have sent this bill to the wrong address? What street number do you have listed for me?
1355 Palomar Drive, North Hollywood.
Yeah, that's correct.
Send us your remittance less that charge, and I'll make a note of it.
Well, will do. Thank you. Now I had the address, and one thread of hope. Whoever did live there could offer a clue to Lou's whereabouts. I left the supermarket and walked to a nearby movie theater. I sat through the feature twice, waiting for the night to come. Behind the theater was a parking lot with wooden racks with 7 bicycles. I smashed a cheap padlock on one and rode off. I figured the North Hollywood address to be about 3 miles away. I couldn't risk a taxi. I pedaled along, keeping away from the main, well-lighted, heavily traveled streets. At an intersection, a black and white patrol car pulled up alongside me. And the cop driving gave me a curious look.
Saving gas?
My wife says I'm getting fat.
Well, you're going to be stiff tomorrow.
I already am.
Hey, you should get a reflector so you don't get run down.
I watched him pull away and turn the corner. Luckily, Palomar Drive was nearby. I left the bike behind some camellia bushes. The house was a small Mediterranean-style villa set back in a lawn dominated by green trees. I walked up the shrub-lined drive, which curved in a sweep to the door. From the drawn shades, I saw the soft illumination of lights. At the door, I adjusted my jacket and then rang the bell. Lou.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Fourth of Forever. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Wrigley Gum Sign-Off and Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Open your mind. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's study of a deadly obsession. Fourth of Forever. Starring John Daner. And Susan Oliver. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Ford Motor Company, Wrigley Gum, and sign off. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
James Marius and Lou Jackson have a date with destiny. But first they have some matters to settle. Marius is a wanted man. The police know his general whereabouts. Warren was shot in the back of the head, and the matter of a second gun. This date with destiny was assured before they'd ever met. James Marius and Lou Jackson, star-crossed from the beginning. Two people slated to make both sides of a single decision, hinging on a third party. Fourth of Forever concludes right after this word.
We weren't able to use the gutter you had there, so that cost you $73 extra. Then I gotta charge you $870 for the partition your wife wanted, and $490 to tear it down after she changed her mind. 7 additional outlets, $350. The doorknob you chose was a special order. That cost 47 clams. I had to repaint the rear wall. Your wife didn't like the color. $241. Bathroom fixtures cost $3,450 instead of the $42 we budgeted. The plumber's bill was $1,675.
Don't begin a repair job on your home before you understand all the costs involved. The Department of Housing and Urban Development has a booklet entitled Fixing Up Your Home. For a free copy, write to HUD, Washington, D.C., 20410, or call your local FHA-approved lender.
And cash advances to subcontractors, so the total comes to about $83,000. Mr. Smith? Are you all right? Mr. Smith?
Lou.
Darling. Don't stand out there in the light. Come in.
Lou. I just can't believe it's you. Is it? You look different. Your hair.
Do you like it?
Well, sure. I liked how it was.
Oh, I had to hide somehow. You understand. I guess it is a rather silly disguise.
Oh, don't worry. I'll get used to it.
Poor baby. Someday I'll change it back for you.
The Gazzetti. You didn't sell it?
No, it's my most prized possession.
But the money you sent to Lloyd, the attorney.
I sent the money, but I didn't sell the painting.
Well, but then how did...
Oh, long story, darling. I'll explain later. Let's have a drink to celebrate our reunion.
Oh, no, I've stopped. Or nearly.
Have a brandy, anyway. Come, sit by me.
Well, this house, who does it belong to, Lou?
Oh, friends of mine. I stayed with them, months ago. When I ran away from the apartment, I came here, and they're out of town for a short time.
Why'd you leave your apartment? I couldn't find you.
I had to after all that happened.
But I called you long distance from New York, and you wouldn't talk.
I know. I was a terrible coward, but I panicked.
Oh, come on. You knew I wouldn't involve you. I haven't said a word about you. Not to the lawyer, or the cops, or anyone.
You don't understand, darling. I need this drink. Look at me. I was in Warren's hotel room when you killed him.
You what?
Surprised?
Not really. From what the papers said or didn't say, and in jail. Well, tell me what happened.
All right, darling. After you left the airport for New York, I felt I'd talked you into it. You didn't really want to rob Warren. I'd made you take all the risks. I felt it was my place to be with you, so I caught the next flight to New York.
But you didn't know where I'd be staying?
No, I just thought, I'd find you eventually at the Park Hamilton. I went up to Warren's suite about 11 sometime, a little after, but you were already inside. The side door, the one to the bedroom, was open, so I went in, and that's when I heard shots in the living room.
Well, I dropped my gun.
Yes, you did. But I picked it up and took it away so the police wouldn't find it.
Well, they didn't need to. My bloody prints were all over the place.
And as long as Warren was dead, I opened his briefcase and took what was in it. $65,000 in cash and about $40,000 in negotiable securities.
What?
We were in up to our necks already, and we needed that money to get away. I used some of it to hire Ethan Lloyd.
Yeah, well, anyway, you took it. Huh?
Yes. Warren was dead. I didn't know you'd been hit, so I went to the airport to wait, but you didn't show up. I caught the next flight home, and in the morning I read that you'd been wounded. Poor baby.
But what happened to the gun?
Right now it's somewhere at the bottom of the East River.
Is there anyone else here?
Not right now.
Can I stay here a few days until we can get away?
No, it would be too dangerous. The maid will be here in the morning, and people could drop in unexpectedly.
But I did stay the night. At dawn, well before the maid came to work, Lou made breakfast. It was like old times, nearly, as she smiled at me across the table. But the mood was broken when we began discussing a plan of escape.
Once you're in Mexico, it'll be easy to get somewhere else, far away. And wherever it is, I'll meet you there.
Lou, I can't make it without you. Come with me to Mexico City.
Oh, I want to, darling. I want to very badly, but the securities, they're so difficult to exchange abroad. Don't forget, we'll have to live in South America or Europe. Marius, you have to get away today. Darling, it's the only way. I'll meet you later. More coffee?
Yeah, thanks. I'll need a passport. I can get a phony one in Mexico, but it'll cost.
How much?
When I was flying there, I think the going price was a couple of grand.
Oh, you're glad I have the money now. That's a lot of cash to carry around.
Well, you're right. I'll need a gun. I had one, but left it in the house where I've been hiding out. Too risky going back there now. What'll I do?
There's one around the house here. They keep it for prowlers. I'll get it for you.
Lou came back to the kitchen and took the gun from her purse. She laid it in my hand. But I wasn't watching. I couldn't help but see, when she opened the purse, several neat packets of $100 bills. The gun fit snugly in my palm. It was a small, snub-nosed .32.
Looking for a car that's easy on gas, easy to buy, and yet has the luxury you want in a car?
Look what we've done to our Mustang. Look what we've done to that car. We changed the size, we changed the style, and you're gonna like it fine. So look what we've done to that car.
Mustang 2. It's the all-new economical car from Ford. The right car at the right time. Built even smaller than the original Mustang. It has an easy-on-the-gas 4-cylinder engine, rack and pinion steering, tachometer, 4-speed transmission, plus a beautifully appointed interior. All standard. Luxury plus economy. That's Mustang 2.
When you take a ride, you're gonna know that Mustang's one of a kind. Look what we've done to that car.
Mustang 2, $28.95 excluding dealer prep, destination charges, title, and taxes. See your local Ford dealer.
It was barely light outside as we prepared to leave. I stopped by the back patio to admire the garden. Potted plants hanging and standing. The flower bed alive with daisies and petunias in full bloom. Lou tooted the horn lightly for me. I got in and we drove off. By the time we reached San Diego, the sun was high. Crossing the border, we must have looked like any two American tourists. We drove right through and on into Tijuana. Well, when will I see you again?
Tuesday. I'll be down.
Why so long?
You'll be busy, and so will I.
That's 4 days from now. Seems like forever.
How much money will you need?
How much have you got?
Enough.
Well, I'll need enough for the passport, the hotel, the travel arrangements, not to mention payoffs and whatnot.
Darling, just tell me, how much do you want?
You better give me $10,000 just to be safe.
$10,000? Were you planning on brothing the whole country?
That afternoon, I flew into Mexico City and registered at Hotel del Prado under my new name, Harold J. Hanna. I spent the next day making final arrangements, checking schedules, buying clothes. Everything I needed I could get in the shops contained within the building, so I never left the hotel. Finally, Thursday night arrived, and with it, Lou.
Darling.
Oh, it's so good to see you. Hey, what's in the bag?
2 bottles.
One champagne, one brandy.
Just like we began.
Oh, you're wonderful, Lou. You really are.
Did you get the passport?
Yeah, no problem. You are now in the arms of Harold J. Hanna.
Oh, I liked Marius better.
Well, maybe we'll change it back when we get to Greece.
Greece?
It's perfect for us. You won't believe all I've got planned. Come on up to the room, Mrs. Hanna. I'll tell you all about it. There was a while before we talked. We didn't even get the bottle open. I was looking at the moon full in the night sky when she came back into the room wearing the pink nightgown she'd worn all afternoon.
Tell me about Greece, Marius.
You don't sound thrilled. Lou?
Yes, darling, I'm listening.
Well, it isn't Greece exactly. It's a tiny island off the coast in the Aegean Sea. Mixos.
Sounds lovely.
And I'm planning on us buying property there, settling down. I've already put in a bid on our old hotel. We could fix it up and work the tourist trade and have beautiful children.
Marius.
Now, there's an Air France flight from here to Paris. We connect from Paris to Rome and then on to Athens. I made reservations for 2 on the plane, leaving tomorrow. 1 for Mr. Harold J. Hanna and 1 for Miss Lucille Jackson. But you have your passport?
Yes, in my suitcase.
Well, where is your suitcase? Oh, we must have left it in the lobby.
It's in Los Angeles. I've been trying to tell you, Marius.
Well, why?
Darling, you must know. I love you.
Well, then come with me tomorrow.
I haven't cashed in the securities yet. These things take time.
Lou, what are you thinking?
I'm sorry, my darling, for the way things worked out. I'm sorry it was you.
Will you come?
Yes, I'll come.
When?
2 months.
All right. You'll fly to Athens, then sail from Piraeus to Mixos on the Persian Queen.
I will...
Wait. No, I'm fixing the date. The ship sails on the 1st and 3rd Monday of every month. So with a 2-day layover in Athens and 2 days on board, you should be in Mixos June 4th.
That's 2 months from today.
2 months is a long time.
No, my darling. Forever is a long time.
I'll be waiting for you.
Sinus flares up. Sometimes your whole face aches. When you need occasional help, get Sign-Off tablets, the sinus medicine. Sign-Off works with a full dose of pure aspirin for sinus headache, plus a sinus drainer for congestion. That's how Sign-Off helps sinus pain while you drain. Help sinus pain while you drain. Take Sign-Off only as directed. Sineoff. The sinus medicine in the bright red box.
Carry it with you, bring it to the gum. The big fresh flavor, bring it to the gum. Carry it with you, bring it to the gum. The big fresh flavor, bring it to the gum. Carry the big fresh flavor, wherever you go, whatever you do. It's my spearmint flavor, a great big taste, delicious to chew. Spearmint gum. Carry it with you, spearmint gum. The big fresh flavor, spearmint gum. Carry it with you, spearmint gum. The big fresh flavor, spearmint gum.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. With more and more people eating poultry these days, it might be a good idea to review some basic facts on how to buy and serve poultry. First of all, remember to look for the grade shield. The highest quality is U.S. Grade A. Grade A birds are fully fleshed, meaty, and attractive in appearance. But when you bring it home, remember that all poultry is perishable. Care and cleanliness should be used in the preparation, cooking, and serving of all poultry products. Keep frozen poultry hard frozen until time to thaw, and cook it promptly after thawing. Use fresh chilled poultry within 1 to 2 days. Completely cook poultry at one time. Never partially cook, then store, and finish cooking at a later date. Leftover cooked poultry, broth, stuffing, and gravy should be separated, covered, and refrigerated. Then you'd better use it within 1 or 2 days. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
The Persian Queen stood offshore in the small port of Naxos. I stood on the deck, leaned over the railing, looking at my new home. I went ashore in a converted lighter. At the foot of the ancient stone pier was a taverna, an open-air establishment featuring a great gnarled olive tree growing right up through the rock. I stood there, holding my suitcases, until...
Would you care to join us?
Oh, yes, I would. Thank you.
We saw you arrive. You know, there's so little to do here that we all hurry to make friends with a stranger. I am Yvonne Lamotte, and this is Father Gilbert.
Miss Lamotte, Yvonne. Father, I'm Harold J. Hanna, J for James.
Are you a tourist, Mr. Hanna?
Oh, yes, and entirely at large. Is there a hotel here?
Only one. It is not large, not small, not good, not bad. It is also not cheap, but one has no choice. It is called the Acropole.
The Acropole was run by Constantine Gregoris, a heavy-set, nearsighted man. He assigned me a tiny, stark room, which he claimed was the best in the house. The first few days were torture. I was a man alone in a strange country. The last day and night with Lou burned deep in my memory. I could have easily afforded scotch, but thought it best to let the $7,000 I had left cool. Time passed slowly. There was nothing to do on Naxos but sit in the taverna, drink ouzo, and talk. I got to know and like Yvonne, and the Padre, as I called him. Together we made quite a trio. Yvonne, a thin, dark girl with a pixie face and boyish-cut hair, was a musician. She had studied in Paris, which was her home, as well as in New York.
And so now I am in Naxos because it does not take so much money.
Is there a music school here?
No, there is nothing here. But I practice to compose music, which is not bad.
Padre, what's a Roman Catholic like you doing on a Greek Orthodox island like this?
I have a calling, Harold. Including Miss Lamotte, there are 8 members in my parish.
Are you British?
Yes, my home is, was England. I miss it.
When are you going home?
Oh, soon, perhaps. But then I may be here forever.
Forever is a long time. Ouzo? Thanks. Hello, Yvonne. Join me?
Yes. How? Newspaper. Why did you get them?
The Persian Queen brought them yesterday. I had them sent from Athens.
From Los Angeles?
Yes. It's my home. Well, near it, anyway.
You wait all day for the Persian Queen just for newspaper?
I suppose I do. This time, anyway. Next time, I'm hoping they'll be delivered by someone.
Oh, you're waiting for somebody. A woman. Is she beautiful?
Yes, Yvonne. I am waiting for a beautiful woman. I have been for some time.
And will you have Father Gilbert marry you and this woman?
Only if you promise to be maid of honor.
We will see. I cannot promise.
The L.A. papers had dropped the Warren story. There was no mention of the search for James Marius either. Though I began to feel safe, those last 2 weeks of waiting were the longest of my life. Each day an eternity. Waiting, until I was on the pier at dusk when they lowered the lighter over the side of the Persian Queen. I watched it all the way into shore, watched and waited. I could see the purser, but no one else. Did an American woman get on at Piraeus?
No.
And no one getting off at Mixos?
No one. Here are your papers.
I stopped off at the taverna, but didn't stay. One crisp $100 bill paid for drinks all around. I retreated to the Acropole with my newspapers and a bottle of scotch. In my room, I threw myself on the bed and broke the cords on the papers. And there was the answer. Page 1. Society News. Former Mrs. Theodore Warren weds prominent attorney. I stared at a 1,000-word picture of Ethan Lloyd and the woman I had known as Lucille Jackson. I didn't bother to read the article. I already knew the times and places. I guess I have known all along. I was just dumb enough to fall into it. Lou, or whatever her real name was, Mrs. Something or Other Warren Lloyd, was a woman of money, position, and separated from her millionaire husband. And she had a plan to hire a private detective, Rothman, to find a man of weak will and strong desire, James Marius. She needed such a man to speed up the proceedings. Divorce takes such a long, long time, especially with a wealthy attorney waiting in the wings. So, make up a Clara, create a temporary Lou Jackson, and it's goodbye Warren, hello, $10 million. Phase out James Marius. That's about it. The way things are. And she's sorry. Well, it could be worse. I could be in prison. I could be dead. I could be a murderer. But I'm not. That flash in the mirror back in Warren's hotel room tells me so. I could be broke, but I'm not. I have lots of money. Not 10 million, but enough for James Marius. Marius. She likes that name better than Hannah. Well, so do I. I think I'll change it back. I like the way it looks on a passport. I'm getting bored here in Mixos anyway, with all this money and nothing to do. Well, I gave her a chance. Too bad she missed the boat. Too bad about the letter I have to send now to the Los Angeles police, suggesting they go to 1355 Palomar Drive and test fire the .32 caliber revolver they'll find under the Meyer lemon tree in a wooden planter. I think they'll find it's the missing weapon in the unsolved murder of Theodore Warren. Too bad it's registered to Mrs. Theodore Warren Lloyd. Like the lady says, Marius, you can't lose. The funny thing about murder, you just can't get away with it.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour, Bill S. Ballinger's Fourth of Forever. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour. Today
Today's episode brought to you in part by Ford Motor Company, Wrigley Gum, and Sign Off. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fails?
This is W.B. Lewis, chairman of the radio division of the Free Company, which today presents a new play by James Boyd, author of Drums, Marching On, and Long Hunt. The Free Company is a society of writers, actors, and radio workers organized to prepare and to broadcast a series of radio plays dealing with American democracy. Plays by William Saroyan, Mark Connolly, and Robert E. Sherwood have already been presented. Plays to come will be written by playwrights, novelists, and poets of equal distinction, many of them Pulitzer Prize winners. Some of these plays will be concerned with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to every citizen in the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will cover the more general theme of freedom as it develops from those basic, vital rights. All are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of freedom, to supply, in terms of our lives today, answers to problems such as those faced by Abraham Lincoln when he said,
"We all declare for liberty, but in using the same word, we do not all mean the same thing. With some, the word liberty may mean for each man to do as he pleases with himself and the product of his labor. While with others, the same word may mean for some men to do as they please with other men and the product of other men's labor. The shepherd drives the wolf from the sheep's throat, for which the sheep thanks the shepherd as his liberator, while the wolf denounces him for the same act as the destroyer of liberty. Plainly, the sheep and the wolf are not agreed upon a definition of the word liberty."
The Free Company presents Alan Dinehart, Betty Field, Elia Kazan, Sidney Lumet, Margot, Marlon McCormick, and Dorothy McGuire in One More Free Man by James Boyd. The time, shortly after Christmas in the year 1890. The place, a cow camp in the Rocky Mountains. A young mother is alone with her baby in the camp's log-built shelter. She came to the camp to spend Christmas with her husband, a mining engineer. They are snowed in, and her baby came at the blizzard's peak. But today, the road has been opened and a team has come up with supplies and a proper crib for the baby.
a mighty river. Your eyes are shut. Your fists are curled. And now you frown. What are you doing in your dreams? I know nothing about baby's dreams, but I know about mother's dreams. Since I first felt you stir, I dreamed about you. And when you came, I was so glad that the pain seemed only pain I dreamed. And still, the dream of you goes on. Already I see that first warm day of spring, when the snow melts up into the sky and you and I drive down to town. Do you know on that first Sunday what we'll do? I can see it in my dreams. I can hear the organ.
Baptized according to our word through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Therefore I baptize thee, John, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
Was that you that cried? You're sleeping. You were crying only in my dream. The water was cold on your head. But never mind, for now you have a name. Your name is John. No one will ever know any secret name for you, my manger baby. And when you go to school, you will be John. John Cross. In school.
John Cross?
Yes, ma'am?
Who broke the window during recess?
I couldn't say.
You mean, you don't know?
No, ma'am, I don't mean that.
Well, did you?
I couldn't say.
I suppose you don't know that either.
No, ma'am, but if everybody that didn't do it says so, then you'll find out who did.
I have a right to find out.
Not that way.
Are you talking back to me?
Yes, ma'am.
That you'll stay in for 2 hours.
Holy mackerel, teacher, what about the ball game?
He'll miss the ball game.
Oh, shucks, then I done it. I broke it.
Then you'll stay in for 2 hours.
Okay, teacher. John, you're clear.
Not at all. John will stay in for 2 hours, too, for talking back.
That's not fair.
2 hours tomorrow, the next day, too.
You're not fair.
2 hours more. Come now, John, this is foolish. If you'll apologize, I'll let you go to the ball game.
I said what I thought.
But that can sometimes be impudent. Come, say you're sorry, and you can go to the ball game.
I said what I thought was right.
Oh, go on, Johnny. Say it and get off. It don't mean nothing.
No.
All right, then. 2 hours today, tomorrow, and the day after. That's how you'll be in school, perhaps. It will make life harder for you, my manger baby. But I wouldn't want it otherwise. There are plenty of boys otherwise. And are they happier? Some, perhaps. Am I not a natural mother? Mothers are supposed to wish their children safe and happy. But a boy like you, John, will not grow into a safe man, or even a happy one, unless you have good luck. A girl that you can always love, the only luck that lasts. What will she be like? And will I hate or envy her? Or will I be there to do either? It'll make no difference. They'll not think of me, only of each other, of themselves, as your father and I did just a year ago. Will the wedding be in a church like ours? Yes. Yes, in a church, I think. What is it, John? What's wrong?
Nothing but this. Do you really love me?
Darling, what a silly question.
If you're not sure, you could still say so.
I wouldn't think of such a thing. Oh, John, I think we're going to have a wonderful life. You're going to succeed. By next year, you'll be superintendent, and we can take the house we looked at.
You can say no still. Right now, I'd understand.
John, you're crazy. Maybe you don't love me.
I do love you. So much that I want everything to be good between us. I'd rather give it up than have it spoiled.
Oh, silly, I'm lucky. All the girls envy me.
But inside, are you sure?
Of course I am. Oh, my son. My son. Will she be big enough for you? And if not that faithful enough at least? And if she's not, then who will be? The men you work with? You will be an engineer, I think, like your father and like mine. But builders have no place for manger babies. I see bad times for you. Bad times in the hard, roaring world of engineers.
Yes? What do you want? I'm John Cross, the super down at Black Rock. The GM sent for me.
The general manager's expecting you. Go on in.
Cross, what's this I hear?
What do you hear?
That you've been talking to the men.
What do they say that
Never mind.
say?
Never mind what they say or what you said. I'm your friend. Now, you've done a good job at Black Rock. Production's up. All I want is just a denial that you've been talking to the men. I've written it out. Sign here. I want to show it to the directors. It'll clear you. Don't read it, just sign it. And whatever happens, let this be a lesson to you. Never talk to the men.
What do they say that I said?
They say you attended a meeting, that you told them that you would not lay a man off who tried to organize the mine as long as he got out the ore. I don't know whether that's true. I don't want to. I'm your friend, but I'm a busy man. Come on now, sign here. I'll take care of it.
That is what I told them.
You know the company's policy. The minute we hear of a man organizing, we let him out and send his name to the association.
Yes, I told them that. I told them, too, that they had the right to organize. I can't sign any denial.
Cross, everybody makes mistakes, especially when he's green. Now, when you make one, the thing to do is to clear it up and then forget it. In this case, I'm making it easy for you.
Why easy for me?
Why? Well, I don't know. I guess it's because I see something in you. I see boys coming into the mines by hundreds. I size them up. I'm never wrong. You've got a future in this business, Cross. That's all I have to say, and it's much more than I've ever said to any other man. Now, sign here.
It's not what I believe.
Never mind that, boy. Sign.
These men have a right to better their conditions. Their houses are not fit to live in. There's too much rake-off in the company store, too much dust in the working places. We're short on mine props and on ventilators. We're killing men, slowly now, but someday we'll have a big disaster.
My boy, has it ever occurred to you that if a man's not satisfied, he can leave?
Leave? With his family in a company house, with himself in debt to the company store? How leave?
He didn't have to rent the house or run up a store bill, did he?
Where else could he live? How else can he eat when times are slack?
Well, that's his business. He can work it out to suit himself. This is a free country.
Then he's free to organize.
Cross, I've no time to argue. You've got a wife. Jobs are scarce. You'll be on every blacklist in the country.
Chief, we're killing men that might be saved. I've seen their bodies carried out. I know them, living and dead. And I'm for them.
So, I've been trying to protect a radical. Smith, write a letter giving Cross notice and phone the head watchman at Black Rock not to let him on the property.
Yes, sir.
Young man, this is not my business, but I'd hate to be your wife. A real man takes care of the woman he marries. I always understood.
A real man does what he has to do. You're doing what you must, and I am, too. Well, I guess there's no more to say. Goodbye, and no hard feelings.
Don't hold out your hand to me. I shake hands with no radical.
Well, just goodbye, then.
Now, my son. Now, what will become of you? Your name is on the list. All doors are shut. And everywhere you go, you bear the brand of troublemaker. A name they give to those who speak the truth. And what will that pretty wife of yours now have to say? I think I know what she will say in your cheap rooming house with a leaky step.
Well, did you find anything?
No, they'd heard about me.
What are we to do? Look at my dress. Look at my hands.
Oh, Mary, I see them. All the time. Wherever I go, whenever they turn me down.
Why didn't you think of them at Black Rock, then?
Mary.
You could have signed the letter and would be there and going up, not down.
But the men were right. I explained that.
What's right? What's wrong? And are they better off? Look at us. And all because you can't learn to keep quiet.
Keep quiet is not something a man learns. Something he forgets. He forgets how he was as a kid. Kids don't keep quiet. They say what they think. Then something happens to them and they forget.
Is that philosophy? Well, I can't live on it. I'm going home.
Oh. I guess that's best. This is no place for you. Then, when I get a job, I'll come for you. Is that your bag?
Yes, and it's packed. I got supper for you.
Packed?
Don't look at me like that. I got your supper, didn't I?
But, Mary, you could wait a day or two. Something might turn up.
Oh, we've said that 50 times. I must hurry if I'm going to catch my train. Come on.
Yes. Yes, I'll take you to the train. Oh, Mary.
No, let me go, John. I must hurry. Go get my bag. Come on.
Yes, you mustn't miss the train.
You think she'll come back to you? Or even wait? A girl with her bright beauty fading, with not much time to lose. And all the brisk young men around, so confident and careful. No, my son, someday you'll learn the truth. And then for you the name of loneliness will have a meaning all its own. And you will be a wanderer in the dark places of the earth. But work you must. And work perhaps you will among the workers you work to save.
The meeting will come to order. This meeting of Local 1634 is called for the election of officers and delegates to the National Convention. Nominations are now in order.
I renominate our president, Tony Segal.
I second the nomination.
I move the nominations be closed.
Well, brothers, it looks like I was in again. I'm much obliged.
Brother Chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cross.
This election is not in order. There was no time for other nominations.
All right, bright boy. Is there any other nominations? You see, bright boy? Now sit down.
I want to speak on the nomination.
Wait. Let him speak. Okay, bright boy, go right ahead.
Ever since I joined this union, I've seen how it's run. It's run by Segal. So in my spare time, I looked around to see how Segal runs it. Here's what I found. Last spring, we struck in violation of our agreement. We lost 28 days' pay and the goodwill of the town.
Who cares for goodwill?
Ain't the employers chipped us plenty? We lost our wages, but Segal didn't lose. Ever since then, he's been taking down $100 a month from the employer to keep us working.
That's a lie.
I have proof. Where is it? Not here, Segal. Not where it can be snatched out of my hands by your gang. But I'll produce it when I'm ready. And I'll produce another piece of paper. Segal's real name's not Segal. What is it? But I know what it is. And what he did. Segal's no working man. The only job he ever did, he got 6 years for. Living off girls. Segal, am I right? Now, here's my office, Segal. Resign and take your mob out of the hall and let us have a free election. Segal, resign or I'll turn you in.
Till you came in here, we had a nice little local, everything quiet and regular. But since, at every meeting, you got a new squawk. Don't we mean to stick by our agreement? Why won't we show a financial settlement? Is it right to restrict production?
That's what I asked, and I never got an answer.
I never will while I'm here.
That's why I want you out. This is no labor union. It's just a gang that lives off the employers and off the union members. There's you. You and your mob. Not one of you are workers. The rest of the crowd here, the workers, are all right, but they're scared to move. They've got their bread to think of. They've got their wives and kids. You used to live off girls. Well, where are the girls you live off now?
Brothers, I guess you can see his racket. He wants to frame me and get the job.
I'm not a candidate.
What are you then, bright boy?
I'm just a guy. Says what he believes.
And what do you believe? We've heard you talk a lot, but never found out yet.
I believe that people have got to take care of themselves.
Well, ain't we doing it?
Yes, you are, but not us. Listen, boys. To To take care of himself, the worker's got three things. He's got his fists for scabs and face.
Listen to him, brothers. He'll be punching himself in the jaw, maybe.
All right, come on. He's got his skill. He's got his skill that the world can't do without. And he's got the backing of public opinion. Those are his weapons, and he needs them all.
Well, now that we've heard your little Sunday school lesson, sit down.
I'll not sit down. Listen, you American workmen. We're American workmen no matter where we started from. Where does this local stand today? Have we any respect like good unions? Any public support to back us in a fight? Does this town trust us to stick by our agreements? Do they feel about us the way Junction City feels about their local there? We've thrown away our weapons. Now look, man. Why does the name of the American workman stand high all around the world? Because he's the man that turns out the stuff. That's his ace in the hole, his blue chip. He can turn out the stuff. So I say, let's clean up, start right. If the employers treat us fair, be tough but square, and turn out the stuff. If they're in trouble through no fault of their own, help them keep going if we can, and turn out the stuff. Then if they jip us, strike with the town behind us, and they'll know they're losing men that can turn out the stuff.
Beautiful and true. It's what my father used to say. Now they listen. Now they're cheering, but will they act? Time is the enemy of all things good. The enemy until it has destroyed them. Then when it's too late, it turns and preserves the ruins. Preserves them through generations. Generations in the minds of men. But I must watch my dream until it ends. And it will end, perhaps, where water flows like fate and time, and great ships sleep in darkness by the dock.
Who's that?
It's me, John. Benny.
What are you doing here?
You oughtn't to go alone at night. Not by the docks. We've appointed some of the boys to watch you. We tipped off the cops to watch out, too.
What do you mean, appointed?
We had a meeting, all the right guys. We're going to throw Seago out and put you in. We don't want nothing to happen to you, see?
Pick somebody else. There's plenty.
We've done our picking. Now, listen. Keep out of these dark places, will you? Why make it tough for us to cover you?
All right, maybe you're right.
One thing more. We've been a bunch of heels, see, with this Seago. We ain't proud of it, you understand, but most of us got kids, see? I guess you don't know what that means.
No. I've got no wife, no kids. But I know what it means.
But get this right. From now on, we back you. Boys are all right, you understand? Only sometimes it takes somebody to give them a right steer. Now, let's get out of this. Listen, what's that?
Somebody in a big hurry.
Look out, it might be Seago. Look out.
Yeah.
John! Did I get you? John! John, can you talk? I can't get to you. They got me, too. Can you hear me, John? Hang on, fella. That's the ambulance. Over here, Doc. Hurry.
Who else got it?
Just him and me. Look at him. Who's this way?
I'm the driver. I'll fix you up till the doc gets around to you.
You got here quick for once.
Here, roll over in this blanket. There you are. Yeah, we heard the shooting. Knew just where we'd find you, buddy.
Too bad you didn't know sooner. Some of you cops could have got Seagull then.
They got him.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they blocked him off coming out of 3rd, and they cut him down just before we came by. Him and 3 with him. Didn't you hear it?
That's Seagull and Jack and Red in one arm. Doc, have you looked him over?
Yeah.
Well, for Pete's sake, Doc, I mean, he's a friend of mine.
He'll never walk again. The spinal cord.
You mean he'll be no good? For nothing?
I mean, it's his legs. Only his legs. His other end's all right.
Okay, then, Doc, okay. That's the end we need.
Oh, my little child. It must not happen. It mustn't. Yet if it should, if here and now, between this manger and the magic northern lights, by wishing I could make my dream come true, or not come true, what would I say? I am a daughter of the pioneers, strong men, brave women, free, daring men who worked, took chances, and winning, losing, made this land. What would I say? I'd say then, let the dream come true. Out of my nameless body, let there come a man who speaks the truth he knows. One more free man to make his country great. Are you hungry, my baby? Come. Come then now, come. It's time for you to eat. Out of my body you have come. Out of my body you grow strong. Be happy now. And eat. And sleep. And dream. And then, whatever lies ahead, go on.
What is the meaning of Mr. Boyd's play for us? How does it touch our own lives? Here's how. We are citizens of one of the few remaining countries on the face of the globe in which the John Crosses of this world may still escape the concentration camp and the quicklime grave. John Cross had a compulsion to speak the truth and to act the truth. There are many such men, and there have been many such men in our past. William Penn and Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, Sam Houston, Lincoln, all were men like John Cross. The meaning of our freedom is this, that here in our land, men like John Cross shall win in the end. John Cross may suffer because American democracy, being human, is not perfect. There is always a gap between what our people believe and what they do. Men like John Cross break their bodies and their hearts trying to close that gap. Then others follow, and so another gain in man's long struggle to be free is made secure. We should be proud that we have a land where men and women still are free to lead, and others are free to follow. A land where men and women stand for what is decent and just, where all our citizens have the right, by law and by our great tradition, to make their fight for a better world. Let us again, in this present time of crisis, renew our timeless and high resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
In today's Free Company presentation, you've heard Margot as the mother, Dorothy McGuire as the teacher, Sidney Lumet as John Cross, the schoolboy, Marin McCormick as the elder John, Betty Field as Mary, Alan Dinehart as the general manager, and Elia Kazan as Seago. The stars and author of today's play contributed their services without payment, as did Bernard Herrmann, who composed and conducted the music, and Norman Corwin, who directed the production. All those who enjoyed James Boyd's play will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to The Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. Next week, the Free Company will present Freedom's a Hard-Bought Thing by Stephen Vincent Benet, adapted by David Eskind. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We invite you to listen to a program about free speech, first produced on the Columbia Network a few weeks ago. Free speech. 2 words that seem to have new meaning since December 7th, 1941. Or have they? Perhaps the meaning of the words free speech is so deep and timeless that it changes not at all, that it remains valiantly the same today as yesterday, tomorrow as today.
This time and these words are dedicated to the men and women throughout history who have been willing to pay any price, even death itself, rather than surrender freedom of speech. Their voices, speaking out to us from all the days and all the times, drown out the rantings of tyrants whose names no longer frighten even schoolboys. They are with us, and they speak today, these liberated voices. We hear them and understand, for we too are free and mean to remain so. Let us begin in the Mother of Parliaments in the year of our Lord, 1941.
Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Winston Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House of Commons. Certain members of this Parliament have been questioning of late whether their democratic prerogatives of free speech are not being imposed upon by this government in the present crisis. If these honorable gentlemen really believed what they pretend to believe, I do not imagine they would have the courage to speak out on this subject as they have spoken. It has been pointed out that in wartime, criticism is the lifeblood of a democracy. Well, in war, it is very hard to bring about successes, but very easy to make mistakes or to point them out after they've been made. And so I say this, not so much in answer to the honorable members' questions as for the guidance of those in countries abroad. No one speaking or voting against this government will be assaulted with rubber truncheons or sent to a concentration camp or otherwise molested. We shall keep our parliamentary institutions intact, come what may. And if we stand by so doing, we shall have afforded the final answer to mankind's age-old conflict between slavery and freedom.
In the full dead and quiet, yes,
Yes. How many times has it happened? And in the folded and quiet yesterdays of how many lands? Did you read about Socrates in a book? Is it too far back for you, the 399th year before Christ? It needn't be. A man jailed by dictators on trumped-up charges, speaking calmly, freely, to a friend on his last day. That voice never stops speaking, speaks to you now.
Why have you come at this hour, Crito? It must be quite early.
Yes, it is.
What is the exact time?
The dawn is breaking.
I wonder that the keeper of the prison would let you in on this morning of all mornings.
He knows me because I come here often, Socrates. Moreover, I have done him a kindness.
Oh, certainly. You will pardon me for having forgotten.
Socrates, I come to bring a message which is sad and painful, not as I believe to yourself, but to all of us who are your friends.
What? I suppose that the ship has come from Delos, upon the arrival of which I am to die. Very well, Crito. If such is the will of God, I am willing.
Oh, my beloved Socrates, let me entreat you once more to take my advice and escape. For if you die, I will not only lose a friend that cannot be replaced, but there is another evil. People who do not know you and me will believe that I might have saved you if I had been willing to give money.
Good men, and they are the only persons who are worth considering, will think of these things truly as they happen.
Then, Socrates, will you not, I adjure you, at this last time, call unto you here your judges. Say to them that you will cease your inquiries and criticisms. You know that they will grant you your freedom once again on this provision?
No. I am afraid that if they were to come into this chamber, I would say to them what I said to them before. I would say, Lords of Athens, you have nothing of which to accuse me. I have concealed nothing. I have dissembled nothing. I know that this plainness of speech makes you hate me. And what is your hatred but a proof that I am speaking the truth? I would say, all men that have condemned me, I would fain prophesy, for I am about to die, and that is the time in which men are gifted with prophetic power.
Socrates, I entreat
you have killed because you wanted to escape criticism and not to give an account of your lives. But it will not be as you suppose, far otherwise. For I say that there will be more accusers of you than there are now. Acquit me, or do not acquit me. But be sure that I shall not alter my way of life. No, not if I have to die for it many times.
How many times has it happened? How many times has it happened?
Yes, how many times? The thinker forbidden to think, but thinking all the same. Books burned in the public square at Athens, but always a copy unburned somehow. Left unburned to be discovered a century, 7 centuries, 20 centuries later. It's hard to stop people from thinking. The crackling roar of the burning drowns out your thoughts for a while. But there is the thought again when the quiet returns. Burn the books, burn the printing press. Burn a woman's body, too, if there's no other way.
When did you last hear the voice speaking to you?
Yesterday and today.
At what time did you hear it yesterday?
3 times. Very often I hear it. More often than I tell you.
What were you doing when you heard it?
I was asleep, and the voice woke me.
In what way? Did it touch your arm?
How could a voice touch my arm?
You claim to have seen these saints, Mademoiselle Jeanne. In what shape do you see them?
I see their faces.
Can you describe them? Do they wear robes or garments of some sort?
Do you think our Lord has nothing to dress them in?
But surely they must have something besides faces.
I see only their faces.
Have they hair on their heads?
Why should their hair have been cut off?
Jeanne d'Arc, I hardly need tell you that if you persist in this heretical contention,
that the voices of saints are speaking to you, and to no one else in France. You will die by fire at the stake.
Speak now, Jean d'Arc, and be saved.
My lords and bishops, I will speak what the voices bid me to speak, but no more. That I, Jean d'Arc, was bidden by the King of Heaven to make my country free. That the voices spoke to me, and even now bid me speak. And that your threat shall never interdict them. For were I to see the fire, and I tied to the very stake, I would still say what I have said, and would not do otherwise.
A woman burned for saying, I listen to my voices and obey them. But men learn slowly. There came an age of reason, or so they called it, and in a century or so there were politer ways to go about the throttling. Torture went out of fashion, but there were still ways, legal ways perhaps, other ways to keep a man from speaking out too freely. Exile. Exile will do very well. The threat of exile came to one of Britain's most illustrious men of science, Joseph Priestley, at a quiet dinner given in the home of another great free thinker, the pamphleteer Thomas Cooper.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should like to propose a toast to England's greatest scientist, the discoverer of the extraordinary vapor called oxygen, Dr. Joseph Priestley. Here, here, Dr. Priestley.
Speech. Thank you so much. Now that you've toasted my generation, let me toast yours. On this 14th day of July in the year of our Lord, 1791, I salute the future. The future of liberty, equality, and fraternity that will one day be realized all over the world. The future that was given to us on Bastille Day by the French Revolution.
I don't know that I like that.
Dr. Priestley, surely you must be joking.
Dear lady, I couldn't be more serious.
But then I'm afraid the Duke and I have no alternative. We must leave.
Good heavens, madam, we are not living in medieval times. Surely today a man may stand up in a room and express an opinion freely on any subject he chooses.
I'm sorry. Are you coming, sir?
Quite right, my dear. Sorry, Priestley. I think
You'll excuse us too, Dr. Priestley.
Come, my dear.
Well, Cooper, that leaves you, Mrs. Priestley, and me.
Gentlemen, a toast. Liberty, equality, and fraternity.
Liberty, equality, and fraternity.
Church and king, down with Priestley. Turn the traitor out. Listen to them, listen to them. Mobs in the streets outside our own house.
Oh, let them shout. They shout my name. They don't even know who I am. I can walk through the mob without being recognized. They've been shouting it for 5 days now, ever since that night at Tom Cooper's.
Oh, there'll be worse violence, though. They set fire to Tom Cooper's house, and they broke up his printing office because of the pamphlet he wrote and published defending you.
What are the Coopers going to do?
Oh, they're going to America. It seems the government's friendly to journalists over there.
Are you afraid, my dear?
Oh, yes, I am, Joseph. I'm terribly afraid. All your scientific work, this new element you've discovered, this oxygen, it might be terribly important. And it might be lost
If what?
Open! In the name of the king! Open! Oh, Joseph, what are you going to do?
I'm going to let them in.
Oh, no, Joseph, no.
Come in, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Priestley, I've been sent by the government to warn you that you are in acute danger, and that you and Mrs. Priestley will be better off out of this country.
Well, sir, this may surprise you, but I think you're right. I think perhaps I shall be better off outside this country.
Out of England?
Yes, my dear. The Priestleys will be sailing to America on the very next ship. In America, they will be very interested in learning what will happen to me here for speaking my mind.
Very well, sir. I shall report your decision to my superior officer. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Oh, Joseph, what's happened to our England?
My dear, the fight for the freedom of the human spirit has been fought many times. Sometimes the forces of liberty appear to be losing. But they're never lost, really. England still has her lesson to learn from the French Revolution. But she'll learn it. And she'll still have it when Europe shall have gone into the darkness again for a little while.
How many times has it happened?
Promises are made of words, and promises are broken. Words can be treacheries, but as long as true words can be spoken, something will come of it. Men in the New World spoke of a greater freedom. We recall words spoken over a pint of ale in a tavern in Williamsburg, Virginia, between two gentlemen with little in common. The one, a fiery revolutionary, Patrick Henry. The other, a staid landowner, James Madison.
I tell you, Mr. Madison, the Constitution as it stands is milk and water.
You think so? I have a letter from Tom Jefferson, Mr. Henry. I marked a passage there especially for you. Read it.
A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government on earth, general or particular, and what no just government should refuse. Well?
Mr. Henry, an unjust government could suppress freedom of speech and freedom of press, and of commerce, and all the rest of it. Bill of Rights or no Bill of Rights.
It's the guarantee that counts, Mr. Madison.
Well, it seems to me that the Constitution is specific enough as regards liberty.
There are too many definitions of the word liberty, Mr. Madison. What if a tyrannical government took it to mean liberty for them to put other people in jail without a trial? Mr. Madison, we need your vote, and we need your help. Jefferson and I are known as radicals. The Hamilton crowd are afraid of anything we support. But you, a conservative, one of the biggest landowners in the country, they'd listen to you.
You think so?
I know it.
But what have we to fear from a government composed of men who fought a revolution for just these rights?
Nothing, but there will be other governments. There will be men with different ideas of liberty. We cannot forever remain isolated from Europe as General Washington hopes.
Do you really believe this Bill of Rights is the answer? You seem to have a good deal of faith in the words on that piece of paper.
Words on a piece of paper are all that bound us to the tyranny of the old world. Words on a piece of paper declared this nation's independence.
Not words alone.
The idea must come before the action, Mr. Madison. Words alone cannot guarantee the liberties of this nation through the centuries. But they can tell men, come what may, that once they were free and can be free again.
Mr. Henry, I think I'll join your forces.
Thank you, Mr. Madison, thank you. This means much to me and to our country, too. Oh, Mr. Phipps.
Coming, sir, coming.
Come over here.
What is it? Anything wrong, sir?
On the contrary, Mr. Phipps. Mr. Madison and I are about to drink a toast to you.
To me?
Yes, to you, Mr. Phipps, in whose excellent tavern upon a night in 1791, slavery and the opposition of the human spirit were abolished for all time.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Because of what we decided here tonight, the shape of things to come may be a different thing. Who can tell what may happen when men are free to speak their minds?
And so it was done, and a nation was built upon it. In one nation, at least, men were free to speak their minds, and still are free. Unhappily, in many other nations, even as we speak to you, it is not so.
Prisoner Niemöller.
Yes?
Herr Niemöller, you are going to leave this concentration camp. The Fuhrer has decided to make an exception in your case. He feels that the intense popularity which you enjoyed as a minister of the gospel is not to be overlooked.
Enjoyed? Past tense? Has my congregation forgotten me already?
I'm sure, Herr Pastor, they will welcome you back with open arms. Reichsbishop Müller feels that you have learned your lesson, and the Fuhrer has personally pardoned you. You are free to return to your church at any time.
Free? Are you sure of that?
Absolutely. Of course, you realize what is expected of you in return for the Fuhrer's kindness.
Yes. Yes, I know exactly what is expected of me.
Good, good. Well then, good luck, Pastor Niemöller. Herr Littler.
Good day, Commissioner. Dearly beloved, I stand before you again, hardly able to keep back the tears of joy
that are welling up at the sight of you. My brothers in the communion of Jesus Christ. I am free because you wanted me to be free. And there are so many of you. I ask you not to forget that. If I go to a concentration camp for what I say here today and in the days to come, be they many or few, you will know that you too are no longer free. For in a land where one man is not free to speak his conscience in the sight of Almighty God, who is my Führer, in that land no man is free. Dearly beloved, my text today is from the Epistle of St. Paul to the Romans. To the right! Halt! Halt!
And you prisoners, step out. Herr Kapitän, these are the new men. Left to right. Schiller, Reinmann, Niemöller. Niemöller? Bring that man over here, Lieutenant.
Niemöller, step forward. Get a move on.
Let me look at your face.
Eyes up, you fool. Salute your captain. Did you hear what I said?
Let him alone, Lieutenant. It is you, Niemöller. Pastor Niemöller.
I remember you. Yes. Pastor Schmidt. You preach at Rothenburg.
I was Pastor Schmidt. I was formerly preacher at Rothenburg. But we need soldiers, you know. And now I'm a captain with our forces.
I see, yes.
Pastor Niemöller. Well, well. What are you doing in a concentration camp, brother?
Brother, what are you doing out of a concentration camp?
In the folded and quiet yesterdays, put down in the book of the past, is a scrawl of scrawny thumbs, and the smudge of clutching fingers, and the breath of hanged men, of martyrs saying, "Welcome," as an axe fell, of men made to drink bitter death for teaching truths to other men.
Socrates!
Of traitors cut in 4 pieces according to the ancient Anglo-Saxon formula for the crime of treason.
Thomas More!
Of persons covered with filth in due exaction of a penalty.
Martin Niemöller!
Of ears clipped, noses slit, fingers chopped.
John Huss!
Of wanderers seared with a hot iron in the breast.
Abelard!
Of violence as a motive lying deep as the weather changes of the sea.
Mary Dyer!
Of gang wars, tongue wars, civil tumult.
Wat Tyler!
Of agitators outlawed to live on thistle. Lovejoy! Of thongs for holding plain-spoken men.
John Brown!
Of fronted thought and speech being held a crime.
Peter Zenger!
And a woman burned for saying, "I listen to my voices and obey them."
Joan of Arc.
And the thinker locked into stone and iron, learning by shocks,
Semmelweis,
by pain and practice, by plunges and struggles in a bitter pool.
The Son of Man.
In the folded and quiet yesterday.
How many times has it happened?
How many times has it happened?
The leaders of the people estimated as to price and fought with bribes signed and delivered, or waylaid or shot, or meshed by perjurers, or hunted and sent into hiding, taken and paraded in garments of dung,
fire applied to their footholds. Now they talk. Their mouths basted with revolt. Now they talk. Thrown into solitary, fed on slops, hung by thumbs. Till the mention of that uprising was casual. So. As though the next remote response in the bounds of that missing freedom, the people. Yes. And when it comes again, same wonders. When it comes again, we are ready. In the folded and quiet yesterday, how many times has it happened?
You may burn my flesh and bones, throw the ashes to the four winds, smiled one of them. Yet my voice shall linger on, and in the years yet to come, the young shall ask, what was the idea for which you gave me there? And what was I saying that I must die for what I said?
No, he didn't last long after that. 5-man firing squad finished him. 4 o'clock one morning.
Didn't hear much about his family after that.
Who are you talking about, Father?
I hear his son turned up in another country, preaching the same things.
What was he preaching, Father?
They say he was a pretty straight, hard-working man, treated his wife well.
I remember the time he was talking to a few of us down in front of the town hall.
Why, that must have been just before they arrested him the second time. Why did they arrest him?
What was he saying?
Something about the rights of the people, as I remember, son.
What's the right to the people?
Some of it's written down, and some of it isn't, son.
But why'd they kill him, Father?
What was his idea? What did he say? Why did they kill him? What was the idea? What did he say? Why did they kill him? What was the idea? What did he say? Why did they kill him? They shouldn't have killed him.
And his voice shall linger on, and the years yet to come. The young shall ask, what was the idea for which you gave him death? And what was he saying? That he must die for what he said. How many times in the folded and quiet
In the folded and quiet yesterdays, men have died for the right of free speech. We are grateful to be living in a country in which we can speak and write and broadcast with freedom and without fear. A country whose president, in the very week which brought war to us, could assure us that all confirmed facts, except those which would prove valuable to the enemy, would be told to us, and could invite criticism from anyone who feels that the government is not disclosing enough of the truth. Yes, we who are speaking and we who are listening are free and mean to remain so. This hemisphere of the Americas is strong and courageous and unafraid because of it. And across the seas, too, even now, there are men whose souls remain free. Men underground in Europe are saying what they think, even with the threat of death hanging over them for saying it.
How big an audience do you suppose you have? After all, the penalties for listening to a freedom radio station could hardly be more severe.
We must have a tremendous audience. We have a good wavelength, and our transmitter is strategically located. The people can't help hearing us, even if they are forbidden to hear us.
Aren't you afraid that you'll be caught?
Not anymore. I think that if we were located, somebody would let us know there was danger. We have many friends.
I know. That's how I was able to locate you and offer you my services. But supposing they do find you, what could you do?
I could die, of course. But there are other transmitters like this one. There will always be more and more of them.
Sometimes, as you work here, it must seem futile.
The air is so crowded with voices, and the punishment for listening is so decisive?
No, I never feel discouraged. I believe that any station broadcasting lies will lose its audience in the long run to the stations that broadcast the truth.
You have just heard a program dedicated to the men and women throughout history who have been willing to die, if necessary, rather than surrender their freedom of speech. The composition in the Folded and Quiet Yesterdays is from The People, Yes, by Earl Robinson, Carl Sandburg, and William C. White. The soloist was Lansing Hatfield. Lynn Murray conducted, and John Daly was the narrator. Earl McGill directed the production for the Columbia Network.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. The Cavalcade of America presents an original play with verse by Norman Watson, Wait for the Morning, interpreting the romance of Emily Dickinson, the New England poet whose lyric voice, speaking for all lovers, left an authentic American imprint upon the literature of the world. To portray the role of Emily Dickinson, we present a talented young actress from our Cavalcade players. Her name is Anne Sterrett, and in this, her first starring role, we know you will join the Cavalcade of America in wishing her success. Our Cavalcade Orchestra and the original musical score are under the direction of Don Voorhees. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Anne Sterrett as Emily Dickinson on the Cavalcade of America. Once upon a time, a century ago, or was she forever with us, lived Emily Dickinson. She was a little sad and a little happy, and left a record of her heart for all to read. A century ago, Emily, dressed in gray, seated at her desk in her lonely house, with the tall trees whispering their secrets upon the roof, and the wind blowing, the endless wind through the trees. Emily with her small, beautiful face, with her eyes turned inward upon her soul. Emily's voice with the quality of angels.
How long I have not seen your face, and though it is not far, can the heart compute in distances its longing for a star? Oh, George, how can I blow upon the little fires of memory, making them burn again even now, even in this late year? Listen how the wind, the same green wind, returns again to the trees that stand guard about this empty house. Soon it will be spring again, April, the month of flowers. Oh, George. George, it was April when we met, wasn't it? I write this letter to you through tears, but I know I will never send it. It is late now for passion. Only remembrance is left for us. Will either of us ever forget that day long ago when I went walking through the forest, telling my poems to the wind and the sky? And I felt somehow that God, too, was listening. Kiddo, come back here. Oh, you poor dog. You want to talk, don't you? You want to tell me how lovely it is here in the forest. You'd like to describe it, wouldn't you? Well, I'll say it for you. Where does the sunset go at night? How does the morning feel so light and always very new? Tell me how quick the dawn awakes. Tell me from where the painter takes his lovely morning blue.
Good afternoon.
Oh, what? Where did you?
Behind that tree. I wanted to hear how your last rhyme would come out.
Oh, I see. And?
It came out fine. Now, with perhaps a little polishing on that poem.
I'm very sorry, but you'll have to excuse me.
Oh, you're not leaving. Please don't. If you'll stay, I'll introduce myself and explain myself.
Do you live in that tree all the time?
Why, no.
Are you a hermit?
No, you see.
You must be a literary critic who's lost his way.
Well, I'm...
Yes, you are. I can tell by your confused expression. All critics have it. And it's really nothing to be ashamed of.
Now, hold on.
I can leave Cato here with you. He'll lead you back. Goodbye.
Please, one moment, Emily Dickinson.
How do you know my name?
Well, at least that's a civil question. If you put your dog at ease, you shall be answered.
Oh, Cato down. He's awfully harmless until he bites.
This suit is the only one I have, and Cato wouldn't do it any good.
I'm sorry. I take it all back about your being a critic.
And I take back that snipe against your poem.
Do you write?
Not poetry. I'm studying for the ministry.
You must be a poet, then, to study God.
May I call you Emily?
Where are you from?
The academy, across the lake.
You're not allowed here, you know.
Well, I'm here.
I could report you.
And I could return tomorrow. And then you'd only have to report me all over again.
Well, I won't report you.
Then I'll return tomorrow.
I can't promise to be here.
We could meet and read together. I'd like to hear whatever you've written. I'd like to sit under the trees and listen to you read, Emily. My name is George Gould. Are you going to report me?
No, George Gould. Not for a while yet.
And one thing more, young ladies. Remember to conduct yourselves with propriety as befitting the gentlewomen of this school. No one is to leave the grounds without permission. Furthermore, we definitely discourage students of the Mount Holyoke Female Seminary from going on sleigh rides with boys from the academy. Dismissed. Miss Dickinson, would you please stay? Emily, it has come to my attention that you're taking walks outside the grounds, unchaperoned.
Well, you see, I go to the woods to collect flowers.
And meanwhile, your interest in the school's social functions has been generally neglectful. Everyone has turned in the name of her escort for the school dance, but you? What have you to say? Come now, Emily, don't stand there.
Well, I didn't think of it.
Have you an escort?
Well, yes. I have, yes. His name is Mr. George Gould.
Quiet. Go ahead, Emily. Read it all. Quiet.
Sir, better known as George Gould. Meet me at sunrise or sunset or the new moon. The place is immaterial. In gold or in purple or sackcloth. In sunshine or storm, in heaven or earth, somehow or no how, I propose, sir, to have you escort me to our dance.
He won't come. Not with that invitation.
You'll be frightened away. I would.
I thought divinity students didn't even dance the quadrille.
And especially those who wear patched trousers.
And what's wrong with patched trousers? What if he hasn't any gentleman's clothes? Oh, get out, all of you.
Well, Miss Dickinson, we are surprised.
We hardly suspect.
George, you'll understand my letter. I don't care what they say. And you will come. You will come. And the biggest surprise of all, George, was your dancing. I had no idea.
Emily, are you very cold? Could you stand here for a moment while I ask you something?
What is it, George?
Well, I know you for some time now.
Yes?
Well, you see, after I leave school, after you leave school...
Yes, we'll both be leaving, won't we?
That's exactly my point. We'll both be leaving.
George, I'm cold standing still. We'd better walk.
Emily,
Yes?
let's keep on walking, no matter what I say.
Oh, it's really a glorious evening. The stars seem frozen in a large blue lake.
Since I'll be leaving in a few weeks, I thought I'd
The
ask...
air itself has a kind of snowflake taste to it.
Emily, will you please listen?
Oh, George, you do look as if you've been wanting to say something.
Yes, I do. Will you marry me?
Don't shout, George.
Stop walking for a moment.
Well, you told me to keep on walking no matter what you said.
Well, hold on. I want to kiss you.
Oh. And then, Vinny, darling, he turned to me there in the bright moonlight, and he...
Well, what, Emily?
He kissed me. Oh, Vinny, I shouldn't have, but I did. After it was over, I told myself I shouldn't have.
Once it's over, you needn't worry at all. I wouldn't.
It's so good to tell what's in my heart. Sometimes I think it talks while I sleep, and my secret is out.
As long as Father doesn't listen.
George is coming to meet Father. He said it's proper.
And what else? Tell me what else. You're holding back.
Well, you'll know it yourself someday, darling. A huge weight on your heart. And the whole thing like sunlight riding over a storm. And it carries you high.
Why, Emily, are you ill?
Father.
What's the cause of such unnatural description and before supper, I hope the scheduled arrival of your visitor isn't to blame. Vinny, go down and help prepare.
Yes, Father. Farewell, Emily.
Lavinia, don't prattle so with your romantic nonsense after dinner. Now go. Ah, Emily, child, you're dressed so brightly for this friend of yours, whose tardiness, I might add, doesn't speak too well for his character.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be along shortly.
Tell me, my dear, we don't seem to talk as much as we used to.
Well, school's been so exciting. So many new ideas. So many friends.
Not too many friends are hardly a virtue.
Oh, no, but it's so exciting being away from home.
Away from home? You like that, huh?
Well, yes, Father. I mean...
Child, I'm a lonely man. This house is very lonely when you're not in it.
There's Vinny.
No. You were the first. You have your mother's face. It's your laughter I need. Your footstep on the stairs.
He's here. Father, please be nice to him at supper. Please. He's come especially to meet you.
Then I shall act honored. Take my arm, Emily.
That's our favorite after-supper piece, Mr. Gould. Doesn't it remind you of Romeo and Juliet, sort of? The balcony scene?
Lavinia, stop winding that ridiculous toy.
Yes, Papa.
After supper, we generally smoke a cigar.
Yes, we all do. I mean, Father.
The problem of raising two daughters, Mr. Gould, is comparable to the launching of one warship.
I should say to that, sir, you've launched a fine one.
Someday, Father, when women are allowed to vote, you won't be calling them warships. And so, farewell. I'm late for my dancing lesson. Au revoir, Monsieur Gould.
Good night. Remember to be in by 9.
Don't worry a bit, Father. I'm being escorted by girls, which is no fun at all.
Time is coming when a woman's place will not be in the home.
Won't work.
On the contrary, sir. It might work very well. Society needs the contribution of all, man or woman.
But George is going to be a very modern minister.
That's right. You see, I plan to travel first.
Good. Good, yes. Travel's a fine thing. It takes one away from silly temptations. It's sensible to be alone when you're young.
Yes, but the point is, sir, I don't intend to go alone. You see, I'd like to take your daughter. That is...
Young man, aren't you somewhat over-adventurous?
Yes, sir. No, sir. I want to marry Emily.
Emily? You want to marry Emily?
I do.
No, I forbid you to mention it.
But I came here expressly to mention
George,
it.
please.
Mr. Gould, your presumptuousness is out of place with your divinity.
Divinity be hanged. Mr. Dickinson, I'm in love with your daughter.
And you, Emily? Come, talk.
Yes, Father.
Surely there's more to it than yes, Father. Come, what's between you? Speak.
George, please leave. Father's upset.
Let me ask just how you intend to support my daughter. Will God assure you of food and warmth? I think not.
That's blasphemy.
Die in truth, too.
I think it's time for me to leave. Good day, sir. And Emily, I'll be back.
Father.
Child, don't hurt me this way.
But I can't send him from me. I mustn't. No, Father. No.
For a little while only. A little while. I need your heart, your warm heart, to comfort me in this lonely house.
Am I to put my heart away and seal it with a chain and let no hand to touch it except that it be mine? Who is to take my honest eyes and introduce his own? No one to teach me of love. I must learn alone.
Oh, there you are, Emily. I was just going upstairs to call you.
Oh, Emily, my dear.
George.
I suppose I'll have to go now. I always have to leave when I'd like most to stay.
Your sister almost proposed to me as I passed over the threshold.
He's very impetuous.
Are we impetuous, too?
George, I didn't know about Father.
And now that you know?
Let's wait a short while. I think it's best.
And then I'm to return to face his new outburst?
I believe it's necessary.
Well, our love is necessary.
If we were to wait. A year isn't too long.
But 2 or 3 or 5.
Oh, I do want to go with you. Far away. So very far.
I must leave soon. I'm going abroad.
I can't go with you now, George. Father's in poor health.
Are we to wait until his life runs out?
Don't let's talk about it. We mustn't think that way.
We must not talk. We must not think. Everything not.
Tell me you'll come back later. I do need you. I do love you.
Remember that night, standing in the brown leaves, when I first kissed you?
Yes.
May I? Again?
Yes, George. Again. And forever.
Mailman. Another letter for you, Miss Emily. Some foreign place again, tell by the stamp. Must be nice to have a friend that travels.
Excuse me, I'll take the letter, please.
Well, here I've been holding it in my hands all the time. Well, good day, Miss Emily.
Good day. From you, George. Your voice again from across the sea. My dearest Emily, I have not heard from you yet. The seasons pass into one another. Horizons change. Italy is very beautiful. Crossing the mountains, one truly felt the nearness of God. But there is no nearness of Emily. Why have you not written these past years? My good friend, My dear, what has happened? I may be returning within another year.
Always in your garden, then, huh? Morning until sunset. Thought I heard you talking to yourself the other day.
I was talking to the flowers, Father. I told them the cold is coming again, and it is time to die. The green and yellow and purple must all lie down together, and winter with its white death will cover them all.
You're very strange of late.
Am I? Excuse me, I'd like to go inside now, Father.
Emily, where are you going?
Upstairs. It's always upstairs.
Know what I hope? I hope Father dies.
No, Vinny, don't say it.
Emily, I want to tell you something.
Yes?
Mr. Gould, George, he's coming back.
Yes?
To the new church right here in Amherst.
Thank you for telling me, Vinny.
And he's married.
Married?
I'll stay here with you, and I'll copy your verses. And we'll always remain together in this house, always.
Vinny. Dearest sister.
I read about it. You'd have found out.
Yes. I must see him again.
Emily.
To see him again. To hear his voice. I must. I must.
A lovely sermon, Mr. Gould. You delivered it so beautifully.
We're so glad you're with us here at Amherst. I believe, Mr. Gould, we're very fortunate to have you.
Thank you.
It was simply glorious, Mr. Gould. Simply glorious.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
George.
Emily. Yes. It is Emily.
How proud I am of you. In your new work.
Emily. You're still beautiful.
And older. A little.
Yes. And older. Both of us.
Now that I'm here, I hardly know what to say.
Your father?
Alive.
And your poetry?
That's a minor thing.
Emily, what have we done with our lives?
Don't speak of it, please.
We've wandered from each other, like children.
We must forget. We must.
I've traveled the earth to forget, only to return again.
I hoped. Somehow you're coming back.
What can I say now? If hearts were but doors to open and shut, and then open again.
George, I cannot listen.
There is time, and time for us. Let me take your hand.
I'm afraid I must say goodbye now.
Emily.
Time has passed our star, and we cannot call it back. Perhaps one day, on his great day, we will return to our long-ago forest and never be lost again. I wait for the morning. These are thoughts you will never receive, George. But still I sit here, alone in my room, and send them to you. May I tell you something, my dearest? And imagine you're here with me, listening. Time will close these lips and eyes and seal them up with stone. Then these bones you may bury. Lower me gently down. As I give up the keys to death, his prisoner to be. I ask your hand upon my heart, that I might easily die.
Such was the love story of Emily Dickinson. From the pain and beauty of her life flowed an imperishable song, part of the voice of America. Not perhaps in the great frontier tradition, but of the quiet flowering of the spirit, which neither time nor traffic can ever erase from this history. And for her genius, which contributed to the artistic mural of our nation, Emily Dickinson takes an honored place in the Cavalcade of America. Our congratulations and our thanks to Ann Sterrett for her portrayal of Emily Dickinson, and to the Cavalcade players for their performance of Norman Rustin's Wait for the Morning. And now the star of next week's program, John McIntyre of the Cavalcade Players.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week's Cavalcade play is about a man who should have been everybody's grandfather, Benjamin Franklin. Not the signer of the Declaration or the great diplomat, but an amusing story told in a whimsical radio drama, Dr. Franklin Takes It Easy, which highlights some of the good doctor's amazing inventions during the early days of our country. Once more, I am happy to portray the role of Dr. Franklin when Cavalcade comes to you again next week. Thank you.
For assistance in the preparation of our play, we wish to acknowledge with thanks the biography of Emily Dickinson written by Genevieve Taggart, The Life and Mind of Emily Dickinson. On the Cavalcade of America, your announcer is Clayton Collier, sending best wishes from DuPont.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Dennis Day, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald in Top of the Morning. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, and the Top of the Morning. For quite a few years, we've been looking forward to St. Patrick's Day and the Lux Radio Theater falling on the same day, because we wanted to bring you one of those charming, whimsical tales that only the Irish can tell, chock full of will-o'-the-wisp, the little people, and the wearing of the green. And as our stars of tonight's enchanting romance from Paramount Pictures, we have Dennis Day singing the songs of Old Aaron to that delightful Colleen, Ann Blythe. And because we should have at least one Irishman who's kissed the Blarney Stone, that grand character actor, Barry Fitzgerald. And now, before the curtain goes up, I want you to hear of an important discovery about Lux Toilet Soap. That is wonderful news for your complexion.
Yes, tonight I want to make you a promise. A promise that you can improve your complexion, make it feel smoother, firmer, look fresher, clearer with daily Lux Soap care. And here is the new discovery that proves this promise. Lux Soap Care has skin tonic action. Remember that phrase, skin tonic action. It means that Lux Care actually stimulates your inner skin. Now, you've probably always thought of your skin from the outside. Tonight, think of your skin from the inside, because the real improvement begins on the inside. Scientific tests show the more you stimulate your inner skin, the lovelier your outer skin looks. And that's just what skin tonic action does for you. It means your complexion will look smoother, firmer, fresher, clearer, even younger. Yes, scientific evidence proves that Lux Skin Tonic Action will make a real difference in the loveliness of any normal, healthy skin. And that probably means your skin. You can easily prove this for yourself. Start your daily Lux Care now, and you will see that just one cake of Lux will make your complexion definitely smoother, definitely fresher. You can count on this. We would not make this promise unless we were certain that Lux would fulfill every word of it. So try Lux now. Lux Toilet Soap Care and the beautifying benefits of Skin Tonic Action are guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company.
Now, Top of the Morning, starring Ann Blythe as Con, Dennis Day as Joe Mulqueen, and Barry Fitzgerald as Bryony McNaughton.
My name's Joe Mulqueen. Oh, it's a good Irish name, all right, but the closest I'd ever been to Ireland is a paid-up membership card in the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick and the Fife and Shillelagh Marching Club. The closest, that is, until a couple of weeks ago. You see, I happen to work for the Manhattan Insurance Company, and one day the boss called me in.
I just got a cablegram, Joe. Another big theft. They filed a claim for $500,000. How well do you get along with the Irish?
Well, I root for Notre Dame regularly. Why?
Because you're taking the next plane for Ireland.
Well, why pick on me? What do I know about Ireland?
Well, your mother came from there, didn't she?
Well, that's no advantage.
And the only other man available is Manny Epstein.
That's no advantage either.
Now, the theft of the stone was reported a few hours ago in Cork.
What kind of stone?
The Blarney stone.
Hey, what are you trying to give me?
I know, it's crazy, but we're stuck for $500,000.
But, boss, you can't insure a thing like the Blarney stone.
We did. And the point is, we can't afford that kind of loss. Your tickets and expense money are outside. Now, here, 6 pages of notes. You can read all about it on the plane. Now, get going.
And when I get there?
Check with the Cork police, a fellow named Inspector Fallon. Don't let anyone else know who you are. Just be friendly, mix with the people, and find that Blarney stone.
Sheila August Carlange.
Meaning what?
That's Gaelic. I think it means, here comes the British. Well, ik wil de zee später there, Dorton, boss.
Keep in touch, see? And keep those reports coming in.
Well, according to the notes, the theft had been reported to the village police force consisting of 2 men, Sergeant Bryony McNaughton and Officer Huey Devine.
Oh, it's all too true, Huey. The Blarney stone has disappeared. And as the legal arm of this village, we belong at the scene of the crime. Now go fetch a bicycle.
Hey, look, Bryony, look. Half the village is coming to hear you verify the circumstances.
No. Get back to your business and let Huey and me attend to our own.
Bryony, the stone is gone from the castle.
Aye.
Oh, terrible. There'll be no more gift to the Blarney. Oh, a speechless world. Oh, it's a sparkling calamity. Hey, Bryony, look. Your daughter. Morning, Con.
Morning, Huey. I brought your lunch early, Father.
Take it back, girl. Too much to do today.
Oh, then it's really gone, just as the legend said.
Oh, aye, indeed, that someday the Blarney stone will be stolen. And there will follow strange accidents and unhappy deeds.
Don't wait up for me, Con. I'm a busy man today. Now, out of me way there, out of me way.
Oh, you'll be proud of your father now, Con.
Oh, yes, it's a large day for Bryony McNaughton. Oh, for 30 years there's been no such time.
That's right, Con, that's right. This is the proof of Bryony.
Oh, yes. A chance for him to be looked up to for his share of time. And that's a small wish. Oh, find it, Father. Find the stone.
Come along, Huey. Over here by the castle steps. Now, It's footprints we're looking for.
Ah, footprints. Oh, you've got a vast treasure between your ears, Bryony. A supreme brain.
Aye, yes.
Hey, Bryony, there's footprints, look.
Divine, those are my footprints.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Inspector Fallon, well, we got things started, sir.
Divine, rope off this entire area before it's turned into a picnic ground.
Yes, sir. Immediate, sir.
And what about me, sir? Now, I could either...
Go back to the village, Bryony.
But the case, sir, the terrible theft.
You operate under the police department of the city of Cork. You got no jurisdiction here. Now, you'll do us more good if you tend to your own job.
You mean that I can't help, sir?
I'm sorry, McNaughton, but we'll be moving too fast for an old man to keep up.
An old man?
Well, maybe not. But who'd bet you'd have the price of another sunrise? Now, please, McNaughton, you'd better go back.
Yes, sir. Not the price of another sunrise. And that from a little man who weighs no more than an echo. Well, I'll stay on the case, and I'll solve it. I'll solve it if it's the last thing I do.
Well, the case was still wide open when I reached Cork. First, I checked in with Inspector Fallon, then I bought a lot of oil paints and a canvas and headed for the village. En route, I spent an hour or two at Blarney Castle, then I paid a week's rent at the local Waldorf and spread the word around that I was an artist. I wandered over to the first meadow I saw and set up the easel. As expected, it wasn't too long before I had an audience.
Would it be right, sir, to say you're a painter of things? Of course he's a painter. The brush is the proof.
Oh, hiya, men. Well, I'm glad to see you appreciate the finer things.
It is a picture, is it?
Well, sure it is. Thought I captured the scene rather well myself. Trees, cows, the river. Oh, well, I guess I'll be going back to the village now.
Can we help you?
Swell. You grab the easel and the art critic here can carry the paint box.
The brushes are full of paint, sir. It's a great mess.
Oh, the brushes. Well, where can I wash them?
There's a little river, sir, at the end of your nose.
Well, let's mosey over, shall we? Say, that robbery created quite a stir around here,
And the evil deeds begin already. Already have 6 cattle died of no cause at all. And there's the man who sneezed.
Sneezed? Is that bad?
Well, sneezing is one thing. But would you not see it odd for a man to sneeze without closing his eyes? Oh, the blarney grief has started for certain.
Well, I'm sure sorry, fellas. Meanwhile, let me wash out my brushes.
It's the madness of Kelly you've made of this thing, sir.
Oh, that? Well, that's the palette. Give it to me. I'll take my knife and scrape the paint off. Well, now. And who do we have over there?
Con McNaughton, sir. Doing her washing, as any proper girl should. It is said, sir, that the stream of Donduras is surely the fairest place alive to wash, or to wish.
Is that a fact?
Sir, would you be cleaning her paint, or would you be staring at Con and her laundry work?
Oh, yeah. Let's get going here.
Now she's staring at him. And coming this way.
I'm Con McNaughton. And who are you?
Joe Mulqueen. Oh, my, what a doll.
Aye, there's little to match the beauty of Con McNaughton.
And now would you have anything else to say?
Just, amen.
Oh, you're American, then?
How can you tell?
Oh, it was easy, since they're the only ones who know just the tail end of a prayer. Oh, I see. America. The Land's End.
I beg your pardon?
And the knife in his hand.
Oh, I forgot to clean it. I'll be right with you.
Here's his knife.
If it's blood you're thinking of, it's only red paint, such as his cow is made of.
Oh, I'm pondering on other matters, Pierce O'Neill, the prophecy. The prophecy is related by Biddy O'Devlin.
What prophecy, Con?
Oh, being a boy, you wouldn't know, but a prophecy that has come to Biddy down through the ages. Oh, help me with my bundle, Pierce. Hurry.
Hey, what's the rush? What's she talking about? Who's Biddy? And what's this prophecy?
You'll have to ask Con McNaughton, sir, if you can catch her.
Well, I will.
You'd better wait for another time. It's in her mind now. And as any fool knows, the mind of a woman is a dreadful thing to dwell upon.
Even in Ireland, huh? Well, I went back to the village, but I'd no more than hit Main Street when the law closed in. Yep. Bryony McNaughton and Huey Devine hustled me straight to the Hoosgow.
Now then, Mr. Mulqueen, suppose you tell us just what you were doing exactly hanging around Blarney Castle this morning.
Oh, that. Well, you see, I was painting. You know, pictures. Go ahead and take a look at them.
Hey, he's painted something here, Bridie. Oh, it's a thing of great confusion.
Yeah. Take a look, Sarge. I rather think I've got something there, don't you? Note the expression on the cow's face. Treated her in profile, you see.
Tell me, you paid money to learn to do this?
It was a gift from heaven.
Well, I'd leave the church. Now, I'll give you one more chance. What are you doing in this village?
Look, I just told you, Sarge, but if you're going to run your jail this way, I'll just have to take my business someplace else.
All right, Devine, lock him up.
Lock me up? Oh, now, look, fellas, on what charge?
Vagrancy's enough. And to that, add invading the privacy of the cow.
Oh, Bridie, that's a gigantic reply.
I didn't think it was so big.
Yes, and you can stay in there until you're ready to answer some questions.
Like, for instance?
Telling us your name's Mulqueen. Now, supposing you tell us your real name.
That is my real name, Joe Mulqueen.
They say the true check is in a man's face.
Well, in this case, it's hard to tell you, because there's practically nothing in it.
Look, first you toss me in the pokey, and now you tell me I'm not Irish. Look, fellas, I got to draw the line somewhere.
Well, I'll interrogate you further when you've had time to think things over.
Hey, Briney, you left your concertina there in the cell. Oh, we're about to hear a tune played.
Another gift from heaven, I suppose.
As beautiful Kitty one morning was dripping with a pitcher of milk from the fair Coleraine. When she saw me, she stumbled, the pitcher it tumbled, and all the sweet buttermilk spilled on the plain. She said to me, you know, what shall I do now? Sure, such a pitcher I'll ne'er meet again. 'Twas the pride of my dairy, oh, Barney McClary, your scent as a plague on the girls of Coleraine. I sat down beside her and gently did chide her that such a misfortune should give her such pain. A kiss then I gave her, and there I did leave her. She'd vowed for such pleasure she'd break it again. 'Twas haymaking season, I can't tell the reason. Misfortune will never come single, 'tis plain. For very soon after poor Kitty's disaster, the devil a pitcher was left in Coleraine.
Sung like a civilized angel, Huey.
That was a sweet noise, Briney.
Go on, Huey, open the door.
Huh? Let him out?
Yeah. What about the charges, Briney?
Oh, I just dismissed them.
Briney, isn't he the tender lad?
Joe, listen, after hearing you sing, I've decided you've been telling the truth. Now, what are your plans for tonight?
Well, I was going to bed early. You see, I thought I'd take my brushes and catch the sunrise.
We're having a party at our house tonight. Would you care to come? I said, would you care to come?
Hey, Briney. The lad studying the picture on your desk. The picture of Con.
Yeah, she's me daughter, Joe. Looks just like me.
Your daughter, huh? I just canceled the sunrise.
Good. And about tonight, just ask for the house of Briney McNaughton. You can't miss it.
You know, Sarge, you've been pretty nice at that. Yep. I may even do your portrait someday.
Oh, no, not that, no.
Lots of character there. It's spread all over.
Oh, Briney, he likes you.
You have a nice face, too.
And so sweetly disposed, Briney. Not a word or reproach for arresting him.
I can see that you were tricked by my plan, too. Do you know what I think of John McQueen? I think he's our man.
No.
Yes. First the Blarney stone is stolen. Then out of the morning a stranger comes with no explanation except that he paints pictures you'd be ashamed to hang in your broom closet. Now, what do the facts suggest?
Briney, it was your pies that tricked him. Now, what's our plan?
To fool him with friendship till we find some evidence. So tonight, while he's at the party, You'll be at the hotel searching the zoo.
Oh, Bryony, your intellect's loaded with molecules.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that, Huey. But on certain things, Bryony McNaughton doesn't have to be bitten by a fox. Oh, no.
Meanwhile, I'd gone back to the hotel, plugged in the dictaphone machine, and proceeded to dictate my first report on the case of the missing Blarney Stone. Proceeding at once to the village, where things started getting a little rough. Seems like everybody in town's a little wacky. Anyway, the officer in charge is a cute old codger named McNaughton. Doesn't have much talent, though. Doubt if he could find the curve in a pretzel if you furnished him with a blueprint. But he's a sweet old man. Leaving soon for a party at his home. Will advise further tomorrow. Signed, Joe Mulqueen. Oh, P.S. If anybody steals one of the pyramids, Manny Epstein's your man.
Before we return with Act Two of Top of the Morning, here's your Lux Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
With a picture of intrigue in Anchor, the true story of World War II's most notorious spy. You'll see the whole expose in 20th Century Fox's gripping documentary, 5 Fingers.
James Mason, as Cicero, shows how the valet of a British ambassador sold top secrets to the Germans.
Lux lovely Danielle Darrieux plays Cicero's co-partner in espionage. And Michael Rennie is the British inspector.
Libby, speaking of top secrets, what am I bid for Hollywood's top beauty secret?
Oh, why, John, everyone knows that glamorous screen stars depend on Lux soap to make skin really lovelier.
Yes, when you see lovely Danielle Darrieux in 5 Fingers, look at her Lux Smooth skin. You'll see that Lux Soap Care, with its skin tonic action, makes a real difference in the loveliness of skin. And girls, you can be sure that the beauty care that works for Hollywood stars will work for you, too. So try it now. See how soon Lux Skin Tonic Action can improve your skin. Remember, it's proved. The more you stimulate your inner skin with Lux Soap Care, the lovelier your complexion looks. You'll see, you'll feel it is definitely smoother, firmer, fresher, clearer. Yes, just 1 cake of Lux Toilet Soap with its Skin Tonic Action can bring this quick new beauty to you. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Top of the Morning, starring Dennis Day as Joe, Ann Blythe as Con, Barry Fitzgerald as Bryony, and Dan O'Hurley as Huey Devine.
Well, that night I went over to Bryony's house for the party. Frankly, I was hoping to make a little time with his daughter. But when I got there, Con was having a session with an old lady who sat in the corner.
Oh, and what happened today, Biddy O'Devlin? Oh, it would frighten a star.
As the wisest woman in 9 counties, I've already heard.
Then it has been fulfilled, the first condition of the prophecy.
Well, to give you a definite answer, Con, it all depends. On the other hand, there's the second condition.
Oh, tell me, Biddy. Tell me again.
That he shall come to your house in a coat of Glenaney and sing like the imprisoned bird of Connemara.
Biddy.
Well, girl?
There he is talking with Father. And his coat's as green as the map of Ireland. Not only that, he's... Oh, Biddy, look, here they come.
This way, Joe, this way. Biddy O'Devlin, this is Joe Mulqueen. I have him for my friend.
Good evening.
He has a generous face, Bryony.
And you've already met me daughter.
Oh, we did, Father, this afternoon.
Then run for the beer, Con, I'm dying.
Ah, yes, Father, right away.
And what of the rubber, Bryony, and the Blarney Stone?
Oh, there's nothing to report, Biddy.
And while we wait, the evil deeds go on. Today I saw a man walking in the sun, and the strange part is he did not cast a shadow.
No shadow, huh? Well, what do you think of that, Joe?
I think it's a whale of an act.
Oh, the beer, Father. For you and Biddy.
And none for Mulqueen.
Well, I've been thinking that perhaps Mr. Mulqueen would rather dance if there was someone to ask him. You do dance, Mr. Mulqueen.
Well, I might get by if you lead.
Then I should like to dance with you.
They go together, Bryony, like fleas and a dog.
Oh, do they now?
Did Con tell you what happened today?
The prediction? That's a yarn made up for a village girl 500 years ago. How would it count in days like these?
Briney, it's your telephone. Huey Devine, and his voice is as pale as a bucket of lard.
Huey, is it? You'll excuse me, Biddy. It's me official capacity.
A moment later, Bryony rushed from the house, jumped on his bicycle, and disappeared. There might have been those who missed him, but not Con and me. By now, we were alone, out in the garden.
So I thought I'd tell you about the lilac bushes, Joe, out here in the garden.
But, Con, there aren't any lilac bushes.
That's true. For in this part of the country, it is said that the children's breath on the air is perfume enough.
Oh, do you have to believe in every fairy tale you hear? I guess it's nice once in a while, but you overdo it around here, don't you think?
Oh, it's true. But at least we know they're fairy tales. And it's a better way to think of the fields we'll walk in, the sons we'll want, and the men we'll marry.
Hey, how about those men?
Not enough prayers to St. Anne, I suppose.
St. Anne?
Oh, the saint of lovers. All the girls pray to her. It's a short prayer. Please, St. Anne, get me a man.
Where do I get in line?
How do you mean, Joe?
Oh, honey, you're starting to get some action already.
Action?
Well, how could you miss?
Well, what are you planning on, Joe Mulqueen?
Well, back home they call this making a pitch.
Well, could I ask you now, back home is there such a thing as a slow pitcher?
You're in love with someone anyone would know. Takes up all your dreaming and makes you sort of glow. I guess you think your laughter covers up your sighs, but you've got a love look in your lovely eyes. Oh, you're in love with someone anyone I know, like to have his chances, a lucky so-and-so. Forever and forever, he'll be loving you naturally. If you're in love with someone like me.
Singing is a very rich custom. I like it.
Yeah, well, I guess it's time for Joe to be rolling. Good night, Con.
Good night, Joe.
And by the way, if you get a flash from St. Anne, keep me in mind.
And he sings like the imprisoned bird of Connemara.
I was in kind of a hurry to get back to the hotel. I had a hunch that if I wasn't too late, I'd find company up in my room.
Now, before you get upset, Mr. Mulqueen, we'll have you know this is an official police visit.
Well, hiya, Huey. Bryony.
We've been searching your room.
Well, if it's the Blarney Stone you're looking for, I'm afraid...
You'll do me the favor to answer me questions. This machine here, what is it?
Oh, that's just a dictaphone machine. You talk into it and it plays back.
Now, that's a pretty scheme.
Would you mind having it played back?
Well, maybe some other time, Bryony.
That's an order. Play it.
Well, we can play a little bit, I guess. You sure you want to hear this?
Play it.
But it's just... Oh, well... Manhattan Insurance Company, attention, E.L. Larkin. First report on the theft of the Blarney Stone.
Hey, Bryony, it's him. It's his voice.
Keep quiet, Devine.
Arrived on schedule, made contact immediately with the Cork police.
Hey, the man's a detective.
Play on, Judas Mulqueen.
Proceeding at once to the village where things started getting a little rough. Seems like everybody in town's a little wacky. Anyway, the officer in charge is a cute old codger named McNaughton. Doesn't have much talent, though.
Oh, Bryony, I'm filled with despair.
Well, that's about all. Not much else to it.
More?
Oh, but it's just routine, you see.
Huey, press the button again.
Doesn't have much talent, though. Doubt if he could find a curve in a pretzel if you furnished him with a blueprint. But he's a sweet old man. Sweet old man. Sweet old man. Sweet old... It gets stuck like that sometimes. Anyway, that's really all there is to it, you see.
Oh, Bryony, your heart must be as heavy as a bag full of anvils.
Oh, I don't blame you for being sore, Bryony, but now that you know we can work together, huh? I'll need your help.
No, you won't. For if you're not wise, Joe McQueen, you'll get some other machine that'll make you so. Come on, Hewitt.
Top it all, Father, last night when Joe sang in the garden.
Ah,
don't you see, Father, Biddy O'Devlin's prediction is right.
Biddy O'Devlin. Any properly trained woman would have been dead years ago. And as for Joe Mulqueen, I detest the man.
Oh.
And that's the sum of my observations. Now, bring me my breakfast.
Yes, Father.
Con,
Yes.
did you say how the next condition went?
Oh, I thought you had no interest in
Oh, I
it.
don't. I don't. But if you were just now to blot it out, how would it go?
Well, it is said that he will speak in a great voice, the sound of which will come from small places not dreamed of.
Well, I don't believe it. Here I am with a great crime to solve and the daughter of me days talking and listening to predictions. I bid you good morning. I'm going to work.
Now, you heard what Sergeant McNaughton said. Mr. Mulqueen, you've been requested to leave town on the next bus.
Oh, now, wait. I came here to the police station to... Well, after all, cooperating is one thing, but tossing me out of town is quite a switch. What's happened, Bryony?
Oh, just changed my mind. And there's no hurry about leaving, just so long as it's immediate.
All right. I hate to leave with that reward and everything, but a fella can't win 'em all, I guess.
Reward, did you say? Tell me now, what reward is that?
Oh, the usual thing posted by my company, $5,000.
Joe, sit down. Would you care to sit down? Yes. Now, and about that reward, you'd be the one to get it, I suppose.
No, not eligible. I just make the recommendation.
Oh, well, then maybe Bryony could get it.
Oh, sure, if he finds the Blarney Stone.
$5,000.
Oh, Bryony, to be rich. It's a comfort even to the dead.
Of course, we'd have to work on the case together. Now, what do you say?
You're on it.
Okay. Now, first of all, who's on your list of suspects?
Cormac Gillespie.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Well, for one thing, Gillespie was seen on the grounds the night of the robbery.
Well, that's a fair start.
He's an ugly creation, Joe.
If you had to walk around the world, you wouldn't lend him an old shoe.
But he's the only one who'd stand to profit from the stone being gone.
Oh? How?
He's buying up farms. With all the accidents and the cattle dying and such, it's easy to find those who'll sell for cheap.
Cormac Gillespie has spoke to me cousin already, asking to buy his cattle.
No, I'm afraid it'll never hold, fellas. Well, anyway, dig up all you can on Gillespie, will you?
And nobody's to know you're a detective, right?
Oh, no. Artiste.
Oh, Bryony. $5,000. Oh, I'm delirious for you, Bryony.
No. Quiet down, Huey, quiet down. Amongst the wealthy, laughter is kept at a respectable pitch.
I spent the rest of the day running a check on Gillespie, but it all added up to zero. Even Bryony had to admit it.
Well, maybe you're right, Joe. Maybe Gillespie is innocent. But what would you say to this now? 2 days ago, Gillespie called on Huey's cousin Tomeen to buy his land. Huey's cousin turned him down. And this afternoon, while you were gone, Huey's cousin died.
Oh, the seizure was very sudden, Joe. His wagon turned over on the road and killed him dead.
Killed him, huh?
Yeah, well, perhaps now certain people will believe in the accident.
If you're wondering, do I think Gillespie killed Tomeen? The answer is no.
Oh, it was an accident. But Cormac Gillespie counted on the accident's happening.
I was his only relation, Joe. Oh, my heart's destroyed with the grief of it all.
I don't see any tears, Huey.
Well, now, you see, as Bryony can tell you, I'm what you might call it, an internal weeper.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, that's true, Joe. That's true. The tears fall on his inside.
I just saw his will, Bryony. Tomeen left me everything.
Did he know?
About the accident, I'd like to see where it happened.
Oh, Joe, do you mind? I'm that overcome with me loss.
Well, it could wait until some other time.
Hey, could we all have a drink, Bryony? It helps with the sorry, you know.
Let's go over to the pub, boys. A nice glass of beer and a word for the woes of the world.
Oh, thank you, Bryony. Thank you.
There was a telephone in the local saloon. I slipped away from Bryony and the bereaved and put in a call for Inspector Fallon. I had a great idea, and if Fallon okayed it, our chances of finding the Blarney Stone might improve considerably. Fallon okayed it. Meanwhile, what about Bryony's daughter, Con? Well, right about now, Con was seeing Biddy O'Devlin, her pretty head spinning with 500 years of legend.
And it happened, Biddy, it happened. The fourth prediction. His voice will come forth from small places not dreamed of.
But it's the fifth one that really counts, Con.
Ah, that I love him or no one at all.
And the important part, if your love is returned, he will tread heavily on your heart.
Biddy, to be loved in return, is there no way to guarantee it?
Well, I could put a curse on him.
Oh, no. I don't think a curse would be fair.
Besides, it does little good to curse an American. They never seem to know the difference.
I guess I'll just have to wait. Biddy, will you look out your doorway?
It's himself walking on the road.
Joe Mulqueen, and I'm the favorite of fate. Oh, could you give me a wise word to go on?
Well, now, go to him. And should he hit you in the eye with a lump of coal, it's a sign you're making no progress.
Oh, thank you, Biddy. Thank you.
And may you never have reason, Con, to hear the last and terrible condition that I'm afraid even to speak of.
The old church, Joe, built 700 years ago, along with this little low wall I'm walking on. It's luck to walk on it, they say.
How about sitting down on it?
I would say that's good luck, too. Now help me down before I...
Hey, take it easy.
Oh, the stone, it moved.
Are you all right?
Oh, I told you it was luck. Any other stone, I'd have broken a leg at least. Well, we're sitting, Joe.
You know, I'm going to have to teach you to play post office.
Is it a difficult game to learn?
Not for a natural-born athlete. Say, what about the romance situation around
here? Oh, it's been said of our village that here the greatest pleasures are the reading of books and the kissing of girls.
Keeps a girl pretty busy, huh?
Oh, yes. Unless, of course, she's married to a great reader.
How about you?
Oh, I've been kissed, Joe. 67 times, of course. 30 of the 67 were at fairs and parties, and, well, that hardly counts.
Oh, it's still a fine showing. Fine.
Oh, but there's Maggie O'Shea, who lives down from us, who's been kissed 81 times.
Local record, huh?
Oh, by far.
Would you like to establish a new one?
Oh, yes. I mean, that is...
You're in love with someone anyone would know. Takes up all your dreaming and makes you sort of glow. I guess you think your laughter covers up your sighs, but you've got a love look in your lovely eyes.
Oh, 'tis sweet to think that where'er we roam, we'll see on near.
Oh, you're in love with someone, anyone I know. Like to have his chances, the lucky so and so.
Forever and forever he'll be loving me.
Naturally, if you're in love with a someone like me.
By the time I took Con home, Maggie O'Shea was running a poor second. Con invited me to stay for supper.
I hope you're not starving, Joe. We'll wait till Father gets home.
He's kind of late, isn't he?
Oh, it must be the case. Oh, it's his great opportunity, Joe. My father was never first or best at anything.
Oh, he's coming now, Con. He's coming up the path.
Will you tell him of us?
If I can squeeze a word in.
Joe's here, Father. We're waiting supper.
It would sit on me stomach like a keg of nails.
Well, aren't you coming in? We've got something to tell you.
Haven't you said enough already, Mr. Mulqueen?
Said enough.
Mr. Mulqueen, did you or did you not telephone Inspector Fallon about a plan?
Well, sure I did, but I...
And did you tell him that you'd have to be careful of me? And that I was a problem?
Oh, now, wait a minute. That isn't what I meant at all.
Well, I've been removed and made assistant. Huey Devine is the new sergeant.
Devine?
Oh, but what has Joe to do with this? I don't understand.
He's a detective, Con. Sent over to find the Blarney Stone.
Oh, Con, now look. If Fallon's got jumpy or something, I can fix it.
Will you leave, Joe? Will you please to take yourself out of here?
Con, please.
I'll leave some supper on the back doorstep. That's another one of our silly customs. Supper for a beggar, Joe. Or one who is poor in spirit. You have your choice.
I couldn't figure it. Sure, I told Fallon I had a plan, but there was nothing in it about taking Bryony's stripes away. And now Fallon had gone back to Cork and wouldn't return until morning. Meanwhile, old Biddy O'Devlin had a visitor.
Why should I have listened to him, Biddy?
Because Joe Mulqueen's the one you chose.
Well, the prediction's done and it's of matter to no one.
Except for the last condition, Con.
It's been fulfilled.
A last one beyond that. A condition I've had no breath for.
You'll have to say it, Biddy.
Aye. If you should turn him out of your house, and that you've done, he'll go to the wood of Calais. There a song will be sung in the light of the moon, and your man will die.
No, that's not true. Oh, what's to be done, Biddy?
Being a part of the prediction, neither you nor I can warn him. It would do no good.
Oh, there must be some way to keep him from the wood of Calais.
If you were to pray, you might do it.
I will. I'll pray until my knees hurt.
Do. And then pray sitting down until you get the same result. There a song will be sung by the light of the moon, and your man will die.
Top of the Morning will continue in a few seconds. Now, my guest, Paramount's Lux Lovely starlet, Susan Morrow. Susan has just seen a preview of that wonderful new musical comedy, Aaron Slick from Pumpkin Creek.
It's really a very funny picture, with Alan Young, Dinah Shore, Robert Merrill, and Adele Jurgens.
And Paramount staging the world premiere March 21st in Indianapolis with Alan Young in person.
Dinah Shore and Robert Merrill sing some wonderful new hit songs in Aaron Slick from Pumpkin Creek.
Yes, and Alan Young is hilarious as the country bumpkin who saves Dinah Shore from the city slickers.
Those big-time operators are Robert Merrill and Adele Jurgens. Adele really is slick-looking, too. What a Lux Lovely complexion Adele has.
I'd say you too, Susan.
Oh, I'm a Lux enthusiast, too, John. Especially since coming here. I'm out in the sun so much, my skin could be quite dry.
That's why Lux Soap Care, with its skin tonic action, helps you, Susan, and helps so many women with dry skin. You see, Lux Skin Tonic Action stimulates your inner skin, helps it retain natural moisture, so your skin naturally looks smoother and fresher.
I do find my skin much softer with Lux Soap Care. All I do is cream in the rich lather, rinse warm, splash cold. The result? Wonderful.
Thank you, Susan Morrow. Girls, try Lux Toilet Soap Care now. You'll see Lux Skin Tonic Action can make your skin smoother, firmer, fresher, clearer. you'll see why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Top of the Morning, starring Ann Blythe as Con, Dennis Day as Joe, Barry Fitzgerald as Bryony, and Dan O'Hurley as Huey Devine.
I kept pretty busy the next day, and by the time Inspector Fallon arrived in the village, I had a couple of interesting items to tell him.
What are you angry about, Mulqueen?
That nice little parley you put over. On account of you, Bryony McNaughton's been demoted, and I lose my gal.
I've told you what we thought of the old man. Now, what have you found out?
Well, Inspector, I've been out in the country, that spot in the road where Huey Devine's cousin was killed.
Well?
You're right, Fallon. It wasn't an accident. That cart was pushed over. On my way back, I had a little confab with an old gal named Biddy O'Devlin. We cooked up an idea how we can swing it tonight. Only McNaughton plays or we don't play at all.
Okay. You need any help in the meantime?
Got all I need. Biddy O'Devlin's for the light work and a kid named Pierce O'Neill for the heavy duty.
Plus McNaughton. A small boy, an old woman, and a man with rheumatism. Can you think of anything worse?
No, but I'll work on it. See you tonight, Fallon.
Hello?
It's Bryony McNaughton, Con, your own father.
Oh, but why aren't you home, Father? Supper's waiting again.
It's a...
A song will be sung by the wood of Calais, and the singer will die.
We met that night in front of Biddy's cottage. Inspector Fallon, 2 of his men, Bryony, and Huey Devine. I went in alone to give Biddy her final briefing.
Joe Mulqueen. I'm to sit here in front of the fire and not move, saying only enough to hang myself.
Well, that's not exactly the rosy outlook, Biddy, but don't you worry. I'll go outside now and wait with the others.
Before you go, Mulqueen.
Well?
There's a warning should be given to you about the wood of Calais.
Oh, it'll have to keep, Biddy. Our man will be coming any moment. Thanks anyway. You can come in now, men. Biddy's all ready to talk to us.
Oh, that Biddy's a grand woman. She's the first person you know ever to see a stick with only one end. Now, what do you suppose she'll tell us, Huey?
No, look, Bryony, maybe I'd better wait out here and guard the door from enemies.
Well, it's all been taken care of. Go on in, Devine.
But Joe Mulqueen, he's walking away.
Oh, I'll be with you in a minute, fellas. Just go on in the cottage.
Sure.
Pierce. Now, all you gotta do is wait in the woods. Just sing out if you hear anyone coming, right?
Someone like Cormac Gillespie. I'll warn you, Joe. Good luck.
I went back into the cottage, and there Biddy was rocking back and forth, staring into the fire with the law of the land gathered around her.
I'm ready to begin now.
Just tell us about the Blarney Stone, Biddy. Where is it?
Now, Bryony, there's no need to rush the good woman.
It was stolen to cover up a black deed. And the black deed was the killing of the cousin of Huey Devine.
Like I always suspected, Cormac Gillespie.
With the stone gone, accidents were sure to follow. And the death of the cousin could seem an accident like any of the rest.
Hey, what's that?
That's the warning from Pierce.
Warning, Joe?
Oh, you didn't let the lad sing.
He was to let us know if someone was heading here.
And who would be heading here, Huey, but Cormac Gillespie?
Gillespie?
All right, boys, let's get him.
Come on now.
I was right. Gillespie.
Yes, the plan was working out as scheduled. Gillespie stood in the moonlight just long enough to be recognized, then darted off into the darkness of the woods. We all followed, all except Bryony. You see, our plan was to have Bryony slip back into the cottage and wait there. Wait until we heard another warning from Pierce.
Huey.
Did I scare you, Pierce? It's a sweet voice you have, boy.
That rock. Huey, no.
A sweet voice to charm an ear. Or give a warning.
Please, Huey. Please. Let me go.
You'll sing no more in the wood of Calais.
Come in, Huey.
You leave me no choice, Biddy. You know
don't you?
Aye. It wasn't Gillespie. You killed him, Hughie. You killed your cousin.
I brought a length of rope for you, Biddy. I'll do it swift.
Just
I
stand
promise.
where you are.
Bryony! Oh, Bryony, they played a terrible trick on me.
Did you need your cousin's money that badly?
Oh, for dressing up, Bryony, and travelling. Oh, the sceneries a man could behold if he only had the money.
Drop it, Hughie. Drop the poker.
You're the friend of me days, Bryony. Stay away. Please, Bryony, please.
That's better. Joe, Inspector, you can come in now.
Good work, McNaughton. You're all right, Mrs. O'Devlin.
It's a night to discuss for 100 years.
But you'll not find the Blarney Stone. I'll not give you that pleasure.
We'll find it. Dylan, you and Frank, take him out to the car.
Oh, Bryony! Bryony, I'm terrible alone. I'm terrible alone. Bryony!
No. Where could he have hidden that stone?
If a man is wise, he hides a loaf of bread in a bakery and a monk in a monastery.
It's a cinch, Fallon. All you have to do is search every stone quarry in Ireland.
But if you... Mulqueen, the boy Pierce, where is he? Why hasn't he returned?
I told him to come back just as soon as
Hughie Devine. You must have found him in the wood.
Oh, love you quickly now. Follow me.
There's a saying, or there should be, that nothing in the world's softer than an Irishman's heart, or harder than his head. When we found Pierce, he was sitting up, rubbing his head and wondering what it was all about.
I wouldn't believe it. Not a mark. Your head, boy. How's your head?
No better, no worse than most, Mrs. O'Devlin. Did I do as you wanted, Joe?
Oh, you were great, Pierce.
Well, it's late, Joe Mulqueen, and me mother will want me. Good night to you all.
Good night,
Good
Pierce.
night, lad. Good night.
Joe, has anything happened to you?
It's Con.
No, I'm fine.
Oh, but Biddy said
It was the boy Pierce O'Neill did the singing, Con.
Oh, then the last condition, Biddy, it's untrue.
The prediction is true to the last word. The song will be sung in the wood of Calais. It will be interrupted by violence, and the song will never be finished by man.
He's still singing. Your ears, woman.
So, not by man, but finished in the hills by the boy O'Neill.
We took Biddy back to her cottage, then started to walk back through the woods to the village.
Hey, what's the matter, Rainey? We're walking too fast for you.
Joe, you and Con go ahead. Me and the inspector. I will sit down on the wall here and find our breath. The exertions of the evening, you know.
Oh, we'll walk slowly, Father.
And I don't mind admitting I'm a little winded myself.
Con, are you sure your father's all right? After all, he's...
Oh, there are times, Joe, when I wonder how you ever got to be a detective investigator.
What?
Well, there's an old man back there who only thought we'd rather walk alone.
Why, that sly old...
Father, what's happened to you?
I was in the wall.
Hey, how come you're sitting on the ground?
I'm sitting on the ground because I was sitting on the wall when it tumbled me off.
Joe, look, the same stone and the same wall, the same one I slipped on yesterday.
Yeah, you're right.
That's strange. A loose stone in a wall that stood firm for 700 years.
Holy smoke, it's the stone, Fallon, the Blarney Stone.
It's what?
Well, look at it.
Well, I can't. Brian, he's sitting on it.
Oh, you'd better get up, Father.
Well, if that's the Blarney Stone, then I've just touched it.
Fallon, will you look? You've got the description, haven't you?
Joe, that's it. That's it.
Now, what do you know about that?
Oh, Father, you're a hero.
Oh, about the reward, Joe. Sitting on the stone that way, now wouldn't you nearly have to tell them that I found it?
Who else?
Well, congratulations, McNaughton. And about your old job as sergeant. You are reinstated.
No, I think not, Inspector. You see, the reward I spoke of, it wouldn't look well for a sergeant to be a wealthy millionaire.
Think it over, McNaughton. I've got to find a wagon and a block and tackle.
You know, Con, seeing you and Joe now, I don't mind the predictions so much after all.
But I don't need a prediction to marry. For I've kissed him, Father. And Joe's the one.
I didn't even know it was an audition.
Well, now, just remember that you're going to marry an heiress. I've read about it in books, but it's grand to see.
When you're
you're strolling down the Boreen, that means the lane, a friendly brook will sing you this sweet refrain. Paid me la falcha and slancha to you, and the top of the morning too.
When it's early in the Ayrock, that means the spring.
Is that a fact?
The birds are glad to see you. Here's what they sing.
Uh-huh.
Paid me la falcha and slancha too.
And the top of the morning too. Oh, it's great how they greet you in Ireland. Learn the words so you won't have to guess. It's a toast to your health for one thing, and 100,000 welcomes no less.
In your heart you're feeling Shaneworth, that means okay.
And if you meet a Colleen, here's what you say. Paid me la falcha and slancha to you, and the top of the morning too.
In a minute, our stars will return.
Safe Lux Flakes. Lux gives your stockings gentle care, gives your stockings double wear. Safe Lux Flakes.
Nylons washed the Lux Flakes way last twice as long, the experts say.
Everywhere a lady goes, it's hard on stockings, hard on hose. Starting, stopping, driving, shopping. Stretch, strain, stretch, strain. Everywhere a lady goes, it's hard on stockings, hard on hose. Stretch, strain, stretch, strain.
Scientific strain tests show that stockings washed the gentle Lux Flakes way last twice as long. And over 90% of the makers of nylons recommend Lux Care. So start the Lux Flakes habit this very night. Remember, Lux Flakes gives you double the stocking wear. It's like getting an extra pair of stockings with every pair you buy.
Extra pair, Lux Care. Double wear, Lux Care. Nylons washed the Lux Flakes way last twice as long, the experts say. Safe Lux Flakes.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Sure, and here they are for their curtain call. Dennis Day, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald. Barry, we haven't seen you here in a long time. Where have you been?
Oh, me? Oh, well, that's a ridiculous question.
Sure, and your name is Barry.
Where else would I have been but in Ireland?
Oh, Barry, but you're the clever one there. Now, were you making a picture of visiting friends?
Well, both. I went to Ireland to make the John Ford production, The Quiet Man.
And what part do you play in the picture, Barry? The quiet man?
Well, did you ever know me to be quiet? I did. No, I'm a Shahran.
A Shahran. And now, what is that, please?
Well, it's something you could use, my girl. A Shahran arranges marriages for young people.
Oh.
Well, here we have something different, Barry. It's called Leap Year.
Oh, better than that. We have something called Lux Toilet Soap. Used faithfully every day, it makes a girl's complexion irresistible.
Then we know you're single by choice, Anne, because you're one of our loveliest Lux girls.
Hey, how about me?
Why? Do you use Lux soap, Dennis?
Sure, and look at me. I got 2 shows.
And I understand you'll have a very special guest on your television show next Friday night, Dennis.
Yeah, poor fellow. He's only got 1 show.
Oh.
He has to take in laundry to make ends meet.
The poor fellow. And bless your generous heart, Dennis. Who is he now?
A song plugger named Jack Benny.
Bedad, that's a terrible calamity. Now, what's on for next week here, Bill?
Next week we'll have a story that's particularly appropriate for this season of the year. It's one that you requested again and again. Come to the Stable. And from the original cast of this moving 20th Century Fox drama of modern faith and inspiration will be Loretta Young and Hugh Marlowe.
Oh, it's a beautiful story, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and Aaron Gobra. You know, there's been a lot of talk tonight about the wearing of the green, but here's John Kennedy to tell you something of both green and new.
Here's proof that new green Chlorodent toothpaste gives you a clean, fresh mouth all day long. The January Reader's Digest presents facts revealing why Chlorodent, the amazing new toothpaste with magic chlorophyll, gives you the most effective deodorizing action ever discovered.
Reader's Digest reports tests which showed why Chlorodent is 50% more effective in combating mouth odors as compared with a toothpaste without chlorophyll.
Yes, by brushing your teeth with Chlorodent regularly, preferably after meals, you can have a clean, fresh mouth, not just for minutes, but all day long. Because Chlorodent contains chlorophyll, nature's greatest purifier. Chlorodent fights tooth decay, common gum troubles, too. Chlorodent gives you complete mouth care in a single product.
Buy a tube and see for yourself why Chlorodent, the chlorophyll dentifrice, is winning friends faster than any other toothpaste in America.
Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantee the quality and performance of Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Chlorodent Toothpaste, as presented on this program, or your money back. Now we invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Hugh Marlowe in Come to the Stable. This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
Anne Blythe appeared through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, now releasing Flesh and Fury, co-starring Tony Curtis, Jan Sterling, and Mona Freeman. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Come to the Stable, starring Loretta Young and Hugh Marlowe. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
I don't remember that bluff to port, Bill. You think we ought to put it between us and the main channel?
Why not? It's an island.
I hope you're right. Otherwise, we come back and try the other side.
It's worth the gamble. Water's not near as rough here.
I wish all our boats handled as easy as this one.
This kind they won't sell. This kind you have to steal.
We didn't steal it.
We didn't?
I left $5 by the tree where we found it.
You left $5 after the way those people stole from us all winter?
I guess it was my strict upbringing. Cruzat, hold back, will you? We've run away from the other boats.
Yes, sir. Someone's catching up to us from behind.
It's a canoe like this. Indian rough water canoe.
With an Indian in it. Meriwether, he's trying to get our attention.
Looks like a Clatsop warrior. Want me to wait for him, sir?
Yes.
Oh! Oh!
You go Columbia?
Columbia east, to the Shining Mountains.
Go wrong way.
Wrong way?
This not island. This finger of land. Go back. Other side bluff main channel.
Seems I was wrong.
We thank you very much.
Like a big sea canoe?
Very good.
Big canoe, my canoe.
You mean our canoe?
Leave 5 silver medal at 3. Take back.
That's white man's money to pay for the canoe. Show it to the next trading ship, Captain. It'll buy you a boatload of blue beads.
No want silver medal. Take back.
All right, but we need the canoe.
Canoe, my canoe.
We'll pay you anything you want. How about this fine elk skin?
Elk skin, good. Give 5.
1.
5.
No trade. When other canoes come, we give you back this canoe.
4 elk skin.
2.
2 skin. I sell.
Cruzat, pay him.
Yeah, 2 fine elk skins.
Now, good canoe. Your canoe. Turn round. Take main channel, other side bluff.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now, with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 9, Homeward Bound. March 23, 1806. The Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery had left dismal Fort Clatsop at the mouth of the Columbia River and was beginning the return trip from Oregon to St. Louis. With almost no trade goods, short on essential equipment, and carrying the ailing Private Bratton, the valiant men of the expedition faced a journey that required a second arduous crossing of the Rockies and over 2,000 miles of difficult, twisting travel down the Missouri River.
That night, encamped on the river island, we stuffed ourselves with venison cooked as only Toussaint Charbonneau could cook it. Basking before a warm fire, the men were happier than I'd seen them in months.
Seven fat deer. Good hunting, George. I was lucky today, Captain. And good cooking, Charbonneau.
Oh, merci. It was good for a chance to have something to cook, eh?
I ran into an Indian today. He said the tribe upriver are starving.
With all those fish in the river?
Gas. Do you see any fish coming upriver?
Well, I wasn't specially looking for them.
Salmon don't run for another month.
Just how good is the hunting here, George?
Well, it is supposed to be better on Deer Island and Wapato upstream a little further, according to that Indian.
Want to hold up a few days, Meriwether? Might be a good idea. Send most of the party out to hunt, dry the meat, make us some jerky.
A few days is all that we need. Just to get enough meat to take us to the upland.
A little past the uplands. We'll stay. At Wapato, if that's the best. Sergeant Gass will want an early start in the morning.
Yes, sir.
As soon as we reach the island, we'll set up drying racks for the meat. You'll be in charge of that, Charbonneau.
Yes, sir. Captain Clark, we're going to have to build fires to dry the meat in this rain.
That's right. Better get them started.
Hello, Field, Wheeler,
On it.
and La Biche. All right, let us take to the south side.
Dirac, make them with side braces.
I looked across the river toward the south. The land undulated to meet the mountains we called the Cascades, some high enough to be crowned with perpetual snow. To the west, the lush lowlands lifted toward a range of coastal mountains. I could see them clearly as the rain stopped.
What's on your mind, Billy?
That South Valley. There ought to be a river draining it.
A big one, entering the Columbia.
Only we didn't see a sign of one coming west.
It could be there, hidden from us by islands. Look.
What?
Those vultures overhead. Sergeant Ordway, tell the carrying parties to stick closer to the hunters.
The vultures kept an obscene surveillance of the island, moving in the direction of each gunshot, spiraling downward with swift gracefulness. Fortunately, the killing of a number of these birds seemed to make the others more wary. They kept their distance, and the men got to the meat first. Attracted by the shots, two lean young Cashuk Indian braves heading downriver beached the canoe and, making the sign of friendship, trotted over to Meriwether Lewis at one of the fires. They were given food, and something they said as they ate brought Meriwether to me in great excitement.
Billy, your instincts are right, as usual. I guess we could say you're as good a geographer as Drew are as a hunter.
What are you getting at?
Those two braves are Cashuks. They live in the valley you've been wondering about, and it is drained by a big river they call the Multnomah.
I thought so. Meriwether will be here almost a week, drying and curing the meat. Why don't I reconnoiter southward?
Well, we could spare a half-dozen men and hire one of the Cashuks as a guide.
Gas! Sergeant Gas!
Yes, sir.
I'll go bargain with the Cashuk.
Sergeant Gas reporting.
Get 5 men who can be spared from the work. Packs for a week. We're taking a trip across the river.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave in a couple of hours.
Yes, sir.
Meriwether persuaded one of the braves to be our guide by giving him a burning glass. Shortly before noon, my party left the island in one of the large canoes. Sergeant Gass, beside the guide, relayed directions to Cruzat at the tiller. We maneuvered through a cluster of islands. I didn't realize we were actually into the Multnomah until we were several miles upstream.
Captain, no wonder we never spotted this from the north bank of the Columbia.
Good sized river, strong current.
We passed several island villages, but did not stop because the people were cashhooks. And I was afraid that if our guide was allowed a reunion with his people, he would refuse to go any farther. Late in the day, we reached a village that featured a big double house with perhaps 100 canoes drawn up around it. Our guide explained that this was the main lodge of the Nair Chekiu tribe. We decided to land and buy some roots and fish for supper. Little closer, Cruzat.
Yes, sir.
Touch bottom. That's it. You men out. Haul her up.
Sergeant, let's pay our respects to the chief.
Yes, sir. You stay near the boat. Watch out for thieves.
Let's go.
Well, that looks like the main entrance. I can see people inside.
Nobody's bothering to come out and welcome us.
At least nobody's pointing any weapons at us. I guess we can go in, sir.
There was a fire in the center of the lodge, and around it were grouped warriors and elders. In the deeper shadows of the place were quite a few squaws and children.
The old man in the middle, Captain. He's the chief.
I think so. I am Friend. I am one of chiefs of white men who stayed many moons on the Columbia. You have chief, one who speaks white man's talk.
I speak. I Nair Chekiu. I chief.
I am Captain Clark. I come from President Jefferson of the great American states.
We no make trade. No like white trader.
I do not trade. I need food for my men.
No food.
I buy food. Give fine skins. No. Great white father, Jefferson. Fire change color, go bad. Explode. Needle on compass, go crazy.
No.
I call Great Spirit. Great Spirit, curse. Nair Chekiu. Please, fire spit. Fire green. Look at compass, old chief. Look at needle. Spin. Stop.
Stop, needle. Stop.
You give food.
Stop. Fire. Stop. Curse. No. Stop.
I give food. Good salmon. Good roots.
Good food. All you want.
An inch of artillery fuse and a pocket magnet had turned me into a magician. Palming the magnet behind the compass had been easy. And when I pronounced the name Jefferson, I had tossed the fuse into the fire. Now, with his people moaning fearfully in the back of the lodge, the chief trembled before me, begging for me to stop the spitting green fire and the whirling compass. I held long enough for the fuse to start to burn out. Then I held up my arm.
Oh, great demon! Plenty food, good salmon, good roots.
Jefferson! The fire became normal, and with the magnet back in my pocket, the compass needle held quivering on the north. Obeying the chief, squaws rushed to get the fish and roots we needed. The food was placed in our canoe, and we pushed off, watched by a respectful, if not friendly, audience.
Cruzat, you should have seen the captain. I tell you, it was like one of them stage actor fellas back home in New England.
I wish I had. You know, Captain, you will be mentioned in Indian history as a leading demon.
We spent that day and the following one in upstream exploration. Stopping at one of the upper villages, we were given a friendly reception by an old chieftain. He drew us a map of the river from source to union with the Columbia.
On the 6th day of April, Billy Clark and his party returned and regaled us with the story of their trip. The following morning, we packed the boats and headed upstream.
This is a pleasant way to travel, through pleasant country. Enjoy it while you can. A day or so and we hit the white water.
Cruzat will do better along the north shore.
Yes, sir. The south gets rougher the nearer we get to the Narrows.
As we approached the first of the Cascade portages, Indian thievery grew worse and worse. The boats were safe only when manned and out on the river. Every minute in camp, our sentinels, we now kept a continuous watch, had to be alert.
Get away from that canoe!
Work is up! A fine tomahawk you got there. Oh, you don't understand, huh? That axe looks just like Johnny Colter's tomahawk that was stolen last year. Now, come on. Give it to me. Oh, so that's the way it is. All right, we'll see. Give me that axe. Now, get out of here.
What do you know about that? Coulter's long missing axe.
Coulter, come here and get your tomahawk back.
We reached the foot of the rapids and put into shore where Indians by the dozens and half-dozens came to observe us, try to steal from us, and then sneak away. We posted guards on the boats the moment they were beached and unloaded.
White House, Willard, LePage, Collins, watch that baggage!
I led the way in reconnoitering the steep and slippery trail over the rocks of the riverbank. Men could barely negotiate it with packs. Each boat had to be dragged up the rapids by means of a tow rope manipulated by 6 to 8 men on the precipitous trail. As we moved, Indians followed closely, making mocking noises and threatening gestures.
You stay away from us. Stay away or I slit your throat.
Hey, Captain, perhaps if I shoot over their heads.
There will be no shooting, Charbonneau. Now let's keep moving. I restrained the men. The taunting savages were lucky to escape with a few kicks and cuffs. We labored mightily to beat the coming darkness and lost out. We were compelled to camp halfway through the portage. Guards stood over boats and baggage at both ends of the unfinished task. Several attempts at the baggage, foiled by our guards, kept the men from sleep. By dawn, they were all up again, refusing breakfast in their hurry to get the portage completed.
We have to fight Indians. We can't do it strung out all over the riverbank. Let's get this over.
Get the boats up. And tonight, I cook a special supper,
Despite a cold drizzle that drifted down most of the day, we sweated like men marching under a midsummer sun. Finally, the boats were arrayed neatly together and reloaded at the flat area above the rapids. I was changing the guard when I first missed my dog Scannon. I asked Cruzat about it.
I haven't seen him, sir, not since I ran an Indian away from him.
Ran an Indian away from Scannon?
Yes, sir. He had been giving Scannon food. The first couple of times Scannon growled, and the last time he wagged his tail.
Captain, these Indians are very short on the food. I think they are trying to lure Scannon to the camp kettle.
Captain! They got Scannon.
Here we are. Charbonneau, Cruzat, come on. Gas, you lead the way.
Northeast, sir. Toward their village.
As we ran, I thought of what the big Newfoundland had come to mean to me and the men. He had traveled with me from Pittsburgh to St. Louis, and with the expedition from St. Louis to the Pacific. He had caught squirrels and even antelope when we needed food. He'd saved our lives a number of times, and he'd served as a valiant, alert sentry. we were going to get him back unharmed if we had to fight every Indian this side of the Lolo Pass.
There they are, up ahead in the trees.
Come on, man, faster. There were probably 10 braves in the Indian band about a quarter of a mile ahead of us. They had tied a piece of rope about Scannon's neck, which compelled him to follow along, although he refused to move faster than a dignified trot. We gained on them rapidly. Half the Indians, frightened by our pursuit, simply faded away among the trees. The others stopped under our leveled rifles, dropped the leash, and made frantic, if hypocritical, gestures of friendship. Come here, Scannon. Come here, boy. You all right, boy?
Check him over real good, Captain. Make sure nothing's wrong.
He seems all right.
He better be all right. Captain, what do we do with these thieves?
Hey, Captain, killing one or two will teach the others not to interfere with us. Chavanos hit the right idea, sir. Just give me the word.
If you did that, we'd be risking war with their entire nation. We'll let them go. We'll be glad we got Scannon back.
But, Captain...
That's an order.
Yes, sir. All right, get.
Back at our camp, I discussed this last outrage with Billy Clark, and we agreed that we'd taken enough abuse from the Indians. We summoned the local chieftains to a council and told them bluntly that we intended to kill the next thief who invaded our camp. The chiefs protested that what happened had been the work of a malcontent group, men who had once suffered at the hands of white traders. Solemnly, the chiefs promised to control their people. On April 14, we reached Celilo. The falls were even more formidable than I remembered. With Cruzat, Billy and I reconnoitered possible portage routes.
Well, spring thaws put a lot more fast water in the river than last winter, sir. There's no way to avoid long portages.
It's ironic. We need horses, yet we have plenty of horses up in the Nez Perce country.
Cruzat, going upstream from here, how much can we use canoes?
Well, probably more than you think we can, sir. But those extra long portages are going to waste time. If we can get any horses at all to tote baggage, we'd be better off on shore.
I thought so.
Right now, I'd give $100 in gold for a few pounds of blue beads. We'd get horses in a hurry.
Well, you're pretty good at trading. If you took all the trade goods we have left and went on ahead, you think you could get us 8 or 10 pack animals?
I can try.
I'll bring the boats up as fast as I can. You bring me horses, and we'll put them right to work. We'll take the unloaded spare canoes and trade them to the people farther upriver for additional horses.
Good. I'll want Gaz, Charbonneau, and Willard. We'll leave first thing in the morning. The next morning, I set out to do some horse trading with the upriver people. Most of them didn't like us and seemed to take pleasure in pretending they were going to trade and then changing their minds at the last minute. We spent night after night in cold, dirty huts that were infested with vermin. We slept without blankets, hanging onto our rifles, and most of the time we were hungry. The men were able to subsist on Indian dog meat, but I couldn't take that. I stuck to boiled wapato roots. Maybe this outrageous diet had something to do with it, I don't know, but we soon reached a point of rebellion.
The mice, they run up and down my body all night long. Captain, shoot me for insubordination if you will, but I will not spend another night in those foul huts.
I thought all the mice were after me. No, Charbonneau, no more dirty huts. We're going to get a decision today or stop trying. Now, there are 2 villages a few miles ahead. Gas and I will take one, you and Willard the other.
Whatever you say, Captain.
With the aid of Sergeant Gas, I divided the trade goods into what I thought were attractive assortments. When Gas and I reached our village, we smoked a pipe with the chief, then laid out our trade goods in front of his teepee. Let it be known that we wanted horses. For the best animals, they wanted more goods than we could possibly give. But by the end of the day, we managed to acquire 3 fair-looking horses. Afraid the Indians would change their minds, we quit the village, retraced our steps a few miles, and waited for Charbonneau and Willard just beyond their village. Presently, they came toward us, leading a beautiful mare that would have done any show ring in Virginia proud.
I see you got 3, Captain. I hope they don't fall down dead when we put baggage on their backs.
That one of yours is a beauty.
Our 3 swaybacks will carry more than she will.
Did you actually trade for her, Charbonneau?
You mean did I steal her? No, sir. I would have, but they were watching, so I had to trade.
How much did you pay?
My ermine coat, 10 elk's teeth, and my shirt.
But you're wearing a shirt.
Oh, I mean the new one that Sacagawea made for me at Fort Clatsop. Captain, I have the feeling I'm no horse trader. As fine a horse as this is, I have paid too much for her.
We decided to extend our horse trading expedition another 2 days. Again, we separated and met at the close of the 2-day interval. Gass and I had 4 more horses, pretty poor specimens, but the best we could find. Then Willard and Charbonneau arrived. They brought in another quality mare, almost as fine an animal as the first one Charbonneau had acquired. Charbonneau himself was naked from the waist up.
Look at Charbonneau, Captain. Look at him. They got his last shirt.
I told you I was a puss.
Oh, I have a spare shirt I'll loan you.
Merci, Capitaine.
By the end of the month of April, we had reached the point where our canoes were of no further use to us. Billy's horse trading expedition had brought us only a minimum of horses, and some of them had run away or had been stolen. We needed a few more to carry our baggage into friendly country. Now sneering savages stood about our camp, enjoying our predicament. Billy and I offered them our canoes for 3 more horses, but they refused.
They think we will have to leave the canoe behind, sir. Then they will get them for nothing.
What's for supper tonight, Charbonneau?
Deer, sir.
What's supper got to do with trading canoes for horses?
A lot, Meriwether. Those Indians are still hanging around watching. Well, let's give them something to watch. George, chop up one of the dugouts for firewood.
What, sir?
I understand. Very good, Billy.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand too, sir.
Crozat, hand me that axe.
Indians watched stolidly at first, but as Drouillard started on the second of the dugouts, they began wailing in protest. Then one of them led a horse forward and offered to trade the animal for a canoe. George stopped his axe work. We got the absolute minimum of horses we needed to continue our journey.
Indian war party ahead. Halt! Halt!
Hey, they are coming fast. Captain, I think they are Walla Wallas.
That's Chief Yellop leading them.
Captain! Friends, welcome!
We're glad to see you, Chief Yellop.
We're happy to be back among your people.
Oh, we too are happy. Tonight we will feast. Big feast for you and your men.
You are a good friend, but we have a problem we must solve. We must cross the winding Walla Walla River ahead.
Oh, yes. In the morning I will find rafts. Big dugouts. You will cross when you are rested. Come now. It is time for friendship.
We smoked the pipe with Yellop and his sub-chiefs, then relaxed before a fire with plenty of good meat before us. Billy, the chief, and I talked of many things. Of our trip to the ocean and our trip back, and of the long miles that lay ahead. And the men also relaxed in this atmosphere of hospitality. Then out came Crozat's violin, and the men put on a stomping contest for their Walla Walla friends. Morale was high. Once more, we were sure of reaching our destination, home.
You have listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 9, Homeward Bound, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Sebastian Cabot, Carl Swenson, Don Diamond, Bill Quinn, Dal McKennon, and Paul Conrad. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
(1831). Are Americans well educated? Look for the learned, and you will be surprised how few they are. But if you count the ignorant, the American people will appear to be the most enlightened in the world. It cannot be doubted that in the United States, the instruction of the people powerfully contributes to the support of democracy.
Common Sense and Moonshine, a study in American education. Item 10 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American education, Common Sense and Moonshine.
When Beaumont and I landed in America in May 1831, we were overwhelmed with the multitude of sights and sounds of the city of New York. But one thing struck us so forcibly by its absence. Where are the children? You are quite right, Beaumont. There are no children to be seen. Whereas Paris is overrun with children.
Perhaps they are working in the factories.
They were not working in the factories. Far from it. They were in school. The New York of 1831 had universal, free, public education. Out of a population of 200,000, 50,000 were in the schools. 1/4 of the entire population. And this is true of the whole of New England and New York State. Every citizen, as a child, receives the elementary notions of human knowledge. There is no country in which there is more respect for education.
Or more suspicion of the educated man.
Or more indifference to the position of teachers. These are strange contradictions, Beaumont, but they are ever present in this country that believes so ardently in the power of education. All the people you see, to whatever rank of society they belong, seem incapable of conceiving that the advantage of education might be doubted. They never fail to smile when told that this opinion is not universal in Europe.
My dear Mr. Tocqueville, it's not a matter for discussion. Every American is sure that universal education is an absolute necessity to a free people like ourselves.
I sympathize, but I am by no means convinced.
My dear sir, there is no money qualification for either voting or holding office. Every man is a citizen. Every man must be educated.
Is there no hostility between education and religion?
None whatever. Schools, churches, roads. Those are three universal needs that all Americans agree on.
But don't you find men educated beyond their position in life? Isn't there a danger that indiscriminate education can make men discontented?
Discontented? What about? This is America.
Yes, but...
In America, sir, the resources of nature are far beyond the claims of man. There's